I think I did it right. That stuff just literally went out. Literally go out. Soon as I go live. Right. Good job. Sheesh. What? Y'all made it on time? What? What's the deal? What's the deal, Moni? I see you conscious too. Y'all made it early today. What? What is going on? Say nah. How y'all feeling, man? How y'all day going? Let me see. Ready to get me a nice long live in today, man. See how long this session is before I get sleepy. I'm going out strong, man. I'm going out strong. Quick. There we go. I ain't gonna say pause before I finished up the long part, man. I said long session. That's what I said, man. I was thinking about that while I was saying it. Boy, your phone doing that same thing, man. Boy, need that new phone. He need that new phone. Volume down on this thing. I don't know what this thing tripping. Tripping. Said you at work. I thought they said just working. Blessed. I just woke up today. Okay, there you go. There you go. That's what I like to hear. She just worked up. I'm like, dang. She woke up working. Instant. See something real quick. Switch to my backup. Let's go. I thought about I had to I was gonna do the bonus that my man's gave me, but I thought about something different in the process. I wanna see if people really know the difference. Actually made a live about that, but I asked the question again though. I made a live describing it and I wanna know everybody's examples of it. Because 9 times out of 10 I feel like that people gonna mix provoking and protection in the same thing, and I notice that a lot. They be like, well, I had to do it. This dude was talking junk. But you provoked it though, you know. That ain't protecting yourself when you gotta talk back. I gotta protect myself. Cause he called me the B word. So we about to see though. I wanna see. Shoot, good. The music good. Moni.
Hello.
Rise and shine, man. Get your coffee. Rub the crust out your eyes and all that, you know?
The crust on my eye, took a shower, brush teeth, all that good stuff. Even though I work from home, I still get
Mm-hmm.
dressed.
You said you what?
I said, even though I work from home, I still get dressed as if I.
Got to. Get the fresh, right. Coming in with a suit on and all, and just typing on it.
I got my scrubs on today.
Got high heels on and everything just to walk to the desk. That'd be
Sometimes
funny.
I do. My son will be so confused. He'd be like, "What are you doing?" I just got a, I just got a new stand up desk too, so I just raised it up.
Oh my. Oh yeah. They can't tell you nothing from this point now. It's over.
Nothing.
Wait, let
Trying to
me
make
start
sure I
sending
don't
these
have a
invites out.
secretary no more.
You said what?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sure I don't have a secretary booty. I'm sitting down all
Right.
here it is. But
Yeah, yeah.
as soon as you told me the topic, I'm like, damn, I forgot already.
That's what been marinating in y'all brain last night.
I know. But
Ah,
who all in
God
here?
Almighty.
Can I go or do you want me to wait?
It's up to you how you feeling. I'm just sitting here inviting people now for the moment. A matter of fact, before we go, I want to get them lights up first.
Let me
I'm
drop
give
want me
a
to drop
little break
down?
real quick. Okay, all right. Yeah, 'cause I'm about to help in a minute too. At least get up to maybe 5,000. It's a lot though, but I can make it happen. What is this? Who else I can bring in here? The main thing in here. Let's see if they let you up in there. Is your phone acting right today? Let's see. Let me get all these people in here. If y'all can invite some more people in here. Gonna be a long day. We're gonna see how many headaches come about today. Let's see. Uh, Going out this year strong, man. Long hours. Long hours. Who else I feel like I'm missing some more people? Uh, I just added her as a friend, so I'm bring her. She like a doll. Got all that makeup on. Uh, who else? Who else? Who else? Who else? Okay, that's enough for now at the moment, I guess. It's enough people for the moment. All right, y'all. Let's get to this 5K and we can get this topic started. I made the little music for y'all. Doom, 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 doom. Like, no. Jeopardy music. It never fails. Get this 5K going. Shoot. How much I got in my account? I'm about to buy me some coins for this backup. Buy me some coins. I gotta check my bank account first before I do all that. No gifts help. Keep your page looking active, 5 people in here, man. New people coming here. Share. Hit them likes. And we can get people in the box when we get to that 5K. When we get to that 5K, man, we try to get on that FYP page before we get it going. All right, let me see something. Oh, they took that money out, huh? It just went up in my account with no. They ain't asked me nothing, man. They ain't asked for permission. What the? What is that? What do they charge me on? What is that? They tripping. All right, I guess I can grab something real quick. Let me see. Hit them lights for me. Hit them lights for me, man, so we can get this topic started. Liam, I see you, brother. What you do? Hijack somebody's page or something? I noticed I went on your page. Whole nother person on there. My boy done stole somebody's page. Give me that. Give me that, boy. Run me your money. Not my money. Run me your money. So if I do that twice, it's the same amount. I do that, I get 14, 4K. Okay. They ain't got no deals, man. They ain't want to do no balance deals, man. On that bull. I left TikTok and came back. Right, exactly. My boy that came a whole new person. I'm like, you got a heck of a tan now. That boy left out in the sun for sure. Donate $5 to support a good cause. Man, shut up. I already about to take my money talking about donating. About it. Alright, so let me go ahead and be the first one to hit up this goal real quick. 5K, man, and we can get this topic started. We gotta wait. I know you probably trying to see what the boss look. Oh shoot, let's see if it's working yet. Let me see. Hold up, got you. My boy's about that time to start. What you call it? Gotta get that new phone, my brother. 5K, y'all. That's the goal, man. Before we start the topic, man. 6 people in here now. Gotta hit these FYPs, man. Gonna be a long day.
Yo, oh, about time.
There you go. You working now.
Dang.
You're working.
Oh shit.
Why you down bad for last night, boy?
You said what happened?
Boy, you left me, boy, you left me down bad in here last night, boy. I swear. I looked up, kept going. I'm still mad at you because of that.
You said I was gone.
I don't know where you went whenever, it's like everybody had dropped, and I was the only dude up here. And you know I be on my other phone as I talk to them. I looked down. Kev ain't nowhere to be found. Hey, bro, let me know when you post
You
that
wasn't
video,
there when I shut down? Or
cause
was it? I don't know. I thought you.
what's that? No. I left before that.
Oh,
But
okay. Yeah.
it got some clips,
Yeah.
man. Look, it got some clips in there. But man, it got some clips in there. I'm like, I know I ain't tripping.
They ate him
I'm the
up.
one who come flip things. You ain't about to flip
I
things
walked
on
away that
me.
fast. That's funny.
Hey, look, man, look. This
I
my
can't
new
wait to see that part. Oh, I
this my
can't.
new slogan. I'm coming try and see. No, I'm coming try and cause an earthquake. They actually I ate by keeping calm and holding everybody to accountability. That's the problem. Y'all be thinking that that's eating, that's not eating, that's them actually proving my point.
They said they full course milled you, man. Oh man.
Hey, look, I ain't gonna lie, bro. Man, they all out blitz me though.
Oh my.
They all out blitz me.
They said they took turns like.
But I held my own though. I held my own in all of them. For real though, it's
Brace yourself.
they they
Fight
was
back.
coming
They was
with
hitting
good
you with that.
arguments.
Fight back, nigga. Fight back.
Man,
Oh
but look,
my.
they explained the way I'm weaving everything. Weave.
Kev gone. It's time
But
to
Kev,
fight back. Fight back.
they come in with simple arguments to me, knowing I'm looking at the argument go over my head like, yeah, you ain't deep enough yet. So
Sound like I had
yeah, I'm
a mod fight up in here.
A mod fight.
kind of
I had a
sorta,
mod.
kind of sorta. They had
I
enough in
thought from
there.
when I came back, I heard a little something. Jerry.
Supposed to be none of that.
3,000, y'all.
If
We almost there.
look, this morning I was in another live, and
He said it was a motherfucker. The battle of the mods.
Mm-mm-mm.
Nah, but last night, like even after this live, I went somewhere else and I was talking to somebody, and that's just how women is, bro. With they go let things like it's a problem, but they ain't gonna say it until, like you say, it's the icing on the cake. But I'm like, what's the feeling? That's just how women is, bro. Like, cause I was making the argument, but they know that they like that, so they are self aware and they still choose to do it. That's how I was looking at it. The person I talked to, they were like, listen, honey, that's just how we is. I'm like, that don't make no sense though, but I can't make it make sense the more I want it to make sense though, you know?
Mm.
My brother, you can't reason with the unreasonable.
Right? It's just a person who told me, it's like, I be real with her, she be real with me. And it's like, you know what I'm
So you
saying?
said they
It's like
done
got certain
bent you
people who can
over
tell you
and
something,
brung the belt out. Oh my goodness! How did I miss that?
man, to the point that I know that last night argument was like I was able to see it from the female perspective, from everyone who was out there.
I
I was
remember she
able to
said she
see
want to
that.
punch her phone. I remember that. That was funny. I was cracking up.
Oh, ooh, oh yeah,
You
oh
know she
yeah.
used to box
That's the
too.
part I.
She was ready.
Hey, but look, that's one part I want. I forgot what was said right there, but it was the fact that she was expecting something else, and when I gave her just to calm how I was throughout the whole thing, they got aggravated because of that. Even though Jen said something, Jen was like, the other night you were just so happy. I'm like, nah, I'm still cool. I'm just not laughing right now. I'm talking to y'all in a logical way. Like I don't even got no emotion in my voice, no type of feeling in my voice. I was monotone last night. I'm like,
You was
this
squeaking when I
person
came back.
really
Those things start talking.
nah. I was monotone the whole time because
Yeah, it sounded
actually
like
because I
that. It
was
was that
finna
trash
black him
thing I
out.
walked into. That's what it was
I was
about. That trash.
yeah. Yeah, but look,
Mm.
this is what the other person said. I was talking to about that because I laid down the same scenario. Uh, she was like, let's see. She was like, you know, you got to do it. Why not just do it? And I'm making the argument. Well, you know, the man tired. You know, he got to go to work. And she like, yeah, but the trash right there. And but look, she even had to say it herself later. You know, sometimes we be so wrapped up with what we got going on, we miss right in front of us. I'm like, it's like the trash. If you take it out 1,000 times and only miss 12 in a year, you gonna be mad. She wanted to say, but I'm like, come on now, bro. Everybody mess up every now and then, bro. Now, now if he messing up, you know, twice, 3 times a week, and you got to tell him that, you know, yes, that's different. But if it's 12 months and he only forget 12 times out the year, y'all looking for an argument. And
Mm.
pretty much they looking for an argument. Cause I'm like, bro, I'm like, it don't make no sense. Like, and then she also said, they do wait up until like a lot build up to really say something. But I'm like, for what? That don't make no sense. And she
Mm-hmm.
said, cause to y'all it's like it's nagging. I'm like, but it's not nagging if y'all learn how to communicate better with the men. And she couldn't really deal, like, you know, like no pushback to that. But it's like how I'm looking at it, Kev. If women just learn how to communicate their words with the many words that they love to use, all the words that they use, they still can't communicate with us clearly. So who is the problem? Us or them? Like, is it that they can't put their thoughts into words, or we can't comprehend their words into thoughts?
Both.
Mm. Mm.
Hey,
Mm.
real quick though.
Hey.
Y'all can real quick. Everybody drop down and try to give me the 5K and then come back up real quick. I'm just trying to before we start this stuff so we can get this party started. I'm tapping too though, but it's just going so slow with just me and Moni and it's not going so they go slow.
I
Oh
hop on
well,
my
you gotta. I
other
forgot your jump be
little
struggling.
trapper
So
account.
Yeah, nah, don't even drop that mind. Don't do it because your jump be
Man,
struggling. I forgot about you.
no. I'm gonna hop on. I got my other phone.
Oh, you got the
My
other
other phone
phone. Oh, yeah.
fast, but I be using that one. This motherfucker slow. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm gonna hop on my little tripod. I'm gonna go around, tap it up to you. Yeah, it's a reason why I go live on this phone. Cause once I get it up, I can put the phone. I can put the phone to the side, and I got my headphones. I ain't got to worry about it.
mm-hmm.
It just
We
a
got about
started.
like
It be
1
up
point
there.
something
Might
K,
be
man.
about
We
2-3
almost there.
times.
We almost there. I'll do the double fingers in a minute. Get a couple of these FYPs up in here too.
Demon right there. Going for it.
And I need to be more invested mentally.
1K left, y'all. We about to get it. We almost there. We about to say Happy New Year's in a minute. Let me throw me a couple of these too. 2024 coming
Okay.
soon to a theater near you.
Hey, you wanna know what it took so long for me to find your page again? I thought your name was I hate hearing my goddamn voice. I thought your name was Laugh Out Loud, Kev.
Oh, yeah, that's common, I guess. It's expected. Let a laugh or learn. Oh yeah, we almost there, y'all. We almost there. Not the alien eyes. Who was all that? Bring them alien eyes up in here, man.
And me,
You're
man.
scaring me. You scaring me,
Who you know
man.
the only one who be using that little combination of
I know
emoji,
talking
bro?
to. You
They
scaring
all
me.
seem
Somebody
mad,
came
bro.
right there instantly. Like, I'll beat you first. That's like a first one back. All right,
People
y'all.
see
We
that
get
all
this
saying hi,
party
they be going
started
crazy.
now. She said first. I said I.
What's up,
I
y'all?
say something. What's the deal? What's the deal,
What's up,
man? Let's
little
get.
bit?
Hi, chillin'. Yeah, so what y'all was saying earlier, I like to study people, especially men more so. Women is pretty much kind of easy, even though I learn politics of women a little bit late because I be around a lot of guys because I got a brother and I used to be with them a lot. But
Yeah.
as far as like relationship and communication, as I got older, I started to
Mm-hmm.
realize that like I'll be out with my brother and my cousins and stuff. They be like, "Oh, Tiff, don't do that," and I look at them like, "What are you talking about?" Like then later on we'll have a conversation, and then I'm like, why'd you say that?" And they be like, "Because X, Y, and Z." They would elaborate. And I kind of like see that a lot with men. Like your form of communication is a little bit more simplistic, and then I don't understand how y'all understanding each other. But sometimes when it comes to a woman, I find that to elaborate is to like kind of get us to understand your point of view, and sometimes some men don't want to do that. And it's like, and even my son is 13 and he does it too, and I'm like, yo, how, what is this like? I'm like, is it like, I don't know, but I'll tell him like, yo, you gotta expound, like tell me like what you talking about. And he's like, oh, I meant this, this, and that. And as young as he is, I'm like, dang, he do it too. But I just feel like if you care about somebody and you know you love someone and you want them to understand, sometimes you do gotta explain further to a woman. It's not like a you don't gotta say
True.
too much in paragraphs, but it's like if we're not understanding you, sometimes we truly don't understand. And I
Yeah.
don't know if it's because of the way we think or how we express ourselves, but more words is needed than just three, y'all. Sometimes.
Yeah. Everybody different.
Yeah.
Just depend on the person. Everybody brain work different. I
Mm-hmm.
don't think it's a gender behind it. Everybody just literally communicate different. Sometimes men can't understand other men. Sometimes women can't understand women. Sometimes it's just depend on everybody where they at in their mind and stuff. So like I said, so a lot of people are just like puzzles and stuff. You know, sometimes you could take 2 pieces and connect the puzzle. Some people would take 40, and some of them like 100, and some of them just not meant to connect.
Right.
You know, it's gonna be the rest of your life. Y'all probably will never understand each other, but you gotta understand that y'all won't understand sometimes. That's what it is. That's what like some situations where you gotta be like agree to disagree sometimes. Some people coming from 2 different angles in life.
Right.
As Miss Google, like when you say expand, like expand on what necessarily?
All right, so we talking about like relationships or just like men and women in general, like what, like, 'cause
I think both go hand in hand. So many and you know what? Let's use relationships.
okay, so like the first question here, it says, "What's the problem with letting things go to keep peace?" Right.
Can't see it all the way. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's TikTok, man.
So if you do something that
Sergi.
hurts my feelings or I feel is wrong, right? And
Mm-hmm.
you feel as though moving past it without talking about it or allowing me to express myself and understand like how we can move past, like that's just me in general. I can't speak for all women, but if something hurts me and I feel as though you just want to sweep it under the rug and not even listen to what I have to say about it, I can't really move past it because it's just like, how can I explain it? It's just like I'm letting you do something to me without letting you know, like, yo, that hurt me and this is why it hurt me. And can we just not do that no more? Like, can you explain why you did it? Or like I have to express to you what happened. And in some situations, and not only men, people or women or whoever will try to skip past the wrong that they did and not hear it from the person, and that doesn't allow a person like peace to move on because you're not acknowledging the way that they felt, even if you think that you weren't wrong, but you're not acknowledging like, yo, oh my bad, I didn't know I did all that to you, like I try not to do that, or this is my reasoning behind it. So that's what I meant, conscious.
Can I say something real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because the first thing you said was that struck me was that I study people, men more in particular. And the thing that you said was men make it simple. And then you were trying to find the words to say. So it's not a man or a woman thing on that, on trying to find the right thing to say, particularly on this platform or however. But in the event of when discussing something with somebody, you just have to say what it is, right? Because it's not going to always be the right performing answer or the thing that's going to uh it's not going to be the thing that's always going to be the perfect response, but it is the truth of the situation. So you just have to say exactly what that thing is. And like you said, hey, that hurt me. That bothered me. That made me feel this particular type of way.
Mm-hmm.
That simplification could work for women too in a lot of situations. However, there are a lot of misconceptions that people have clinged to throughout the dawns of time. Reason why the Simone Biles and Jonathan conversation has been this great topic, and people with no following happen to get hundreds and hundreds of people in their life just with that being the topic, because the misconceptions have been out there. So to have you in a position for self, just say that shit.
Oh yeah, I always do. All the time, every time. But I'm just saying, like in previous like in relationships or something like that, someone has said to me, like, Tef, I know that you're not gonna get over something until we talk about it. So I appreciate someone appreciating my feelings and like letting me get it out, as opposed to just like, let's just sweep this under the rug and keep it smoking and we gonna be good. So
So Do
Yeah,
you
I know what you're
would you like
saying.
look for?
We'll see, like, all right, like this how a lot of this how I listen. You want to get it out? Okay, cool. Let's go sit down, sit on the phone, however you want to talk about it. Okay, so you as person, okay, and as you telling me, I'm gonna picture it, and okay, this is what I did with and I figured out that my problem is I take accountability. I just take it at the end of what I'm gonna say, not in the beginning, because somebody was like, "Yeah, you take accountability. It just why you just can't say it first because I gotta get through everything that happened in the hurting of you, because I'm gonna explain everything of how it happened and why it happened. It wasn't like I was unaware. The only thing that I was unaware of was that it was hurting you, but everything happened for a reason. And a lot of women with me say that that's not me taking accountability, or I'm trying to say that it was something else. But I'm like, no, I'm saying exactly what it is, because I'm coming in as a blank slate. You telling me everything, and I'm telling you everything that went on in the problem that you told me, right?
Mhm.
And when I get to the end, I'm gonna be like, okay, so I did mess up with the woo. Women want you to say that first, but it don't matter when you say it. But a man listen and he go get to the end, but okay, cool, I understand it. That's when most women feel like that's not enough, or we not being for real, or we not taking them serious.
Mhm.
And and after that, they be like, "Well, I don't think that you really care with the woo." And we just sat there and listened, understood, comprehended it, and took accountability at the end. It's just women want more than that, and that's how I could like when they say listen to me, hear me out. To me, that's what it is. I listened to you and I heard you out. I took accountability, but most women want you to do more than that. Also,
Mhm.
what more can the man do? You know?
Yeah, I understand that, and I don't, I don't disagree with what you're saying, because if you listening to what a person's account of the situation is, you don't pause them, you don't stop them, you just listen, and then if they are able to get to the end, then that part of you taking accountability will be at the end of the story. So I mean,
So,
mhm.
like, should I let them finish what they gotta say and then go back and go piece by piece? Because I'm gonna listen to your story, but I like for some reason I can't let somebody say something that didn't happen exactly how it happened and let them continue on in their story.
Yeah, you will interrupt, or they'll interrupt you, and then it's just extra.
Yeah, but it's like I just want to correct one little mishap in it, right? And they can continue. It just I might say two things to do, and they can continue, but they'll say like you cut me off. Like yes, I acknowledge that, but you also cut me off from whenever I just say two words from whenever it's my turn. Because after a while, I'm gonna just be like, you know what, finish, say everything you gotta say,
I got
Good
and
deal, man.
that's when no, and I drop it. I'm gonna let them finish. But as soon as I start responding to bad tone, they gonna cut me off.
Yeah, that ain't right.
So it become like a back and forth thing.
Yeah, I don't think that's right either. And then it's just it's nobody's getting understood. So I understand what you, and I've been in that, and I've done that before too. So I'm not acting like I'm an angel, but
Like like
yeah, go
like
ahead.
uh th- like how I perceive communication is it's a two-way street, not no goddamn interstate. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
It's like
So real quick, uh,
good.
everybody, well, I seen Jen did a lot of people, but if y'all can share to like 5, 10 people, 10 if y'all can, you know what I'm saying, get some people up in here, and they already tapping the stuff down there, and then hit the hashtag FYP.
And
Shit out of this live and only show you one time for sharing all them damn people you shared.
You said what happened?
I shared the shit out of this live and then only give you one share for sharing it
What
to all them damn people.
be tricking you is? I mean, to be making it
Fuck
seem
was
like,
right.
oh,
Be
you only did
tripping.
one person. I
Well,
did
right.
45.
It was sent to 199 people, one share. Bitch.
Right.
No, but The
That was
problem, though, really though, the problem is this. What's the problem with letting things go to keep the peace? The problem is clearly this. I haven't got to this emotional level that I perceive in my head that truly exists. That's what that is. That's the whole fact. You know what, Kev? Remember that live you had? You was like, we were talking, and one of the questions was, what is unforgivable?
Yeah.
That's around that same type of sentiment. You know what I'm saying? It's this thing that, regardless of if it be a man or a woman, and the only reason why you haven't reached a logical point in the discussion is because you're chasing an emotional value that doesn't exist.
What's unforgivable though? Because if you walking around with weight on not forgiving somebody or having hate, that's eating you up. So something could be unforgettable, and I don't want you by me, but it's not to say that it's unforgivable because I'm not holding nothing.
No, the point is the whole thing about it is there's nothing that cannot be achieved. So the reason why people haven't achieved the point of just letting go of a certain thing to keep the peace, regardless of the level, regardless if it's detriment or if it's really slight. In most cases, and particularly in relationships, it's always something more small than something more big. That's the truth of the matter. So there's an emotional value there.
I got it.
When you reach a point of logic, it's going to be a 1, 2, 3. Hey, baby, I made a mistake. I didn't realize this hurt you. I apologize. And if her response is, no, what you need to understand is you need to understand how you hurt me. You're like, okay,
yes,
okay.
yes, that
What
right there,
more do you fucking
that
want
right
at this
there.
point? What do you
Because
want?
we just told them that we understand, we got it, and it's like, what more? It's like, to me at that point it becomes gaslighting because like y'all, we telling y'all that we understand, and y'all saying we don't, but we can't actually prove to y'all that we understand. Like, what you want us to do? That's what I meant whenever I was asking earlier, like, what more can we do? But let me finish our conversation real quick because, like, the conversation, like, I believe it's a two-way street. Like, if it's a long plane, right? Say one, two things. See, the other person got to say something. That way, nothing gets lost in translation. Nothing become too far to go back to. Because I don't like getting to the end of it and then I gotta walk all the way back down the street to the beginning. That's too long. Like, you know?
Yeah, but when you interrupt somebody, then that's insulting. Then that could start up an argument. But I do, because if somebody's saying something that's not true, then yeah, I'm like, wait, hold, that didn't happen. So I do understand
Exactly.
that. Me and my brother just had like an argument back and forth, and I wanted him to apologize to me, so he ran down what happened, and then I'm like, that didn't happen. Like he was like, "Tap, let me finish." I'm like, no, because you adding things in. So sometimes there is a need to interject. But I mean, I do understand that, but sometimes it's like that's just gonna make somebody get upset, and that could derail the conversation sometimes. But we got back on track. But I don't know. Sometimes, I mean, I just feel as though you should be expressing yourself if something isn't, if something, like I said, if something hurts you, if the person concedes or if they don't, like it is what it is. But it's just more important to get it out than to walk around and be around that person and to keep peace. Because I'm not gonna have peace in my soul if I let you. I have to stand up for myself, so I'm not gonna have peace unless I tell you how you made me feel.
Yeah, I think. All right. So what I got out of this is it sound like you look from clarity through other people and stuff to actually keep your own personal peace. That's what it sounds like.
No,
Because you saying
Person,
that if they basically can't give you the answer, because it's like I'm pretty sure it sounds like it's a certain answer you're looking for from somebody for them to understand or clarify that they know that they hurt you or something like that. But what I learned is like you can't always depend on the next person to treat you the way that you want to be treated and stuff. It's really you can only be grateful if they do it or they if they truly understand because y'all two different people. Even though y'all try to understand each other, but sometimes there's gonna be moments y'all just not gonna understand each other. That's just how it is. Some of the times you gotta think about like is some of this stuff really worth internalizing? You gotta realize it if this person is really a good person or worth hanging around or sticking with or something like that. Um, I mean, it's like so sometimes you gotta look for clarification from yourself sometimes too, or know that that person is trying their best. If they are to you, if they not, then or to you, if they're not seeming like they're trying their best, then why are you still with them? You know what I'm saying? If you think they're purposely doing something or whatever, or you
Mhm.
might have to get somebody else to kind of explain them because it's like it's a certain answer you probably just looking for, or you might not be
Mhm.
getting it in the form that you wanted, and the person is probably trying their best for what they know or something like that. So it's just like you got to just put yourself in other people's shoes. And that's actually what the forgiveness thing we were just talking about earlier. I had to realize that um everybody not gonna talk the same way I talk. That's just unrealistic. No matter how much I done trained them or try to get them to understand me and stuff, it's just that's unrealistic. That's like somebody can force you to make them understand or make you understand them or something like that. It's just unhumanly possible. So some of the times you have to find that within yourself, especially if you know it ain't worth it, because you internalizing other people's situation, like you'll be living miserable for the rest of your life then, because everybody not gonna give you that clarification you looking for.
But I wouldn't call it clarification in a respect, because if we, even if it's a man or if it's a woman, if we have a relationship and we interact with each other, and this thing comes about, which I feel as though I need to express, like, this is what happened and this is how it affected me. I'm not gonna be really sitting around you too much if this is a reoccurring action, because the point of me pointing it out and telling you, yo, I ain't like this, I don't want it to happen again. So the point of me saying this did X, Y, and Z to me is to make sure, like, that's like setting a boundary, like, yo, I don't know what's going on, but don't do that again.
Just talked about that yesterday. All right.
So that I'm big on boundaries, because I mean, if you set a boundary, I'm gonna try my best to not cross it, or I'm not gonna cross it. And if I do, and you tell me that, I'm like, oh, yo, my bad. Like, I didn't mean that, and explain what I did. But yo, I didn't mean to do that. I'm not gonna do it again. That's respect. You showing respect
Yeah.
for something.
But you got to remember,
Right.
everybody not
But see,
you.
at that
I know I
point,
hear a lot of
women
people
want
say that. They say that I wouldn't do it, but the other person will. So
Thank
it's like
you.
at the end of the day, that's why I was saying overall, it's like you can't make nobody. I was literally talking about, enforcing your boundaries yesterday and stuff. You can't make nobody change. They got to really do that themselves, even if they feel like you worth it or not, or if they even trying their hardest. If they not trying their hardest to you, right? If it seems like they not, then why stick around so long? You know what I'm saying? Because you can't mold nobody, and it's gonna become stressful on both ends.
But
So
Kev,
until
if
you
the
find your
boundary
even match that can communicate perfect with you, then that's what you gotta do. What you gotta do.
But
you
Kev, if
see,
the boundary is never
if we
set,
both get
then
right here,
how
it's
do they
like
know not
women
to
want an
cross?
apology,
Go ahead,
and my
sorry.
question is, like, when we get to the end, like where we at right now, where we both then said, like, women want the apology, and we can say we sorry, but they gonna feel like it's not genuine.
We're not. It's not apology. Like, it's like I said, if you never set the boundary, or you never say don't do X, Y, and Z, or I
Boundaries
can,
is for you.
huh?
Boundaries is for you, and that's what
Yeah, but
people. I wish you
sometimes,
was in my live yesterday.
yes,
But
Your
it's
but
like,
boundary is not for everybody else to follow. That's
but
just
it's
for you.
but a
You can't
boundary is
force nobody to
something that
follow your
you're not
boundaries.
going to cross if you're going to be around me.
Yeah, and that's why you
but
make your decision and cut them. You can't force nobody to follow your boundaries.
But if you
it
don't
just
implement it and execute it and say, don't do this to me, they won't know your boundaries. That's why you
yeah,
said,
Yeah, but
yeah,
you
we
just
get that,
showed right
but
there that they're not giving the answer that you're looking for. So you can't force nobody. If
I
you
didn't
can try
say
your best, just like
anything
that
about
person
an
can try their
answer.
best.
I didn't say anything about an answer. That's why I have a son, right? He go to school, 13. And I'm like, yo, if a person disrespects you, you're supposed to check them in the moment. Don't let it be the third and the fourth and the fifth time before you say X, Y, and Z, because that's giving them the right or the privilege to continue to do so. If you check it the first time, then it will never be it won't be a consistent thing. Now, if they choose to play again, then that's like, it is what it is. Maybe you gotta distance yourself from the person or whatever happens, but it is your responsibility to show people how you want to be treated and tell them, I don't like this, I don't like that. Don't do that. Setting your
And
boundaries is what it is. That's how you show a person how they're supposed to treat you.
and I agree with that. So it's like, you never in the butt the first time. The second time, you give them a warning. People forget. Maybe a third time if you really rock with them, but that fourth time, that should become intentional. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, you forget one time, I can give you a warning. How many warnings do you need before that warning become, the next level?
That's
But
all.
my
I'm glad
thing
I got
is,
that bonus there.
look,
I think
my thing
that's
is at
dangerous
the end,
as an adult
women
though.
want
As a kid you can do that though, but as an adult I think
what
that's kind of dangerous. You gotta
do
pick and
what.
choose your battles.
But
Yeah,
Kev,
right. But see, my thing is, what do the apology do? Unless it's something that's like really hurtful to y'all, what's the
Clarification,
apology for besides an
clarity.
ego boost?
Yeah, that's all that is. That's what I was saying. It's a clarity thing. I need to know that you were really are sorry for how you made me feel. That's
But
funny.
look, Kev, you a man yourself. We could be actually sorry, but then they'll say, "Well, I don't feel like that's genuine." Well, fuck, I
Yeah,
can't make
sorry
you
is
feel
an
a
action.
goddamn
It's
thing.
not. Yeah, it's an action. It's not words.
But
But
look, the actually no, sorry, not. I don't know. But how can you
that's
show
just like
like
forgiveness, right? That's not a. It's not a. It's action,
like
not words. You can say it all you
but
want, but if your actions don't match, then what? Is
but
that
what
really
apology
real?
do they want though? Like how can you okay, so you told me, that you don't like that. I sat down, I listened, I understand, and we both got to the end.
Words
Okay,
of affirmation,
and
people.
and and I'm sorry for doing it. Oh, I don't feel like that's genuine. What more like what you want me to do? But they don't never tell you what they want you to do though. You just expect for you to expect it. Like they expect you to know, but you ask them what do you want me to do to show you that I'm sorry, since that's not genuine enough.
Bro, when emotions are high, logic is low.
I just
Right.
want one of the women to say, "We don't know." That's it. I know we all
But
see it the same way as men.
that's chasing something you want them to say. You're just gonna have to understand it. Like it's you said something earlier. You said it's a two-way street, not an interstate. Sometimes it ain't a
Mm-hmm.
two-way street because you're gonna have to be the one to exit out to
Yep.
keep the peace in situation.
And there you go. Prevention.
You're gonna have
Wait,
to
say
be
that
the
one more
one to
time.
be like,
I'm moving around.
all right, I don't have the sufficient answer for you. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'm out of bullets. What you want? All right. Well, guess what? I got nothing else to
But see,
contribute to this.
you
And
said that though, it's like you had made it clear that you don't have an answer to that. It's like they don't say that, they just bring it back to the beginning. But I don't think you understand it. That's when they circle back.
but bro, remember, when logic is low, it's because emotions are high. When emotions are high, logic is low. So if you're in a logic and reasonable place, well, then you just gonna have to take a fair assessment and says, okay, well, this is a never ending story, and I don't want to be in this book no more. So let me close it. Move around.
Yeah, you're right about it.
That's what it is, Zuri. I think for the most part, it is that they want you to feel the same way they feel, which is unrealistic. 'Cause they would not know that. And your response won't be able to tell how you really feel. Ain't nobody really can truly know how another person feel. They could just assume it or try to relate with it as
Only
best
say
way as
because
they
they're
can.
not
But
listening to understand. Moni, Moni
and
said because they're
that's
not listening to
automatic.
understand,
That's
but
purely true with Moni saying because people don't do that. They don't even know to understand through just
yeah,
action.
but
They just listen through words. That's why I'm not. People. And I mentioned that love language thing with
but
that.
like
What's that?
it's like how
the
can you
love
Words of
tell
language.
affirmation.
somebody
That's
else
most of
if
the
they
people that be
listening
like
to
that.
listen or not though? It's
My
just one thing
favorite,
like how can somebody
my
go,
favorite observation
go
is
ahead, bro?
seeing a man and a woman interact, and the woman is so like emotionally driven, and the brother
Mm.
is speaking calmly and cool, and you don't even know what's going on, but you're like, damn, that sounds pretty reasonable, damn, and you see the woman sit up there, oh, you don't understand me, huh? Like I don't even know what's going on,
Yeah,
but I got the fuck. What are you talking about? The man is here presenting himself to want to reason with you, to want to participate and go on, but your emotions won't allow you to see that.
Yeah.
Because you're chasing something that has nothing to do with the relationship. You want something more gratifying that isn't about the relationship. It's about you.
Yep. Me and
yeah.
my feelings, and I want the world to revolve around them too.
So that's why it's a problem, Kev, when people won't let go of shit just to keep the peace. Because truly,
Mm-hmm.
they haven't found a way to come to peace by themselves. They're
Facts.
still relinquishing and relying on other people to do their jobs that is solely meant for them.
And that's what I was
Preach.
trying to, and that's what I was trying to explain last night. Whenever you left me by myself, Kev, you just named it perfectly.
Hey, let it go, man.
Said it
Let it
perfectly.
go. Why you still talking about last night,
Nah,
man? Now you
because
want some confirmation and
because
apology
he just
too or
finished it. That's
something?
why. No, he just finished it and
Hey,
asked
this
me
is
to
just the
correlate, and
beginning.
my
This
head
always
started
gonna
to
be. It's gonna be
remember.
a bunch of that stuff going on in here. I be forgetting about lives low key. It be this joint happen so freaking. People be coming up to me later like, "Dog, you remember that time you was mad at me?" I'm like, "Dang, I was mad. Dang, what the freak? I don't remember that." That
Okay,
went on a
you know I
whole
don't
nother
forget
day.
nothing, man. That's a few hours ago. I'm being petty right now, so that. Nah, you know, Kev, you know me, bro. If I first come in here, I gotta be petty with you, bro. I
I
got to.
know, I know. I already know, man.
Oh, y'all, should we go to the next one? The matching
Oh
energy.
yes, man.
Up to you.
Yes, man. We can do that.
Oh, okay. Thank y'all. Let me see. Okay, so what has matching energy done for you? Um, matching energy. It depends because usually I'll evaluate the situation, and if you are doing something I feel is not right, I'm not about to get on that level. I'll just walk off and just remove myself from said person. But I feel as though that's matching energy, because if you're doing something that I don't want to be done to me and I'm not making myself available for it to be done, then removing myself is matching your energy, because evidently if you're doing XY, then you don't want me around. So I'm not saying I'm an angel, because I did some things, like some break up something or do something like that. Yes, I have done things like that, but in thinking about karma and thinking about things that I wouldn't want done to me, that keeps me from doing certain things to people. So I ain't matching too much of your energy if I feel it's on some bullshit, honestly.
Okay. Look out for the third one.
When we was young, we used to watch cartoons, and it was used to be like, "How do you fight fire?" And then one guy like, "With water." And somebody's like, "No, with fire."
Mhm.
Right? That's what matching energy is. That's
Mm-hmm.
because the person that had the water ended it.
Yep.
They ended it. The person with the fire kept the fuckery going. So that's what matching energy is. It's keeping
Right.
the fuckery going.
It's keeping the fire going. Right.
Your mama was a 304. Well, your daddy a simp. Well,
Right.
what we just did, we just fought fire with fire. We just matched energy. That's what
Right.
just clearly took place. I mean, so if people haven't seen what is taking place, it's really a bullshit excuse for you to do the shit to try to really harm somebody because you think they harmed you in a certain way. Let's say, for example, somebody got cheated on. Well, I only matched your energy. No, you really didn't, because you took a great chance on going to go contract something. That's just somebody from the outside looking in. You took the chance to roll the dice to go participate in something with somebody that you don't really have they whole identity. What's going on? You thought you was getting back at me,
Yeah, I was wrong, but you the one itching, scratching, and burning.
And also, you don't know how that person felt about you, so you could be hurting that person too. The person that you decided to go get the revenge with, they could be liking you or thinking that something is going to be a start to a relationship, and it ain't, because you was just using them as a pawn.
That's what happens when you match energy. I mean, that's the whole bravado of this shit. Is you really trying to get back at somebody at a certain way, and it's not gonna happen. It's really not. It's if you ever watch boxing or any type of combat sport, the way a boxer delivers a punch, and if the other boxer try to retaliate, it ain't gonna have the same effect. They got two different strengths. They got two different styles. They two different people, two different heights, maybe even weight. So you got to play your position on how you move. Really, the situation is, man, it's a lack of focus in this day and age. Like we can make it a generational thing, or we can just call it. The truth of the matter is, there's a lack of focus from every level, hands down. That's why people have the identity issues. Why people feel they gotta match energy. And the whole thing about it is because you're too busy trying to cling to something that you really ain't about. What you trying to get noticed for? Because all you're gonna do is you're gonna feel pointless after you matched energies. You're gonna feel just as empty or even less than after you matched energies. So the best way to do it is just not even to participate at all.
Diffuse. All right, I guess we on number 3. How much of the world do you think would change by simply being the bigger person?
Whew. Kev, you be hitting it on these questions, man. How much of the world do you think would change by simply being the bigger person? That's a good 80. That's a good 80, 90% chance right there. Because people are prepared.
Go ahead, bro.
People are prepared for damning and toxic situations. They just are. Like you really leave people to their own devices, they'll beat their own ass worse than you could ever do it. They clearly would. Like, man, and after a while, people would notice, like, hey, Kev ain't even responding to you. Well, why are you still going on about that dude? No, man, he a punk, man. I don't like him. Yeah, but you ain't got no real concrete stance. Man ain't never said nothing about you, ain't never took nothing from you, ain't never done nothing to you. So you just don't like the man. That's cool. But why you still going on about the man that ain't said nothing about you? And now you got people checking the person. So it would be a great 80 to 90% of a chance that the world would be a bigger, better place if more people didn't feed into the whole scenario of matching energy. But, people like attention, I guess.
They do. They got a lot of trauma within them and all type of stuff they trying to get rid of. That makes sense. Everybody been hurt on Earth. That's their way to express themselves, but they don't like to get expressed on.
If you don't like something, that means you don't think about it. Like, it don't even exist if you don't like it because you're not thinking about it, So, but this is my thing. Being a bigger person. If you always gotta keep being the bigger person, man, maybe you in the wrong room. Cause why is all the time you gotta be the bigger person? Maybe you're around the wrong people. To find a new room to be in, to be the smaller person.
What you got on
Apparently, everybody in that room you in has problem with you. Yeah, I land right there.
Oh, it scared me. I'm like, let me not do it again. Let me make sure.
Oh no, I was using the bathroom. Sorry. um.
What's that? What's going on outside? I'm talking.
Oh, hold on. I had to dry my hands. Yeah, the bigger person thing. How much of the world do you think would change? I mean, it would be a better place because people wouldn't also like they wouldn't always stoop to like the level of the person that hurt them. So, I don't know. I just think it would be a better place because, and then others would see that and lead by their example and like a lot of things, which it wouldn't be so much like how they promoting toxicity now,
Yep.
like before that was even a thing. I done been in toxic relationships, and that is not the place to be. I was being the bigger person while the person was being toxic, and then it kind of made me want to be toxic with the person. So it was like, nah, I ain't doing that because that's not a part of like my morals and values and stuff like that. But sometimes I would question myself if I was like wrong for doing the right thing. But at the end of the day, it chips away at who you see yourself as or what things you will and won't do if you start to do those things. But I just think this toxic era, trying like thinking that's cute, that wouldn't be a thing. And a lot of other things that we have going on, it would just, I don't know, it just be a better place in general. Because doing somebody wrong just because they did you wrong it's not the way. Like, don't put your hands on me now, that's different. But like all the other things, yeah, like I don't know. Everybody, I be trying to say that to people too when they like people come to me for advice. Well, this person did this to me, and I should do X, Y, and Z. And I had to literally, they wanted to like slash the person's tires. I'm like, yo, you don't gotta do all that. Just go about your way. Like doing all those things, that's gonna affect you. Like now, what if that person calls the cops or like I don't know. I say this to people around me. Like I try to live by this. I ain't perfect, but I try to live by just doing what I know to be right instead of what somebody else did to me.
Okay. All right. We on the bonus now. Well, I guess I put my input in every time now. Let me do I guess I'm always back at the. Dang. I gotta do all three of them. Shoot. All right. Yeah, I want to say that best for last. That bonus gonna be nice. Um. So what is and then I'm think if I take my point of view, then everybody want to add extra stuff. I know how that be sometimes. Dang, I ain't forget about that person. So what's the problem with letting things go to keep peace? I think for the most part it's pride and ego. That's like number one thing. That's why I talk about it so dang on much in here. You know what I'm saying? Nobody don't like that feeling of losing. Nobody don't like that feeling of being wrong. Uh, I mean, because it's just in us. Nobody, they just don't like that. We always want to win all the time. That's just how it is. But we feel disappointed in ourselves and stuff, and feel like less than or whatever. But for the most part, that's why that gets so extended and stuff, and that's why we kind of choose that over peace and stuff. We got taught that you a punk if you don't stand up for yourself. If you let somebody run you over and stuff, they can repeatedly do the same thing or whatever. But I do understand it's like it's a time and place you got to use the ego. But then again, you got to realize the environments you are in. And like I was mentioning earlier, that I mean, I think it's a good thing to get taught that when you're younger. But as we get older, it's like we got to realize because a kid, I don't think a kid gonna know picking and choose your battle sometimes unless you just really kind of drill it in their head. But from that point, you do got to teach them probably how to stand up for themselves. They real get ran over. But as an adult, I think, or as we get older or teenage, you gotta. No, I'll say as an adult, you have to learn that we gotta pick and choose our battle. Because everybody from that point, like, hey, I don't want to be no punk, and I'm ripping this set. No, they do all type of weird stuff nowadays to say that I'm the tougher guy, and they start turning into that. That's when it becomes kind of dangerous. So they like forget your piece, and my piece is to basically let you know or check you. You know what I'm saying? And everybody is not checkable. Everybody not checkable, and you gonna check the wrong person one day, and you gonna end up checking out. You know what I'm saying? Or vice versa. You might be checked inside a jail cell or checked inside a hospital. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like you gotta, as an adult, you really have to pick and choose your battles and stuff for real. It ain't about shoot, I'm feeling little and weak today. Hey, that day you got to be that. You got to for real, because they not playing, and that's why I had to learn. I had to humble myself though, because I realized like little kids that you can't talk to, just like we was talking about that communication thing earlier. There's just some people you can't talk to, no matter how logical you think you is and stuff. People's minds is just not it. You could try to be thinking you gonna make a little kid understand you, or these teenagers that ain't had no mother and all that stuff. Like, man, you really don't want to do this, and do that make any sense? They can care less if you explain that to them. They gonna put the pew pew to your head and end your stuff. So it's like you gotta realize that, or the people that be like, I'm an OG and you know back in the day I wasn't messed with it. I mean, don't do that with these kids, man. Don't do that to a lot of these people. It's just not worth it, man, because it's like they would take your stuff. They don't care if you know a bunch of people or not, or the gang or something like that. Like they have no brain now. They playing real life GTA. So yeah, I just learned not to, I'm not doing that with these, especially these little young kids that ain't got no mind, and they don't know what logic is. So that's why I say you got to pick and choose your battle and stuff. What has matching energy done for me? For the most part, it always it put me in especially when we talking about real life GTA. For the most part, which we already know, matching energy most of the time be a negative thing all the time. Like, hey, you stoop low, I'm gonna go lower type heads, and I'm gonna show you what's the deal, yo. You think you crazy, I'm crazy. All this stuff we've been bragging about. Not realizing that's the reason why we can't keep a relationship. That's the reason why we can't get along with our family and all that stuff. That's that. A lot of that stuff has, and I could have lost a few friends like that because of especially my ego and stuff. Like, man, you treated me wrong, and I ain't never talking to you, and all this other stuff, and I'm gonna show you, and whatever. Match energy has never really did anything good for me. You know what I'm saying? It has let a lot of situations go. It might have, it got me in trouble a few times. Might have even got me in some fights and stuff. So. So I lost a lot. And then right now it's crazy because I'm losing friends off of not matching energy too. So it's like it's depending on the grade you looking for too, the type of people. Because some people you can lose it matching it, and that's being a negative way. But not matching it, that's just doing it to protect your peace for the most part. I don't think no peace usually come behind matching energy, especially the way it is. So yeah, it's always been something negative all the time, or made me worse than it was. But it made my ego feel good. You know what I'm saying? When I shut them down and showed them, you know what I'm saying? That made feel real good though. But at the end of the day, it's still this person still probably to a certain day after 5 days later, they still like, I can't wait to get them back. You know what I'm saying? So it still puts you back in a hole, even though you think you won that day. Because some people is not gonna stop until they win. So. It hasn't done nothing for me for real. And I don't think it do nothing for anybody for real, except for boost their ego for a temporary moment. That's just about it. I kind of adjust my mentality that my ego get boosted from walking away now or leaving them alone or let them talk to their own self. Like, you looking crazy over there talking to a wall. Because if you realize if you don't share that same energy, they gonna feel useless. Because people kind of get fueled off of that. They love that stuff when you come back and talk back how they want you to talk back. And I told you I made you get out your square stuff. Well, some people they be like, hey, I made them shut up. But then if you don't give them, if it really like, if it really don't phase them, after all, it's like they ain't gonna want to really mess with you no more because you're not giving them what they want. They want that misery connection. They want you to have that same feeling as them. As like we was talking about earlier, some people just want you to feel, or they won't feel a real apologies unless you feel the same way or crying the same way as them. And I had to realize that it's just you're not gonna get that, especially if you're relying on that. So yeah, it haven't done that much for me. And now I think y'all did the bigger person. So I'm on the same thing. I think the world will be dang near, I ain't gonna say angel-fied, but it would be like a lot of less wars. We'll get along better. We wouldn't have to be crying about this. Well, yo, oppressed type stuff. We have to cry about that stuff either if we know how to be a bigger person. Because then I think from that point we'll learn how to we'll learn how to work with one another. We'll learn how to stop being so petty with certain things that we could, it's so much that can come with being a bigger person. It'd be trying to get to a point that people would even start taking accountability with their own stuff. So it would be a wonderful type world. And no, you was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. You know what I'm saying? When you fight over that, that's a good thing. You know what I'm saying? Not fighting over that. You was the beat. You know what I'm saying? Instead of that, that never get anywhere. That's just a long term until y'all go to the grave. Just stress and anger and whatever. So, now let's get it. Y'all got my point of view on that. So the bonus now. Let's see how everybody gonna answer this one though, and I can't wait till I get some more people in because I already know people gonna answer this all crazy. So give me an example of each one: protection, provoking, and preventing. Whoever want to go first.
Uh, protection, provoking, and prevention. A lot of people ain't gonna like what I'm gonna say, but they truly are synonymous. They truly are. You can provoke a great destiny. A lot of people don't understand that.
Mm.
Context of the times of these words that are being used, they're being used in a normal talking block. You know what I mean? Well, he provoked me to do this, or he provoked me, that type of stuff. But
right.
You can provoke somebody to read a book.
Right. Like influence and stuff.
You could provoke somebody to think. So provoking is very much tied to protection. Because if you're provoking somebody's thought process to think better or to think of a higher sense than they did the day before, where you're protecting them. And in the midst of protection, prevention is a big part of protection. Down there at the what was that damn YouTube clip? If you can't go to Bella Noche's, where the hell can you go?
What the?
It was a club where they had the ghetto girls outside, and they was they had a whole fire outside. They had a whole exchange of bullets outside, and because the wedding party came in there, and so the whole thing about it was people who were more likely to get hit by a stray bullet or got hit by a direct bullet was because they was in the area. But if you prevent it by, hey, let's go to the skating ring, or let's go to hang out at a Waffle House. Man, let's go somewhere else, right? That's prevention. Not to say nothing can't happen there, but your chances have decreased.
Yep.
So also that also was thought provoking at the same time, because now you're like, dang, I could have been right there. I was going to have a section and I would have wasted my money and I would have not had time and possibly would have lost one of my good people. And that goes the protection and all of that. So all of it's synonymous to me, man. It truly does.
Okay.
The evil face.
Bunny, I see you sis down there. What's the deal?
Bunny, what's good, Bunny?
Oh, I'll go. Example of protection. Protection is to already know like what could potentially happen with something. So say for instance, I don't know, I go to a certain area and I know that, certain things go on there. They be getting it popping, they be sliding, and that to go there is to be in the midst of what could potentially harm me. So to protect myself, that would mean to stay away from said place. And for me, protection, like if I don't feel like something is cool, or I don't feel like a person is like I said earlier, like adding value to my life, or that they have the potential to hurt me, or I isolate myself from that, like I remove it. So protection to me is to understand the threat and to remove yourself from said threat. Provoking is to know what's going on, know, like I said, like know that there's danger involved in whatever activity you choose to partake in, and then facing it head on and picking at it like, yeah, this can happen, but so what? I'm still gonna like poke the bear, like you poking the bear, waiting for something bad to happen. And I don't know, like provoking is to that there is a threat and then still move forward with whatever action you choose to take. And prevention is um knowing that there's a threat, knowing that there's a potential for someone to do something to you, to harm you, hurt you, whatever, physically, mentally. And like protection and prevention is using, okay, so prevention to me is seeing it um before it takes place. So you see red flags, don't
Right.
proceed. You see red flags, so that would come from experience with the threat, with whatever type of person, and knowing like, all right, X, Y, and Z, or A, B, and C already. You checking bullet points, they checking boxes on the danger level, and like, all right, I'm not gonna continue with this person because I want to prevent a problem from occurring. And yeah, and I think prevention can only come from having experience, because you don't know what to look for if you never seen it.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay. Conscious and then Black can start up these. Conscious, where you at, brother? Oh, never mind. Black, what's up? Welcome to the live. Black Queen.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Blessed.
Like as soon as you called my name, my 2-year-old decided to come in here and harass me. So I'm
You
sorry.
know how that be.
Literally, he came in
Oh,
here
mommy
just
about to
doing
be ready.
everything.
Let's go ahead and get some noise going. It's like that.
But let's see. So, are we? You want me to go through all the prompts, or were y'all just on the bonus one?
Yeah, you can do all of them.
Okay. Um, Thank you, son. I got it. He tried to throw it. I got it. Thank you. Um, so being a bigger person makes bigger changes. I definitely agree with that. Um, I'm at a point in my life now, because I'm older, because I have 2 children, that I'm a firm believer in picking your battles.
Yes.
I used to be one of those people that um, always felt like I had to react to certain situations because of my ego, and because of, me feeling like I deserve a certain amount of respect, or I deserve certain things. But now, as like I said, as I'm older with children, I realize that, I have a lot to lose, and somebody who has nothing to lose will make you lose everything. So
Right.
I definitely choose my battles wisely. um what's the problem with letting things go to keep the peace? I don't think there's anything wrong with letting things go to keep the peace. However, again, depending on the dynamic of the situation and what's happening, sometimes you do have to make an example out of people, because they will continue to, I've noticed in my life here lately, a lot of people try me more, that I'm more calm now, and I'm more, yes, baby. My brother moved his whole entire crib with his own tiny hands. Did he? Yeah. Okay. Did he move it
Not the
for?
tiny hands.
Okay. Mommy will come look at it. Yeah, I got a 2-year-old and 5-year-old, and the 2-year-old is something else. That's all I'm gonna say.
You got baby Jack over there.
Yeah, yes, exactly. He has got extra strength from I don't know where, and he just be doing his thing. Like, I just let him do his thing. But so yeah, like I think it really depends on what the situation. Yes, can you not? Here. What do you want? You want that? Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, guys. I'm like, I'm trying to multitask. But anyway, Depending on what the situation is, I feel like, that's you kind of got to make a decision from there. Again,
Mhm.
like I said, I do feel like keeping the peace is always best. However, sometimes, again, you have to make an example out of somebody to let them know, like, listen, don't try this with me again, so matching energy, yeah, matching energy has not done anything for me but disturb my peace. And the reason I say that, because when you try to match energy, all you're doing is using your energy to drain yourself mentally, emotionally, physically, because you're trying to keep up with someone who, when you can just remove yourself from that person and not even have to deal with it. So for me, I don't like, I say it sometimes. I do, like, I'm still working on it, because I do find myself sometimes like, oh, if you treat me like this, you're gonna get that same treatment back. What happened? Hey, Papa. You hit him with that? I'm sorry, give me a second, guys. Hassan?
Oh, about to match some energy real quick.
Hassan? Are you crying? What happened? Where'd he hit you at? Time out. Let's go. I keep telling you, keep your hands off of your brother. That's not nice. Because you know he's not going to hit you back. Time out. No, time out. Should have thought about that before you put your hands on people. Get in there. Come on. Get out his room, please. He's got to take a time out. Chill pill. Cry yourself to sleep. Come on. I'm sorry, y'all. But, yeah, so, yeah, matching energy. As you can see, if I would have matched his energy with, like, disciplining him physically,
Say he's
it
about to
probably
make an
wouldn't go so
example.
good.
This
Right.
is the time where
But
you got to
yeah.
make an example.
See, it's so crazy because with my children, because they're both boys, like every now and again I will get him, but I try to teach my 5-year-old, like, you're the big brother, so you have to teach him not to do these things to you. I can't always intervene, because then as you guys get older, it's just going to get worse. And I'm not always going to be there to intervene. You know what I mean? So I
Right.
try to teach him, don't beat your brother down. However, defend yourself. Like, he come crack you in the head with something. Listen, you gonna have to push him down. Let him know, like, listen, that hurt, brother. I didn't like it. So, but yeah, I definitely feel like matching energy is like, it's draining. Um, and you, like I said, you can really just remove yourself from the situation. It's easier said than done, absolutely. But I feel like it's just a really draining process. So I
Yeah.
choose to try not to do that if I can. We're not, of course, I'm not perfect. So I had situations where, yeah, I'm gonna give it back to you 100%. Like,
He said he
depends
want
on my
attention.
mood. Right. So, but let's see. How much of the world do you think would change by simply being a bigger person? I think a lot of the world would change. I think a lot of these unaliving would not be happening if people could just have a conversation. If people
Right.
weren't the world society has made the world sensitive. I remember a time back, like when I was growing up, person said what you said, either we gonna take it to the knuckles and that's gonna be that. Nowadays, it ain't that. It's straight unaliving. I don't like
Exactly.
you. You looked at me wrong. Boom, it's over. Like, and it's like,
Yep.
what in the hell? Like, what happened? Like, what happened to
It's softer.
old fashioned just throwing the hands and we friends afterwards? Because that's how it was for me growing up. We could throw the hands and now we friends. Like, and we keeping it moving. And I'm not saying that's how it always has to be, but it's just, I think a conversation um would stop a lot of things. I really do.
Yeah.
I think a lot of these young men coming up now, they have egos about themselves, and even some of these young women have these egos about themselves, and they demand so much
Right.
respect. And so they don't know how to have a conversation. They don't know how to say, okay, we don't necessarily have to like each other. However, I'll stay on my side, you stay on your side, and that's what it is. It has to go straight to, you know, GUM play and all that craziness. So, like, I definitely think, being a bigger person would make a big difference in the world if people would just have conversations. And I feel like, it's our job. I'm 37. I'm not sure how old everybody is on here, but I feel like in my age group, it's my job to talk to the younger generation up under me and let them know, you know what I mean, and try to school them on that. And then it's the older generation, older than me, it's their job to continue to keep schooling me so I can keep feeding that knowledge, so on and so forth. And I think that's where the ball has been dropped for real, a generation upon generation. It's not like it used to be. We don't have the grandparents that we had back in the day. We don't have the villages and the neighborhood moms like we did. Back in the day, everybody on the street probably could tear your little butt up. Like, you live on the street, families know everybody, kids play together. If Miss Sue up the street see you doing something, she can get you, bring you home to your mama, and your mama gonna get you. Nowadays, you can't even say nothing to these people's kids because you might get unalived. You know what I mean? Like, it's deep out here for real. So I definitely think conversation goes a long way, and being mentally mature to be able to do so and set your ego aside plays a big part in that. And that's a lot of the problem, ego. Um, and then the bonus, what's an example of each: protection, provoking, and prevention? So me, an example of protection would be, like, is this any to like with children or like just myself? Is there any specifics or just any type of example? Anybody?
Say it again.
Now I said, is there any specific type of protection we're talking about, like with children, with being like just
What
in
to
general?
basically to you? What would be like different examples? Just to you, with given a scenario of protection, a scenario of provoking, and a scenario of prevention.
Okay.
Anything.
Um. So a scenario of protection, I would say, is just kind of like what I'm gonna just use my children because that's the best example I got. Kind of like with my children, like when I'm out, um, and like I have two boys, a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old. However, my 5-year-old, he likes to, because he's 5 now, he likes to go into the men's bathroom by himself. As moms, we take our boys with us, but so for me, like an example of me trying to still protect him while he goes into the bathroom, because I'm very aware of the world we live in and I'm very cautious, and I'm one of those scary moms. Like, I'm real protective of my children. So I stand at the men's bathroom and I kind of like leave my foot in the door. I've gotten to it with with a man about this before because he's like, "That's not appropriate." And I'm like, "Man, my son's in there, so like, bro, I'm sorry, but I'm going to stand here so I can be at ear's length to hear what could happen or what might go." You know what I mean? Like that makes me comfortable because I don't want to deny him of that right of going into the men's bathroom because he is a little boy and he's getting older and he just don't want to go in the women's bathroom with his mom no more. Like, he is aware that it's a women's bathroom, so that would be like an example of protection for me. I'm on my P's and Q's and I'm always paying attention to my surroundings. Provoking, what my son just did to my oldest, cracking him in the head with something, trying to make him do something back to him, and instead my son was the bigger person. He did get upset because it hurt, but he told me, and so now my other one's in timeout because that's what we do around here. So
Hmm.
that's an example of provoking. Prevention. Um, an example of prevention. Let me think real quick. Oh, I forgot I had y'all's food in there. I would say an example of prevention would be like, um, if a bad situation is happening, like say you look outside and you see police everywhere, and like you don't really know what's going on, like you heard what's going on, but you don't know the ins and out. I think like prevention from like getting yourself involved or anything happening to you, like staying in your home, minding your business. You know what I mean? Don't be peeking out the blinds and all that. Like, I would say that's like an example of prevention, like preventing yourself from being in a situation that has nothing to do with you. Um, that's my best example I could give right now.
Okay. What the heck? Oh, what happened to where you go? It was his turn.
Conscious, yeah.
Let's see if I can get him back in here. Hush up, boy.
Now your baby's crying.
Ain't no damn baby of mine. No. Yeah. Little puppy is particularly the boy. He's really fond of my wife. And so she's been gone for about 2 hours. She's been off all this week, so he been enjoying that. This bad boy is trailing the house, smelling everything, trying to find my wife. Fam, she ain't here. She ain't here, bro.
Oh, I walked away from my phone.
I just
Look,
recently started liking dogs anyway.
look at the little
They
sad
cute.
sucker. She
Where's
ain't
she?
here, bro. She ain't here, fam. Now go be with your sisters. My damn wife anyway. What you looking for?
I told my son when he get out the house, I'm getting a dog.
My son wanted a dog, and I refused to get one because I don't like animals, and I don't want to have to feed another mouth and clean up another.
Wait, you don't like
Video.
no animals?
No, I don't. I don't even like going to the zoo.
Wait, well, how do you have a whole disliking for a whole entire species that have so many variations?
Stop. Sorry, y'all.
I
Says
just
about
found
that
out
time.
how.
Listen,
Dog
y'all.
life.
I'm over here. Y'all hear this in my background?
They said that time out ain't doing it.
I need them little
No,
homies to come
it's
spend some
going
time with
down.
me.
I'ma
What
show
is
you something. I'm about to
wrong?
make you feel how I feel. You ain't gonna.
Yo, boy,
That's because
shut
she
your
used the
mouth,
word
big
time
brother.
out. I would have been in there like, you scream one more time. I'm gonna give you something to
Listen,
scream about.
listen, I'm on
Hey,
live
you
and I'm
letting all the
trying
mommies
to
go. All the mommies going crazy. Like,
I'm
hold
listen,
up.
Damn,
I'm
she
trying
on
to be
live.
real diplomatic because I am on here with y'all and I don't want to commence to whooping you
Baby,
know
I
what.
would have went on mute and said, let me match this energy real quick. You scream one more time. I'm gonna
No, give me
yank
that.
that
Speaking of matching energy, we
I'm gonna
doing this a
pull
topic
that
today.
box out your throat.
Yeah, I am actually gonna mute y'all because yeah. I'll be back.
Do
Hey,
your
hey,
thing.
listen.
Oh my
You can
god.
always send them to me. I tase kids.
Hmm?
You can always send them to me. I tase kids.
Oh
Oh,
God.
Oh
she said that
god.
electricity works. I remember you was talking
Listen,
about that yesterday.
I'm trying to tell you. I'm name a problem that electricity ain't fixed. I'll wait.
Oh my god.
That's what I
So
thought.
I
You want
guess it
your
is a
hey
time that
hey
matching
hey listen.
energy has done something. So we answer number two on the opposite end. Okay.
No, but
You
Okay.
want
she's not
you
matching
want
it.
your batteries recharged? Electricity.
She's
How about your car?
superseding that energy.
Electricity.
Not
Your
matching
Wi-Fi?
it.
Electricity. Your TV? Electricity. A well-behaved
You know
child?
what?
Electricity. And I land my plane.
You want to put the hawk down, electricity.
Come on now.
That joke, I don't know how you. I even said, me and my friends making jokes about how powerful electricity is. We said the dude even tased electro and he still got. Like, what?
So
How?
let me
He
tell
made
y'all
out of
how I
electricity.
came
How
up
you
to
get
this
stunned
conclusion. I had to tell you how I
to
came
the
up to
back
this
of the neck?
conclusion. I had a homeboy. He used to do this after school program, and he said, "Bro, I can get you in as a sub. They're gonna pay you $40 an hour. It's about 3-4 hours." I
Oh
said,
my!
"Man, I would have done it for free, but cool, I come." And so I get in there. There's a bunch of little kids, roughly around the age between 5 and 7, and I'm like, "Hey, calm down, calm down." And so 2 or 3 kids sit down. There's still 15 more running around, running around. I say, hey, calm down, calm down. This time, 10 kids get down, but then they get back up and run around, run around. And I'm sitting at this teacher's desk, and she has this shocker, brand
Shocking.
new, brand new. It's literally for her safety if she have to stay in after late. Then she has something with her. And bro, I pulled that bad boy out the box, and these kids didn't even know what it was. And I hit the button on that bad boy. And when I tell you I had well-behaved children for the duration of that day, I say these kids don't even know what electricity is, but they knew to obey it. Look
Wait,
at
say
you.
that again, Lim. What you do? Because I need to do that in here.
All I had to do was hit the button.
She had to go on mute for that. Like, what did you do again?
I just held the thing
Listen, I'm
and hit
over
the
here
button.
sweating.
I just hit the button. That bad boy went, and I said, "Oh, everybody sit down." And listen, everybody sat down. Electricity. Yeah. You ever asked, I said this last night. Ask somebody who's been shot and tased and watch which one they tell you they'd rather be.
I
Watch
be
which one they
tased.
tell you.
Listen,
Hey, so you would think.
They gon' they
At
gon'
least
they
I'll be
gonna
able to
knock you
live.
off of TikTok over here talking like that.
you know what's crazy though? I was on. You want some more of this? No, you gotta go
He said, I'm
somewhere.
about to be home today. I'm going to show you. I
Listen,
already
this
know that's how
one
boys
here.
and mothers be for
I'm.
real. Because I was that boy.
Being a boy mom is real
Like, Mom, you
interesting.
can't do it like Daddy can.
It's real interesting being a boy mom because these boys be wow. Like my 5-year-old, not so much. He's calm, laid back, chill. It's this 2-year-old. He is a monster. Like,
He's a
Is
tester.
the dad around?
yeah, I mean, he is not as much as he should be. No, he's a truck
Oh,
driver, so he,
oh, okay, man. I got you.
you
I
know what
got
I
you.
mean. So yeah,
'Cause I know it's a whole nother energy when father come around.
and I said, well, he's
You
going with
said
his
what?
father because
That's all you
I
got to do is
said,
point that
listen,
finger.
he just got it approved. Stop it, guys. Y'all don't have to fight over ketchup. Sit down somewhere. Um, his dad just got approved from his boss to be able to take him on the truck. So yeah, we driving up to Michigan next month. He going with his daddy.
Are you from Baltimore?
Y'all coming up there where I'm at? What?
I'm not from Baltimore. I'm from Pittsburgh. Everybody keeps saying that sound like I'm
I
from
know if I hear
Baltimore.
some yelling, I know you nearby.
Yeah, his dad is his trucking company is in Michigan, so that's where I will be meeting him at, and he can hit the road with his baby boy.
Yeah, boys are a lot, but I mean, I think when you got two, it's like different because my son's father has another son, and he comes over sometime. He older, but they still be
All right.
fighting, and 1 minute they friends, and then 5 minutes later they fight, and I'm like, yo, I don't want to hear that shit. I don't
That's
want to
my
hear it.
son's. I swear, Google, that's my son's. Like right now, he's my 5-year-old's holding his brother, rubbing his back. In about 2 seconds, this one gonna slap him, and it's gonna be on
Well,
again.
yeah,
Like,
Hello.
and
I can't
I be
handle
like,
it.
you know what? But you know what's crazy? I was on. Like, I'm so glad that y'all like are not judgy because there be these lives that be talking about
I'm
like
judging,
spanking your
son.
child
Huh?
and be like there be these lives talking about spanking your child and people is so, like I never knew how many people just thought disciplining your child was abuse. I'm like, where do y'all come from? Because see, I was an
Oh,
80s
I'm glad
baby.
you ain't said the
I got my,
opposite.
listen, I got my ass whooped.
Yeah,
So
Right.
I don't, and it ain't make me
Because
crazy
they
or
soft
mental
now.
or none of that.
yeah. I mean, I be hearing people say certain stuff, but I don't. People are crazy now. Like Uta,
Yeah.
he is 13 and he got a slick mouth, but he's very respectful. He go anywhere and be like, "Oh, your son is so nice. He's so." I'm like, "Who you talking about? My son?" I'm like, "Oh, okay, good." But like the person that they go walk off into the world and be, and like in front of people, like that's different from home. I talk crazy anyway. Everybody in our family talk junk. It's like a sport. But like that, he got disciplined in it, and it helped. Like it don't come nowhere but from home. So when you go out into the world, you acting crazy, that's because you ain't get enough
And
discipline.
too, you know what be crazy about these people who be saying like, "Oh, discipline and this, discipline and that." It be the like you don't discipline your child, and then your child go out here and be a menace. Then they'll blame you as a parent for not
Right.
disciplining your child. So it's like, okay, you
Actual.
discipline. Y'all want to say discipline is abuse, but then I don't discipline them, and he come out here and start acting crazy. Then you gonna blame me as a parent? Like, nah, I'll take
There's
the
only so much talking you can do.
$6,000.
Only so much talking you can do.
If he make it
I
and see
said
his mama did
no.
it,
Stop
If
it.
he become a menace and a failure, it was his daddy's fault.
Mirror, what's
It's
the
our
deal? I
fault
didn't know you
too.
popped up
God's
here,
looking
looked
for
up at
us.
you up here.
So, man, I thought I was in trouble. I seen all them request stuff in there. I was like, all the people sending me what you call it. I'm like, damn, what happened? What happened?
Hey, Lee, you
What
know you're
about
supposed to be in here. That's what happened.
what?
What's
Let
up,
me get
Leah?
back in.
Hey,
Hey,
You
hey,
know
hey,
why
don't
he
be
wasn't
asking.
in here,
Hey,
right?
hey, hey, don't be acting all narcissistic.
No,
that's
right.
what
I
I'm
was
talking
about to
about.
say that's why he wasn't in here. Ah. I'm
I
glad
was just
Jen
like,
ain't here. Oh, dang, Jen is down here. Dang.
was,
What we gonna do
Ah,
yelling
come
down
on. And you know when you switch the boxes, I'm gonna drop because I gotta go back to my box.
hey,
there?
hey,
Go to your box. There you go, yelling down the whole crew here now.
All right, I'm gonna be quiet. Let's try to keep talking. But
nah, for sure. 'Cause I gotta get up. I gotta get up and
Yeah, but no,
do this
I was
content.
on a live yesterday with some. You know, it would be funny though too. A lot of people that be saying this stuff don't even have children. So I was on a live
Mm,
yesterday, and this young girl, she was like 22 or something, and she was going hard about discipline. And she was like, I just think that's disgusting, and staring, and what she say? um Putting fear into your child is disgusting. Like your child shouldn't fear you. Like she was just going on and on and on. So I asked her, I'm like, sis, let me ask you this. Do you have children? She's like, that don't have nothing to do with it. I said, that's the first thing all y'all say when y'all got so much to say about parenting. When somebody asks y'all, do you have children? Y'all always want to say it don't have nothing to do with it. But it really does, because you could talk all day long about what you can and can't do and what you will and won't do until you're actually in that situation.
yeah.
So she was talking about my nephew, we tell him don't do this. And guess what? He don't never do it again. It's just as simple as that. That's all it takes. And I'm like, okay, maybe for your nephew. I'm like, God bless your nephew. I'm glad he listened on the first time.
That's a
However,
lie.
most children don't. Most
Every
children, you
child
tell
is
them no,
different.
they try it again. You know what I mean?
They
Like you
be
pop them,
testing
they'll
you.
still try it again. She's like, no. She was like, I was born. What she say? I was raised. There's a fork right there, baby. Use the fork to get them out. Come on, you want to learn how to make stuff? You gotta put your big boy drawers on now. Let's go. Um.
and we teaching right there. Teach.
Oh yeah, my son he likes to learn how to cook. So right now we're starting out with the air fryer. He learned how to make hot dogs and stuff in the air fryer and get them
Mhm.
out fast.
Because you guys know that the women he gonna be dealing with ain't gonna cook for him or don't know how to cook, so he need to feed himself. So yeah, get it right.
Yep.
This day
Listen,
and
I'm
age.
just saying, I got to teach them, because the type of women that be out here nowadays, it's like, damn, I don't know, I don't know. My son got a fighting chance when he get older. Open it. There's more in there.
Shoot.
There's,
Ain't gonna be a
but yeah,
passport right now.
That's all.
man, but yeah, like the
Well,
girl was
hell,
going
shit, he ain't
on.
got far to go. He up
That's
there in
hot.
Pittsburgh, just cross the water and get hit them Canadian.
But I put that down. Yeah, but yeah, she was just going on and on about how disciplined this, and I'm like, little girl, like first of all, you 20, whatever, and I'm not trying to discredit what you're saying. However, you haven't even experienced being a mother. You can send your nephew back. So yeah, he might listen,
Mm,
but if he don't, you can always send him home. You ain't got to deal with that. When it becomes your own, there's a lot of things I said I wouldn't do until I had kids. Cause I was one of
mm-hmm.
them. I ain't gonna beat my child. I ain't gonna. Man, I be whooping ass up in here, okay? Cause we ain't about to play. We're not playing them games. Like, and it when it's called for, you know what I mean. Everything that they do don't deserve physical discipline. However, there are certain things that deserve an ass whooping. It just is what it is. I got my butt whooped. I'm fine. Ain't nothing wrong with me. I'm a productive member of society, and I feel like it helped me. It helped me to respect my mom, not necessarily fear my mom. Just leave it in the sink, baby. It's for the sink. But I didn't necessarily fear my mom, so to speak. It was more of a respect thing, and my mom being disappointed in me. I didn't want my mom to be disappointed
Yeah.
in me, so I chose not to do certain things because I knew the disappointment was going to hurt her, and then it would make me upset. You know what I mean? So I think it's a matter of talking to your child and disciplining your child. It depending on the situation, it might call for a sit down conversation, or a conversation and an ass whooping, or it might just call for an ass whooping, and that's what it is. You know what I mean?
Hey, Black,
So
Yeah.
you need to give Kev a new topic, and what I just, what I'm starting to hear, because
You break.
I grew up, like you said, where I was disciplined. You know, with it's probably my signal. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, but I'm gonna
Give
drop
me just a
down.
second. There we go. Okay, there we go. But I grew up where my mother and father disciplined me with spankings. You know, I got my butt whooped, and 9 times out of 10, I deserved it. But what I learned with my kids, and the same thing that my parents were probably doing, because it wasn't the only. That's the thing that people talk about it like that's the only go-to. Like that's what you just do. And it's like, no, that's just one of the tools on the tool belt. And like one of my friends, one of the other friends on here said, he was like, yeah, that's because you used all the tools on the tool belt, so the only thing left is the tool belt. So you use the tool belt. And then the other thing is, you got people who are trying so hard to discredit the message, so that they're trying to discredit the messenger. So that's also a reason why you got so many who are running away from God. When you say, well, are you a Christian? Well, I believe, but I don't believe. So it's that I want to believe, but I want to believe under the terms that it worked for me. Because when you said about the having a installing fear, God says that you need to have a healthy fear for him, a respectful fear. And that's the same thing that as a child we need to have for our parents, a respectful fear. It's a reverence. It's not that I'm afraid you're going to unalive me or do something damage to me, but it's a fear that if I disrespect you, it's a fear that if I step out of line or if I do something that is wrong, that goes against, what is our family, you're going to set me back straight and put me back in line. When we were growing up in school, the attitudes that we're dealing with, it was called an attitude problem. Now that's just the way I am, and you got to deal with it. No, you still got an attitude problem, and it should have got adjusted when you were a kid.
Right.
But now you an adult, and it still needs to be adjusted. So we're allowing people who don't have to walk in our shoes to try to dictate to us how we're supposed to walk in our shoes. And I land.
Yeah,
Ouch.
that what he said too. I was thinking that because like while they're young, like black queens babies like 2, 5, and all the way up to maybe like 9, 10. That's like fear of like the discipline or what might happen. But when they get older, and like as women, like the boys get taller than us, bigger than us, or whatever, and then it's like the level of respect that's retained from said like treatment in the formative years that like continues to make them like, oh, all right, let me not do X, Y, and Z. They're not saying that they're not going to get in trouble, but they still respect the foundation that you put down previously. Like, oh, she gonna be disappointed in me, and disappointment is a strong tool, because I'm like, yeah, I can't believe you did that. Like, that's crazy. Like, I would never expect you to do X, Y, and Z. And sometimes that's enough to like make my point. Like, yo, I didn't teach you that way. So I agree with both of y'all. Like, I don't people are crazy online and off. Like, I don't know I do know what type of world we live in. It's just everything is without it's the absence of God. That's why you could do anything.
But we are society that's constantly manipulating this, and me and Kev go back and forth about this all day. But it's all about the people's choices and the choices. And what we have right now, we have so many people who want to live in a fantasy island. And the one thing I want you to notice, that people always seem to dispute that what's wrong and right. And it only seems to be a problem when you're trying to call them out on something that they doing wrong. As long as they feel like they're doing right, you never hear anybody argue with you about, well, what's wrong and right. Who's the judge of that? Because as long as it's benefiting me, as long as it's working for me, I'm gonna go with it. And the minute that it's not, now I'm trying to figure out a way to make BS work for me. What they say, what's the saying go? Don't pee on me, and don't pee in a cup and give it to me and tell me it's lemonade. No, this is piss. This is not lemonade. I watched you put it in
Right. You are so
I
right.
watched you put it in the cup. And you gonna try to convince me that this is lemonade. No, it is not lemonade. And I don't care who you try to get to say, well, who's the dictator whether this is lemonade or not? I'm dictating it whether this is lemonade or not. I saw where it came from, and it ain't lemonade. I don't care what you tell me. So there is a right and a wrong. And, we go back and forth about it sometimes. And like Kev and Juan will say, that there's some things that are subjective. But then there are some things that are not subjective. It just is what it is. And I hate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
It is though.
That's just like this. I know a lot of schools where I'm at, this has been like a heavy topic, and a lot of parents are like, fighting against it. They want to teach about, the new, I ain't gonna say the new community, but this newer community that is trying to um, exist. I guess that's what I should say. I want to be respectful. I don't know TikTok language, so I don't know what I can and cannot say, but um,
Call it the fantasy, because that's what it is, a fantasy. Because
okay,
basically
yeah,
what it is, I don't know how y'all are, but I grew up where I watched Fantasy Island. And that's exactly what this is. You got people who are living in Fantasy Island, and they want you to live in Fantasy Island with them. They want
yeah,
you to be okay with their fantasy. That is your fantasy. And you look like a man. Well, I identify as a woman. I'm sorry, you look like a man. You want me to identify?
yes,
I'm going to
okay,
identify you as what I see. And I'm not going to adjust because that's what you want me to do. That is your fantasy, not mine. And the definition of fantasy is something that is impossible or improbable. And that's the other place we need to do. We need to start looking up the definition of these words that people like to use and put that back on them. Because people like to just use words and don't even know what they mean. So I believe in fantasies. So you believe in what's impossible and improbable, which means when you try to bring a fantasy to reality, that means you're trying to live a lie.
right. Yeah, you hit it the nail on the head, because that's exactly what I'm talking about, and it's so crazy because they're now, like I said, I know it's happening in other states, but I know here, they're trying to teach about the LGBTQ, whatever the letters are. They're trying to teach about that in school, and I'm like, there's so much other stuff that these children could be learning about: financial literacy, how to be business owners, how to build a brand, like, and y'all want to teach about this nonsense? Like, I don't feel like my son should have to be subjected to that bull crap, because one, what are you teaching? What you're teaching them how to accept people? I mean, I really don't know what the education or what the curriculum could be behind that being taught in a school. Like, to me, there it's just
An
essence.
agenda.
Yeah, that's
You
it.
want me to tell you how it's an agenda? I can tell you how it's an agenda. Pay attention. So, United States of America, this is what we're talking about. How old you got to, and I need you to answer these questions I ask you. How old do you got to be to drive?
16,
16,
18, 21. Well, yeah, 16.
16 in Pennsylvania,
How old you got to be to vote?
18,
18,
How old you got to be to drink?
21,
21.
To buy liquor?
Yeah,
How old do you got to be to smoke? And that's different by state, but I think ours
21.
and
because
in
of
the state of
marijuana. But how
Pennsylvania,
old?
yeah, I was gonna say in the
Yeah.
state of Pennsylvania is 18.
Oh, ours is 21, I think.
Oh, okay. So it differs by state. Yeah, it differs by state, but 18. How old do you got to be to be drafted or enlist in the army?
18.
18.
Now I got plenty of others. I can go on and on and on. But you got what the gist of what I'm trying to say. Why
Mm-hmm.
is it that I got to be this age to do these things? Because my mentality, my mind is not right enough for me to make the right
Mm.
decisions to do it at a younger age. So then why are you coming after me about my sexuality, something I feel, and trying to make this a choice at a young age when
Hmm.
when you've already made it up? Because if this is the case, then I should be able to vote at the same age I'm able to choose my sexuality. I should be able to go and get alcohol. I should be able to drive. I should be able to do anything I want, because that's what you're telling me right now in this moment. With my body, I can do whatever I want. So why can't I drink? Why can't I vote?
No, you make it
Make it make
perfect sense.
sense.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're definitely right. And it's so crazy because I be hearing, sometimes I scroll past these different lives that, they're talking about this stuff. And sometimes I'll just listen in, because I'm like, I always want to, get up there and drop knowledge and facts. But however, I'm one of the ones that always get kicked off the platform. But um it's so crazy because they try to use this whole ideology of, oh, there's 5 male characteristics and 5 female characteristics, and if they don't align with what your biological gender was assigned at birth, then you, like, it'd be the craziest shit that I ever heard. Like, and I'm just like, they try to bring science into it, they try to bring, like, and to me it's just like, at the end of the day, God created life one way, the natural way of life. There was man and there was woman. No matter how you try to dance around that, it is what it is. You can't change what God created. You can't change that. And that be really my main point. Like they're like, well, what about this and what about I don't want to talk about all that other nonsense because it's nonsense. Let's deal with the facts of what it is. God created man and created woman. He did not create two men to be together. He did not create two women to be together. He did not create you to change your gender. He didn't make a mistake. You were born how you were born for a reason. So just because you feel a certain way on the inside doesn't mean that I have to accept that or address you as such. You know, if you are a biologically born male and a biologically born female, that's what I'm going to address you as. And then they kill me with this whole cis thing. When did this even come about? Cis men and cis women. Like what is that? I'm like, I'm a woman and that's a man. And that's what we have been called for years. You got like these people now want to come and try to put us in a box because like you said, they want to live in their own fantasy land and they want to try to come and put men and women in a box to label us now as cis this and cis that. And I'm like, nah, that's not acceptable. And I don't, me personally, I don't allow anybody to refer to me as that. Like that's just not what it is. I'm a woman.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, they all subjected to the pharmaceutical industry pushing the agenda on them so they can sell their drugs and operations. Like that's it, and they promoting this like that's their idea or ideology, but it's really not. Like that's all it comes to. You gotta follow the money if you want to know what's going on. Follow the bread. Like who has that type of power to promote that within school and make it a part of the curriculum and have all this advertisements and stars and what is it like celebrities promoting this amongst the regular people or the population? It's the bread. Like they just want to sell those drugs and that's it. That's all. And they're gonna destroy the human race to do so.
Can't argue with her there.
You're absolutely right, Google. Like, you're absolutely right. And that's crazy that they really trying to push this though in the schools. Like that to me is wow.
They
Like
have reoccurring revenue. They gotta keep the in business, reoccurring revenue is the motive.
yep. I know one thing, they start pushing that shit in my son's school. He'll be homeschooled because I ain't with none of that nonsense.
Yeah,
He
I
gonna
talked to my son about it already. He already knows what's going on. They got rainbow steps. He said they got a LGBT little kid, and he in middle school, mind you, little kid type of club. I said, well, who in there? Cause I be listening to what he say. I'm like, what's your kid drama today? Like, what y'all had going on? Like, and I be like, he tell me what be going on, and it's crazy. They crazy.
See, and that's what I'm saying. Like that right there in itself is like, how do you even support that? Like, I don't understand how a school. Like, I understand, you know, everybody as a human race deserves, to be treated a certain way. Like, you don't deserve to be treated inhumanely. But I will say this: when you are exerting inhumane behaviors, how do you expect to get treated? And
Right.
that's just how I feel about it. Like, to me, it's that deep for me. Like, this is really like blasphemy. It's it's inhumane. It's wrong. It's just so many things that I could say about it. And it's like, oh, we get treated this way, we get treated that way. Yeah, because this is nonsense. And people who know what's real and what, like, kind of like what Mira said, real and what's fantasy, we're not going to accept that, and we're not going to be a part of that. Give him his guns back. Come on, nap time. You
Real
go in your
quick,
room. You go
we
in your
got
room.
14 people up in this live. We need to start hitting the like button. We should be past 20K by now. So come on, let's start tapping that like button. Let's get up to 20K. Don't tap if you're in the box. If you're in the box, hit hashtag FYP. Hashtag FYP. You can gift the host if you like. You can also gift the people in the panel in the panel if you like. And share the live. Share the live. And you're more than welcome to come up. We have spaces, so if you want to add your comment to your comments to the conversation, come on up. We're more than welcome to come on up, and we'll be happy to have you. Or you can just keep chiming in the comments. But while you chime in the comments, make sure you keep typing that like button. All right, thank you. And oh yeah, for the record, I ain't being the bigger person. Forget that mess.
Why not, Mara? Why
Well,
not?
since you said that, now you can start the topic off. Everybody else do.
Nah, I'm honestly, I wish sometimes I could not be the bigger person. Sometimes it's frustrating because I tend to feel like I'm always being the bigger person. Um, in my marriage, I always felt like I was the one who always forgave first, who let stuff go, tried to move on, and it's because I cared about the relationship. But unfortunately, when you deal with people who are missing things within themselves or they see themselves a certain way, it doesn't necessarily work for them because they look at it as weakness because they see it as they wouldn't do that for you. But understanding that for me, being the bigger person is basically for me. It's basically so that I can walk away and know that I did everything I could to try to make the best of the relationship and try to make the relationship work. I put my best foot forward. And it just doesn't work being childish, and then being childish can get your butt locked up because then you end up
Facts.
in a situation where now you fighting with the person or doing something to get back at them instead of just letting it go and moving on. And what's the problem with letting things go to keep peace? Honestly, other than people taking advantage of it or misusing it or thinking that taking advantage, you're trying to take advantage of you or think that you're weak, I don't see anything wrong with it. I can't really honestly see a problem with it. Basically what I feel is like like I like to say, when you hold on to stuff and you're not being the bigger person, when you're not letting stuff go, it's like I'm gonna sit up here and drink this poison while I'm sticking myself, and I'm gonna go wait for you to unalive.
Hmm.
And it just seems I'm getting sicker and sicker and more hurt, and I'm going down. But I'm waiting on you to unalive. I'm waiting on it to happen, even though I feel like I'm unaliving. But I'm waiting on you to unalive by trying to unalive myself. Make it make sense. So next,
Hmm.
Black Queen.
I think they all went. Everybody went except you. You the newest one. So what you got for the
So all of them,
examples?
did they go through all of them, or did they go
Yeah,
through?
all of
How do
them.
we do?
Yep.
Okay, so then I'm on. What has matching energy done for you? It's been exciting sometimes. I'm not usually one that'll match energy, but sometimes it's funny. Sometimes it's a difference. It's a trip. But then a lot of times, like you say, you just end up with two people fighting, arguing, going back and forth, and unless there's somebody to step in and intervene, you just basically end up fighting and arguing. You don't get anywhere. Um, or depending on how their energy is, it may be somebody who decide they're going to ignore you and cut you off and not talk to you anymore. So now you got two people who are actually really good for each other, who now, because one of them are being selfish and the other person is deciding, I'm going to give you back what you're giving. Now you have two people who just basically cut off each other off and walked away from each other. So
Hmm.
it could be a lot of issues that come out of dealing with matching energy that really doesn't come out good. Now, if somebody's giving you positive energy and you match them with positive energy, I don't see nothing coming wrong with that. But negative to negative, it's just, you're just going to end up with an explosion. And let's see. How much of the world do you think would change by simply being the bigger person? Shoot. If America decided to be the bigger person, do you know how the world will be a great place to live? But nah, America is petty as hell. America is the watch. Don't watch what the hand over here with the guns doing. Watch the empty hand over here. Watch this hand over here ain't doing nothing. Keep your eye on that one. Don't watch. I mean the pew pew. F1 in the chats. I just caught it.
Gotta get a couple of them a day, you know.
You know I do. You know I do. But if everybody decided to be the bigger person, at the end of the day, what you're really saying is, what if everybody decided to be adults?
Ouch.
It
Don't
would be
tell
a
them like
peaceful place.
that.
It would be a peaceful place. But when everybody is choosing to play, to be the selfish, to play the childish role, then you keep constant chaos. You get to where it's never taking any accountability for anything, where it's always somebody else's fault. It's never my
Mm-hmm.
fault. I'm always a victim. Somebody's always doing me wrong. It's always all these people, even though, these people are spread out across the world and don't even know each other, have nothing in common but yet and still they're all the problem.
Right.
It's never any self-reflection because the issue is always outside of me. So if the problem's outside of me, then I don't have to fix me. I have to fix what's going on outside of me. So I spend all day trying to fix stuff that isn't broken, and all the while ignoring what is broken.
Mm-hmm.
And then it gets to stuff like I like to use the car for like situation like our representation of relationship. You know that you went out and tried to start the car and the car wouldn't start. But there's power to the car. So most people know that if there's power to the car, that the battery's working. But because you don't have because you're trying to fix the relationship in any way other than what's actually broken, because you're the part that's broken, you're trying to fix the battery. But you already recognize the battery's not the problem. So then you go and you're checking the tires, and the tire's not the problem. And then, and what's really the problem is the car's just out of gas. And you actually know it, but you won't accept that that's the problem, because if you accept that's the problem, then that means you messed up and you need to fix it. So you out there trying to fix the windshield wipers. So when you can't fix the windshield wipers, you can't fix none of that stuff. You just say the car's broken and go get a new car and have the same exact problem all over again. And I land.
Mm-hmm. I guess I could do the
I was gonna
I
say
haven't did that one yet.
No, okay, I'll wait. Nope, I'll wait. I'll wait to do the bonus.
You did the bonus already?
No, I didn't do it. I'll wait.
Oh, my bad.
Did you do it?
Kicked in.
Did you do the bonus?
Nope. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I'll go after you.
All right, examples. All right, this is the one I wanted, but it ain't. Oh, man, I want some more people in because I know I'm about to shake some stuff. You know what I'm saying? But all right, so example of protection.
Finna shake the room up.
Huh?
You want me to go before you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Before you shake the room. You know I'm gonna do it anyway. You know I'm gonna slide one. I'm gonna get one or two of yours.
I'm gonna use some examples like they go like, that ain't true. That's not protection.
What's an example each of protection, provoking and prevention? So, example of protection, and I'm gonna use men and women. Of course, men is easy. We're going out somewhere, and I see that there's the situation where there might be some smoke down the road, and I've seen this kind of situation before. I know something ain't right, and so I'm gonna take my family and we're gonna turn off the road and go a different direction. And it's like, why are we going a different direction? Only to find out later on it was a fire down the road or an explosion that we just missed. So that's could be a form of protection. Or walking down the street with my woman and I see just a group of people that just, and I had to make sure I say people because we like to just try to put it on us. A group of people that just don't look good. They don't look like they mean us no good. And it's like, okay, let's go a different direction. For protection for the woman, her way of protecting me might be that she knows that I get angry about certain things, so she calms me down and doesn't let it get to me because she knows that I'm gonna explode and blow this room up. Or she knows that if she dresses a certain way that it's going to draw attention and it's going to cause me to have to step up and do things that I don't want to do and deal with people I don't want to do. So she decides to dress differently to keep me from having to deal with those situations. Another way that she protects me is by listening. And vice versa. I think we both protect each other that way by listening to each other. Example of provoking. Shoot, I'm gonna leave this one easy for Kev, but it's just simple. That one where somebody just sitting there poking you, or they putting their finger close enough to you, then somebody pointing their finger in your face, or pointing at you, or somebody just keeps staring at you. It's this little stuff that can provoke you. I had a baby sister, so provoking was her specialty. So it could be something as As simple as I know that you like this cake, and I'm gonna go in here and keep acting like I'm gonna eat your cake and keep messing with you. So those are all different examples of provoking. I'm gonna act like I'm gonna hit your car, or I'm gonna key your car, I'm gonna bust your windows, you know. And prevention, and I think I kind of expounded on the prevention one with the women and her deciding that I'm addressed differently. You know, normally I'm addressed this way and I know all the attention, but today, because I'm with my man and I don't want him to have to beat nobody down, I'm addressed a little less provocative today. So that's preventing, and it's a way of prevention. Like, I'm gonna try to prevent these situations. And I think that's probably about it I can come up with prevention.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You up.
Pender. What's the deal, man?
Ain't shit, bro. How you feeling, man?
Nah, I'm blessed, man, as usual.
Hey, yo,
What's
how would
good,
this
Pander?
pit bull keep getting in my backyard, dog?
The what?
Nah, this pit, this big old pit.
Oh, oh my.
Man, my neighbor's pit kept getting in my backyard. I figured out that the dog had tore up my fence. So I had to
Oh
go back
my.
there and get them to get their dog out my fence and then fix my fence so the dog couldn't come through no more.
Oh
They
no,
put the
they been
doghouse in
fixing
front
my
of it.
offense for me. Get all that.
Yeah.
Nah, but that's the thing. I think it's coming through the fence too. But bro, I'm telling you right now, I love pits, bro. But at the same time, you know what I'm saying? I got a 9. You know what I mean? And if I'm outside and it runs after me, I'm gonna have to put it down.
Oh my.
It probably won't run after dog or another
And
animal
that's
to
what you
go after
call
that.
protection.
Yeah, but it probably won't come for you. But
So no, I agree with everything that bro said, especially with the female's form of protection.
but
Um
Pander, before you get going, stay on
yeah,
the
yeah.
just stay on the pit bull. This is my thing on the dog. Kev, you know where we live. This dog is behind me out in this dog house every day, all day, and I'm just like, I'm like, why do our people think that if you that you have a dog, that I'm like, what is that? Is that a zoo animal or something? That's not a pet. Y'all don't spend any time with it. The only time y'all go back there is to feed the dog. The dog
Mm.
stays back there on the chain all day, every day, and the only time the dog see you is when you come to feed it. I'm like, what is that? A zoo animal? That's not a pet.
Mm. Mm.
But okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean
Hold
to
Okay.
on.
cut you off, Pander.
Nah, hold on. Let me show y'all this shit real quick. Cause I'm gonna end up damn, I don't think y'all can see it because
Put him on the big screen, Kev.
I can't zoom in. I can't zoom in on here. But y'all see it right there?
Oh yeah, yep,
Yeah.
yep, yep.
Oh yeah.
Now me
Look,
see how big it
he
is?
look,
No.
he coming straight for you too through your window.
If you feed him, he'll be a good pet. He's good look, but no, that tail standing up. That ain't a good sign. He too.
Yeah.
That tail. Now, if his tail was down,
Oh, y'all
I
taught
ain't
me something.
I ain't with none of that.
yeah, his tail is up. He ain't feeling no fear. He feeling like he feeling
Said he
bold.
on tip.
Nah, see he
Look how
here.
his
Yep,
tail
he's
is. His
here.
tail straight up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's listening. Yo, he's listening, son.
Yep. He's
He
like,
is
nigga, I see you
listening.
over here with the thing. I'm
Look at
looking
him. Look
dead
at
at you,
him.
bro.
Somebody about to lose a good dog, though. Shoot. Oh
Yo,
yeah,
nah,
that's
that
a
dog
good
look
pet.
good though. I'm not even gonna hold you. That dog do look
Man, I
good.
stick a bowl out there and start feeding him. Before they knew it, they'd be looking
He's
for him. He'd
stuck
be
over
over
there.
here. He'd be have a new name.
That dog do look good for real. But now, I was saying, now what bro was saying about as far as like the women's protection and like how they could protect the man and I mean different things like that. I agree with that because I was kind of curious last year on how a woman protects and stuff, and I started having lives about it, and we started talking about that shit. And I think yeah, it was a nail on the head. I mean, it was a nail on the head for sure. So I can't read these, bro. Um,
I know.
yeah,
They
so
getting
you're gonna
trendy.
have to
So
dot dot dot.
the first one, what's the problem with letting things go to keep peace?
Man. What's the problem with letting things go to keep peace? I guess there's one issue with if you always the person that gotta let shit go,
Mm.
then it gets to the point like what the fuck? Like I'm the only one that cares about the peace here. But at the same time, if you value your peace of mind, you're not gonna keep on putting yourself in these situations.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? That's causing your peace to be played with. You know what I'm saying? So I don't so that's the value. Okay, cool. I figured it out. That is the value, right? On keeping the peace. It's like, bro, I I'm not willing to sacrifice my peace for your bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So if I have to look like the lesser or however it is to just to protect my peace that I've took years to cultivate, you know what I'm saying? Then I'm gonna do that. You know what? Honestly, I didn't know where I was gonna go with answering that question, but yeah, I
Oh,
figured the
that
shit
came out
out.
of nowhere, just off the
No,
hip.
no fact, because also it's like me personally, I've cultivated my own peace. You know what I mean, it took a while, like in my real life.
Work.
So no matter how pretty somebody looks or whatever it is, I'm not willing to sacrifice my peace
Butter.
for nobody, like at all in my real life or on TikTok, like whatsoever. So yeah, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to do, well, not sometimes, but all the time, especially if you don't want to keep on doing that work. Damn, yo, that was deep shit. That was deep shit.
Might have to give you a couple of these real quick. Hey, oops. Wrong one.
What the fuck?
Wrong button.
What's the now? What's the next one?
All right. What has matching energy done for you?
Now, are we talking about in real life or here?
We ain't gonna talk about here. Let's do real life.
Okay. Um, matching energy. I don't know. I think that plays back. I think that plays back on the peace thing. You know what I'm saying? Depending on what kind of energy it is. You know what I mean? If it's negative energy and you want to match it, but you know it's gonna bleed into your peace, is it really worth it?
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? So I think in those aspects, you have to like, um, now but you have to kind of like really think about that, bro. Like, yo, am I willing to match this person's piece for this next 20 minutes, knowing damn well it's gonna take me at least 2 days to bring myself back down? And I mean, that don't seem like a good investment, bro. And I mean, me matching your energy for 20 minutes and knowing it's gonna take me 2 days, you know what I mean, to get back down to where I was at.
That makes sense.
You know what I'm saying? Like that, nah, yo, the investment is not. Now, I understand we all get triggered. I don't care who it is. We all get triggered in some way. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Triggered, and I mean, triggered is not that bad of a word. We get triggered. We're human. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Whether it's a good trigger or bad trigger, we all get triggered. Now, it's up to us to make the decision on, oh shit, I'm realizing I'm getting triggered. Do I feed into that shit and take it where that other person's taking it, or do I fucking walk away and one, protect my peace, and two, not give them the same energy that they give me? But of course, I fell into the holes of like in my real life. If somebody's at a 10, then I give them a 15. You know what I'm saying? For however long it is. But and then I gotta pay that price, right? That price of taking those days out to come back down after giving them that 15 and giving them their same energy and them more. Yeah, I mean that sacrifice I'm not willing to make that all the time at all. I mean it's too big. It's too big of a slice. You know what I'm saying? Like some people may want to do it, but nah, I'm not. I mean I'm not with that shit. Now if we're talking about TikTok, and I mean if we're talking about TikTok, I don't give a shit because I don't because when I'm on here, it's it's like it is what it is. You know what I mean? Everybody gonna hear a voice
What
over the
you trying to
phone.
say? You want to match energy?
Oh, hey yo, I try to match I try to match energy, trigger people, and I mean all that all the time. Oh, perfect example.
You did that. You
Perfect
tried to do that to me,
example.
and I was laughing. That was funny.
No, I was gonna use you as an example. Perfect example, right? I forgot what day it was, right? Mirror. I was saying shit. We was in this live. I was saying little shit. I was just dropping little nuggets. You know what I mean? They're just doing what I usually do. He didn't bite. I was like, nah, fuck that. I gotta keep on going. Now I mean, so I was going. I was digging. I was doing this. I was doing that. He didn't bite the shit. So after a while, I was like, you know what, fuck it. Let me let me go find somebody else. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
see, you
So
use matching energy as trolling because you enjoy it. Other people use it because they're
no, wait,
trying
hold
to
on.
like find the best
No.
outcome,
I got you, buddy. No, I
and
mean,
it
thank
doesn't
you.
work.
I got you, buddy. Thank
He
you,
got
buddy.
one.
And right, nah, facts. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. But anyways, yeah, I'm saying it didn't work. And I mean on him. So me, of course, yo, son, you don't put into shit that's not feeding you, son. You know what I'm saying? And then you just move on to the next shit. I mean, however you want to call it. I don't care if you want to call it trolling, whatever you want to call it. I don't care, bro. It is what it is.
Yeah, I need substance. If it ain't got no substance, I'm not gonna feed into it. I've learned to
Nah,
just,
facts.
and I've learned that to like the picture, like what we talking about, how to be the bigger person, and sometimes you just gotta roll through it. You
Mm-hmm.
know, like I was telling
Or
Kev, some of the stuff we going through is just training for the bigger picture that we coming through,
Mm-hmm.
and you gonna have to learn how to deal with some unruly folks, and sometimes you just keep on rolling like they ain't even there. But
Right,
yep,
I'm sorry, I
right.
didn't mean to cut you off. And then
it's the
Nah, you
same to
good, bro.
Universal,
athletes.
the
Hold
conscious
on,
go?
Universal. You gotta hold on, bro.
Okay,
Yo, son.
I have
Okay,
something really valuable to say, but I'll wait.
I know. Your something valuable could wait. Hold on. So, I mean, so just like what Mirror said, right? Um, see, if he, just like the example, like that I was given, right on here, you just a voice, bro. That's it. You know what I'm saying? So, like with me just being a voice, picking at him and throwing this stuff just to get a reaction. I mean, just to start that shit rolling. He didn't feed into that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I had no choice but to move on. So yeah, if you don't feed into the shit, it's not gonna grow. And I tell people that shit all the time. You know what I'm saying? Just don't feed into the shit. I don't know Mirror in real life. I don't know none of y'all motherfuckers in real life. You know what I'm saying? So what is something you saying affecting me for? That shit is crazy.
Pit bull in your yard.
Nah, big facts. Hey yo,
Just
bro.
playing.
Hey yo, bro. I gotta go to the pharmacy too. It's probably not gonna happen, dog. I ain't gonna lie to you.
But let
I've
me
been waiting for you.
but let me hear what Universal got to say, because this might chime in right in with what we saying. So give everybody peace. And did we hear from Conscious?
Nah, I don't know what happened. He just down there asleep.
Go ahead, Universal.
All right, cool. So yeah, like about people trolling. First of all, yeah, I think you use it more as like it's almost like your job or something. You know, you're trying to test people to provoke a type of character or a character flaw. But on your point of matching energy, you know, it's definitely not a good thing because if people are coming with negative energy, you do not want to match it. I would say this the second best option, but only sometimes your only option is what you recommended is to just leave, get out of that negative atmosphere. But if you're a true champion and you can handle taking that negative energy and converting it positively, you're a hero.
Yeah, I think you with no disrespect intended, I think you said what I said in a white voice, but I mean it was cool though. I mean I fuck with it. I fuck with it for sure.
But my thing was, I grew up under a mother with mental illnesses, and I might say this just to take, just to because that's what happens, and we all know one. But I think my mother might be a narcissist. Ah!
Ah!
But no, seriously, my mother suffers from some mental illnesses. So I ended up having a lot of to deal with a lot of mental abuse. So what ended up happening is it turns out to be a blessing for me because if my mama can't hurt me, what you got? My mama can
Bro.
say if my mama can say stuff to try to. On my graduation day, my mom told me I didn't think you were gonna make it.
Mm.
So if my mama can't hurt me, you ain't got nothing coming.
What about your wife?
Hey, yo, bro, you know how,
I'm
yo,
divorced.
bro, yo, Mirror, you know for how many years I've been saying that, bro? But
Oh
see,
yeah, you
mine
were
is a
saying
little
that.
different. I tell
Yeah,
people, I tell people, yo, if I don't let my own mother talk to me crazy, now people in real life, not on here, I'm like, yo, if I don't let my own mother talk to me crazy, you really think I'm gonna let you get away with some shit like that? Come on, bro, stop it.
it is the wilds up in here. The wilds are up in the comments. I mean, in the boxes right now.
I said, come on now. What? I don't even know you. And even if I've known you for over 5, 10 years, if I don't accept shit from the person that puts me out her box, you think I'm gonna accept it from you? Nah.
Put her in your heart.
You ain't got nothing coming. I'm sorry. What was that?
Like, what if you put her in your heart? Meaning, what if
It
you
doesn't
love this?
matter.
Not your mom, not your mom. What your
No,
wife?
I know. I know what you mean. But it doesn't matter though. Even though if you put her in the hurt, it does not matter because guess what? No matter, I mean, and this is my opinion. No matter what woman you get with and how close you guys are, nobody's ever gonna have that same position as your mother does. Nobody.
But would you here disagree? I don't know. For me, as a man, I was taught to be more empathetic, and it's the choice. The way I chose, and so I have empathy for them, and I also allow them room for error. So it's like I don't, and then because of that, it's like I don't take it personal. I've gotten to the place now where I give my mom or whoever I'm dealing with an allowance stuff where they can kind of mess up because I know I'm not perfect. And I think that's kind of where we get trapped up because we get this perfect mentality that we try to say that we don't have, but you're so busy pointing out the flaws of everybody else or what they did wrong to you as if you did nothing wrong. But because you're so focused on what they're doing, you can't see yourself. I love it because people come to me and they'll tell me all about me because they've been sitting back observing me. But I'm like, but what you didn't do was observe yourself in my presence to see what effect I had on you, because that's what I had been doing in myself. I wasn't looking at you and trying to see what I can change about you to change how I felt. I looked at myself to see why I felt that way and what I needed to change within myself because of being around you.
Hmm.
Ah, that makes sense, and that's what I was going to ask Pander Bear. So it's basically what you're saying is your opinion of yourself trumps all others.
Right. Big facts.
Those are good facts too. That should be for
Yes.
everyone.
Yes. Once
But
you
do you
reach a place
accept
of security,
criticism?
yes.
Oh shit, a woman's on the panel.
I'm
But
here
check it out.
present.
But check it out. But check it out. My thing is, first off, I'm not gonna tell these lies to myself. I don't care what nobody think about me. That's a lie. And anybody tell you that, they lying. They trying to convince you and them. Because each and every person on this planet cares about what other people think about us. If we didn't, we wouldn't project. If we didn't, we wouldn't feel insecurity. If we didn't care what other people feel about us, we wouldn't feel all the mess that we feel that we don't like.
I'm gonna have to give you a little bit of pushback on that, brother.
Come on. Come
So
on with it.
so okay, I I disagree with that. Because I say this all the time. I don't give a shit what people think of me. Um, if okay, cool. Now we're not talking about TikTok. We're talking about real life. If in real life you
Right.
think I am ugly, bald headed, da da da, whatever, whatever, that's not gonna make me walk any differently in my purpose. Now, I mean, I'm not even gonna let that affect
Okay,
my
so
like who
before I
I
let you
am.
finish your pushback, let me finish my thought and then we'll see if you
Ah,
still have the pushback.
Okay,
yeah, I have a
cool.
So in
dynamic
that
Okay,
there.
thought,
cool. All right, cool.
okay, so this is what I'm saying.
So hold
I
on, hold
have
on.
learned.
All right,
Hold
go
on, let
ahead,
me
go
get
ahead,
this out real quick. I'll make it quick. I'll make it
go
quick.
ahead, go ahead.
What I have learned is that what people think about me does matter. But it's just like choosing the people that are in your presence. You have to choose what people matter. The people that matter to me are what their thoughts and opinions matter to me are the people who wish the best for me. So my children, what they think about me does matter, and I try to be an upstanding and upright man because that's what I want them to see and I want them to think. I mean, not think, but to know. Um, if I have a wife, which I don't have at this time, but if I'm dating somebody, a woman, I want her to think the best of me, and her opinion of me matters. But somebody off the street who is trying to put me down and trying to dog me out, no, their opinion don't matter because I realize that you don't even have a good enough opinion of yourself. Because if you had a good enough opinion of yourself, you wouldn't be attacking me.
Okay, so I see them. I see what. Okay, so we're not talking about just anybody off the street. We're talking about somebody we actually have a connection with, right?
Mm-hmm.
People not only have a connection with, because like I said, with people's opinion, because see, I got a connection with my mother, but my
Mm-hmm.
opinion of me doesn't matter because my
Right,
mother wished the best for me.
right. Okay, cool.
My
So
father's
then,
opinion of me matters because my father wishes the best for me.
right.
He
Okay,
pushes me to be the best man I can be. He doesn't down talk me. He doesn't tear me apart or any of that. So his opinion of me matters.
Can
okay.
I add my
So see,
dynamic to this?
I fully understand that part now. I get it now with the explanation that you gave. Nobody in my family's opinion matters to me but my little niece. That's it. I don't give two shits about any. Sorry, let me take it back. My sister and my little niece. Those are the only two opinions that matter in my life.
Why?
Everything else does not matter to me whatsoever. It does not shift how I move. It does not shift how I think. But if my little niece were to say some shit or view me in a different light, that would make me think like, oh shit, I need to change it up. If my sister came to me and said, you need to do XYZ, whatever, I'm seeing this, I would change it up. If a stranger came to me and said that shit, I would just walk away and never think about that shit again. Because it holds no value.
Why
I
does your
get that.
sister and your niece's
But you
opinion
care for
have
Hold
value?
them.
on. I'm sorry, and we want to hear from Google, but I just got Alter Beauty. What you got going on down here? Why are you
Who?
purring?
Oh,
I would say, what that sound like, and I be hearing that kind of go with that one topic I had a while ago about people when we say care and care less. I don't think it's such thing as somebody can not care at all. There's no human. I don't think it's no such thing as that. I think we mix caring less with not caring, because the thing is like overall, we do
Hmm.
care what people say, but we just choose to care less about it or something like that. That's just like if we have people that can give you words that can uplift you, right? It's possible that you can get words that can make you feel bad too. But it's just if you allow it on both ends, you know what I'm saying? But it's just the way you build yourself up. So it's like words or whatever can it can affect you, but you just choose how you let it get to you. That's just really like human. But otherwise, it's like it's no such thing as just nothing, right? I don't know. It's just you choose to make it nothing, but it's still something. It just don't do it as big as the. I guess whatever. It's like it's different levels, but it's just impossible as a human. So it's like if somebody was like call me a bee or something like that, it ain't going because I didn't react to it doesn't mean that I didn't feel it a little bit because I felt it before. It's just I feel it a little less because it's like it's coming from somebody I can really care less about. And I ain't saying I don't care about them. It's just I care less about them. You see what I'm saying? I don't know if you see what I'm saying.
Hmm.
mm.
Agree with that to some extent. But what I was going to add to that, this is the part that I get, and I'm just learning because of how people do things. And it's like, if you going out your way to say it, why are you going out your way to say it? Because you're trying to convince yourself along with whoever's listening. Because the
Yeah,
people that feel that way don't need to tell nobody because they don't need to convince nobody. If I really don't care what you think, I'm not going to stop to tell you. I'm just going to keep it moving because I
exactly. I
don't even
said that
care
too.
enough to tell you. I don't even care enough to tell you that I don't care what you think.
Yeah. I think I
Fascist.
said that was in one of my topics too. Like people who don't care so much that they care enough to tell you or something like that. I remember that too. Like even the fact when you say I don't care, you know what I'm saying, that you cared enough to tell them that you don't care and stuff, and that's
Was that
some
a
stuff we do unintentionally.
Maybe
was
it's
that a
to
part
start
of
leaving it
I'm a
alone.
10? Was that a part of I'm a 10?
Well, that's almost like the same thing where a person gotta prove themselves that they're a 10, and like that a 10 don't really have to say that they're a 10 or not if they really was such things. They even know that's Not even
But
true.
you know,
And even when I throw that in the air, say it's not true, then the person be like, "That is true, because I'm one." But what the heck, you messed up already.
you know what?
Mhm.
Let me share and see if my girl.
Yo might be going in and out.
Now, your
Oh, hold
mic
up. Let me
is your
hold up.
Mic
mic
Hold
is
up.
check.
Let me do
breaking.
something right quick. Let me do something right quick.
I would like to hear from the woman on the panel.
Hmm.
Okay. Well,
She was in here earlier.
Yeah, yeah, I was listening, but
Mm.
I was in the bathroom because I was moving around, but I still was listening when I was in the comments. But I was just listening to you guys, like the relationship that you were saying about your mother, because like when I'm like talking to a guy or picking or choosing someone, that's important to me. If you have a relationship with your mother or the type of relationship that you do have, like your childhood experience, because that's kind of I mean, I don't have like I have a relationship with my mother, but I think she crazy too, and like I don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
But let me
But
ask you a question.
Well,
Why is that
she crazy.
important to you?
because it kind of like your mother is your first perception or like viewpoint of what women are to me. And like when you picking a woman or choosing a woman, like the way that you talk to your mother or communicate with your mother or the idea that you have on about your mother, that maybe could bleed off into the way that you view women.
I disagree. But
Okay.
go on, go on
don't
though.
don't date women who
I'll give her the
resemble.
benefit of the
No, hold
doubt.
on. Let her finish. Hold
Listen.
on. Let her finish.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is just from experience, like looking at the way that certain men have the relationship with their mothers, and then making a correlation in my life and my experiences. Um, like sometimes if a guy didn't have like a good mother, like they generally and apart from if the father is absent or not, they generally don't treat women well.
So,
Maybe they
Nami,
go for
so
women who are like their mom.
Nami, so can I give you my
Wow.
outlook?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Um.
Come in
So yeah,
last.
I know. I mean, I know you're not speaking for all. You're speaking for the individuals you've had that experience with.
Mhm.
Um. Um. Being that I am a part of that. Yeah, being that I'm a part of that, I would say I disagree with that. Because do I have a good relationship with her? No, I do not. Hell no. Will it ever get better? No, it never will get better. I'm not
Will
trying to
you
work
ever
on
date
it,
someone
nothing.
like your mother?
But
No.
hold on. But these these haven't been my viewpoints for my entire life. These have been my viewpoints for over the past 7 years, right?
Mhm.
Now, just because I view her in that light does not mean that I'm viewing women that I'm choosing to speak to in that light, or speaking to them how I have spoken to her before. You know what I'm saying? That does not correlate. I
Okay.
mean, I mean, it does not. I know certain people. I mean, a lot of people cannot detach themselves from certain things, and like what, and when they're traumatized from a certain individual, they take that trauma from that certain individual and they collate it with everybody. Now, with everybody that falls under that same sex. So, I mean, so women may say, "Hey, this man hurt me," so now all men are shit. Now, I mean, a man may say, "Hey, this woman hurt me, so all women are shit." Yeah, I mean, but there's individuals that's like, all right, cool, listen, I was hurt by X, Y, and Z, but you know what? Everybody didn't do it. It was just this one person. You know what I'm saying? And it is selfish of me to take this one person's hurt and now equate that to everybody else.
Hmm. Which that I say that's kind of rare though, to even fight something like that off. But I think I do halfway get what she meaning though, because like by your parents being your first role models, you're gonna see that's the way. That's how like a lot of people learn how to love too, is
But
their parents first, and then from that point, once you realize your parents ain't ish and all this other stuff or whatever, then you learn and look at different examples of how love's supposed to be or how to be treated and all that stuff, or looking at movies or something like that. Then that's when you use your mind of your own, and then you shift or whatever. But some people, just like you said, they keep with that all men and all women just because of one or two bad relationships or good connection they see with their parents and stuff. So, and that's kind of rare to have a strong mind to grow from not, not falling through with that and stuff, because that's going to be internalized for the most part with a lot of people.
Right. Now, I mean, did you hear everything I said though, Google?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I heard everything you
Oh, you
said.
said,
My time. And I'm
Okay.
gonna get Kevin. How you gonna steal my fire, bro? I
oh,
was gonna
oh,
say,
No, thanks.
but I can say that
there you go
Wait,
with the
hold
tiny
on.
voice again.
Hey, yo, bro,
I
your phone
walked away
sound like
from
it's
it. I
across the
walked away
Oh
room.
from it.
Lord.
There we go. I walked across the room. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we heard that. We could tell.
I had it
Don't
plugged up
get
to the
too
charger.
comfortable. He done went all the way back there.
Yeah, yeah, but no, it's for me it was and I don't mind being personalized because there ain't nothing you can say to hurt me about my personal life. Like I said, we grew up playing a dozen, so good luck with that. And like I said, my mama can't hurt me. Ain't nothing you can say or do to me. But what it did was it caused me to have a toughness that probably turned out to be a bad thing. At first I didn't know how to love right. I've set myself up to be taken advantage of. I picked the wrong women. I made a lot of bad choices, and then that's when after the divorce, that's when I learned like what you call it was saying that you learn. I mean, I'm sorry, like Kevin was saying that you learn how to love, and you get to a place where you grow and you start to change and to basically what it all entails is in a lot of these situations the men know how to love but they don't know how to love themselves. So until we learn how to love ourselves, then we can't give what we know. So once we learn how to take what we know and use it upon ourselves, then we're able to love you. So a lot of times we're given the tools, but because of the situation we weren't taught how to use the tools properly.
I would say, what percentage of America or just in the people in the world that you think that really know how to love themselves? What you think?
And
Mm.
For everybody.
that's a tough one.
Wait, hold
Yeah,
on.
it made me think
Wait, hold on.
about that.
Ask the
Like
question again.
What percentage of the world you think really know how to have learned how to love themselves?
Damn.
I said like 30%, 20.
Well, if we separate love and respect, I think respecting ourselves is a much lower
Here
percentage.
you go, about to change the whole
I
thing. I didn't ask that.
But
know.
you can't. But I think that's the problem a lot of times, and that's what I mean. I'm only speaking from the Christian point of view. I think that that's been becoming a problem because love and respect go hand in
Go
hand, and
hand
they've
in
been
hand.
No,
too
they
That's what
hard
I
don't.
trying to
told you.
separate it. Because this is what the issue is. If in relationships we call it submission,
That's
but
like
it's
separating love
basically at the end.
and care too. I mean,
Right.
love is a lot of stuff that come with love though. So I mean, respect is part of it too.
But they are
Care,
separate.
Yeah.
honesty, all that other stuff. That can be all that though. But I'm just
And
saying the whole
and
overall
honestly,
summary of love.
I
yeah, and
love
then
myself,
honestly change
but
the
I don't
word from
respect
love
myself.
back to charity. Because in charity, you're gonna have respect for a person that you be giving to. You're not gonna give to a poor person and disrespect them. So but you can say that you love somebody and still disrespect them. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
that,
call
but
it
that's not
charity.
real love though. That's people's
No, that's
selective
why.
love. Love you.
Yeah,
Uh,
That's why. I mean,
unconditional.
that's why a lot of men would rather a woman respect us first. I mean,
oh hell yeah.
I would rather,
Respect.
I would, I would rather a woman respect me first than love me.
Facts. Me too.
I'm gonna tell you this: what I called my ex-wife and said. I asked her because this is once I got an understanding of it, because I was one of those men who were out here chasing and that's another thing that you are right about some things with men and their mothers like that, because he'll be out chasing unconditional love until he understands that unconditional love is not what he needs, it's respect. So I got to my ex-wife and she wanted to argue about it. I was like, I'm gonna break it down for you. I was like, I need respect over love. Oh, you don't understand. What is love? And I let her go on with her spew, and when she was done, I said, okay, you done. I said, you love me, right? She said, yeah. I said, you still love me right now, don't you? She said, yeah. I said, but if you were respected me, you wouldn't have cheated on me. She ain't had nothing to say.
It's a fact.
sure.
Yeah, but unconditional love is. I don't have
Yeah, I don't believe in
unconditional love.
that. But before we shift too far though, because I was just trying to see what everybody thought though, because whatever y'all want to call it, respect, love, what percentage of the world y'all think though? Just to get
Love
that question out the
Mm.
way.
themselves. Man,
Have
that's
it for
tough.
themselves, right?
Percentage love themselves.
Yes, what percentage of the world? Yeah.
Mm.
Okay, let's do America, make it more, I guess, harder.
What you talking? Probably about 4%.
Not a lot. 30, 40
That's why people
dollars,
don't know
30.
how to love other people.
She said 5.
Honestly, it depends on your circumstances and if the people around you love themselves and are able to teach you how to love yourself. Because basically, what it is, you got a group of people who are having, you got a situation where a child is born to parents who didn't love themselves. So that's the reason why they came together trying to find love. So then you
Mm-hmm.
have this child who's now trying to be loved by a mother or a father, or a situation where they don't love themselves. So they're not able to love them. So now this child is grown up and repeats the cycle. So you got this cycle of people who are out in this world who don't have how to love themselves because they've never been taught it until they reach a space and place where either they're going to is either break you or make you. And then you finally figure out how to develop to start learning to love yourself. So
Mm.
again, I'm gonna stick to maybe in this
So
country.
let's twist it now, because
I'll say
from what
5%.
oh my bad, you said 5% too. Okay, somebody said 0. So let's twist it now, and what I think, and now that's like me thinking and stuff while y'all talking. That's crazy. So I
Oh
think
yeah.
I think a lot of people now. What percentage of the world has basically switched love for pride?
In themselves?
Because I think a lot of people are prideful and think they love it and think it's love.
But that's toxic.
In themselves?
I think,
Are you talking still?
Prideful, yes,
Pride
prideful.
in
you know
ourselves.
what? I have
Can't
to
be prideful no
change.
anybody else.
Pride.
I
Love
have to
isn't
take back though
prideful.
what some about. I have to take back on some of that. You got to go to the U.S. because if I use the world, you got to think about villages and tribes that don't have to deal with all the nonsense and the mess that we deal with. They just get up and
That's why I wanted to say America. Yeah, that's why I wanted to
Well,
stick
you
with
can
that.
right,
love
But
because you
yourself
got those
and be
countries that
ignorant,
they only
right?
got to deal with survival. So the stress and stuff that we're going through, they don't know nothing about. They look at us like we stupid, like we just get up, we love each other, we
yeah,
feed each
and the
other, we
sad
take
part
care of each other,
is,
and going about our life.
right. The
Right.
sad part is
So
we create our own stress. That's the problem. We supposed to be the land of the free. We don't. We are our own stress.
One hundred
That's the
percent.
crazy thing.
that's when maybe we don't love ourselves so much. Because if we're creating stress, it means we're, relying on other people's opinions to validate who we
Exactly.
are.
We are so image based, and that's the reason why I feel like a lot of us don't know. They don't really love ourselves because we always worrying about keeping a certain image up to prove ourselves all the time. Right.
Right. So
But to
if we
give you an
if we
accurate
do
number,
have pride, it usually means we there's a lot that we believe is right about us and we love ourselves. We can be ignorant
I
and still love ourselves.
question: what's the difference between being proud and being prideful? What's the because it's like
Same
one
thing.
doesn't seem like it's bad. It's like you should be able to be,
Proud is
you
bad
know,
too.
because it seems like, or it's just I don't know.
But
Sometimes I
being
don't think pride is
prideful
a
with
bad thing.
humility
I
is
think
good.
it's okay. That's what I was gonna say. Because I think it's just I don't think it's wrong to be prideful, but where it's just to the point where you have no humility, then that's where it's bad.
I
Yeah.
think it's more
Don't
grateful. We
tell
gotta
people that you're
switch.
great. Let people tell you you're great,
Exactly. That's what I was just about
Nah,
to say.
fuck
That's the
But
reason
that.
know
why
you're
pride.
great the whole time, no
What?
matter what.
Starting to
No,
accept it,
you
man. I'm
can't
finally
tell
starting to
people. You can
accept it.
believe that you're great. Not that's
What
not.
about
Yeah,
Now
you can
you
believe
telling me
it.
I gotta wait for people to tell me I'm great? Fuck that shit.
Oh no, you
And
already
people
know.
been telling me, but you know what? But the other part is sometimes you got to be in a
Don't
space and
be
place where you're willing to
proud.
but
accept
if
it.
you confident, you don't have to worry about nobody saying it. You don't even got to tell yourself that if you confident.
Right. So don't tell
Because I'm
other people,
finally
right?
I
because
don't
I'm
got to
finally
prove nothing to
accepting I'm the
nobody.
man.
That's what's up.
I'm finally accepting I'm the man. I'm no longer going, everybody come up and be like, you the man, you the man. I'm like, nah, I just want to be in the room with the man. It's like, nah, I'm him. I'm that dude. I ain't gonna run from it no more.
Nah,
I am
fuck
him.
that. I'm the room, bro. I'm the
I'm
room.
the rule.
There's always better
He
though.
said I'm the rule. That's like
Now you
the chick
sound
that's
like
talking
these
about I'm the
doggone
table.
women in the table.
I'm the
Jinx.
table.
Man, me and you gonna stop doing that.
That was funny to the word.
Yeah.
That was funny.
At any
I'm
moment,
the
if you
rule.
think you're the
He called
best,
me up, girl.
look towards Jesus. There's your
I just
example.
say God is good to me. Man, that's a good one, bag.
Man, listen, yo. When I look in the sky, only thing I see is clouds, dog.
Hello.
And they take form, brother. Look hard.
He said, "No, you say you look down and see the skies. That's how high you is for your." Like, what is that? The clouds. The clouds are beneath me.
You look in the
That's a
reflection,
whole
bro.
level of
I think,
pridefulness.
I think, I just want to say, since we're here, I just want to say this to Google, because in the other live we were in, she was kind of bullying me, but I'm
Mhm.
glad
Uh-oh.
that I'm glad you ain't bullying me no more, and we can have a good conversation.
Ho. What did I bully you? What I said to you?
Oh, I don't want to bring it back up because I'm still traumatized.
Oh my
But
God.
I don't
yeah,
even know what you're talking about though. I don't know what you're
I'm.
saying.
I mean, you sound like a bully. I don't know what you're talking about now. See?
I mean, I'm trying. You
But
have to
she's asking.
elaborate.
No, man, I don't want to bring back up the trauma that you caused me.
Oh, I don't care
Right now,
then.
I just hear slander.
I don't care then if you're not gonna tell me. I can't care.
Kev, drop her.
I can't
Ah,
care if you don't tell me.
Yeah, be sure.
Kev, she's hurting my feelings. Drop her.
Oh my
Your
that's
feelings
so
are
funny.
valid. I'm sorry, sir. Your feelings
god.
are valid.
Um, let's get to the third one, bro.
All right, who was it on though?
It was on me.
Oh, okay.
What that should say?
How much of the world do you think would change by simply being the bigger person?
Bro, I think okay. I don't know if this is gonna negate everything. I don't know if this is gonna negate every single thing that I said beforehand about protecting the peace, about protecting your peace and stuff like that. But I don't believe every single instance you need to be the bigger person, because we only got two cheeks, bro. How many times can you continuously be slapped? Know what I mean, just to keep that crown. Because yeah, sometimes, sometimes I'm not saying all the time, but sometimes you got to put your foot down. You know what I mean?
Right.
And you got to let people know what it is and know what your boundaries are. That doesn't mean that you have to meet them at their energy. I can speak to you like this. You know what I'm saying, and still convey my message. You know what
That
I'm
doesn't
saying?
mean you're not being the bigger person either. That is the bigger person.
Hey yo, a black man can't finish talking in America today. So no. So yeah, I understand that. Um, but for some people, speaking like this, they're not gonna speak to you in this manner and think that they're getting a point across. Because of course, if somebody's irate, well, no. No, man, I take it back. Because if somebody is irate, I speak to them like this, and it gets them so mad. But I'm not doing it to prove a point. Well, yeah, I am doing it to prove a point to get them even madder. But I'm not like being the bigger person. I'm just like testing the waters type shit, trolling. I mean, as Universe says. Um, but sometimes you have to take it to that level. You know what I'm saying? You have to take it there. You know what I'm saying? I haven't took it to that level in my real life in about 7, 8 months, which is a good thing. But you know what I'm saying? When I had to, yeah, I had to take it there. I was like, yo, this person isn't gonna understand this unless I bring it to where they um unless I bring it to where they are and take even higher than where they are. So they can really get like what the hell's going on. So they
Mm.
can feel it. I mean, essentially. I didn't touch nobody. You know what I'm saying? I didn't put my hands on nobody, but they felt it. You know what I'm saying? They felt it. It stung. So
Hmm.
sometimes, yeah, sometimes you got to do that, bro. And sometimes, even what I said about protecting the peace, sometimes you got to, give somebody 20 minutes of their energy and take them 2 days to kind of bring yourself back down.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay.
shit, sometimes the shit got to be done.
Sometimes examples got to get made.
No,
Just
big
depend on the
facts.
situation.
Big fact. Now, see, as long as them example, and see, these are toxic people. The toxic people are the ones that stay in that shit and they never change it and they never recognize that they're doing it. You know what I'm saying? Those are the dangerous narcissist people that you definitely got to stay away from.
Mm-hmm.
That shit is a no go. What's good, Petty Peacock? Hey yo, and let me say this because I told Petty Peacock this the other day when she called me. I need some more. I need some more unemployed friends because too many of y'all got jobs, and bro, that's like coming in between our friendship. You know what I'm saying? So like, I need some more like unemployed friends, yo.
Man, we're at a world time unemployment high.
Who?
America.
No, no, no. What did you say? I didn't hear you.
We're at a world time unemployment high.
Where the unemployed people at? I need y'all as friends,
They're
yo.
all in them houses on TikTok.
I need
Ouch.
them. I mean, I'm tired of. I mean, I'm tired of trying to talk to somebody.
Bruh.
I mean, she keeps telling me that she's at work. Like, I don't care if you're at work. What that got to do with me?
Imagine if your job was something associated with social media.
Okay.
Living the dream.
Now, this is my job. I get paid $6 a week.
Hey,
Yeah, professional troll.
is
Yeah.
you
Not big
sharing?
facts.
I knew it.
That's a hot and ready right there, right there.
I wear my crown proudly.
You should. But these are good questions on the board.
Now, what's the last one, bro?
Uh,
The bonus.
I'll let this person up. So the last one, the bonus. What is an example of each? Protection, provoking, and prevention.
Protection. Um, I mean, there's different kinds of protection. Now,
Mm.
Great question.
you want all of them, or you want a specific?
Cool, whatever you got.
I mean, and I'm kind of like what Mira said. You know what I'm saying? You got okay. Let's use a relationship, right? The man and the
Or
woman, like they both have different forms of protection. The woman has she can utilize protection as far as um I mean, like you said, choosing wisely what she wears when they're out, so they don't start a commotion. Making sure when he comes home from work, taking that time to cultivate a space for him to relax. You know what I'm saying? From being beat up by the world, da da da. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
I think women definitely bring can bring a valuable form of protection. Um, I think the men's form of protection, and probably somebody could add to this, is always like on the violent shit. Like, yo, if somebody comes to rob you, it's me. Or if somebody knocks on the door 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm gonna
Right.
protect you, da da da. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's always been um well in the conversation I have, that's always been the man's form of protection. It probably goes beyond that, but well, not probably, but I know it goes beyond that, but I can't think of anything. I can't think of anything right this second as far as like what to add to that protection. Can anybody add anything to that?
Yeah, I can add a lot. So as far as protection goes, there's protecting her name. You know, keeping your like if you have a disagreement, you know, out in public, or you're not associating any external people into a personal problem, because when we're angry, we can all feel a certain way about somebody. But if we're out there destroying someone's reputation based on your emotions, you're not protecting that person. You're putting them in a bad position, and that's just one example. I have a lot.
Mm-hmm. What you got for provoking, Panda? After you get done, I'm gonna do this because I'm gonna do the bonus too. I'm gonna do my bonus because I know that's gonna get some people. Nah, I'm gonna get somewhere. Where where you at, Panda? On the phone or something?
You guys want
All
another
right.
one?
Well, all right. I'm gonna do it real quick. Then I'm gonna ask you. Yo, did you even do all? You didn't do the rest of the question, did you? I don't even think you did it yet. Yeah, you came up here.
I haven't done any.
Um,
I don't know who you're talking to.
you. I was talking about you. I don't think you did none of the questions, did you?
No, and they're great
Okay,
ones.
so all right, so I'm gonna do the bonus real quick then. So my examples of so it's kind of like I'm gonna use it like that situation that happened before with the Coney Island with the woman and that dude that punched him and the son came in there and unalived him for hitting his mama. So it's like this, right? Because this is the last time I used them things. So protection will be um basically say if a dude is the dude was to come up or whatever and he come with about to come in heated or something like that or whatever. He talking junk to you or something like that. The protection would be I guess in that instance, like say if the dude started hitting on her or whatever first and she ain't do anything or whatever, and she's like, all right, I'm good, I just came to get my food or something like that. And he just hit on her out of nowhere, right? Then from that point he would have to pop her. She would have to pop him or do whatever to get him off of. That's protection, right? So provoking would be like what she did. Exactly what she actually did was going back and forth with a guy that knew that it was a possibility of something that could go down. And then people feel like that was protection, but that was more provoking because he was going back and forth with her. I mean, she was going back and forth with the guy that knew that was on point. So when it's ego going against ego, that's more of a provoking situation. That's not protection when you know that it's about to end not well. And people mix protection and provoking up. Prevention would be just simply if you knew the guy was on tip, uh, sure, you could have just left your food there type situation, prevent anything going on and then grab it later, right? So that's the difference. But a lot of people mix protection and provoking together. Well, I'm just protecting myself. So they do things like, oh, they called me a B and I had to go back and I had to call them out their name or something like that. That's protecting me, but that's not. That's provoking because you're adding fire to the fire when you could have been prevented it by just ignoring the person and or just simply walking away or just flat out hey, tell have a good day or something like. But some people probably do it in a sarcastic way. But it's like it's a thin line though, because like I said, a lot of people feel like that's protecting themselves by taking up for yourself. You know what I'm saying? I guess that's their form of taking up for yourself off of words. You know what I'm saying? But no, that's more provoking when you know something about to go down and you still try to ignite it. Like I ain't no B or something like that, and you gotta still go back and forth. No, your mama this, and then y'all both going back and forth. That's provoking. That's not protection. And people got that. They got them two main things mixed up for sure. Because ego make you feel like it's protecting. What all you doing is, I guess, protecting your ego from that point, which is provoking. But yeah, that's my take on that one though. But I think you was trying to finish up what provoking and preventing was. I think you did the protection.
Nah, bro. Hold on. I'm taking care of this dog issue. Hold on
Oh,
one second.
oh. You don't have no. You don't have to protect words. Exactly. You don't have to fight against it. I think, like I said, it's the reason why. That's why we can get some more people in here though, because I'm about to be on for a good minute. I know a lot of people gonna mix that up, and that's the point of me getting to this. And it also plays a part in becoming a bigger person. Some people just don't know how to, let situations go. I know sometimes we can all fall short on that situation and stuff, but I had to be real with myself and realize what I'm doing. When I do try to go back and forth with a person, that's not really protection. It's really provoking, especially when I know a person is trying to get under my skin and I'm trying to match their energy and all that stuff. That's provoking. That's not protecting at all. And people in this world has twisted it all up. They call you, hey, that's being a punk. You know what I'm saying? Why you have to stand up for yourself because they're going to treat you a certain way. If you don't, some stuff you don't have to. Like if they not putting their hands on you or nothing like that, words ain't hurting you. Like, well, I guess to some people, but I'm just saying that, some people make the situation worse because they get their little feelings hurt and they like, oh, well, I gotta punch you because you hurt me with your words or something like that. Like, nah, That's matching energy, and it's gonna put you in the worst predicament. Because there's some people. I put it this way. This how you know that it's an ego thing because you get humbled real quick if a dude talking junk and they got a pew. Well, some people be I don't know, but for the most part, if somebody got a pew in their hand and they talking junk to you, you're not gonna do nothing stupid. You just gonna walk away. For the most part, some people's ego is so dang on high they still probably gonna test it. Go ahead and do it then or something like that, and from that point they just I don't know. That's just called being crazy. But you
Right.
know,
So if you want to protect yourself, don't provoke.
yeah. And people don't know, they don't really know what that is, though. That's why I gotta, when I get more people in here, because I know a lot of people think provoking is protection. They just don't know. They just feel like when you fight for yourself, when you
No.
gotta stand up and match energy, that really is protecting. And a lot of people doing that. I think I probably was like that at one point until I realized what I was doing. Because,
I figured it out.
yeah.
You gotta prevent provoking to protect.
Nice. That's nice. Okay. I'll take that.
How you gonna prevent somebody from provoking you though?
Pardon?
Or walking away?
What?
I didn't hear the question.
Nobody can provoke you if they didn't got nobody to provoke.
Yeah, just prevent it from.
You just gonna sit there, and that's also provoking when you just sit there and let somebody when you can just simply walk away when you know that you got a temper or somebody got a temper or something like that. That's prevention. Sometimes, huh?
I said some situations, yeah, but
You tell me another situation where that's not provoking. I guess you said whatever you said.
Well, if someone is provoking you,
yes.
Yeah, are you gonna provoke back?
I mean, at the same time, yeah, there are some situations in which someone is provoking you on you not saying nothing or you moving away or something like that, and then a person puts their hands on you. Then is that still you're not provoking the situation? You try to diffuse it.
Now you took it a step forward to prove that point, but you said that's a whole nother thing. Once they put their hands on you, that's different. But some people would sit there and wait for their hands to get put on them, which is still provoking. When you going back and forth and then you wait till somebody put their hands on you, then you want to call it protection. People be knowing when it's about to be a fight for the most part, and ain't nobody stupid. Mm-hmm. So provoking, it's still provoking when you want to sit there and try to ignite something and then get shocked when you get socked in your jaw.
Yeah,
well,
you provoke, so you're not protected. Provoking does not prevent protection. Provoking prevents protection, my bad. It does. If you provoke, you're now in danger.
This is the one I knew people was going to have a problem with. That's why I'm doing this right here for a reason, though. And this all plays part of me becoming a bit bigger person and stuff. But I know it feels like that when because everybody feel like they got something to prove. This is the world we living in nowadays. They have to. They don't, like I said, nobody don't like that feeling. We are ego-driven and prideful. We feel like we have to show something. We don't like losing. We always want to look like we the craziest one. That nobody can't mess with us and all that stuff or whatever. We all want that. A lot of people is like, I ain't gonna say all, but a lot of people is just simply like that because that's how we got raised. A lot of us got brought up tough and went through hard times and stuff. So now we got something to prove, like that one song from Lil Baby and stuff. All of us want something to gotta have something to prove. But for the most part, that's what's been unaliving a lot of us and all that stuff because we trying to prove stuff to people that ain't worth proving to.
So can I ask you guys a question quick? It's what do you think is more effective or efficient? Fighting fire with fire or fighting fire with water?
That ain't the right.
It's water, but everybody think fire is water. Fire is water at the same time. That's what a lot of people be feeling like.
Matching energy
because they think their fire is bigger than other people's fire, so everybody like that. What happened to mirror? Why is so keep dropping?
Smaller fire, it just makes a bigger fire.
Yeah, but a lot of people think you can put out, for the most part, especially in America, a lot of people think their fire can put out somebody else's fire.
Oh, like firearms. That's what you're talking about now.
Told you that's my box.
That's funny.
You got your box, so you got to go. Conscious up there stuck in Jen's box. See, he sleep up there. But
Yeah. Hey, let's hit. Okay, I see somebody just tapped. We just hit 19.8K. Come on, let's go on and hit this 20K, and then let's move on to 30K. Let's tap the screen. Keep tapping the screen. And if you're in the box, hit hashtag FYP. We want you to keep liking the live. You can if you would like, you can gift the host. And if you like the comments of the guests, you can also gift the guest in the box. It is the season, and giving is part of the reason. I'm just making
Right.
stuff up.
And this is
But
an
No, they,
effective. This is a
but
very good
and I
panel.
only see,
It
okay, I
deserves
see two
attention,
people. I was
man.
about to say, I only see Petty only doing it by herself, but I see Mister doing it. I see y'all doing it. Yeah, we see y'all doing it. Now we know if y'all
see,
type in
calling
there.
you out.
And we
This
calling out. We
deserves. This
calling out.
deserves people in this
And
The
box.
share the
chat
live
is
with at least 10 people. Share the
25K.
live with at least share the
Everyone should be
live with at least 10
sharing.
people.
This should have
Yep.
1,000 people watching. Like that's what it deserves, right? So let's
Yeah.
get it there.
We
Nah,
gonna
it
get it.
deserves 5 people. Only 5 people watching.
5,000.
It's not good to kiss ass. It's not good.
She's a Nama stop.
I tell truth, and it is deserving. Look at those questions, man. He's a good host.
No, he's not.
He provoked me. Sorry. No. But yeah, I do really want to. So I'm saying I'm glad I see how Google chimed in, and I know it's gonna rub some people the wrong way and stuff. But people got to really realize the difference between provoking and that's why I put this up there again.
Wait,
People
hold on.
really
What did
don't
I
know the
miss?
difference between provoking and
What did she
preventing.
say?
Protection.
Oh no. But I mean, you know what I said earlier. But then when y'all put that into like a story or
An analogy?
Wait,
yeah.
what?
Oh, sorry. I just got lotion all over my bed. I'm trying to get ready.
The heck you doing
What are
over
you
there?
doing? What are
Moaning
you
and all
doing?
that stuff.
Thing to say on here.
Put your at least mute up before you do it. It's not even Friday yet.
I think she on a different kind of live. This ain't that
On a
live.
whole different type. This ain't it. Is that how you come in?
Nah, you right, Petty. I am the master of provoking. I mean,
No, you
sometimes
most
it
definitely.
fails. Sometimes it fails, but it's rare. It's rare that it fails.
What do you think your best skill is of provoking?
What does that mean? I don't even
Well,
understand.
like I'll tell you what it is. You're most effective moving forward when you kind of like if you do cut people off. Like
you
when
do
they're
that
saying
too,
something.
Universal.
But see, y'all ain't seen nothing. Y'all ain't seen nothing. And I ain't seen my boy in a minute. You seen him, Kev? I ain't seen Charles out here in a minute. They done finally rang him. I ain't seen him in a minute, but
We already know
y'all
who
should have
chased
seen
him
him.
off now. He
Right, I was gonna
scared
say,
now.
J Love is the
Where
queen. I
she
gotta
at?
give her.
Right. She the only person I seen ever get under his skin. She got the trophy for sure. She made him cuss. She done got called
Charles hate
he
me.
done
He come in. Yeah, I ain't gotta tell you.
he
Y'all
called her a
already know.
monkey. He called her a B word. he
Yeah,
got
she
out of
pulled him all
character.
out
I've
his.
never seen it.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh boy, yeah,
She got
she
his
got the
number.
trophy. Yeah, she got his number for sure that day, and it was just simply just sitting here irritating him. She ain't call him out his name or anything. Oh, that was the funniest stuff ever.
Kept calling his name.
Wait, hold on. What happened?
Yeah,
I want to know what happened. Oh wait,
J
hold
Love
on.
got
Okay, hold
under
on.
Charles skin. I've never seen nobody get under Charles skin ever.
First off, Universal. I see how you tried to eat just now by saying
Uh
cut
oh.
people off. I mean, I like that.
Uh oh.
I like that. So you try to eat. You try to do something, but you can't.
Giving you
I mean, you
tip
can't point
moving
something
forward.
out. Hold on. You can't point something out that you do yourself.
But
It
did
don't
you
work
notice
that
how
way.
I tried to change the subject and you came right back to a pandering?
Oh yeah.
He
But
said
I
he
had
seen
to
it
step away
coming.
real quick.
He seen it coming.
I had to step away
I
real
meant
quick.
that as a compliment too.
Why is that a compliment to cut somebody off?
Because he's intentionally trying to piss people off.
But what do you do when you doing it?
Trying to make some sense of the discussion.
No, it's the same
Matching
shit,
energy.
bro. Listen, just because Google is in her bathroom right now, butt naked, lotioning up, don't mean that she ain't listening to what you saying.
She's half
She in the
listening.
bedroom with the lotion.
Oh my.
She's not all there.
Cool, I'm all the way here. I'm listening.
You can hear that's the bathroom. You hear the echo and
I'm
stuff.
going on you because I gotta pick my son up from work. He gonna curse me
Do
out.
your thug thizzle. Get it on. Do your thing. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Have you
Lotion it all
mastered?
up.
Have you mastered your makeup routine? Is that why it doesn't require much?
Hey, yo, he just
Now
called you.
you antagonizing me.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
I don't even
Provoking
wear
is in the
makeup.
building
Oh,
tonight.
I don't even wear makeup. What are you talking about?
oh,
You
Where's
do
okay.
your
wear
picture
makeup.
at?
Stop playing.
Hey,
Where's your
Kev,
picture? I
will
don't
they
wear
be the bigger
makeup.
person
I don't know, like the
or will they match
lotion. I thought
energy?
it was like your
Well, they
Let's
met
see.
right. Tune
We're
in.
gonna sit back and commentate it.
Tune in on Universally Google.
Oh, I'm about to fully loaded clip. My mouth is freezing me. But I'm being nice on this live today.
Starring today, he has said, "What type of makeup have you put on all
No,
day? Have
fuck
you
that.
mastered it?"
No, I mean, fuck that being nice. And the people like, I'm being nice today. I don't care. I'm still on last week. Shit.
Who can be the most provoking, Pander or Universal? No one
Tune in.
knows.
I don't even try to be. That's the difference.
Well, we see in chapter 2.
Hey, yo, I do this shit in my sleep, bro. I do this shit in my sleep.
Pander's in real form now.
Hey,
Let me ask a
look,
question.
Pander, y'all gonna have to start having us follow you around to
Somebody
different
has
lives
left the box.
to narrate your
Nah,
lives.
facts.
Will he get under their
Can you be
skin,
distracted
or will they keep ignoring
but
him?
have full attention towards something at the same time? Is that possible?
No.
Wait, what? We weren't listening. Say it again.
Can you be distracted and fully attentive at the same time?
No.
Hopefully you heard that one.
He was distracted.
Yeah. So that's a no. But that was for Google. I wanted to ask actually.
She's still in the middle of
Google's
lotion
washing
right
her
now.
butt right now.
Your question,
Let
Universal.
her
So
wash
was
her
it
butt.
rhetorical? Because nobody thought it was important enough to answer that. But yeah.
I know, but it's very important.
I mean,
Google.
it's not because you're saying it. Like, I don't want to do a mental spar with you. I'm
Nah,
having
but he
this
just
because
called
I'm
you
people
an
not trying.
angry black
alive.
woman. How's that make you
I don't want
feel?
to spar. I want to train, practice. Exercise.
Well, you gotta train on a man. Go get a man. Why you picking on a woman? Get right.
I'm
Because
not
he
picking.
thinks you're weak.
There's
No, I don't. No, I
an
don't.
opponent down there. You chose to dodge him and run back to me.
He
That's some
thinks you're weak.
right there.
No.
He
See
thinks you're weak.
that?
It all comes from you were distracted earlier putting on your lotion.
But someone prior to that, he just had the whole smoke for you and said, "Oh, you're not gonna get away with saying X, Y, and Z." But you diverted him, went round him, and came back to me.
Oh, see how Google's deflecting?
I missed that
You
part.
see how
Sorry.
Google's
Who
deflecting
did
now?
that?
You see how she's deflecting?
Onto somebody, but I don't know who. Who was that XYZ person?
Peacock.
You're
Hey,
What's up?
Gabrielle.
Hey everybody.
Pretty peacock.
What's the
Hey,
deal?
What's up?
hey, Gabby. Hey, Gabby. Can you put Google in her place? Because she was bullying me the other day.
I'm bullying her, apparently.
Are y'all provoking?
Let's prevent.
First of all, you keep talking about I was bullying. When did I bully? I do not bully anybody.
Of course. No, because
Especially
you
not
guys.
online.
Of course,
In
you
real
guys
life,
always
maybe.
act like you ain't do nothing.
All right, but why can't you recant the story?
No, because it triggers me. I need somebody else to, come at you.
Oh well, don't put nobody in your crossfire. Get the smoke yourself.
Oh no, you don't. You don't cause smoke.
Huh?
I said you don't cause smoke. You cause dandruff. It's not smoke.
Okay. But you can't recant the story, so that means it's not true. So I cannot address it.
It doesn't mean it isn't true.
You're not talking about it.
Come on now.
Doesn't mean it's not true. So where's that miscommunication?
Grape is grape at the end of the day.
Yo.
Exactly.
That's wild.
So what is it? Static? So what we got? TikTok beef now?
Oh no!
I'm gonna make a live about you.
Oh no, you're not high enough to have TikTok beef with me.
Oh, okay. So why you addressing me then?
No, you got to be at a certain level.
Oh.
How many followers I gotta have?
Oh no, it's not about
Your box is open, Jen.
Oh no, it's not about the followers.
What? So what's going on? What happened? What do you want?
Smoke a doobie.
You don't. Now you don't see what I'm doing right now, but
I
it's
mean,
all
you
good.
provoking me and you want me to
Oh
keep
no,
saying,
oh no, it's not that.
what?
No, it's not that.
Oh,
Now
well,
you got to figure it out yourself.
It's more of a
oh,
coded revelation,
I don't care though, because
like the
every time you
Bible.
say something, I'm gonna address it and then keep it smoking.
Okay.
Oh, here we go, Lala.
He making drama in here.
No,
This
oh
makes
no, it's not
sense.
drama.
Hey, do y'all know what the word of the day is?
What's the word of the day?
We
Read what Lala put in the comments.
Who's Lala?
Sounds like everybody is narcissists.
Ah!
Hmm.
So every time we hear that word, you are
Is,
supposed to scream.
is a narcissist an evil empath?
Ah!
The
Oh
N word,
man, they done came up with some stuff
the
like
new N word.
Look, she gonna write yelling in the comments.
yelling, right?
This was a
So
nice
Alter already
N
know they
words,
conversation.
keep doing
evil
this stuff, man. I'm
empaths.
glad
This was
AJ
not
ain't
my
in here.
fear.
Yeah, Jen
No,
dropped that for me.
nobody.
Yeah, I can't stand women that don't look like their profile pictures.
Mm.
That's like every single one of them.
Yo.
Who are you talking about?
You?
What?
He coming for her, bro.
No,
He ain't say no name though.
I said everyone, every one of them.
I don't care
Yeah, that
about
was it.
women.
So the guilty conscience spoke up.
What you want me? What you trying to like put the battery in my back so I can turn my camera on?
No,
All right, so what then? What happened?
I'm just saying. How many filters do you have in that picture?
There's not one filter in the picture. You don't even have a picture, so you know you ugly, and you know that you know you're ugly. That's why you chose not to put a picture up.
That's wrong.
Everybody
Nah,
passing the test today.
Yo,
nah.
I mean, they
This is what not to do, live. This is what not to do.
I told Cav earlier I got a problem with like not partaking. I be trying.
You ain't trying hard enough.
What?
'Cause everybody be
Oh
saying stuff
man.
like that and then
Because
don't even seem like they trying.
it's not Martin Luther King.
Trying is just keeping your mouth closed. That's what trying is.
Hey yo, Kev. You see
Yeah,
how
that
I
is
just said
trying.
something and muted up, and it just went where it went? I didn't even have to do nothing.
Power.
That shit is too easy, bro.
He started trouble with me. You tried to start that earlier.
Boy, you said one thing and she ain't letting it go. It's over. I really
I'm
want to
back. I'm
figure
being nice
out.
now.
No.
That
What?
mean people got your button.
I know I am reactive.
Well, she was getting ready. She's got to go.
You
All
proud too, ain't you?
right.
What?
There's Proud and there's Marine.
Oh, here.
That you are easily
You
triggered.
ever went on a woman's page and could you go up her profile picture and you scroll down and then it's like, wait, who's this new person? And they come to
Yes.
find out it's not a new person, it's them, but they just don't have makeup on. It's crazy.
Or a
Wow.
wig and a costume.
I'm glad I wasn't drinking nothing. That would have came out my nose.
It's like, bro, what happened? What happened?
What happened to you?
But I'm
It's the
just
standard of society, and when you raise the bar so high, it's hard to go any lower.
But I'm not talking about anybody in particular. You know what I'm saying?
What you trying
Nobody.
to say? What you trying to say?
I'm trying to say,
Women and societal standards.
I'm trying to say these females be a 2.5, and when they put makeup on, they try to act like they a 10.9.
Up, he brought it back up. Now I gotta talk about it again.
Knowing damn well they titties touching the floor.
Wow.
Not the floor titties.
But we shouldn't be like bashing the body, the natural beauty of women, though. We should be embracing that.
Allah, we not
Yeah.
about to embrace
I actually do like
long.
that though, because man, there's something wrong when you gotta 60-year-old woman and her stuff
I guess
all
she got a
sitting
point. I
up
just
on her
thought about
chest
that
plate.
too.
It's like, did you
No,
just buy them?
We talk
now,
about the
ayo,
natural, we
mirror.
want them natural, and then we get mad at the plastic. That is crazy.
No,
And we
look,
shame
ayo,
them their
ayo,
natural
Hey, she know
Petty.
being.
how to slap
I
you with
would
them
rather
right.
play. I would rather play
That
with
what
some
she said.
sandbags. Ayo, Kev.
Yeah.
I would rather play with some floppy sandbags than some fake stuff, bro.
Facts. Facts.
You know what
That's
I'm
what
Cause,
I'm
saying?
saying.
cause I'm scared that fake
Exactly.
stuff might bust and leak, and then we both gotta
Right.
go to the hospital.
Ugh, man. Why I picture that when you said that? I'm mad I just pictured that. Ugh. Ugh.
That was
Oh my.
funny.
Oh
That's
my!
right.
Juices there. What is that? What's that
Which one?
leaking?
What's that
Oh, okay, Alter
leakage?
Brown Beauty.
What's that leakage? What's leaking?
Right. Why he said it, it made it sound worse. Ugh.
The way you
Natural
said it.
beauty. That's what's leaking.
The leakage. Ugh.
What's the leakage?
She said, "Mom, come get me. I'm scared."
Oh boy.
My mama didn't teach me to tell me it would be days like this. She said it would
Uh-uh-uh.
be. She said it'd be bad, but she never said it'd be like this.
But hey
And
yo,
they
we
always
all
say,
now
I'm
we all
doing
have
it
our
for me.
flaws, bro. You know what I'm
I'm
saying? We
doing it
all
for
got our
me.
flaws. Hey yo, Petty, that's not gonna make up for you know what I'm saying, neglecting me for all this time, yo.
Man, just think
What?
about it.
Nope.
What? How would you feel? How would you feel if
She neglecting
you
people?
getting
What?
it?
That's
Wasn't
why I ain't
nobody
see her in a while
But
either.
neglecting.
She
just
do me the same way. It's all right.
check this out. How would you feel if you
Don't be
getting
like
it from the back and then one of her tires go flat?
Oh damn. You mean like it pops? Like it start leaking?
Yeah, yeah,
Wait, hold on. The DPL starts leaking?
yeah.
Oh damn, that's crazy, dog. Some people,
Or
I mean,
be
some
like a
people will
balloon.
still, I mean, some people will still go.
Ooh,
Like
I
some
wonder
people
if
will
it
still
still
go
has a
for it.
smell.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh. Here we go. She got to go with the extra deep. Ugh.
Not it
I'm sure
definitely.
there's a
Hey
smell. It
yo,
gotta be a smell.
now Ayo Pika, yo, there's certain dudes out here that's so nasty they would put it in that hole.
And just keep it moving.
Exactly. I mean, just to clog it up.
Just to clog it up. Ugh. What the freak?
I hate
Where y'all
him.
minds be
oh.
going? That is
Okay,
crazy.
okay. I'm
Ugh.
sorry. I thought I wanted to smoke, but I don't want no more smoke.
Boy, I wanted to eat. That's
Man,
crazy.
man.
Oh wait, hold on. I think Google wanted to talk. What did you want to say?
I just said y'all was discussing. I was listening.
Okay.
Just cause we done got off that lotion you got everywhere. Don't be trying to make us look disgusting now. We
Yeah.
start talking about that lotion again.
That lotion in motion.
See, you was safe. You was safe and out of
Yeah,
the
the
danger zone, and you gonna
motion
walk
in
yourself right back
motion.
into the danger zone.
That lotion in motion.
Now, see, that's a no one right there, man. You can't protect a woman that you get the bullseye off of her, and she go walk right in front of it.
Oh yeah, bro.
Right.
Now I can. Now I can.
That's why you can't protect them all. You can't protect them all, bro.
Nope.
So now I can't partake in the conversation. Like that's crazy.
We leaving you drowning. Go drown.
Who the hell is that? Oh, okay. Shut up, yo. Anyway, how's everyone day going?
Wait, hold on. Hey yo, are you Haitian?
No, I'm black.
Huh?
I'd save you, Google. Don't worry.
Oh no, hold on. This was a real
Huh?
question. Are you Haitian?
Nah. Everybody asked me that. It's not. It wasn't. I wouldn't take it as an insult. Always
No,
get
I
asked
didn't
like,
say that to so why would that be an insult?
no, but like somebody
Well,
started
she on
laughing.
tip. She can't take nothing.
Yeah, he said it was a real question. I heard him say that before he asked you, because that's to try to get me to calm down.
No, yeah, I just said I wouldn't take it as somebody laughed, but I don't think that's an insult. I got a Haitian best friend.
What the fuck?
Wow.
But I
I don't
mean,
like talking to you no more.
what?
I missed the
But
No,
first
why did you
part.
ask me if I was Haitian? Because of the way that I speak, right?
Oh,
you know what, Panda and Universal, and Kev
Mm-hmm.
What
and
about
Pretty
Petty?
Peacock. I think that. Oh,
Wait,
petty
it makes a
peacock. I'm
long.
sorry, that's a petty peacock. I think that Google might be a little narcissistic.
I don't see it.
Ah!
I feel it.
Ah,
Where the
Oh yeah.
noises? The audience yelling or whatever. But
I
that's
can't.
everybody uses that word.
I can't get with the yelling shit. I can't get with it.
Y'all being Aggie. What's Aggie?
I don't like that word.
I ain't never been Aggie
like
before. I don't know what
irritating, I
Aggie
guess.
is.
Aggravating.
Aggravating,
Yeah.
aggravating.
Oh, aggravating.
Hey
Maybe.
yo,
Oh,
hey yo, Petty Peacock. Doesn't she sound like a mommy and nine?
I had to look real quick to make sure it
And I
wasn't.
mean that's what's pissing me off.
Every time she answered, I'd be like, "Ooh, it's not
Right,
you." Yeah,
right, right.
Oh,
See,
you
see,
childish.
exactly. That's
all
exactly.
I
I
got
see
me
the
down there
picture.
rolling with the I'm yelling.
She is just someone to stay
Oh
far
damn,
away from.
Kev. Hey yo, Kev, don't let that little boy up here, Kev. Oh
Kev, what's
yo,
going
hey yo,
on with
Petty,
that?
hey yo, Petty Peacock. Listen, I was on this Zoot Rages page, right? He
Uh-oh.
said, "Yo, I will violate you, and you won't even know where hit you."
Wow,
And then he said he's gonna bury my body in his backyard. What?
Kev, this
After
is the
you
people that you hang out
what?
with.
That's what he said. Yo, Kev, am I
No, don't put
lying?
that
Kev,
on
this
me.
is Kev. This is what we doing now.
Don't put that on me.
Hey, yo, Kev, am I lying?
Kev, the other day you
You
were
Am I
you know
asleep.
what?
lying, Kev?
Whoa.
What's going
You know what?
on?
You
No,
know
hold
what
on. I
you
can't be
did?
next to this Bati boy. Hold on,
You
hold
know
on.
what you did? I'm sick and tired.
Thought I was
I'm sick
petty.
Wait,
of the
pause. So you really
What's
told this
good,
man
Rich?
that you would burn his body, son? You said that?
I never said. If you listen to that dumb crackhead, if you want to, go ahead.
Why he
That's your
gotta be a
opinion.
dumb crackhead?
Because
He
my
always.
is a
Hey,
bitch. That's
Panda,
Hey,
you
hey, yo,
trying to be
Kev.
more
Hey, yo,
narcissistic
Kev.
than
Wait,
me?
so now you wait,
he could be
pause.
a
So
psychopath
Hey, yo, Kev. Hey,
you
Kev.
said
What did
some
he say, Kev?
outrageous,
or
wild
mentally
shit, and
tormented.
Hey, yo, Kev.
he the weird
Hey,
one.
yo,
If you
Kev. Repeat what
if
he
you
said,
believe
bro.
if
What did
you
he say, bro?
I'm not about to repeat it.
Exactly. Exactly.
Did you tell this man you would violate him? And was that the right
Oh
word?
no, Petty. He said he's
I
gonna
did
violate my
indeed.
body, bro.
He's
I never said
gonna violate his body.
I
I'm
said I
sorry,
don't
it's
know.
not funny.
Hold up, everybody pause. Everybody pause. Everybody
Why would
pause.
you say that?
Hey, Ray, you know you my. Never mind. I was just gonna ask you. And I already answered. When you gonna
Yeah.
change three?
No, I mean that man said he gonna violate my
Not the.
body.
No, no, no. We can't talk about that right
That's
now. We
wild.
gotta. Me and my brother got a issue that we need to deal with. When are you gonna
Well,
change the battery in your smoke detector? That smoke detector should be not working no more. Is that a different smoke detector?
Wait,
uh
hold
oh.
on, Mirror. I was
Yeah.
violated as a man on this app, bro.
Wait a
No,
minute.
I don't.
You
I
He
said
said,
understand
he
that,
said,
but
I care about the
I
violation.
understand. I understand that, but he didn't change the battery in his
He
smoke
said,
detector. That is a bigger violation to us
Yeah,
all.
that's I mean
That
that's what
beeping
females
every
do.
2 minutes.
Now
No,
females
it
do
ain't
that.
just. No, it ain't just females. Unfortunately, it's starting to become a part of us that I don't like. We got to change that stereotype. Change the battery. We think that the battery beeping in the smoke detector means it's working. No, it means it needs to be changed.
Crying
How
out
do
for
you
help.
sit there and not just bang your head in the wall not hearing that beep, beep,
get
Yep.
immune to it.
Hey yo,
beep?
Petty.
I'm sorry, but
Man,
Now
him
hey
being
yo, Petty.
violated is way more
but
Exactly.
important than
Now you
a
see
smoke
how
detector, bro.
We
now you
don't
see
care.
how I come to
Hey, you
these
got to go
black
one of
men
them
and
trauma
tell them,
rooms then,
yo,
man.
listen, I was
What?
Yeah,
violated by
some
this
people like
man,
being
and now they
violated.
talking about a freaking battery in a come on,
Kev,
son.
y'all really letting this slide,
Yo,
son?
son, he let
I
him,
told him he
son.
got to go to
hey,
therapy after
hey,
that,
What was
man. You
the
know,
Therapy,
wait?
on the
therapy.
Pause.
real,
What
we
was
but hey,
locked
being
him up.
said before this? Like,
moderating on the real,
Otis,
just
what did
we
you say,
joking and
Otis?
stuff, but be mindful of our words, or we're gonna have to be F1 in the chat, so we get cut off and don't know what
Did you
happened.
say the
So
B word?
I
I
don't
think.
know.
What P
Nobody
word?
said nothing, but violation is violation.
No, I'm just telling us to be mindful.
Oh,
Right, just telling us to be mindful where we at.
Otis, what was said
We in the
He
to
danger
make
said,
zone.
I mean,
this
I
child
mean,
take listen?
hey, yo, listen, okay, look, before he let me up, because I came on a different page, because I would never be seen on this page on his live. So I came in on a way different page. And then he gave this whole speech before he let me up, like, hey, this is good vibes. if you don't follow the good vibes, I'm gonna kick you out. Da, da, da. He was saying this for like 2 minutes, and then he finally let me up, and I was talking my ish, whatever, whatever. He was like, "Yo, son, shut the fuck up, cause I'm gonna violate your body, and I'm gonna
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I mean, and I'm gonna dig you up in my backyard." I was like, "Bro, what?
you
You
hearing
gonna violate my body
Damn.
and then dig me up in the backyard?
you hearing shit because I didn't say if I
That's crazy."
gift wrap you and put you under my fucking house for the first.
Oh, see,
He said correct that it's under my
He was
house.
trying to prevent you specifically from coming up there in the first place.
that's crazy, son.
Wow.
Hey, yo, listen. If you didn't like somebody coming up there, you could have left them in the, you know what I'm saying, like in the comments. But you let him in up there, and then you tell him you gonna violate his body.
For
Yeah.
one,
He could have
That's
dropped you
that's
but
before he started
wild.
provoking
I chat anyways.
himself.
That's wild, Joe. And my
Violate your
biggest
body is
advocate,
wild.
is not here with us. Damn, Patty Peacock, you ain't shit.
I'm still baffled at the fact that this man said he wanted to violate your body. That's why
Hey, yo,
for
bro,
once.
if
Who's
you a
got the
part of the
crickets?
rainbow community, just say that, big dog. Just don't, I mean, don't put me in it. You know what I'm saying?
Like out of all the things to say, like that's what came through your mind, sir. Like, are you all right?
All right, what the fuck?
Oh,
Nah.
that whistle is making me go loopy.
Hey, yo, what the hell is that whistling sound?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm like
That's
Hey,
the smoke detector
Darth Vader
screaming.
or something.
hey, yo, is that the smoke detector?
Oh, smoke detector is crazy. No, my smoke detector doesn't whistle.
What the hell is that?
Huh.
But
It's
as I was saying,
probably
bro,
it's
if
probably
you're a part
somebody
of
else
the
he violated,
right,
and
if
they
you're a part of
screaming
the
for help.
LGBTQ, I mean, community, bro, don't bring me up in there. You know what I'm
You,
saying? Like, come on, son.
not me.
I had to take 2 showers.
Maybe because you needed it. You smell like ass.
No, I did need it. I did.
I need
What
more.
is happening? Cuz what
Hey,
the
yo, son,
Special,
your boy is suspect,
special
bro.
only if your intentions are to cure the problem. I
Your boy
think
is suspect.
it
this is
would
wild, cuz.
change if we walked
We leaving
away
this in
in the right
2023.
situation.
Later to
For
23.
A, protection requires a lot of getting out of comfort zone. For
Yeah.
B, uh, provoking can be behavioral and vary in method.
You know
Come
what?
up and
You're right.
explain all that,
How come
Angelique.
Hey,
how
yo,
come
Kev.
two
Hey, yo,
didn't
Kev.
have a 2A and a 2B and three didn't have a 3A and a 3B though?
That's
Maybe they're
that's
connected.
discrimination right there.
Hey, yo. This person has dedication, yo. Because I would have never wrote this shit.
What happened? Well,
Go ahead and explain.
good evening, everybody.
What's the
Okay.
deal?
The only reason why it wasn't very long is because they don't allow us to like type a lot
Oh
in the
no, that
comment
was
section.
long. That was long as shit.
Yeah, but I mean, it could have been longer.
I
Well,
bet
there
it
She
should
was.
be a
said.
4C
I
actually.
could,
To make sense.
The reason why I put that is because the bonus question is asking for examples of multiple things.
Right.
So
Oh, so where's
I'm a,
4C?
I didn't finish. I just came up because y'all was like explain. So
All right.
why keep typing when I could just come up and explain like y'all asked?
Can I ask you
Um.
a question?
Yeah. Sure.
Before you explain,
Yeah. Sure.
do you think it's okay for a queer man to attack a straight man?
For what
Nobody should be
reason?
attacked.
Prudence.
No. Nobody should be attacking anyone.
Okay.
Sure.
Let me say violate a straight man.
Are we talking about the? Are we talking about SA
Um,
assault?
no, I mean I'm talking about possible. It could be possible.
No,
Don't
nobody
sis,
should be
don't do it. Don't
violated.
do it. Just just let her
Okay.
finish what she was
Okay.
No, nobody
don't
should be violated. It doesn't matter what community they come from. Nobody should be violated.
Okay. Did you hear that,
Hmm.
Rage? Nobody should be violated.
Bitch, you violated me first, you whore.
Wow, not
Well,
what the
so I'm gonna start with.
Can you
No,
consent
they
to being
funny. Man.
violated, or is it they're not
How?
therefore not violation anymore?
Did you
Consent
just
to
ask
violation.
who
Hmm?
consents to be invited?
I did
Wait a
not
minute.
consent. I did not consent.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Like, how can you consent to violence? Hmm?
Right.
Like I'm finna head to Google right now, look up the definition, 'cause I'm trying to
Right.
figure
Right.
out.
Nah, big
That sounds
I'm
like
facts.
an
trying to figure out how
oxymoron.
you consent to be violated.
Well, I can
I'm
think of a
not.
couple ways.
I'm not into that. I
You
think.
Yeah, what? Yeah, I don't know what part of the conversation I walked into,
you
so
can
I'm gonna just go back to answering the question. That's what I'm
Okay.
gonna
Okay.
do.
What had,
I'm gonna start, huh?
say what had happened was no, I'm just playing.
Right,
Go ahead.
right.
Mm.
So I'm gonna just start with number one. When it says, "What's the problem with letting things go to keep the peace?" My response to that was, "Whose peace are you keeping?" is the question. So my thing is,
Mm.
I think a lot of these things can be kind of I don't know if subjective is the right word I want to use, but
Situational.
Can you keep somebody
yeah,
else's peace?
huh?
You can keep somebody else's peace?
Definitely not. That's why I
Oh, you
said who.
confused. I was like, what the heck? What other
That's
peace you
why
can
I
have?
said who. That's why I said whose peace are you keeping is the question, because
There's
people.
only one.
Exactly, but people tend to ignore that. People
Yeah, I feel
tend,
you.
they tend to ignore the fact that you're only, at the end of the day, the reality is you're only in control of yourself.
Hmm.
You're only
Hmm.
in control of your peace. So are you protecting your peace, or are you running away from the problem? A lot of
Mm,
people don't want to sit down and have uncomfortable conversations. And I don't want to upset anybody. I don't want to. No, no, no. If it affects you, it matters. So in certain
mm-hmm.
situations, you can't worry about protecting the peace, because whose peace are you trying to protect? And if you are protecting your peace, are you
Yours.
protecting your peace because it's necessary for you to grow, or are you protecting your peace because you don't want to deal with the confrontation?
Both.
That's both. Right. I'm about to say the same thing.
Damn. I always sit like this sometimes. Hold on, hold on.
I gotta give me something to snack on or something. I'm hungry.
Let me get rid of the screen because it sounds that word might
I'll
be
be
coming.
right back, yo.
All right, I got you. What's up, Rage? How you doing, man? You all right?
I'm good. I'm chilling.
Good to hear from you, brother.
Yeah, your ass didn't come to my live yet.
My bad. I was talking to somebody.
I did. I did come into one of your lives.
Well, I was probably sleeping, so I don't know. I was asleep because I
Well,
got
then how you gonna call me into a live and then go to sleep on me? That ain't even right.
no, 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 no. That's not what happened because
That's
I
a bad host, man. You gonna invite me to your house and go to sleep on me?
I had I had that live for like from what around 7 o'clock all the way up until like literally like what I'll say like 7 o'clock in the
Where you?
morning. And
Where you at, Rage?
I'm in Florida,
What state?
Florida.
Yeah, so we on the same time then, same time zone.
Yeah, like, bro, that live, bro, was so fucking long. Like,
Man, what part of Florida you in? You ain't in Tampa, is you?
no, hell no.
Okay, okay. Can you explain to me why they got to tell the people in Tampa to it's a big long list, but the one word that it caught my attention, and I kept seeing it, and I kept seeing it, and I had to when I kept seeing it, it just messed me up because I'm like, why do they got to tell the people to not violate the animals?
Wait, violate the animal.
Yeah,
What you mean?
yeah. Like
In
what's
state
the
or
I can't think of the right word. Don't make me find the picture. I have to go pull the picture up, and I just couldn't believe it.
don't
I'm like,
pull
why do
it
you?
up. We're not trying to see no humans violate animal.
But I'm like, no, I'm talking about the picture of the sign, so I can tell you exactly what the sign said. And I'm like, why do they have to keep telling the people not to do that?
Is
I'm
it the
like, because if you got to warn the people to do it, not to do it, that means they're doing it.
it's just like it's basically just like when a person like when they say don't feed the animals at the zoo, and then motherfuckers want to feed the animals at the zoo. You feel me? Like you can't say don't do this because what's gonna happen? Like, but violate is crazy. I never heard of
I'm like, who down here violating snakes and alligators?
it's literally a lot of people, and that's why like I for real don't count Tampa as Florida because like that's like a whole different like side of Florida that we never seen before. Like a lot of people never seen being a part of Florida. So it's like, how can you how can you just say, oh yeah, that's a part of Florida? Like that's not where well we are. Like that's not where you got people running around toting. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't got people ransacking everybody. Tampa sounds like a very nice place. If when you hear it, it sounds like a very nice place. You don't hear people say, "Oh yeah, that's in Tampa, Tampa, Florida." That's it. You all you hear is that's just in Florida. Like Florida is a wild place.
Yes,
Wild.
yes, it is.
Yeah, yeah, there you are. Yeah,
But like you speak on Tampa, you don't think nothing crazy gonna happen, do you? When you hear Tampa,
nah,
okay, so it's like you can't call that Florida because Florida is very much more wild than freaking Tampa is. So it's like, bro, that's insane.
nah. Tampa Wild, they just know how to cover theirs up.
Yeah, I was finna say that. A lot of they stuff go under the radar in Tampa. I used to live in Florida. A lot of that stuff go under the radar in Tampa because they see a lot more homes than projects.
Yeah, that's I don't know why they do those like I don't know why they do that. I don't know
Yeah,
why
they do that because they want those areas to seem safe, so the people will be, feeling safe to move there. So it's like there's
Right,
no crime there. When
right.
actuality, it's a whole lot of the crime here is even worse. We just ain't gonna tell you about it.
You
bro,
know,
we don't
like
even the thing is with Florida, right, and people moving here, it's like bro, so many of us trying to get jobs, so many of us trying to like really do work, and then you got all these foreign motherfuckers coming over here not paying a damn thing. They not getting charged the same amount of bills and stuff that we getting paid for. Like when they come over here, they making buildings for them. They're not making buildings for us. They don't make steady income like living for us. They make it for them though. And it's like it's hard for us to do certain things with them here because now we gotta fight even harder, and even when we fight harder, it's still like we still get denied. We came here first. We live here. Like we're born here. We're citizens. So it's like why we gotta fight extra hard to go against a foreigner when yeah we want everybody to what I'm saying have that life where we can all live like like stability and financially free. But how can we do that when we got people like coming over here and pushing us out of our own houses? Like it's so weird that we have that happen. Like they don't go to their governments and do that. Our governments don't give a fuck. So why would you come to another government that don't give a fuck? Like you really like that doesn't make sense. That's just like you been in the house with your parents. Your parents are toxic, and then you go to somebody else's house, and their parents is toxic, but you like being over there more than you like being at your parents' house. Like what's the point of that? It doesn't make sense. And it's like we all try to like say okay cool, we'll give them a chance or whatever, and then when we give them that chance, you know what's gonna happen when we get disrespected? People say, oh yeah, this is why we invaded y'all state and y'all country and all that. I'm like, bro, you do realize we let y'all over here, right? We didn't Y'all didn't fight and win anything. We let y'all over here. And even for me even saying that, I sound like an asshole and I sound like a dick because this world is not like we don't own this earth. We don't own it. You know what I'm saying? It's for everybody, but then at the same time, we got people who take over places and they fight over stuff that it's a whole world out there that's not even touched. But we have people like that and we have to like really fight against everything. And I find it like I don't find it like like good at all. Like I feel like it's just dumb that we have to even do that. That's what I think about all the time. Like that's always on my mind, the back of my head. We wonder why people be saying the most outrageous stuff to us, and then we say, "Yeah,
Yeah.
we let you hear," and then it's like you gotta think about it for real, for real. Like this earth is way bigger than what we think it is, but we're telling everybody else who come here like, and especially because we're disrespected and we say out of anger, we don't really be thinking about it. But like at the same time too, this earth is so big and is big enough for all of us. But then there's nothing that's really like there's nothing that's fair at all whatsoever, and it's not because of us as people as citizens. It's because of the governments that we have. They don't give a fuck what if you came up on it first. They gonna take that from you. They gonna rob it from you because they feel like yeah they can do that because they a higher power. No, that's not how that shit works. You gotta share the floor, just like how we do in here, and we take turns and we ask people questions, and we get to know what was really the tea, and we all share like that. We don't do that. The government don't think that because all they want is money, and for people to suffer while they sit down and they multi-million-dollar houses and bunkers and all of that. So when a world catastrophe happens, they're safe and not us. These people go out of their way to kill their own family members because of this stuff, and it's sad to me. So,
Yeah. Hey, Ray, were you talking about the questions, or did you answer any of the questions?
I didn't read all the questions, but well, I did, but like I was, kind of waiting for everything to die down before I answered anything.
Yeah, and I was kind of waiting to finish.
Oh, we can yeah, go ahead. How do you say that? Ange-
Angel, you
Angelique?
can call me Angie.
Angelique.
There you go. That
Okay.
works too.
All right, Angie. Well, ladies first, if you don't mind, Rage.
And then I guess I already hit on number one. Um, with the whose piece are you keeping? And then number two, when I said matching energy can be beneficial only if your intentions are to cure the problem. The reason why I say that is because again, it's situational. In certain situations, the cure for the problem may be something that you know involves you going to the extreme, like self defense. Going through that. But in certain other situations, it could be beneficial to match energy because you're leveling the playing field between you and the other person, or you and the other person in question, and you can create a dialogue or an exchange rather than more of a problem. But also, if you see that you cannot do that, your intentions are to cure the problem. So if I see that I cannot cure or work with the problem or the issue, then you can go ahead and just be like, you know what, I'm gonna walk away from this situation because right now what's going on is not beneficial. But matching energy can be used to a beneficial, thing. It's not always about being petty and the negative lower vibrational stuff to fix or exchange in a problem. Number three,
I thought I was.
I do, huh? Huh?
I said, I'm sorry about that noise. I thought I was muted.
Oh, okay, no, you good. And then number three, I do think the world would change if we walked away in the right situations. Just like I said in the beforehand question, with the beforehand question, if you see that this is not going anywhere beneficial, you cannot cure or deal with the problem in a beneficial way, walk away. Walk away. It's like it reminds me of the episode of Boondocks when they said this is an N-word moment. Situations like that, walk away. This not it's this stupid. Now you're just perpetuating stupidity. You're not seeking to advance from the problem in a positive way. You just acting a fool. So a lot of those situations happen in Texas with like road rage and
Uh,
things like that.
F1 in the chats. Um, TikTok, one of the one of the crazy things about TikTok, you can actually you better off saying a Negro moment than
Oh,
saying the comes after M word.
oh, okay.
So F1 in the chats. F1 in the chats.
My bad, my bad.
That's all right. That's all right. It's just that's why we got moderators. All right, keep going now.
Yeah, TikTok weird.
Yeah, they getting weirder and weirder by the day, man. Can't say nothing. And then
They'd rather
with
you say the word than to say.
right,
Yeah, it's like it's more offensive to say that than it is to just say the actual word.
right. That's crazy. And then with the bonus question, when I start breaking them up with protection, when I said protection requires getting out of your comfort zone, it requires getting out of your comfort zone for the protector and the protected. A lot of conversations I see, especially on here on TikTok, I see happening between like men and women when it comes to protection amongst men and women. Women have a problem with submission, but they want protection. On the female side of the aspect, I'm not gonna speak too much on manhood because I'm not a man, but the female side of it, y'all want protection, or y'all see that or acknowledge that men are meant to protect us, but y'all won't submit to protection. It takes extreme situations for y'all to be like, oh, okay, well, yeah, if he tell me to do that, I'm gonna no. It it goes all the way around the board. You don't wait till the assailant walks up on y'all with a weapon to rob y'all to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be submissive. Sometimes it takes protection takes the prevention part, which I didn't get to. Sometimes it takes the prevention. It takes him saying, "Hey, I wouldn't go out in this area at
It's
this
not any
time of
push.
night."
Just got a question before you go on. So in that, wouldn't you say that her doing that, her being obedient or submissive in that moment, would be her protecting him?
I I can agree. I can agree because you're not putting him in a situation where he has to get physical with somebody, or you're not putting him in. And that's another aspect women don't consider either. Listening and being submissive prevents a lot. Not saying you should be
I'm a big
subjugated.
That's why I'm a big advocate of give what you're asking.
That makes a lot of sense. I can agree with that. I can concur with that. That makes a lot of sense. Because it's one thing to, okay, yeah, if he tells me to do that in the heat of the moment, I'm going to do it. But it's another thing to walk around, provoking people, doing things and, oh, well, I got a man at home and he gonna come in here and he gonna air it out. Like, why are you putting him in that situation? And he could lose his life just like you could lose your life not listening to him. That don't make sense to me. So but it does take certain women out of their comfort zone, because at the end of the day, the reality is every woman hasn't always been in certain situations where they can be okay with someone telling them what to do. I'm not saying I approve of that behavior, but it is a reality of life. A lot of women haven't experienced being shown that submission is beneficial. Like me, I've been around older people and I learned a lot from older people, especially older men. You know, if I say, hey, if he says, hey, look, I wouldn't do that if I was you, I don't do it. And then I sit back and watch the outcome of me not doing that. And it saved me from a lot. It's simple stuff like, before I became Muslim and got married, when I used to date, one of my boyfriends, he taught me a lot in that relationship, and I can give him that. That's why we kind of still cool to this day. I don't talk to him like that because guidelines of my religion, but he taught me a lot. Like, let's say we riding in the car, he driving. I never sit in the front seat if he has a guest. I always sit in the back and I sit diagonal to the person. He always taught me to do that. He said, don't ever sit behind them, sit on the opposite side of them. You can see everything that they're doing. And that's for your safety and mine. Because you don't know what's on people's mind. A person could be your friend today and your enemy tomorrow. And I've literally experienced later situations where I still uphold and upkeep to that, and some wild stuff that happened, and I was the first one to be like, hey, look, you see that? You see that going on right there? Or I was able to move around. So now I don't just apply that to like sitting in the car. I apply that to going to restaurants. If I can't see the exit, if I don't know where all the exit are, and I can't see the main entrance from where I'm sitting at all times, I gotta move. I gotta sit somewhere different. Or if the location is just not formidable for me to be able to access these viewpoints, I won't even sit and eat there. I'll get my food to go. I gotta go. So it takes you out of your comfort zone, because a lot of people don't want to think about stuff like that. But at the end of the day, the fact of reality is crime happens, and we need to be aware. Provoking behavior can vary in method. Some people use emotional stuff to try to provoke you if you're an emotional person. People can use physical dynamics. If you're a physical person, hot headed, quick to fight. People can read that off of you. That's you know, everybody, especially if people like you come across people that read like stuff like the 48 laws of power and stuff. Yeah, they can read everything about you from across the room. So it's like it could be different methods to be provoked. If you're an emotional person, you could be provoked emotionally. If you're more of a mentally articulate person, a person that plays mind games can provoke you. If you're a physical person, hot-headed person, a person can provoke you physically without even having to do too much. Like, you know, and then prevention, I kind of hit on prevention already. Basically, prevention is doing what is necessary before the situation actually has to come. So if you don't know, if you can't get down with prevention, you can't get down with protection either. That's just my opinion. And I'll land my plane there.
That wasn't a bad flight. Thank you. Uh, let's hit the likes. Let's hit the likes. We got 5 people down there in the comments. Hit the likes. For the 4 people in the box, let's hit the hashtag FYP and let's share the live. Lala, you ready? I ain't skipping you, Rage.
No, hold on. Before you go, Lala. Mirror, why did you just read my mind like that? As soon as you said, like, literally as soon as you said that, I started commenting hashtag FYP.
Hey, that's just that's probably why he made me a mod and keep talking about he gonna fire me, but for some reason he ain't fired me yet, bro.
No, I'm not gonna fire you, so.
So that being said, Lala, you have the floor.
Well, hey guys.
Way.
So, I have, what is it? What's the problem with letting things go to keep the. So I might be of a different belief. I think some things you can let go to keep the peace. I think I always say big nose and little nose. I think some things are just not that big of a deal. So keeping the peace in that sense, meaning not, provoking an unnecessary argument over something super petty, then I think you can let it go to keep the peace. But if something is like really disrupting you emotionally, then I feel like you should get to a point where you're emotionally like you can have an emotionally healthy conversation and then address it. And make sure you're both ready, because I feel like what people forget is like, oh, I'm not feeling peaceful right now. I would like to feel peaceful, so I'm going to address it. If you don't talk or ask the person if they're ready to receive what you're saying, there's a big chance that it's going to backfire and all you wanted was peace and they feel like they're being attacked. You know what I mean? Because they weren't expecting the conversation in the first place. So I don't know, that's how I feel about that. So I think you can let things go in order to keep the peace. I think matching energy positively, like Angelique said, I think that's a good idea. I think you can match energy in a positive way. If your friends are like, excited about something, you can match their energy for that. But when we're coming to conflict, I'm just not a fan of matching energy if it's negative. It's kind of like, okay, I just heard this analogy and I love it. If you have two wolves, one you keep in the light and one you keep in the dark, which one will live? And it's the one that you feed. So the reality is, it's like the more you put into a negative environment, the more negativity comes out of it. And so I just don't think it's necessary to match negative energy. I think in those situations, it's better to just let them know that they are affecting you in a negative way. Like, you're making me feel bad right now, and then just getting your space.
I ain't even say nothing. How I'm making you feel bad right now?
I don't know. Maybe the silence is making me nervous. And then how much of the world do you think wait, what? I can't read, obviously. How much of the world do you think would change by simply being I mean, obviously, a lot of things. I just feel like everybody's so sensitive, so it makes everybody seem like they're not being like people aren't being the bigger person. Everybody is just so darn sensitive nowadays that it's like you're almost, if you don't want to have an unnecessary like emotional outburst from somebody, you have to be the bigger person and be like, it's fine. Like, so I feel like if most people just chose to like, I hate this. This is difficult because I say most people chose to let things go or be the bigger person. Almost seems like we're requiring people to avoid conflicts that are necessary.
Like
You know
what?
what I mean? Like, if you're in a disagreement with somebody, because people don't know how to argue. This is just the truth. People do not know how to argue in a healthy way. And a lot of people like to call, like, by walking away from the argument, like to call themselves being the bigger person. It's just that term, the bigger person, is really rough, is a rough term for me. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't like that term. I'm being the bigger person. You can avoid conflict. You can, because sometimes when people say they're being the bigger person, they're not being the bigger person. They're avoiding conflict. They're running. Because shutting
What?
down is.
But hold up, I got pushback. So
Right.
what if me and you are sitting here going back and forth about disciplining our child?
Yeah.
We going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. No, let's make it something a little less minute, something not so serious. We going back and forth about where we gonna eat, and it gets to the point where we can clearly see that each other is not trying to hear the other person's point of view.
Right,
So you saying that we should just sit there and just keep arguing with each other until we do? How do you resolve that?
I don't know. I don't know if I think that you should sit there and keep arguing until you do. So this is obviously like an actual issue for me as an individual, because I'm
I
the type.
knew it sounded like it's something coming. I knew something.
Yeah, this is an issue for me. Like, I don't like when it's people I care about. If it's something I don't care about, like, I tend to try really, really hard to understand people. That's the
Yes.
thing. I have experienced people liking to communicate with me, so I don't run into a lot of issues where people just like take off or want to walk away, or we've reached an impasse, because I try to communicate my side in a less threatening way. You know what I mean? So it's difficult when I see people walk away from me, because I'm like, I feel like I'm being clear and I'm being understanding, or I'm using active listening, and so it triggers me when people leave a conversation or stop talking to me because they're overwhelmed emotionally. It does trigger me. And so
And
that's why.
so
Go
and
ahead.
so what I was trying to so what I was trying to say first off, Chris, what is it? Chris Christ. You're more than welcome to come up and discuss your point of view. But what I was trying to get to is, because you have to have an understanding of why certain times people walk away. As a man, the way that we deal with things, we realize there's a certain point that after this point, it results to physical. So we realize that we have a threshold, and then we have to stop, or it's going to resolve to physical. So we have to either it's going to be fight or flight when we have to make a decision. So we choose to walk away to keep it from going to fight. That's when you'll get those situations where somebody will jump in front of you and you're pushing them out the way. Now you push me and it's like you don't understand. Pushing you is the least of what I'm going to do if you don't let me get away from you right now.
Oh yeah,
Well,
when people like block the door, like block your exit, I don't like that. Ugh. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess it's just that bigger
It's just
person.
sometimes people just need time to de-escalate.
I just
And
think
to
so
people
you
like
to
run fast and loose with that bigger person term because everyone thinks they're being the bigger person all the time, and I'm like, that's not what's happening. Like you're so, and sometimes I'm not saying sometimes it's not what's happening, but sometimes people are just being immature. You're not being the bigger person, so it's
why you
rough.
feel that way? Or is that a projection?
It could be a production. I'm not saying it's not. It could be
Uh,
one, but sometimes I do feel like somebody's not being that. Like if we're going through the list of healthy communication in my brain, right, and we're having healthy communication, and you've chosen a lot of conflict agitators, like you've chosen things to make it like get worse during the conversation, and you're the one making the conflict kind of go up, and then you walk away and say you're being the bigger person. I think that drives me nuts. Like I don't know how
well
to reconcile it.
mm.
well to add though to add
Hmm.
as an empath myself as well, you have to realize that everybody is not at where you're at.
And that one next.
Everybody's not at where you're at.
Yeah.
Everybody is not. And then on top of that, something I've also learned growing up, being around older people, is a phrase that was used commonly with me talking to me when I would go through those very same moments of
Hmm.
wanting to walk away. I'm overwhelmed with emotion. And I know what I'm capable of when I'm in these moments of being overwhelmed of emotion. New thoughts are painful. This person is
Yeah.
actually experiencing literal physical pain in their synapses right now with what you're telling them.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you have to remember that person, yeah, they walk away. Yes, it's infuriating because I don't like it either. But at the same time, I'm in control of me.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you have to let people walk away sometimes because they're
Hmm.
literally experiencing pain in their brain listening to you. Even the octave of your voice can cause another
Yeah.
person
Distress.
pain.
Hmm. Hmm.
So we have to keep that in mind.
Kevin's an impact.
So
Sorry.
are you that type? Because I think I ran into that where it's
Hmm.
like you got to have your basically you got to have your point across or something. I don't know. You got to
No,
have
so
some
my
type of
biggest thing is like I don't feel like I'm okay. Like I am genuinely okay if we don't agree on something. If I can see that we genuinely don't agree, then it's like, oh, okay, cool. I do get flustered if I feel like we're saying this. There's this moment when I feel like sometimes people are think they're disagreeing, but they're saying the same thing. And this happens a lot between me and my partner. We're actually saying the same thing, and I can see it, and he can't, and I get flustered, and I'll keep trying to get him to see it, and he's like, "Nope, I don't see it." We reached an impasse. I'm like, "We haven't." That's what I'm trying to get you to see. Like, you know what I mean? And so that kind of stuff. When I feel like someone has blinders on, it does agitate me. Like I can't understand why you are not open to, and I understand actually it's
sound like
exactly
y'all
what you
fighting the
said.
same thing though.
Huh?
Sound like y'all going through the same exact thing though, because it's like he trying to
Mm-hmm.
prove his point, you trying to prove your point, and that's
Mm-hmm.
probably why you're
Mm-hmm.
getting irritated because like
Mm-hmm.
you want him to see the way you want to see it, just like he wants you to see the same way.
The same way he
But
wants it.
that's probably why you don't like to be the bigger person thing because like somebody got to be the person that let it go though,
To let it go.
That's what
Exactly.
because y'all just fighting ego versus ego from that point.
I feel
I
like,
agree.
and that,
And you got to recognize that it may be the same thing, but that you're looking at, but you still may see it at different perspectives.
Yeah.
Because if we go to the museum and me and you look at a painting together, because of the height difference, I'm going to see a different perspective of the painting that you're seeing compared to the perspective you're seeing. But we're looking at the same painting.
yeah,
Yeah.
and I feel like from that point on, like if y'all know y'all going like y'all are fighting the same thing and y'all arguing with each other, y'all hurting each other over the thing that's destroying y'all. Instead
Yeah.
of saying, okay, let's calm down, breathe, look at what we're actually doing, and we compromise on it. You see my point of view, and then I see your point of view, and then we both use both of our point of views, put it together, and make that right there work instead of us going against each other and making us like harm each other more than what we already are.
We already are.
You
For
like
sure.
you can be in
Rage, I'm gonna use that beep for my cue to jump in. You're gonna get it fixed next time. Every time I hear the beep, I'm gonna be like, oh, that's my turn to jump in.
no, you're not jumping. Stay stay where you are right now, sir. But
I could just
yeah,
see the. Oh,
a lot
sorry.
of people, a lot of people
See, that
like
was my time to jump in.
calm down, calm down, sir. Um,
I'll leave you alone. Go ahead.
like I was saying, there's a lot of stuff that everybody go through, and we all go through the same thing. But there's people
Hmm.
who in our lives that come to us as an interest, and yeah, they change, but y'all not understanding why they change. It's like it could be something that you may have been doing for so long, and it's kind of toxic to them, and they see it and they try to tell you about it, and you not wanting to hear it, and so it's like, okay, dang, she don't see what I see, so I'm gonna just walk away, and then
Yeah.
you say, oh, he's just leaving me because of something that I do because that's just normal
I
to me.
couldn't hold it in no
I
more.
understand that. Look, we yo we sometimes in life some things gotta change. It can't stay the same all the time.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But you so agitated because you don't want nobody telling you what to do or telling you how to live your life that you just say, you know what, and you just walk away. Like it's like, and that person that you say, you know what, no, I can't do this, and then that person walks away, and then that relationship fails. See,
Yeah.
he was being a bigger person because he was not gonna allow his peace to be broken because you didn't want to listen to something he was saying. Instead of y'all both just sitting down and looking at what y'all going against, y'all use that to be on your team instead of the person who you're actually talking to be on your team. You feel
Right.
me?
Same
You gotta
team.
see
Hmm.
perspectives, and you gotta compromise on that. If you don't compromise on it, then y'all gonna be lost in the sauce all day long. Y'all not gonna have that opportunity to grow like y'all want to. It's gonna grow apart. It's gonna grow rigid. It's gonna be a bumpy road all the time for y'all. Y'all gonna get up. He gonna get up. He gonna probably you gonna probably be up a little bit longer than him. You won't go to sleep, and he's gonna wake up, and then it's just gonna be y'all not on the same timing no more.
This everlasting beef. Hmm.
Yeah, and it's like, why not just sit down and be like, hey, look, I see that some of the things that I'm doing right now is make you feel uncomfortable. Let's fix that. Let's work on that, and
Yeah.
it's gonna get better from there. You had that conversation, I guarantee you that relationship or whatever friendship, whatever you got going on, is gonna become better. It's gonna become stronger, because not a lot of people want to hear the tough stuff, but you gotta allow them. If they don't want to do it, separate yourself. You don't have to leave. You don't have to do none of that. Just separate yourself and allow them to go through that on their own. You know what I'm saying? Allow
Yeah.
them to have that type of experience because they don't learn if they don't have that experience. And so once they feel like, okay, dang, that person was right. Y'all come, y'all sit down, and y'all speak to each other about it. Just same way like when y'all go through something funny, right? Y'all see something
Hmm.
funny, y'all laugh about it. Y'all both sit down and y'all laugh. Y'all had a conversation about it, and y'all just laugh over it, right? But
Yeah.
then when you go through something negative, you're not gonna want to sit and talk about it. When that's really the times where you need to talk about something for real. Sit down and talk about it, no matter if it's uncomfortable or not. Talk about it. That's
But
the only
too, yeah.
you're
But
gonna be
sometimes you
better.
gotta, yeah. But it's about finding the timing, and sometimes sometimes you can't press the issue when it's in an uncomfortable situation, and then you got to really weigh it out and see what the real at the beginning, what the real end, what your goal is. Are you really trying to help the situation? Is this for the betterment of a relationship, or is
Yeah.
this just something that's personal to me? Is this really important? And do I really need to make this right and win this? And then some things I need to learn how to, because we're big on this, learn how to sometimes just step back and let go and let them find out somewhere else, and they'll get the same message somewhere else. But what it is, we get so prideful that we get upset because, well, I told you the same thing, and it's like,
Hmm.
forget how they got it, long as they got it. And it's like sometimes that's what it takes. You know, it might be the way you're presenting it because men and women are different. And so sometimes we just don't get the same perspective. And sometimes men and men and women don't get because we grew up different. There's so many different variables that can cause us to have conflict. So sometimes we just have to learn how to back off sometimes. Sometimes we're so pressed about being heard and about somebody hearing us that we don't realize the problem is that if we just took a minute to stop and listen.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
And hold on, I want to welcome Lovely. I don't know the rest of that.
Lily. Lovely Lily.
Lovely Lily. Okay,
No,
thank
Lovely.
you. And
I'm
then I
always
got your name is
listening.
okay, and then
List.
your name is Loveless.
Lovely. Well, everybody calls
Lovely
me Lovely,
List.
Lovely List. Yeah. Short for
Lovely
Alyssa.
List.
A lot of
Oh,
people.
okay. Okay, and then we got Chris, the Twilight Zone 34. What's good, my brother?
Wait,
Chris
we
in the
get
building.
it's just Chris. So
It's just what?
it's just Chris Twilight Zone.
Chris Twilight.
34.
Yeah,
Let me stick with
because
94.
I don't know, because I don't know why, but it's like people just see the T and they're like, is that Christ? Is that? I'm like, do they forget how to spell Twilight?
But when I see it with a capital and then I took another look at it and actually looked at it, I'm like, oh, that says Christ. That says Chris Twilight Zone.
Yeah, there you go. Right.
Just imagine if our TikTok names were our government names.
Oh, I'll be having hella fun. Everybody be getting my
had
name
my
wrong.
government name for like months, and then somebody finally DM'd me and was like, "Take your government name off," and I was like, "Oh, okay."
I think a lot of people use their government name, but mine ended up coming from because I got a YouTube page, and when I started my YouTube page, this was the name I put on my YouTube page, and then Google just carried it all over, so I just stuck with it.
That's it.
Yeah, mine's just pretty simple. I just left the Twilight Zone.
Do you want me to answer the last one, or you want to move on?
The bonus one. Hold off on.
I think.
Yeah, hold off on the bonus one. Let
Okay.
I want to get Chris and Lovely in.
Bet. All right, so let's see. What's the problem with letting things go to keep the peace? I say the main issue with that is
My brother, answer all the way down and stop at the bottom.
yeah. All right, but I'm trying to go one on one because if I'm gonna lose y'all in my thoughts, trust me. So I'm gonna go with the first one. People don't want to let things go because it's gonna fester, and the longer things fester, the worse it get. So to try to let it go to keep the peace, it's like, all right, whose peace am I keeping? Am I keeping your peace or am I keeping my peace? So that comes to the problem with that. And matching energies, now that is detrimental to you because if you take it on somebody else's energy you're not even feeling at that moment, it's just gonna bring you down for the rest of the day or the rest of the week, and you're gonna be stored on that feeling that you lowered yourself to, and they just moved on. So you lose in that situation. And how much of the world do you think would change by simply being the bigger person? Not much. It'll be the same thing. Because a lot of the times, people, as y'all said, they're going on ego. That's the fumes. So if somebody got a big ass ego, they're gonna still try not to be the bigger person. And then what's an example of protection, provoking, and prevention? All right. Let's say if somebody was getting on your nerves because they know you don't like something.
We're gonna come back to you. Hold up. Hey Chris, we're gonna come back to you. All right, Lovely.
Okay.
And stop at the bonus.
Oh no, I can't stop the bonus.
Huh?
Oh, I'll stop at the bonus. You said stop or
Yes,
start?
yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, stop at the bonus.
Okay, so what's the problem with letting things go to keep the peace? I'm kind of with Chris on this, where it's whose peace. But I feel each question as I'm reading them through and listening to everybody's responses sounds like competition in each single one. So number one, what's the problem with letting things go to keep the peace? Am I competing for my peace or competing for somebody else's, or am I meeting us both ways so we can both be at peace? I guess
I'm
that's kind of.
confused. Y'all, you like the 1, 2, 3. It's all three of y'all answered it the same way about that. But either way, like, what would make it? What's the big difference if you're just trying to keep peace, no matter who peace it is?
I don't think it's a big difference. I think the difference is
Because I was wondering
peace.
why everybody answered it that way and started off with
I
who's
think the
peace.
difference is pieces. How do I want to feel afterwards? And I think that's why I use the word competition, because I know you talk a lot about it, and I know it was brought up, like empathy and all this stuff, is that we're always comparing trauma. Like trauma is such a like, well, you went through this and you went through this, so this is why I don't want to keep the peace. This is why I do want to keep the peace, but I'm holding on to something. It's not the trauma that we can't get rid of, because the trauma already happened. Or the experience already happened, or the situation already happened. It's the emotion that nobody's letting go. So if my goal is to get to peace, then I have to see it from where you're at, see it from where I'm at. But the goal is for me to feel a certain type of way, right? Or for you to feel a certain type of way. So what has matching energy done for you? So am I matching? Go ahead.
Hold on. So what if because I think where my perspective is, and I think where I don't know if this is where Kevin's kind of trying to go, but it's like for me, I walk away from the situation because, and I think part of it has to do too, and that this may be a variable that we may not be including, is the type of who we're dealing with. Because we know the people in most cases, or in these cases, these are people that we have conversations with on a daily or have situations with on a daily. So we know these people. So it may be a situation where I know that if I let it keep going, it's going to get to a point where it may be somebody that you know that's kind of childish, and you know if it keeps going, they're going to get to a point where they start calling names, or they may do something or say something they're going to regret, or vice versa. So then it's like, let's just walk away and see if we can come back to it after we've de-escalated and still remain in peace. But that's just my perspective. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I agree with your perspective and Kev's perspective. So at what point do you keep, it sounds like what we're going to is how many times do you keep the peace before you kind of say, you know, enough is enough. Like I'm giving my peace up, and I'm allowing you to have your peace, or both vice versa, so that we both feel good in this moment. Let's keep the peace now. Both of us walk away so we can come back to this and communicate properly.
Well, I think it has to.
So the way y'all answer that though, that's what's crazy. Let's show that everybody got their own definition. That's just like love. People be, but I feel like with love, okay, whatever. But with the peace thing, right? If it's peace, that means you're gonna have peace within yourself. It ain't be doing peace for somebody else and all that. Peace is just all over around. So either if they get it or not, as long as you keep peace in that situation. I think the way we using peace is like it's weird. It's like we using it as in well, we calm that time down, but that's not really peace. Is that really peace though? Like if you really want to put it that way, like is that really peace?
Right. It's almost like you're kind of holding off on how you really feel for that moment, so that either we don't use,
like in a war.
Peacetime. So we don't use anger, we don't use frustration, because we don't want to do anything outside of our character in order to make the situation more unpeaceful, if that makes sense.
And like I just wrote, that peace is a foundational thing. So a lot of people don't want that disrupted just by anything outside force, by any outside force. So when it comes down to what your piece is and what their piece is, it's literally like it is a competing piece for peace, because they want to maintain their peace how they see fit, and then you're gonna want to maintain it how you see fit. So your piece might come by, let me let this out now, so it could be done with and it could be dealt with. We could probably come to an agreement, or we could agree, disagree, and move on. Now, if that person their piece is just like, I don't even want to talk about it no more, they're going to keep the situation there, because it's going to pop up somewhere down the line, because it might happen again in a different situation. So it's like, whose peace are you trying to appease? Because if y'all trying to reach the same peace, y'all methods are going to be different.
Oh, well,
So that's why I said, which method are y'all going
so
with?
how was so is somebody else? Oh, that's weird. So you saying why do anybody else's peace matter if you trying to keep peace by you walking away?
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't get how we talking about other people's peace and not
I
saying
mean,
specifically you walk away.
if you care about the other person, you want them to be at peace
No, I'm
too.
just
But
saying
at
like
the same time, like you said
yeah,
before, with you can't control somebody else's peace. So at the end of
right.
the day, it still falls on you.
Yeah, and that's my point. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Like eventually, if I
Exactly.
mean, I mean, kind of the way I worded it is, it seemed like I'm talking about yourself, your own peace, because I'm saying that you're the one that's going to walk away. So if you walking away to keep peace, I'm pretty sure, for the most part, it's going to be you. I don't think you walking away for somebody else to be at peace and you not, or
I,
the situation.
and you know that my joke of always saying, I hug lions. I know it sounds like a joke, but I'm a non-confrontational person, and I think that because I am that way, it's actually kept me out of situations which actually would go to the bonus thing. It's actually a protective measure. When you
Uh-huh.
keep the peace for yourself, you're actually protecting yourself because I cannot control that other person's peace, just like I can't control how they respond to me when they're not feeling peaceful.
Mm.
But I think that could fall kind of borderline into what Angelique was saying about sometimes that people can be running away from a situation instead of actually dealing with it.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, you could say, "Oh well, I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay," but are you really okay letting the problem persist if we're gonna have to deal with this again? That's why I
Mm.
say it's situational, because you can choose to keep the peace in a work environment, because I don't have to go home with you. But can you really choose to keep the peace in your marriage to the person that you got to go home to, or the family member that you got to, like in my religion, I can't cut off family ties. So that puts me in a position where all that let me just walk away and be the bigger person isn't always the solution, because I deal with a lot of stuff that
And she got called out.
You know what?
So
She actually made a good point, but what
Yeah,
if
she did. Hold on. She back.
what
She's
if
back.
what if keeping the peace, Angelique, what if keeping the peace sometimes is speaking your mind? What if that's part of keeping the peace?
that means everybody should be at peace because that's what the problem everybody get. But
Well, you said it.
right, that's what I'm saying. Everybody always want to speak their mind. That's the problem. But uh, so I so that's why the key word is letting things go. Because sometimes you gotta let people go to keep peace. Sometimes you got might have to let a job go to keep
Agree.
peace with your to keep peace, right? So it's just sometimes it's certain situations you just gotta let go. Especially there's nothing you can do about it to keep peace.
Well, yeah, and that's
But I
you
don't. I'm trying to see what is
in the
the time if you
process.
walking away is it not peaceful
Yeah, because if
or
you
not walking away but letting go. My bad.
you I know what you mean, but if you walk away trying to keep peace, if you feel guilty or shameful after for doing that, it was pointless.
Mm.
Like keeping the peace by
So okay, if somebody cuss you out, right? So just say this, right? Somebody y'all both cussing each other out, and I guess shit you gotta go back and have to match their energy. That's what it sounds like we gonna kind of stirring back to then. So how is that getting peace by you matching energy instead of you walking away?
Like I said, the competition, if you're matching energy, now it's become a competition because maybe now I have to lower myself to your energy or you have to
For
raise
the
your.
most part, and that's what people be doing. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry. I don't want to match it. Can I go back to number one? Let me just let it go.
Right, that's what I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to see a time that we actually had to match somebody's energy
Right.
to actually have peace. I never just seen that work successfully because
Well, that's
sometimes
a,
people are not gonna give you the answer that you want. Sometimes.
Actually, the only time that I could tell that it worked successfully for me was in my youth. In
Your
my
what?
youth, it worked success. In my youth, when I was young, when I was a kid, it worked successfully because somebody keep bringing it to you, and you just finally get tired and go on and put it on them like they trying to bring it to you, and the next thing you know, that person now is your friend because they didn't want to be bothered with you no more. But in adulthood, it's a lot different.
And then
You
as
know,
I
far as
think I get what
adult,
you're saying on that. I get you.
as far as
Like a
adulthood,
bully.
me and my mother's relationship has gotten better from matching energy. Me and her are able to sit down and actually have emotionally intelligent conversations now because
What
I
you done
had
cussed her out and she got straight now?
nah. Because we don't always go to the extreme of cussing each other out. However, we have had moments where we both were very heated and exchanged words, but we didn't stop afterwards. You know what? You know what?
So who had
That's
to
why.
stop?
Well, we stopped because I do. That's why I say it's situational. Because at the end of the day, I'm not gonna sit and cuss back and forth with a coworker. I don't have to do what you a coworker. I'm not here for you. But when you in a situation with like dealing with family or dealing with relationships, sometimes people need to be shown. Like my mom, for the longest time in our relationship, she did used to be very verbally, out of hand and out of pocket, and I used to not say anything. I used to bottle it up, and had some very unhealthy coping mechanisms to deal with it. To the point where one day I was like, you know what, mom, fuck you too. And so what? And what you gonna do about it? And she was like taken aback, like, well, where do you get that from? Ain't that what you just been telling me for the past hour and 30 minutes? That's what I sound like to you? Yes. Had I not done that, who's to say I wouldn't still be getting cussed out to this day?
Yeah, so it had to been a point that you still had to let go, right? Because otherwise, y'all still bringing it back up. Because I'm pretty sure feelings came behind that.
Yeah, feelings
Cause,
came behind
cause,
that.
cause
I'm
to
not
not
gonna
letting it
say
go, y'all be still talking about it to this day. Then be like, man, like holding a grudge. Y'all can't put it that way. Because I'm
I
pretty
get what
sure
you're
hundreds,
saying. I get
most
what
of the
you're
time,
saying.
grudges happen at this situation like that.
But that's also why I presented the fact that if what you're doing is beneficial or not. Are you curing the problem or are you creating more problems? That takes mental and emotional awareness on your part as the person who's in control of your own peace. Is what I'm about to do or thinking about doing going to cure the problem or create more problems? And in that moment I didn't see it creating more problems. I saw it curing the problem, and it did. I'm not saying it's going to be the same for everybody because again, everybody thinks differently. Everybody's not on the same wavelength. But I'm saying for me, it works for me in my relationship with my mother. Even to this day where, we humans, we tend to be repeat offenders. We're not all perfect. And she, again, when we have moments where there's a misunderstanding and it gets heated, sometimes I have to match her energy still. Hey, you realize this is what you sound like right now?
That's a good point, Angelique. So, do you think when you match somebody's energy, do you think that you have to get rid of some of yours that would normally come out? You know, when we match somebody's energy, there's some energy that we have to get rid of ours.
I want all the problems. I want all the smoke.
That I can agree with that. There is a sense of release with this, so I can agree with that. You can't just you can't be halfway with quote unquote matching because that's not matching. That's not matching. Matching means equal. So
Hold
I can agree
on.
with that.
I need some matching energy right now, and I need y'all to match my energy. I'm a little upset. There you go. Start tapping that screen. You know what I'm coming for. Tap 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 that screen. Let's get these likes up. We should be past 30K. I mean, past 25K right now on our way to 30K. So let's get moving. If you're in the box, hit hashtag FYP. Share the live. Share the live. And as you know, you're more than welcome to gift the host or gift the people on the panel. So let's get back to this good conversation. And also, you can chime in the comments, and you also are more than welcome to come up. So let's have a good live. I think it was like, or oh, how you doing, Mr. Mr. Print?
Oh, I'm good, man. I'm good. Just getting in my
Mr.
office, man. I
P.
work all kinds of crazy hours, so just
Hold on
getting
one.
all set up.
Okay, hold on one sec. Lovely, were you done answering the questions? Were you down to the bonus?
Yes, sir. Just keep. I was down to the bonus. Just keep the live going.
Okay, okay. So just we all gonna come back and do the bonus. Kev first though. No, I'm gonna let him go last because I know
I
what he gonna do.
already did it
So
already.
yeah. So Mr. Prentice, on you.
All right. Well, I just wanted to start off because where I heard y'all in the conversation about uh, like walking away and whatnot, and for me, I used to let the insignificant actions of others influence my own behavior, and I just found that was a very tiresome way to live because I was always at the mercy of the people around me and how they acted. So I just stopped reacting that way and started deciding what actions warranted a certain type of reaction from me. And most of the time, nowadays, if someone gets irate with me or whatever, um, not really too concerned with whatever they're doing. I can just go on and check myself. You know, I don't need to prove that I'm bigger or stronger than someone who's having a bad day. So, you know, if it stays out of the physical realm, I'm pretty hard to provoke, and uh, you're not going to say nothing to me or come at me with some sort of insult that I haven't said to myself while looking in the mirror. So, you know, you got to be real original to have some words that can get under my skin. So, being the bigger person walking away, it's just, what do I want to commit to? Do I want to commit to doing something and causing some negative repercussions in my life that are going to affect my kids, my wife, my job, my business? Like, are they worth it? Nah, they ain't worth it. And like letting things go, like the first question up there, I'll just use an example like this. Like if if I loan someone like $500, and whenever I loan somebody something like that, I never try to put a lot of pressure on them to get it back to me right away, because I don't want them to put themselves in a position where they need money right away after paying me back. So you know, I always work with people, and say they screw me out of that $500. Next time I see them, I'm not going to be irate or upset, because I just spent $500 to see someone's character. And to me, that's a bargain. If I can spend $500 and know what you're about and know how you handle yourself, I got the better deal. So I can walk away from that and know who you are. And I don't need to react a certain way when I see you again. I just know who you are. I know how you operate, and I know where to keep you in the realm of my life. So, you know, letting things go, like, you know, you can do whatever you want. I can replace whatever you damaged, or I can fix it. So I ain't worried. Matching energy. Uh, in my younger days, my little more hot-headed days, I was always looking to match energy, and whatnot. But nowadays, I more so match intention. So, you know, if someone is coming at me sideways, and their intentions seem to be ill, I just kind of cut it off. You know, and if they ask me, I don't have any qualms with telling people what's up. So it's like, if they ask me what's wrong, I'll tell them back, I feel like you're coming at me sideways and you're trying to manipulate the situation. And a lot of people freeze up when you just come at them all straight up like that. So I just get right to it. But I think that covers the questions other than the bonus.
All right. What was it that you said that I should have jumped in right there and I lost my thought. Kev?
Hey y'all, I'm finna go ahead and jump down real quick, but let me know when y'all do that live about empaths and empathy. I really want to be there for that one.
Oh, we
If
did
y'all do
that
it
one
again.
already.
Oh, you did already? Y'all like, oh, come
Yeah,
on,
that's why I was
man.
saying I found out that empaths are not real. I had to look that up. Well, it was in the same boat as like horoscopes, and they said neither one of them has scientific facts, so it's more of
And
a
see,
belief thing.
that's why.
It's
Oh man, I'm mad I missed it because I'm the type of person I do believe in empaths based on my own
it's a
personal
belief. It's
experience,
just a belief. Yeah.
but I don't believe in horoscopes because before again getting into my religion beforehand, I was very heavily spiritual and I was into astrology and numerology. So I know
Mm.
that when people think of, oh, let me talk about zodiac signs, they think, oh, one little thing or horoscopes or it's just that one sign. And it's like, no, astrology is more extensive than that. But that basically what I learned in astrology made me not believe in horoscopes either. Like, how you gonna predict to me how my day is gonna go when it's subject to change if all of these possibilities are going on right now at the same time? That makes no sense. But
I
I
just told you
digress.
how
I
you
gotta
read this.
huh?
Because I just told you how your day was going to go after you read this. So I just dictated to you how your day was going to go. Because now you're trying to believe in this. So you're going to look for it and find it and make it equal up to what I said, even
Okay,
if it isn't.
I can see that. I can see that because I can see a lot of people doing that.
hmm You are the power of the tongue. You are what you eat. You become what you think. You read those things and then you start
True.
to try to match yourself.
That's
Oh, well, this
exactly
matched me
how
and
it
that
is.
matched me and this
Yep.
matched me. So then because all that matched you, then you try to put yourself in that box and
But
start
yeah,
trying to
I'm
fit
gonna go
into that.
ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and drop down. I'm gonna go ahead and drop down. My husband is blowing up my phone. Gotta go, y'all.
All
Gotta
right,
go.
for
Gotta
sure,
go.
for sure, for sure.
So
Yeah.
thank you for coming.
Yeah. I think that's the reason why I compared those two because that's the exact same thing what happened with both. People match those traits and characteristics and stuff, and then try to become it. I guess because even with that, it just I was looking it up. For the most part, it say a lot of people are supposed to be born with it, but otherwise, it just say it's not scientifically proven. Like it's like the horoscope, they're not scientifically proven, so it's more of a belief thing, I guess.
So
Something I don't
empath being like a real thing.
know. Well,
Yeah.
it's not scientifically proven, but no, yeah.
Man, I
Yeah.
told you I'm an empathic Aquarius.
It's more of
I
a
forgot the other
that
one.
word that I want to say. Let
Do
me
you
say it
think that
in real quick. Huh?
maybe we're using like empath wrong? Maybe people who claim to be an empath, what they really are they're people that can pick up
They
on
say
something.
sensitive people. They say they usually use that's the cool word to kind of cover up being sensitive.
Yeah, like they just can pick up on the inflection in someone's voice. They can pick up on the minor movements in someone's face that
That's
are
just
sending a
called
lot of like
empathy, having
subliminal.
empathy. That's all.
You know what I mean? Like it's just pattern recognition, just on a really, on a different scale is all I think it is.
It's
It's
like
just
a
deductive
bigger
reasoning.
word for care.
It's just right. It's just a form of
Kevin,
empathy.
you're not gonna take away my superpower.
It ain't
To
me.
me,
That's research.
to me, empaths
Hey,
work a
we all
lot
got
like when you do
superpowers.
like
Everybody
the
We
want to
all
be
got
one, I
reading.
guess. I
superpowers.
mean, so
Do you remember the guy who had the TV show talking to the dead people, like John Stewart, or not John Stewart? He was like a thing in the late '90s where he was have like audience with people, and he would like
Yeah.
say that he was talking to their dead, like their relatives. Like that's called cold reading, and it's all about like throwing out certain things and picking up on what people respond to, and just building on that until they tell you everything you need to know to create something that they believe is real.
Does
And
somebody
that
know
that's
about
a
somebody?
real thing.
Does somebody know somebody by the name of Tyrone? Tyrone is. I think there's a Tyrone reaching out to me. Does somebody know a Tyrone? It's
What
somebody
like
that ain't know
somebody
Tyrone.
with a T, maybe Ty, maybe not Tyrone, maybe
Yeah,
Ty, maybe Tyler, maybe Titus.
Tyrese.
Anybody?
Guess
You
until
know.
you get it. Guess until you
Yep.
get it.
Tamika. No, it's a male. It's a male.
But you know what,
Maybe.
Kev
Maybe
proved a good
maybe
Maybe it's a
point
someone
male.
with a
about
middle name.
that's such a good point because empaths, and I think Angelique was like speaking on that a lot tonight. It was like, is it based upon your experiences or your circumstances by why you feel the way you feel about other people, or is it just within you? Something you
I think
already innately have.
I think it's
Because
pattern recognition to what you've seen. I mean, that's how you recognize patterns is by
The
seeing
message.
them.
I'm getting the message, and the message is: Do you know somebody with 5 fingers? They have 5 fingers.
5 on each hand or 5 total?
5 on each. Wait. It's 9 fingers. No, it's 11. They have one extra digit on their other hand.
but that's distraction from who they really are. You know, there's like a distraction. Everything's a distraction. So, how do you, as a person, define who you are in comparison with somebody else? Do you compare yourself to that other person first, or do you start with you? What are you comparing yourself to?
I think you start off comparing yourself to other people as a because that's all you know and see as you're growing.
Right.
But then as you reach adult, and then I think through our teenage years, which is the worst, we're comparing ourselves to a bunch of other idiots who don't know anything
Mm-hmm.
about themselves, and we all trying to
Popularity and
figure
all that
ourselves
stuff.
up.
Yeah.
Right. And then
That's
we
why I
reach
always.
adulthood, we start trying
Mhm.
to compare ourselves to, trying to find identity. I think in our youth, it all depends on what you've been through. But for me, I think it
Yeah.
came in family, trying to get a family a job,
Mm-hmm.
and all that stuff. But now, today, where I am, about to be 49,
Mm-hmm.
who I comes from God, and who I am is
Yes,
just
sir.
bits and pieces of the places and things I've been through and done and have been around. So I'm a puzzle that's unfinished, and there's new pieces to be added every day.
Mm. That's why I always love your name, Mir, when I come in here, because I always keep up with Kev and what he's got going on. When you just call it Mir check, and we think about that too, and I call it an identity crisis. I think a lot of our society is struggling with an identity crisis because at such a young age, at such a young platform, we've now got social media and everything. Everybody is so fixated. Everybody is seeking outside validation and they don't even understand themselves, first of all, because nobody is allowing them to actually expose themselves for who they really are. But everybody's also telling them that when you are who you are, you can't be who you are. So here everybody is stuck in this identity crisis of how do you be like you right now? How do you be like you? How do you be like you in that moment? In that moment of yourself? That's why there's this identity crisis, because we've got parents telling you what to do. We've got employers telling you what to do. We've got all the isms that are out there. Every single ism that you can think of affects us. So what do we do in that mirror check? That mirror check. That's why I love your name. That mirror check, that yin yang. It's like if you know both sides, you know the bad side, you know the good side, you know the ugly side, but you know your side too.
Well, you want to know where it came from? It actually came out from the end of my divorce. Um, as I kept trying to go back and check my ex-wife about herself all the time, of course, her way of dealing with everything was, of course, to throw it back in my face. So I was trying to figure out a way to defeat that. Like, you're not gonna keep throwing stuff back in my face, and because you need to deal with you. And that's when I said, okay, well, I'm gonna start dealing with it myself in the mirror. So I'll get this stuff together, and then once I get it together, and I go talk to you, now you ain't gonna be able to throw it in my face because I got myself together. Well, once that started and that process began, I never actually got around to dealing with her because I spent so much time focusing on me and dealing with me, and recognizing that you can't change anyone, especially if they don't see anything's wrong. I can tell you that your arm's broken all day long and you walking around with it hanging, flopping around, and you can't do anything with it. But until you accept that it's broken, it's gonna just be hanging there, flopping around. And it doesn't matter what I tell you. If like I tell my sons all the time, I can believe in you all I want to, but if you don't believe in you, it doesn't matter.
That part, that autonomy. Like I always ask, like, how do you know if you? People will say, "I want to be the best me I've ever been." Well, have you been the best you yet?
Well, to be the best me, what started me
Mm-hmm.
to be the best me was actually about my kids, and it was the sacrifice that I was willing to make for them. And I wanted my kids to be better than me. Well, the only way my kids could be better than me, I can talk to him till I'm blue in the face, but we already know do as I say and not as I do doesn't work. So what I recognize, the only way that my kids were going to be better than me is I had to be better than me. So every day I strive to be better than me.
Go ahead, Mr. Brent.
Yeah, sorry, I really don't like to ever interrupt people. I like to
All
always
right, thank you.
so but to go back to what when you first asked the question, like who are you comparing yourself to and whatnot. I heard a speaker bring up an interesting idea, and I've kind of incorporated into how I view myself, and I pass this advice on to a lot of younger men that I talk to, and I say to them, you know, that our mental state has a lot to do with the victories and the defeats that we experience in life, and there's a lot of like mental warfare that happens right there with ourselves based on how many victories and defeats we get. So I said, if you look up at someone like a Bezos or like an Elon Musk, you know, any one of these elites, and you compare your progress today to their progress today, you'll find that you're constantly at a deficit. You'll never win that battle, and that can be detrimental to how you view yourself. Now, if you take after like the gentleman's name down there, Mir, and you put in what I like to call mirror work, and you say, how about I be better than I was yesterday? How about I beat the person that I was yesterday? You know, and that can be a little victory. Like if you have a habit of hitting the snooze 2 times before you get up, say tomorrow I'm only going to hit the snooze 1 time, and give yourself that victory. That's one little thing that you did better today than you did the day before. And I'm a believer that you can always better your best, and that stop putting the focus on what everybody else is doing and say, why can't I do that? Instead, look at yourself and say, what can I do better in my life today versus yesterday? And I find that when you do that, and you have another thought of understanding that we live in a time where you have the right to determine your own self-worth, and if you let other people determine your own self-worth, you will always find that cup is never full. You'll always have critics. But if you take the power back and say, I know what I'm worth, now I'm going to push myself to go out and achieve what I know that I'm worth, that will be a much different fuel source in how you approach struggle and things of that nature. So that's kind of my focus on it, is look at yourself and do the mirror work. That's a phrase that I picked up a while ago. It's called mirror work. So it goes really good with his name down there. So I just wanted to add that to what you guys were saying.
I like that. Mira, did you want to say anything on that? Because
Oh yeah, sorry I stepped away for a second, but yeah, and thank
no,
you.
it's perfect.
Yeah, but that's been my view, and now I'm starting to see things a little more clear. I actually am going to school for psychology, but I'm actually thinking about switching over to sociology. So it's like, you know, I still don't try to diagnose people like I know, but it's a curiosity for me. I want to know why people do the things they do, why they operate the way they operate. You know, it helps me to have a better understanding of why my life was the way it was. In some sense, you know, a lot of people want to disconnect their past from their present and say that, well, that was yesterday, that happened yesterday, that ain't, you know, what my mom and them did to me. You know, why people trying to blame stuff on their mom and them? And it's like we're so busy trying to place blame. It's not about placing blame, it's about finding understanding. And when you can find understanding, then you can get to where you can get to that subconscious and start breaking down why I do what I do. And then that's when you can start to make those hard changes that are really so hard to change. But as long as you're trying to change the symptoms, like I want to quit smoking, I want to quit smoking. But do you really dig down deep to why you were even smoking to begin with? What is the real purpose in the smoking. The smoking is actually just a symptom. So when you dig down and find out why you're really smoking or eating or whatever the situation may be, and this is not for everyone, but this may be your situation as, you know, it was for me. You have to dig in deeper and find out what really is the root. It's like, God gives me so many different messages, and it's funny how he gives them to me. And I'm a groundskeeper for Rochester for the school systems, and so sometimes I have to go out and pick weeds. And it's funny because each weed is different, and you have to pick each weed differently. You can't pick each weed the same. And the message that he was giving to me in that, because we're always talking about you got to get the root, you got to get the root. And, you know, when we're talking about issues, well, a lot of times if you don't pick the weed the right way, you won't get the root. Or you may think you got the root, but there's still a piece of that root that's residual still in you. And so what ends up happening is that whatever it is ends up regrowing. And back to like the broken arm I was talking about. Now we're going to change it to a festering wound. When I was young, we were riding my bike, and one of my partners riding his bike next to me jumped off the curb. We fell. I ended up with this long cut on my leg. I ended up just wrapping it up with this old dirty towel I had. We go hanging out still like kids do, didn't go home. I finally go home, and then I'm telling my mom about it. Well, by now, it started to heal with the dirty towel. So now my mom has to clean this out so that I won't lose my leg to gangrene or get infection, which I didn't understand then. So she takes the towel off. Her taking the towel off hurt worse than when I got the wound. Then, of course, there's dirt and rocks in it, and she's digging the dirt and rocks out, and it's hurting. Then, of course, I'm glad at this time it's peroxide. You know, I was an iodine baby at the beginning, but by now it's peroxide. Thank you, Jesus. So now she's pouring the peroxide in it, which didn't feel good. Now, mind you, this was probably something I probably should have got stitches for, but by this time my mom was so tired of taking me to the hospital and thinking that the people were going to think she was doing something to me. So she stopped taking me. But all that being said, the wound has healed, and now it's a scar. I still have the scar. I can touch it, I can brush against it, and it doesn't hurt. It doesn't bother me. But what ends up happening for a lot of us, we pick at the scars, we pick at it, we mess with it, or we still have dirt in it, and we don't allow it to heal, and it becomes a festering wound. So then you have this festering wound, and every time somebody gets next to you or touch you, you feel like they're hurting you when actually all they're doing is brushing against the wound that you already had, or they re-picking the scab by accident from brushing against you. When if you took the time to actually deal with stuff and allow stuff to actually heal, you don't have to deal with those festering wounds. It don't hurt. The things that I talk about in my life, that's why I say nobody can hurt me with the things in my past, because those wounds have healed. That's why I can talk about them so freely. And you can hear the difference, and I can hear the difference in when I talk about them. That pain and that I thought was calling and trying to call off his passion, it's not there now. I talk about it calmly and freely because it doesn't hurt me anymore. We like to say that our past, and I'm going to pass the mic after this and land my plane, but we like to say that the past is just that, the past. But if you're in the car and you can see it in the rearview mirror, that doesn't mean it's in your past. That means it could be in the back seat with you, which means it's still in your presence, which means it's still your present. So a lot of times we get mad at people because it's both sides. You got to be careful because there's people out here who can only see you as who you were because that's who benefited them, and they can't see the new you. They don't. They just refuse to, and you don't have to worry about cutting them off. They'll cut themselves off because they can't operate or deal with the new you, or they'll adjust. But the other side is that I lost the thought. Oh, thank you. But the other side to that is when you truly deal with your past and you truly look at it and see it for what it is, you can move forward in your life. These things no longer bother you, and they actually do become the past. But we get mad because people can still see remnants of our past in us, and we think we've hidden it. So that's why, like, when we talk about the situation with men not wanting women who have a high body count, because there is a stigma. There's not even a stigma. There's a way that woman moves, and we can see it all over her. But if she's walked away from that, then she no longer moves like that. So that's not saying that she can't be healed, or vice versa with a man. So that's where, as dealing with my life, I had to really do a lot of self-reflecting, start really recognizing the people I had around me. Um, at the beginning of this journey, I had a lot of friends, but now I have 3 friends, and I'm still blessed to have 3 friends. And they truly are people I can call friends. And my friends are people who we can tell each other the truth. And we'd rather each other know the truth than we'd rather sacrifice the friendship than let you live in a lie. And I land.
Whew, that's powerful. May I say something?
Yes, you may.
Mir, you just gave a boatload. Honestly, you could take one thought and write a novel. You might as well.
I'm actually reading a book called The Mirror Check.
Yeah, you know, you mentioned something earlier because I'm in the field. You said psychology and sociology. I was vice versa because I'm in the field, and I chose one way, but I'm also work in both different realms, sociology and psychology. So you can make it work both for yourself. So just know that. I'm just telling you that.
I
You can make
promise.
it work for
Just
yourself,
gonna
whether
end up.
you go sociology or whether you go psychology. Well, I don't know what state you're in because then you got to go with that. But I'm telling you, you're on the
See,
right vision. You're on the right vision. And when you talk about that, you talked a lot about the root. And I think a lot of people, you know, we think so much about the trauma that we go through and all this stuff. It's not the trauma that we're tied to. We already know that that happened. It's the emotions that are tied to it. When you have to go with the root, you have to reprogram yourself. Sometimes we're not blessed or we're not defined with what we should have done, what we could have done. Sometimes you have to create it. Sometimes you have to create it because it wasn't presented to you. It wasn't an idea. But there was something within you that said, this don't seem right. Because I know I went through that where it's just like, wait a minute, like there's something better from this. There's something more lively. And that's why I love like the mirror check and the yin yang. It's like I've worked a lot in the field like of addiction or people, and I've been through that realm where you're like, wait a minute, this is not working for me, but it's not working for anybody else. So, how do I find the best of both worlds? I know the good, I know the bad, and I know the ugly. So, how do I make discernment? How do I pull back in the spirit? How do I pull back on what God wants me? And this is where I go into the spiritual realm, you know, to where you have this, there's something that just, it's innate. Your spirit just drives you in another direction. Even though you're fighting it, your spirit still drives you. You know, so you have to sometimes I looked this up because I sit in another live and I talk a lot about spiritual. It's like the Bible says 7 times. 7 times. I looked this up last week. 7 times it says to be still. You know that you grow the most when you're uncomfortable. You grow the most. I call it sitting in your shit. You have to sit in your own self because we've actually given a lot of other people more opportunity to see us than we gave ourselves. The hardest relationship that we have is the one with ourselves. So if we don't even acknowledge ourselves first, what you give to you, I always tell people, and I ask this on another live, and I say this to all the people I work with, if you married yourself, how would you treat you? If you were married to yourself, if you made a covenant with yourself, how would you treat you? Would you be nice? Or would you talk to yourself like you're a piece of crap? A lot of times, the reason why people aren't good with other people is because they're not good with themselves. Don't talk to you like other people talk to you because you relied on them to make decisions for you that now you resent. It's like a backward sword, man. It's like what you give but you have to go through it like the mirror. You got to go through the dark side. You got to go through the bad side. You got to go through the ugly so that you're like, now I got options. Now I got options. I'll land my plane there.
Mr. Pratt.
So, I really like the point you brought up about trying to educate yourself on understanding why people do what they do. I kind of talk about a similar mindset without getting too into like my personal belief systems or anything of that nature. I just talk about that I believe we are operating from what I like to call an instinctual will, and then we have our like free won'ts instead of free will. You know, we have things that we say we won't do, and then that's like exercising free will in a way. And then we have like our instinctual wants. And I think that if you analyze what you're actually doing and you look at it, is this something that I actually am wanting to do? Or is this something that my body's instincts are telling me that I should be doing? Like, everybody's, I'm sure, heard of like how your biome affects how what you crave to eat. So like, if you eat McDonald's, your biome gets filled with bacteria that are familiar to McDonald's. So the next time you drive past there and you smell it, that bacteria kicks in your gut and says, give me more McDonald's. So are you actually saying, yeah, I want the double cheeseburger? Or are you just following instincts that your body is giving you? You know, and then, so I guess my question is to you, what do you put on that idea of having our instinctual wants and then our exercising of free will is deciding not to do those things? Do you think that there's any weight to that idea?
Yes. For me, I think it is actually what I call being an adult. And it was another process that I had to, at 40, about to be 49 years old, 40 something years old, I'm just now getting and trying to give it to my 20-year-old sons to have it so they can have a 20-year head start on me from where I was. But it was a change in perspective. And the change in perspective was I had to let go of and I've, I stick to I don't mind saying my beliefs, but I'm a Christian. And it basically came from me letting go of my childish ways and recognizing what childish ways I needed to let go of. He told us to be just like children. And in the ways that he meant like children are the ways that children get along with each other. But to let go of our childish ways are the spoiled child, the child that is selfish, that wants their way all the time. So I had to recognize, and like I said, trying to be better than myself and for my children, to recognize what was truly important. And I had lost so many jobs. I'd lost relationships. I'd lost so much for being childish, for letting the child control the situation. And people, have their different opinions. Like, you are an adult, you're grown, you're over 18, you should. But if I'm still childlike in my actions and my mind, because I was acting out of my emotions because I didn't know better. And even though things weren't working for me, to me, they felt like they were working for me. But this is also a part of my childhood survival. That's how I survived as a child. But now I'm an adult and these things aren't working for me. Like the lying for no reason. And so I'm getting into it with my wife because I'm lying to her for no reason. And the stuff that was important, I wouldn't lie to her, but it was just little Panty Annie stuff. But it was still the fact that I was lying, which caused distrust. And I couldn't be faulting her or mad at her for that because I was doing it. So it came to a point in my life where I had to recognize, why am I lying? I'm a grown-ass man. I don't need to lie to anybody. And it actually came through with some of the struggles with my mother. And I would tell my mother's very always good at manipulating me. But now I recognize that she can't do it anymore. And so she would always, ask me to do something, and I would tell her, I can't do it right now. I'm not feeling good. You ain't sick. I don't have to pretend that I'm sick to tell you no. If I don't want to do something for you, I just don't want to do it. And I can just flat out say no, and I don't have to give you a reason for it. I'm an adult and I'm grown. And I don't have to lie to you just like you don't have to lie to me. So in that, I came to the understanding of also looking at my life on this perspective of, wow, I've lost jobs because I was childish, acting out of what I wanted. I didn't want to work at that job no way. I didn't want to be there that day anyway. I fought to get there. So I'm looking for any reason I can to get out of it. So oh, the boss done cussed me out for something that I did wrong, but I'm like, he shouldn't have cussed me out. And so I'm going to quit the job thinking I'm going to hurt him. I'm going to drink poison and expect him to unalive. Yeah, that doesn't work. But at the end of the day, I'm the only one who ended up hurt because now I'm out of a job. I don't have, I got to still take care of myself. And so now I had to come to an understanding and teaching my sons that, even if I like my job, there are days that I don't want to get up and go. But the man in me makes me say, hey, just because you don't feel like going, your bill collector's still going to feel like paying, still going to feel like collecting. Your kids going to still need to eat. All these things are still going to need to happen regardless about what you feel. So are you going to sit here and allow things that happen out of what you feel and then feel even worse when everything goes wrong and now you got to pay the price for what you chose not to do? You reap what you sow. And so it's like putting it into to actuality and seeing it for what it is. And I land there.
Yeah, I mean, I love what you're talking about doing with your boys, man. I just want to commend you on that because we're kind of suffering from that in this country right now of passing certain wisdom to our young men. So something that I am teaching my son, and he's taking it really well, is that I've got him to understand that as men we're really presented with two types of pain in our life, and we have the pain that's associated with discipline, or we have the pain that's associated with regret, and that we should be cautious as to which one we're willing to pile on our plate, because one tends to be more damaging than the other, in my opinion. And I just wanted to tell you, I think that's great that you're trying to teach that to your boys. So I commend you for that.
Well, question. Oh,
Go ahead, Meteor.
your question, Mr. Prince. Have you ever had a point in your life as a man where you hated being a man?
I mean, not really. I mean, I've definitely had thoughts of, man, why does it have to be so difficult? And then the realization was because that's just how a man's life is.
Yes.
But I've never really that idea, even having that thought is something that wasn't ever really even presented to me as a possibility when I was growing up. So it's like, I feel like that's a very new age kind of question. And I can't look back and think that I've ever hated being what I am. I mean, I've gone through a lot of struggle in my life, and a lot of it happened when I was really young, so it kind of shaped me into an adult really quickly. And I recognize that the struggle that I went through was unique to me regardless of my gender, and that everybody's struggle, generally speaking, from my experience, is going to be unique to them, and it doesn't really matter what their gender is. They still have the struggles in their lives that are going to be difficult, whether I see them or not, whether I see the struggle or not. We all have something we have to go through. And what I went through kind of made me realize that we're all stuck in the shit at one point. And it's just, experience isn't what happens to you. Experience is what you do with what happens to you. And that's kind of the direction I take that. So.
Because I love the way you said that. I love it. And I think this goes with what Mira is saying and what you're saying, mister. It's not that we're not happy with who we are, is that we weren't allowed to be who we were supposed to be because we were so hindered by other people's belief, other people's experiences, including our parents. That's where the start was. That's why we have challenges with relationships, whether they're good or bad. Our parents didn't get a book either. We didn't get a book. So everybody's trying to figure themselves out while other people are trying to figure themselves out. Some people are trying to hurt other people in the process. Some people are not trying to hurt other people in the process. Some people want one direction of the mirror and some people want the other. So it's how do you embrace that once you recognize it, once you realize it, it's like, look, This is where my discernment comes in. This is where discernment comes in. A lot of people don't even understand the word discernment. You gotta read, you gotta look, you gotta see your experiences, you gotta see other people's experiences, you gotta see what you're facing, you gotta see what you're not about to face. There's so much. That's why I said being still is good. Being still, sitting in yourself, sitting in your you grow the most when you're uncomfortable, when you can just be like, look, it's just me and me. It's just me and me. How do I redefine me based upon what everybody else told me I was not? And there's this opposite effect that has to come in. But sometimes, just like when you are not presented with love, if you were not presented with love the way that it should have been or what you thought it shouldn't have been, then that means you recognize that it should be something different. If it's never been shown to you, if it's never been
Hold your
presented
thought
to
one
you,
second.
sometimes you
Hold
have
your
to
thought.
create it.
Lovely, hold your thought. You can finish. Just hold your thought. I gotta run a commercial. We are at 28K. Come on now. Let's tap that screen and let's hit this 30K so we can get to moving to 35K. Let's tap the screen. Let's share the live. If you're in the box, hit hashtag FYP. And you are more than welcome to gift the host and to gift the people in the box if you're enjoying this commentary. So we thank you very much, and we'll now return back to our regular scheduled messaging. We ain't programming nobody up in here.
Honestly, everybody needs a mod like this. Everybody needs a mod like that. There's another live that I sit in that's like that. It's like keep retracting people to conversations that are really about you. Everybody wants to make these lives about everybody else and what everybody is doing wrong. Can we not talk about what's going right? There's a lot of people out there working on themselves. There's a lot of
What did
people.
you say in the comments?
Huh?
What did you say? And I'm sorry to interrupt you again, but it was just because you made a very valid point in the comments after we talked about living in the truth.
Yep. Living in the truth.
But what was the comment that you made after that?
Oh, I said the truth. The truth will set you free.
Yeah, but then you said accountability comes with it. It feels
Yes.
good.
Yes.
And that's what people dodge a lot is accountability. But my apologies, I didn't mean to interrupt you. That
Well,
was just
me
a
and
very
Kev always
valid thought.
joke, and it's funny that we're on Kev's live because I've been following Kev. We've been on this like 2 years, and he already knows. Like we talk about accountability a lot, and I always say accountability is a cuss word. It's not good for some people. They ain't ready for it. It's like a cuss word. You know, like because it's hard. It's hard to own up to your own shit. People don't want to do that because now you got to face you when you're so busy facing the other people that were already against you. You know, so now you're fighting two wars. You know, you already fought your family. You're already fighting the people around you. You're already fighting your employers. You're fighting everybody. My thing was I had to get to the point to where I said, look, I'm tired of going against everybody else. Let me just go against myself and see what happens. The war is hard, but at least I got to stay in one place.
And I wanted to come back to what me and Mr. Print was talking about earlier. The reason why I felt that way was, and a lot of what you said was really familiar to what I was feeling, and it probably was even a little bit more because a lot of this stuff that we talk about in this conversation in these lives now is things that as a man, women are like, we don't talk about men, y'all are. It's like it's new, but it's not new to us. We've been hearing it our entire lives, and us speaking up now is new. And so hearing it sounds like it's an attack when it's like, no, this is, and if it is an attack, then this is what you've been doing to us all our lives. It's like, I've always heard that, men aren't good, men are bad, men are this, men are that. And then being a man of color doesn't help anything. That just, already added another strike. As a 10-year-old boy, I'm walking across the street to Home Depot and I hear people locking their car doors, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? And I've done nothing to nobody. I'm getting on the elevator with coworkers, people I know, and I see these women clutching their purses, and it's like, but do you understand I work here? Do you?
Oh,
Why would you even think that of me? You don't know.
can I interrupt
Yeah.
you at that point because you just spoke on something literally a couple hours ago I was talking about. Because my husband is, is black, and it was like I was walking through a department store, and why did an Asian lady pull? And I noticed things, pull her purse near her, and we're walking together, and I said, this is where the fight is. This is where the fight is. It's still always gonna go on. Remember, I talked about earlier the isms.
Yes.
I
Yes.
don't think anybody actually breaks down the isms because there's a separation within each ism. Because you can be one ism, but then you can also be the other ism. And that's because of the ideologies that have been presented to the world in one way. This is why I told you there is an identity crisis. Because if you don't fit in an ism, or if you fit in an ism, then you're now a new ism.
Well, if you look at it from the psychological perspective, there's only certain words that fit in psychology, but every day we look up, there's a new term, there's a new word,
Yep,
new something
yep.
to call each other, a new division.
Well, have you read the DSM-5? And then if you go back to the DSM-4, if you're going to go into psychology, you look at that. This is why I don't like labels. Everything is
Yes.
labeled. We have a race as a label. We have classism as a label. If you can be a different color and a different race or a different amount of money, which is classism, and then you could be something so different. You actually exclude other isms when you reach another ism. Is that not weird? Look at Oprah. You know what I mean? That's the thing with labels. People
Yes.
get lost in labels. People get
Yes.
lost in, that's why I said there is an identity crisis. People cannot be who they are without allowing somebody else to tell them who they are, and then they get lost. This is why people are hurting. This is why people hurt. This is why we need to look at our generation. Like, who are we raising? I have 20-year-olds. I have in the mid 20s of kids, the people I work with. It's like, wait a minute. No, nobody is a lost cause. And they're going against everything that we seen. We seen both sides. I'm going to be 43 in a couple weeks. So it's like
When
our generation is a little different.
when is your
We
birthday?
111.
Well, happy early birthday. Mine is
Thank you.
29.
Okay. Oh, that's my anniversary.
I'm March 13th,
But
if we're going on
Okay,
birthdays.
okay. March 13th. Oh man, we're all like in
doggone
the first
Pisces.
quarter. We're all in the
That
first
doggone
quarter.
Pisces. No.
Now,
Yeah, us
Kev's gonna be
Pisces,
mad because we're talking
we're those
about
quote unquote
horoscopes.
empaths.
Yeah, who supposedly live in fantasies.
Supposedly. But yeah, it's crazy if you think about it. Like, we talk about horoscopes, we talk about religion. I've looked at multiple different religions. I've read the Torah, I've gone into the Apocrypha, I've gone into the Bible, I was like, why are we all arguing over the same God? So it's like, okay, wait a minute, but where is the God within you? I'm like, okay. So I don't know, there's just multiple facets of this life. There's just
Yes.
multiple facets. Some people are so hyper focused on one facet. I'm like, no, can I just know it all? And don't keep me from knowing it all.
Yeah, but then that's the thing. Can you, and I keep asking this question and I've yet to receive an answer. Can you name anything or think of anything that anybody could ever actually know everything about?
No, you can't. That's the thing. That's when you need to keep the peace.
Exactly, though. But exactly, that's why there's people like, I had to learn from my stepfather, and I love that man because I thank God for him. But there was things that I had to learn. You have to look at the good and bad in everybody, and also
Yes.
got to distinguish that in yourself, especially the people who raised you or around you. And it was one
Hmm.
thing in particular about him that I wanted to make sure wasn't a part of me, and it was, and that was the know-it-all.
Ooh.
The
Mm.
know-it-all. I never said I don't know. And he doesn't say, I don't know, even to this day. He will never, you ask him anything, he will never, well, how does it feel? I wonder how women feel wearing, those panties. They probably feels that, well, I know this, I don't know. I've never worn them.
Right.
I can't tell you. I don't know. So I'm not going to give you an answer on something that I have no information on. I can't, I can only tell you what another woman's told me. And I don't even know. That's hearsay.
You know what that reminds me of, Mir? I had my ex brother-in-law. I was married for 17 years before this, and I was like, I had a brother-in-law who's just he treated everybody like crap, but he thought he was the best. But I was like, you may be wrong, but you're never in doubt, are you? You may be wrong, but you're never in doubt. Like, I had to learn that. I had to learn. I was like, and honestly, he probably taught me the best lesson ever. Now that I look back at it, I was like, look, there are some people that are going to fight you to their core because their core is different than my core. Their core isn't the same as my core. Their core didn't reach out to the words. Their core didn't reach out to another existence or another idea, or where I maybe have questioned like, maybe that's right, maybe that's wrong, but I'm not gonna fight it.
Well, I might get some pushback on this, but uh, I think of people as this, and I can't jump out the box. I include myself. Man is the smartest, dumbest animal on the planet. We're so smart, we're stupid.
You are not getting pushback on that because I would do
And
that with
and
like
and I think
Fahrenheit.
sometimes we mistake foolishness and stupidity for confidence.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I
if you don't
agree.
know and you're standing on what you don't know, that is foolishness and stupidity.
And you know what I always say, Mir? I said all knowledge is good knowledge. Because and the reason why and people are like, no, it's not. I was like, yeah, because if I know bad knowledge, at least I can discern. At least I know it wasn't good for me. Now I know good knowledge. I know bad knowledge. Like that's why I know Kevin speaks a lot on this too, where he's like, because people always didn't like Kevin because he's like, how are you speaking on like the fact that other people have kids and he doesn't? He's like, how can I not speak on that? Just because I don't have kids doesn't mean I can't speak on it. All knowledge is good knowledge. So even he's coming from a different perspective of if I had kids, this is what I would do. How is that not good? That's
Yeah. I,
good.
you know what I think
So
it is
hey,
when it comes to that? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
so sorry to just jump in, but you guys are leaving me in the
No,
dust with so many
you
things I
gotta
want
do
to bring back
Go
up.
ahead, Mr.
it.
Print.
Jump
I'm
in.
sorry.
Jump in.
So like, Mir, you were talking about how you know someone who will never say the phrase "I don't know," and I think that what you're seeing there is a difference in generational like mind like in the mind, like there's a difference there. So it's like like that person's generation um, was really about memorization, regurgitation, duplication, you know, to a certain, standard. So if you're presented with something and you can't present an answer, it's viewed as incompetence. Where is, from my own anecdotal experience in today's, blue collar, high technical work, I was an aircraft mechanic for a lot of years. There's a mindset of the older mechanics that they know all, and then there's the mindset of the newer age mechanics that I can learn anything and I can find the appropriate information to give me any answer. I don't need to memorize everything. So like, um, for instance, when I finished with my schooling, I was certified, in every aspect of aircraft work, and I could go work anywhere in the United States. But I didn't
I gotta
think that
ask you
I
a
knew
question.
all. I didn't think I knew everything. What I saw was that I had a license that was going to afford me the opportunities to go out and learn and build on the small foundation that I've created. I didn't look at it as a point of this is now I know everything and everybody needs to respect me because I passed a class. I understood that there are things that I know, and then things that I there's things that I don't know, and then there's things, this is a complicated sentence, but then there's things that I don't even know that I don't know. And there's those three types of knowing that our generation and the ones after us are being exposed to, that's kind of changing the way we approach, um, you know, saying the phrase "I don't know" is usually followed with the mindset of "but I can find the information to give me the answer." And it kind of comes down to an analogy I was given. It's like an oak tree is nice and strong and everything like that, but when a gust of wind that's bigger and stronger than that oak tree comes along, it gets torn up by the roots and it dies. Whereas a palm tree, it's just as big, just as strong, but it's not as stiff, it's more flexible. So when that stronger gust of wind comes along, instead of the tree standing firm on what it knows, it decides to bend with the wind so that it doesn't break to the situation. And I think that's what we're seeing in the mindset, generationally different.
Yeah, I could agree, but then what do we do when we got today's youth who kind of do the same thing? But the difference is where they do it, and it's like where you were saying about just gotta give an answer, not the other parts. But it's like they'll just gotta give an answer and they'll change it to whatever they believe. They'll make it to whatever they believe, and then they'll stand on that without anything to base it on.
So can I ask a question, Mr. Pratt? And I think with what you were speaking on reminds me of a question of how do you know when you're being deceived?
Well, I analyze actions compared to verbal affirmation. I don't put a lot of stock in what someone says. Um, I will give some, like I had mentioned earlier, I'll give someone leeway. Um, I will decide how advantage of I can be taken, and I give someone the bait to either take advantage of me or do the right thing. And if they take advantage of me, whatever I lost due to that, I equate to that being the cost to find out what that person was worth. And most of the time, I find that I got the better deal because I got to see their true colors, and all they got was a temporary gain over me.
You
I could,
just spoke, you just said a good word. You said worth. Which
yeah.
whenever I think of worth is value. It's like, and it reminds me back to the question of what's the problem with letting things go to keep peace? Is that to bring value to yourself?
Well, for me, peace isn't something that my peace isn't something that other people have access to.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand what I mean? Um, like there's very, very seldom occasions that someone can escalate something with me that's going to take me out of my peace.
So let
Um,
me ask you this, Mr. Print and Mirror, because there's only two guys on the platform and me, and Kevin's nowhere to be found. So when they say a woman needs to be there for peace, what does someone else bring? How does someone else bring you peace?
You want me to go, Mr. Prince, or you want to go first?
Go ahead. I've been monologuing for a minute. I'll jump in after you, bud.
Okay, so for me, I don't. I believe that that's another falsehood. I don't need a woman to bring me peace. Um, Before, when I was younger, that's what I thought I needed. But now, having a better understanding, and as a man of God, I have my own peace. I don't need a woman to bring me peace. I'm quite content in what I being alone and doing my thing and taking care of me and uh, just living my life the way I'm living it right now. But what it is I've have come to an understanding that I need a woman who can fit into my contentment and can bring more contentment, a new contentment, an adjusted contentment, but not disrupt or take away the contentment or peace that I already have. And I land.
All right. So my answer is going to be pretty similar to what Mir was saying here. I don't. I have an old phrase by Marcus Aurelius that I use in reference to love, but you can throw the word peace in that same place and it still has the same meaning. So I'll give you that phrase with the word peace. Do not seek peace from others. Instead, seek to put yourself in a position where peace can thrive and grow. So I don't expect my wife to supply me with peace. I expect myself to carry myself with a certain type of decorum a certain type of dominion over my emotions and my reactions, so that when I'm at home, my wife is created an environment for success for her to have a peaceful life doing the things that she does as my wife. So I always put the pressure on the individual. If you're looking for love, that's bad. Instead, what can you do to create an environment where love can even exist? You know what I mean? So if you want peace from your partner, what does that mean? What's going to afford your partner the opportunity to have peace? Does that mean you come home, kick your shoes off, put your feet up on the desk and say, bring me my dinner, and you do nothing? Or does that mean you come home and you say, hey, I'm going to take out the trash, I'm going to get the kids moving on some stuff? You know, you do things that you think will help the other person live in the same peace that you have. And I think that if both people are doing that, they're going to have a very peaceful household.
I don't want peace. I want problems always. I want all the smoke.
Yeah, and it's like, talking about, it's like saying what needs to be said. Like, I'm not, I'm, I don't, talking about keeping peace, I don't like to bite my tongue, because if I bite my tongue, I go home and what I wanted to say just keeps bouncing around in my head and I'm not peaceful. So if I'm going to say something and you're going to take it as an attack, and then you want to change the argument from what I said to your hurt feelings, that's an argument I can't win. So there's no point. If you want to talk about what I brought up and address that issue, we can. But if we're going to shift it to now your hurt feelings, I'm not interested. That's designed for me to lose that argument.
I need to speak on this because I think hey Gen Z, I'm glad you put that on there because I'm gonna play a little advocate here because that is exactly what women want. But TikTok tells them they're lying about being alone, and this is where I kind of play the advocate when it comes to women being alone because if you think about it, we are born into a relationship. Men know that, women know that. We were born from a woman's womb. So there's this automatic instinct that we actually have a relationship that we need to be in. So how do we make that personal? How do we make that relationship as we grow up, as we get older, and to be in a relationship with somebody that we care about, that we want to be with? What do you think?
Well, first we gotta be honest with ourselves, and before we do that, Jen, I've been trying to get you to come up all day. Don't come up here acting like no narcissist. What's up, Jen?
Oh, sorry. I couldn't talk. I was tying stuff up, and then I grabbed me a couple of tacos, so I didn't want to be crunching in y'all's ears.
Man, you ain't bring me no. See, you ain't even right, Jen. I
Real
love
deal, real
tacos, but it's
deal.
all
Because now
good.
you're making
It's
me
all
hungry.
good.
Now you're making me
But
hungry.
but to your question, uh, I lost the thought again.
I
I'm
need a
getting old.
repeat on the question. Honestly,
Yes,
it cut out
please.
right in the middle of it for me.
Oh no, I got it. 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 So first off, we have to be honest with ourselves, and that's the first thing. And that, again, that seems to be the problem. The recurring problem is being honest with ourselves. I didn't say that I don't want a relationship. I didn't say that I don't want a woman. But what I actually want is I want a wife. I want the right woman for me. I don't want the wrong woman for me because I know what the wrong woman for me can do to my life now. I have a clear understanding of what she can do. So in my saying that I'm okay with being alone, that's what I'm talking about. But as you know, Eugene, you've listened to me and followed me we follow each other. This is probably the first time you heard me ever speak about it. Whereas the women that we're talking about, they scream and tout it. And so what I've come to know and what I've realized with a lot of people is that when people go to tell you something that you didn't ask, it's like, who are you trying to convince, me or yourself? And I land.
Oh, no. I totally agree. But I do have personal relationships with a couple of women that frequent the TikTok rooms that we go to. Well, I've seen you in, and
Yes.
and I know how they live, and so when they do express themselves, in the comments, they get chastised, and it's just like I know how this woman lives. She has her stuff together. She has a bad past that she's healed from and still healing. And exactly what you said. Like I've done too much work for the peace that I have. Not that I don't want a man, but I don't want anything familiar to me. And that's the difference. Like women, that's when a woman is healed. Like now, I think what you're speaking about, the women that
Yeah.
they're real quick, to, oh well, what about you men? The ones. What about the men? The comparisons and all that, and it's like I
Uh,
know from being a woman that has had hurt in my life in the past, I know that they are speaking from the depths of their pain, and
Kevin is
I
not
can,
speaking depth of his pain. Oh, dang! I know he's back.
but I can tell the women, that are actually naturally curious because they're actually wanting to learn to make sure they get it right. But I do see more men speaking on, oh y'all don't need a man, and they're chastising because they're actually saying, the women are saying that, you know I want the peace that you spoke of, that you wanted, and that you deserve, right? Like you've done the work to know what it is, that exactly what you need to be cohesive with the peace that you have, correct?
Yes.
So
Yes.
I think speaking from my experience and the women that I know personally, like actually know them that are on TikTok and hear this, um there are a lot of women that feel exactly the way that you feel. They're not against men. They just want somebody that's cohesive with their piece as well. But
Yeah, I got you. But then you got this sector out there that just thinks that men hate that we hate black women, and it's like, no, it's not. That's the furthest thing from the truth. If we hated you, we wouldn't even be wasting our time on here talking about you. We'd be doing something else. If we don't, that's the thing that we trying to get. I try to get women to understand about men, where the word says that you basically, a man puts his heart where his wealth is, and everybody thinks our wealth is money. But you just said it. Our wealth is time, because time is the only thing we can't get back. So time is what's wealthy to us. Time is what's important to me. So what I do with my time, how I spend my time, is important. If I didn't love black women, I sure as hell wouldn't be on TikTok trying to give you, help each other and trying to come to some kind of understanding of what the hell's going on out here. I be like Charles, and then maybe still get on here and be triggered. But
I just want to point out really quick that I always kind of joke around and say, the you can tell God was an artist because of women. I mean, he pulled out, all the
yes.
breaks. He pulled out all the stops, and he went nuts, man. I mean, women to me are the most beautiful things on this planet. It
You know,
don't necessarily matter the paint job, the size, whatever. Women are just, I think that shows that God had some artistry skill. Just gonna end it on that.
and you know what? I think that if God was a woman, y'all know how women are. You think God would have made all y'all as beautiful as y'all are if he was a woman? Just
That is a good point,
be
man, because
jealous.
it
You
even
would.
says that this is a jealous God. So
You ain't getting those pretty full lips. You're
hey,
you're getting
hey,
baloney.
I think God likes to look at y'all too. Not the way that we do though. But I lost the. Oh, it was on Mr. Print about the.
I need a repeat of the question. It's been a minute, and I didn't hear it fully.
What exactly was it about the women being lonely? Or well, when a woman says the same thing that I just said, and then it's like the last part that I said, that she's perceived as that she's bitter, or that she's not healed, and that she really doesn't want to be alone. And so what I was saying to it is that for the ones that do, it's a lot that seem that go out of their way to scream and holler it and tout it. And it's like, are you trying to convince us or yourself? But then Jen was saying she knows some personally that enter in some of these rooms and they put it in the comments and stuff and they get attacked for it. And I think and to also, I've heard some men get attacked for doing the same thing, but the attack's different. Well, you just can't get a woman, or they don't like you, or whatever it is. And it's like, no, it's just I'm being more choosy in my selection. So it's just you kind of just got to shrug it off and keep going, like we were talking earlier about the piece. But I'm gonna stop there, and I hope Mr. Print can go from there.
Yeah, so I think that what you see on TikTok is like the hyper reaction, and whenever I think someone comes in, even from a very level-headed perspective, and says, "I don't need or want whichever gender," um, it's automatically perceived as the extreme argument of men are useless or women are useless or we don't need men in this world at all because all they are is toxic and violent. And so, it's one thing is said, but then they want to hear something else. And so they hear what they want instead of what was actually conveyed. And then they build their arguments based on that. I don't think anybody's actually attacking the logical reasoning that you've brought up or that anybody else has brought up. I think they're arguing against some hyperbolic idea that one gender is completely useless to the other, because you see those conversations happening on big channels where there's thousands of people in there, where you have someone arguing, well, what do I need a man for in today's world? I don't need them for anything. They're useless. And I think they're conflating that, the women that are just saying, like, I've been hurt, I know what's not good for me, and I'm being choosy, are getting lumped together with the women that are ignorant to the sacrifices that hardworking men make to keep infrastructure working, to keep the society we have going. I think that that's the conflation. That's the issue, is that they're mixing those groups of ideas into one.
Agreed.
So I hope that answers the question. I hope it does.
Kev, you see who snuck up in here? I'm talking about Jen.
Ow! Okay. Every time I think of Jen, I keep hearing that noise. And
So I couldn't hear it for a second. You enjoy yourself, man. Where you to? You and
you said
Ray.
what?
I said, where you two disappeared to? You and Ray, y'all was on the phone or something? Both of y'all was gone at the same time. Y'all came back about the same time. Man, y'all ain't right. Y'all left me here by myself.
He here? I was on my
I don't
backup
know.
phone tapping on the
He was
phone.
on the phone.
I
Ray, you
laid
in
out
there?
and my head been hurting lately. I don't know what's been going on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I had it though. It's all good. Ray, you up in there?
I don't even think he in there.
No, I don't either. But let's
Look,
continue the conversation. Can we get back? Let's try to get back on topic. Jen, you want to answer the questions after you do a commercial?
Hey, hey, actually, I'm driving at the moment, so I don't want to be distracted.
I can do it. I'm driving too, though, but I got you. So we had 32,000 likes. If you are liking what he's putting on, and you're more than welcome to gift the people on the panel as well. For the people on the panel, hit hashtag FYP, unless you're driving. And that being said, Jen, you want to answer the questions?
Okay, I just pulled up at a red light. Let me read it real quick. Being the bigger person makes bigger changes. What's the problem with letting things go to keep peace? I've learned that there's nothing wrong with letting things go. I do it every day. Um, and I guess I'm being generic when I say if it doesn't affect my money or my children, it doesn't really matter too much to me. Um, what has matching energy done for you? High blood pressure, headaches, um, and just feel physically ill. That's what it's done for me in the past to match the same energy. It's physically and mentally not good. That's about as simple as I can get it. Oh, hold on. The light turned green.
That's good. I just want to pick up everything. I can hear my turn signal in the.
You're right.
I'm gonna mute up. Well, Mr. Print, you want to go ahead and do the bonus?
What's an example uh, of protection, provoking, and prevention? Um, can Kev, can you give me some context to narrow it down, or are we just talking like personal safety kind of protection? Like, what are we coming at from?
Uh, so basically, it was like what I was mentioning earlier. A lot of people get protection and provoking mixed up. A lot of people be feeling like provoking. They don't realize that they be provoking more than protection. So it's like somebody could be like, "Hey, you call me out my name" or something like that or whatever, and they rather, they got to fire back or show them. I guess that's their form of protecting yourself or something like that. So it's like they feel like they gotta, I guess, match energy in a way so they can feel. They think it's protected, but it's more of a provoking thing, basically. So a lot of people got that mixed up because ego. Everybody don't like taking ills and stuff, and if you feel like you feel like a punk, they call it that nowadays or whatever. Can't walk away from certain situations, just like prevention. But it's different stuff like that. So basically, it's what is different examples of what is really provoking, what's preventing, and what's protection.
Trying to call me weak?
You're
Um,
right.
I guess that for me, it would just boil down to like I had mentioned earlier. Not letting someone's actions uh, determine, how you're gonna carry yourself. So protection, that can protect you in a lot of ways. If you know that where your limit is and where your boundary is, as far as verbal slash into the physical realm of handling with things, protection can be uh, situational avoidance, um, recognizing the patterns around you, the setting you're in, um, paying attention to what's happening around you is a big thing. So it's like if you're in a rowdy bar and people are getting drunk and hammered and you're following suit, and you know that when you're inebriated you tend to be a little bit harder to deal with. Maybe you should reanalyze what role you're playing in that situation and avoid it. I'm all about mastery of your own emotions. And for me, that meant a long time ago I cut out drinking. Um, because I was putting myself in situations that weren't conducive to protecting the life I was building. So provoking. Um, I mean, I don't think I really need to explain. I think we all understand how sharp our tongues can be. You can
Right.
say something nice, but you can spin it so it hurts, and you can say something that hurts and spin it so it feels good. I think that the social world with the internet and stuff has kind of broken the leash and collar off of our mouths a little bit. Whereas in my generation, if you wanted to talk to someone, you generally had to do it to their face. And after a while, you learn to be careful with what you said because you usually got a fist back at you if you weren't ready. So, you know, provoking. You know, I think that you learn how to not provoke people when they've realigned your teeth a couple of times. Um, you know,
That's all
prevention, like
being
it's like
humbled.
situational awareness. You know, where are you putting yourself? What kind of situation are you in? Do all the variables add up to a good outcome? If they don't, maybe you should find a different setting. You know, I think self-awareness is the biggest thing. But if we're talking about physical protection, man, you always got to carry something out here. It's a dangerous world. So I don't go anywhere without the you know yeah, without the heat, so to speak. So you know, just always, because that's like, I'm an old guy, man. I'm not trying to get in no fist fight with nobody. You know,
How old
it's
are you,
either not that serious or it is that serious. You know what I'm saying? Like, either we can go on with our day or we can't. So
Mr. Prince? How old are you? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm 36, but I've got a lot of problems, man. I've destroyed my body.
I'll
Got
keep
me
you in my
about a
I've had
few
prayers,
years,
brother.
my
reconstructive
brother.
surgery on my knees. I've had reconstructive surgery on my hip. I've broken both my ankles.
Oh, hold up. I
That
think
shit's
Jen is at another. Hold on. Let's
that
pause for a
shit's all
second. I
messed
think
up.
Jen's at another light. Go ahead, Jen.
Huh? I'm trying to pull out of this busy gas station. Sorry. I didn't even know I wasn't unmuted. Okay, hold on.
I can't even hardly hear her.
She said she didn't know she was unmuted.
Oh,
Pulling out of
I
a
was about
busy
to.
gas station.
Well, I guess so. I look at like protection. Protection to me is like, well, from what I see, it is like last resort type thing. Like if you had no choice and that you really had to do it and stuff. I feel like that if you do have a choice and stuff, I think that's where provoking comes in. That because some people be like, they wait to the last minute. Like I was using the for example earlier. Like a person will sit there and know something about to go down, but they still want to and stick around and play dumb like they ain't know what's happening. Keep making this exchange with a person or stare a person down, like you the toughest or something like that. And then when it happened, then that's when they want to say they protected themselves. I feel like that's just no, you was provoking something, or you put yourself in an area that you knew that was gonna go down. Because some people be coming with stuff like even with people that have pew pews on them, right? That's the reason why I don't have one now. I'll probably get one when I have if I have a kid or something like that or whatever. When I have a family, maybe then. But I said I'd rather live life like I don't have it. Either way, even if I did have it, I still act like I have it. I'm not gonna. I feel like some people when they get that, they mentality kind of it's a little different. They a little bit more risky or whatever. They go in more areas like, oh, I usually don't go to dark alleys, but let me go ahead and walk through here now because I got this on my pocket. Something like that. I don't know. It just I feel like they get a little bit more or they take more risks, a little bit more risk. Not super stupid sometimes, but a little bit more risk because they know they got that in their pocket. So the gas station that they used to avoid, they start going there now because they know. And then some people want to talk back with somebody. Oh, you sure you want to? You know what I'm saying? So people feel a little bit tougher when they get that thing in their pocket and stuff. But I be feeling like, stuff like that is like kind of provoking. It's like unintentional provoking. And some of the stuff be intentional, but it's just they don't realize what they're doing because they feel like they got that protection on them. So they like, oh, no, I can go in these areas not because I have protection. But that's still some type of form of provoking. And then like the best bet is preventing. And like prevention, most of the time, prevention is protection for the most part. But like I said, real protection is like last resort. If you end up in an area, a situation that you didn't know that might go down, and it just pop up out of nowhere, and you had basically literally had no choice. Like you couldn't walk away or anything, so you have to protect yourself. So that's how I look at it. But some people so quick to, I gotta protect myself because you made me mad. You know what I'm saying? That's not that's not protecting yourself. As you moving off ego and pride or whatever because you got your feelings hurt. Now you want to fight somebody, punch somebody in the jaw or whatever you want to call it, and then call it I was protecting myself. Nah, but yeah, that's what it is for the most part.
That's what I was doing.
Um,
Protecting my pride.
Right. That's what it be. Protecting their pride. People will do that. You right about that. That's why pride is
I
not a
mean,
good thing.
I gotta throw in another perspective because, I mean, I can agree somewhat with what you're saying about the people who carry, but um, just from my own experience, nobody realistically that I know that carries is like chomping at the bit to use to do anything. Um, there's even in the freest of states where you have like stand your ground type of situations, it's still a major financial issue. It's a major legal issue, and nobody is really, not nobody, but generally speaking, these people aren't ready to or wanting to even have the mental burden of a lifetime knowing that they ended someone else. Like, I don't carry and think, oh, I can walk down this spooky alleyway and just blow someone away and be perfectly fine. Um, all the pew pew is for is so that if I have to go down this alleyway for some reason and I do get cornered, I can come out of that situation alive. It's not, I'm looking at it as, oh, this is a shield that's going to protect me and I can just carelessly go wherever I want. It actually informs my thought process of, does this look like a situation that I should be involved in? Because if it escalates, I'm in a lot of mess, regardless of whether I'm right or not. I'm in a huge mess. So even though I can see how some people are perceived as being nonchalant, oh, I can go wherever because I'm strapped. There's a lot of people who think to themselves, because I'm strapped, I shouldn't go there because if something does escalate, my life is ruined. And there is that reality of people. I'm one of them.
Yeah, I didn't say all though, but I feel you.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up
Uh,
another perspective. That's all.
yeah, I feel you. I feel you.
Yeah, I
But
think for me,
do you have like I would say
protection.
this, huh?
No, I think for me, with the bonus, I think that's where we're at. The protection would be, and like one of my examples would be, um, when I was married to a Navy guy and he was going through a very rigorous training to become the dock of the ship. It was really condensed into two segments, which would have taken 4 to 6 years, in a college. So I knew that I needed to protect him in every way, shape, and form. By he left the house at 5 in the morning. He usually got home 10, 11 o'clock at night from studying and clinicals and all that. So I made sure to protect him, that he didn't have to worry about anything. Was having everything in the house in order, picking up his uniform, shining his shoes, making him look sharp. So all he had to do was just show up, right? So to me, that was my protection of his sanity, his brain, his health. So that was my form of protecting him. Um, Protection for me, now, is to be in a safe neighborhood. So, or a safer neighborhood. Nothing's completely safe, but to have it where I live in a safer neighborhood. That's my self protection. The provoking, I've seen it quite a bit, and I think it's silly for people to be real flashy with their money. That's provoking somebody of an evil
Right.
mind.
Nice.
And I see that every day, especially in Atlanta. It's just like,
What
kind of
about
subdue it,
let's go ahead and shake it
tone
up?
it
What
down a
about them
little bit.
half dress wearing women? Ain't that
I
provoking?
don't see I don't see much of that because kind of older people um, where I'm at.
Oh, I was just using that example.
But
I ain't
but
trying to.
right. But I agree with you. I have seen that. And the prevention kind of ties it all in the same way. Is be aware of your surroundings. Be aware of the evilness around you and how it works. And then, when you step out every day, do everything that you can to prevent evil coming towards you. I mean, everyone can be, attacked or whatever, but I'm going to do my due diligence to prevent it at every measure possible. Um, I've never dressed. I've always been conservative. So, um, um, yeah, I've always been conservative because that's what my mother displayed. So that's what I knew. I mean, you don't know any better. You just go with what you know. So, and I like to be comfortable. I don't like to be pulling and tugging on stuff that's too small. So that would just irritate me. And I see that all the time, whenever I've gone to a nightclub or a lounge or whatever. It's just like, I know she's trying to be cute, but she looks really uncomfortable tugging and pulling and yanking. Yeah. So, yeah, that's all.
Mary, you can't be on top of Jen without consent. Right.
You gotta change the box. I don't like that. You got me in the wrong spot.
But oh no, I was about to ask. I think I was about to
Your
ask.
rabbit foot. I got your rabbit foot, Mir. I'm gonna
Uh
throw it
oh.
at you when you get seated again.
You and this doggone rabbit foot. I told you that rabbit foot wasn't lucky for that rabbit. I got a horse.
What is that? What's a rabbit foot? I think I heard of that term before.
Oh, well,
Look,
when we were teenagers, girls used to have them on their keychain or on their belt loop, on their pants, on their jeans back in the day. And it's just a rabbit's foot, and they used to dye them different colors. And it was supposed to be for like good luck.
Oh, wow. Oh, rabbit foot out of everything.
What kept it?
And then black cats got to be bad luck. Ain't
Yeah,
that
it's
bad?
all like
That's
superstition. Yeah.
But
superstition, right?
if it
Why
was,
gotta
Look
be a
how
black cat
cute.
though? Out of all the cats,
Look how cute I am with this animal carcass on my waist.
right?
but
How
look, if it was
lucky
so,
are you?
if it was so lucky, the rabbit would have kept it.
Boy, that rabbit
He
wasn't
would have
lucky
got
that
caught.
day, right?
So it
That thing
obviously ain't
had
that lucky.
four looks, 4 ways of being lucky, and he got chopped off. That's crazy.
Yeah, so obviously it ain't that lucky.
It ain't. Yeah, right. That'd be like the people that be doing that broom stuff. That's the triflingest superstition ever. Is the broom with the feet and the cancel it. You got to spit on the broom. What type of freaky, crazy stuff is that?
Yeah, I just think it's rude to sweep somebody's feet. But man, if you don't get away from me, grab my broom, try to spit on it, I'm gonna chase you all around this because I'm talking about they
That's
gonna.
just crazy. Who come up with stuff like that? That's weird. To cancel it, you had to spit on the broom. I was thinking about a dirty joke, though. I was about to get a chick like that. Guess what I rubbed against your shoe? So now we stop. And what up,
No,
there,
you
Tony?
going to jail because
I
somebody
mean,
swept your feet.
I've definitely used the phrase "spit on it" before.
Right. All right. Oh, man. That's funny. So,
Spit
whoop,
on
you
it like
got to
you're mad
cancel
at it.
this.
What you calling me? I'm calling you from jail. What you calling me from jail for? Because you swept my feet. If you wouldn't have swept my feet, I wouldn't have went to jail. What
You're
they?
right.
Well, I was
So they say
robbing.
break the mirrors, break a mirror, walk under a ladder, step on the crack,
If that was
split the pole.
if that was the case, I would have bad luck for the rest. If breaking mirrors 7 years bad luck was for real, my great 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 grandchildren got bad luck because I draw on mirrors, I etch on mirrors, and I break them all the doggone time. I don't believe in nothing, man. I stopped believing in luck, and you know what? It's just that what you believe in works, and it's how
Yeah,
for
the
you.
energy
And
you
I
focus
believe it.
on.
Right, and I tried to believe in luck, but then I understood I was one of those people that I'm not lucky. So I stopped believing in luck, and I started putting
Real.
my faith truly into God and started believing in
Yep.
blessings. And hey, I ain't been
Right.
wrong yet.
That's why I don't believe in karma.
I was
That's why I
told
don't believe in karma.
luck is a form of superstition, and it's bad luck to be superstitious.
Wow.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, that's the reason why. Cause that's the same thing with all this stuff, man. Whatever we put our energy in is what's gonna come true and stuff. That's what I had to realize and stuff. I said this energy that people use to put in karma and freaking being an empath, I throw that back in there again. And all this other stuff is like, shoot,
But
put your energy in being optimistic. I bet you see how that works. They prove
What goes
everything
with
else right.
empath? Don't hold back, Cat. What goes with empath?
when you do good,
I don't know.
it comes back.
But I'm glad his stuff messing up there. His stuff messing
That's
up like
God's
crazy.
word. Oh man,
It sounds like he was getting remixed up there. He said,
can you hear me?
God's word.
New Orleans with all those potholes.
Can you hear me now?
It's guys. At least we heard the good part.
Like he got a horse and buggy. He's hitting the bumps and stuff.
And he need that. He need that
Can
rabbit's
you hear
foot
me
up
now?
here for a signal.
Nah,
He's
see,
part of
that's
the
why I
Amish
couldn't talk, cause that
community.
rabbit foot. I need the horseshoe.
Need
Ooh,
that horse. Yeah, well, I guess I need
I'm on a horse and buggy.
the 4-leaf clover then. Give me a
The
4-leaf clover.
black
I'm gonna get a
keys.
girl this. I'm gonna get a girl this year. I'm.
We were talking about rabbit foot and stuff. It just made me
I got
think
it.
of like the bunny ear antenna. Like he needs that to get better reception.
Whatever. Everybody got jokes now.
Oh, that's all about to ask.
But
I just thought about it. I keep forgetting about it. Huh? Oh, no, I was about
no,
to say.
go ahead.
So with the people, we gonna go back to the pew pew thing again. That's why I ain't want to leave that one. I wanted to see because I had talked about this before a long time ago. Do y'all have like a little confidence boost when you get that boy in your pocket? Do you
I
feel
think it's based.
secure?
I think it's based off the individual. I
No,
mean, I think if you had a
all
lack
it
of,
affords me is to not.
y'all can't hear me. I'll be quiet until I get home.
Hey, what's the question, Kev? I'm sorry.
I said with the pew pews in your pockets and stuff or in your possession, do you feel a little bit more confident or more secure?
I would say no because I would never want to use it. That would probably be my last resort. So I'm just gonna. I know how to act, so I'm not gonna.
Hmm. I
I'm
like
not
this. Y'all
really.
about to fall for the trap. Oh, me, oops.
You ain't
Who
gonna turn
next?
into, you know.
What'd you say, Mir?
I said you ain't gonna turn into G.I. Jane on him. It must be this headset. Let me switch my
Oh,
headphones.
No, you good.
I
Oh,
liked her movie. I liked her movie Salt.
For me, it's simple. It's simple, Kev. I'd rather have it and never need to use it
Need it,
than be
yeah.
put in a situation where I need it
Mm.
and I don't have it.
Mm.
I took training. My kids are trained. There's rules. Everything's locked. You know, you have to be an adult. It's not a freaking toy. It's designed for
Right.
one purpose. It's not designed as a status symbol. It's not designed to be shown off, waved around. It's designed to keep me alive in a situation where physically I may not be able to do something and I need that equalizer. That's all it is. Um, I just don't want to be a human shield, preying on someone else's mercy to not end my family. That's really what
Mm-hmm.
it boils down to. I live 80 miles from the border, man. We're getting thousands of people a week through here. Crime is everywhere in my city.
Right.
So
Are
Yeah.
you Laredo?
I live in Tucson, Arizona. They just
Oh,
literally
Tucson.
released
Okay.
like 16,000 people 2 days ago, right out of the airport.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I stayed a few nights at what is it? Davis Monthan Air Force Base. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one out there. It's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you say you don't. So basically, you said so. Jen said that she don't feel nothing. I guess, and then you said you say you don't feel more secure with it or confident.
who
Yeah.
me?
It doesn't change what I'm gonna do or I'm not looking for it.
No, I'm
Um.
not saying that. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Over. I'm not saying what y'all gonna do with it or not. I'm just saying how do you
Yeah.
feel now that you have one? Do you feel more? Is it? It's one of the two, though. I would think. By you getting
For
protection.
for me, it's not like a secure. It's not like I feel more confident. I just guess I feel that I tip the scales in my survival a little bit more. Does
Okay,
that make
that's a
sense? Is
cute
that
way to
making
put it,
sense?
I guess.
It's like It's like, I do a check before I go to set myself up for success. It's like, I need my wallet, I need my watch, I need my
Mm.
glasses. Okay. My wallet, it affords me to get out of a lot of situations that I run into every day that I have to take care of. My pew pew is designed to get me out of one situation, one that will end my life.
Oh,
And
let me
maybe
put
it'll
it this
work,
way.
maybe it won't. Maybe it'll be successful, maybe it won't. But
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather have that variable in my pocket than not.
Yeah, I got you. So here go another one. Let me do it the opposite way because I had did this before though. I just trying to see some of the answers I'm getting the same, kind of the same. Man. So what about how would you feel if you left the house without it? You know what I'm saying? Let's see something real quick.
I've gone back and gotten it. Like literally, I've turned
Okay,
around
okay,
and
we
gone
getting
back.
somewhere. So yeah.
Yeah, I've gone through this line of questioning with you in the past. I remember exactly
Oh,
where
it
you're
was
going.
you. So you already knew about it. Okay,
Yeah, we talked
Jen.
about this a long time ago, and I know what you're doing, but I think that
Let me
the
get.
explanation I gave this time is a little bit more illuminating to how I actually feel than before.
Mm-hmm. So Jen the mirror before he try to crack the code.
Go ahead, I'll go and check.
How y'all feel if y'all left the house without the pew pew?
That's every day. Um, I feel pretty confident because even at almost 52 years old, I can still dash. I can still run. So
Hmm.
I feel pretty
Yeah.
confident. I'm 5'11". You know, I'm yeah. I've been trained. I mean, I
So
was
that's
law
who I see
enforcement.
head over there. I see somebody head touching the sky over there. That's okay. I see. Okay.
I mean, I was trained. Um, I was law enforcement in the Air Force. So yeah, I'm
That's
pretty
all I was just
confident.
about to get to on that too, because I do still feel. This is the reason why, right? 'Cause this is like a person that's a fighter, right? A person that's trained, that got boxing skills, and trying to say that they don't feel a little bit more confident in their background. Uh, I don't know. It's just weird because I don't know. I don't know why we don't want to own up and say that we feel a little bit more protected or confident than not knowing, right? I don't know. I think it's an okay thing to say because who wouldn't feel that way, especially if I know some karate or jujitsu or something like that. I mean, I know it's in my backpack pocket, so I wouldn't be left hanging. So I know I can feel a little bit better. I would hate to have to use it, but I can still feel a little protected in the inside. So it's gonna be a little boost of confidence. I mean, that's just human. Otherwise, like, well, I get it. You know what I'm saying? Why learning stuff to not feel better? Why buy a pew pew and not feel more protected?
Because you can't account for the unaccountable. That's the reality.
Mm.
Even people who are trained and know everything and look at all the exits and are fully aware can still be blindsided, and all of their thoughts and ideas can still fail in the face of actual application. I'm a realist. I know that there's the possibility that even though I may think I'm going to function one way, the reality of what actually happens might be different. And like I said, I don't feel more or less confident without it. I just look at the simple variables. When I go out, there's this percentage of chance that if something happens, I'm going to be okay. When I go out
There you
with
go.
it, the percentage goes a little bit up, and then my decisions on where I go with it affect that outcome. If I go to a place where people are hot and heavy and the attitude is a little bit nonchalant towards life, well, I'm decreasing the survivability. So, I know you want me to say, yeah, I'm confident, and the reason I'm not going to do it is because the way you're using the word confident, you're trying to use that word in a particular way where it's almost cocky.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I'm not saying
All right,
arrogant.
I'm on my.
Arrogant is more on the confidence thing. I mean, arrogant is more on the cocky. Cocky and arrogance is about the same thing. Confidence is that's just a self thing, like for yourself or whatever.
Well, I thought you
self
were going to
esteem.
allude to false confidence, is what I thought you were going to allude to.
Oh no, no, no. It's basically just like when you confident in an answer or something like that. When you already know you got it in your back pocket when somebody going something like that. It's like you confident that the answer is right or something like that. So it's like when somebody talk about a subject, let me put it that way. They talk about a subject that you already know about, so you're gonna be kind of confident that you know than the one that you don't know about or something like that. So it's just I don't know. Everybody got certain levels of confidence on different things.
But how do I feel? First off, I don't carry. I do own, and I keep them in my home. I take them, when I'm hunting or when I'm out in the range or something. But I don't carry. I'm actually old school. I'd rather cut you before I pew pew you. So I prefer to carry little stickers. So that's my
And we ain't talking about the one for
protection of
kids.
choice. Nah,
Not the
nah,
stickers for kids.
nah. The Crocodile Dundees. That's not a knife.
Right.
Oh, that's a
The
knife.
Crocodile Dundee. Crikey!
Yeah.
Hey,
But yeah, that's
remember
the
the
way I
old
roll.
Italian
And
proverb: if they have a knife, run. If they have a pew pew, charge them.
tag. It's because
That's an old Italian proverb. There you go.
yeah. And then it's just as far as the dealing with the dangers and the situations like that. I still just trust in my spirit, which comes from God, and it hasn't failed me
Yeah.
yet. I'll be 49. Like I said, I had a situation where chasing behind some tail and trying to get some cookie. Been trying to get it from this girl from the longest, and just wouldn't give it up. It's one day she called me, and it was supposed to, it was me and my boys going over there to mess with these girls in the projects. And the way the projects were set up around here, one way in, one way out. So they were trying to get us to come, and she stayed. When we go see them, they stayed in the backpack. My spirit, we were going over there every single night. This night, my spirit was just like, nah, you can't go. And she was, talking about you gonna go. She was gonna give it up and everything. My boys was mad at me because I guess they girls was talking about the same thing and everything. The next day, we found out the truth. They was gonna pew pew us. They was gonna do us. And I was just like,
Wow.
it was my spirit, and I was 19. I didn't
What they
listen to my
just came
spirit
out
like
and
that.
told you, dang, why you lucky we ain't come out about to pop you?
It was something like that. It came out later on because it just the combination, as the stories come together and you start to put the lies together, and then you like, wow, wait a minute, what was really happened? And then the truth come out, and you just like, wow. So you was trying to set me up, wow. So that should have woke me up to be more cautious about the women I messed with, but it didn't.
Oh my. That would have been a mirror check right there.
Yeah, it should have been.
I'll be back.
Man, we got one
Speaking
fatal
of
flaw,
him that's
man.
talking now, you was about to get violated that day, huh?
We ain't got enough blood to operate all our systems at the same time, man. That's
I'm
why
gonna
it
tell
took
you
you a
this
minute to
one
figure that
time.
out.
One time only. Listen here, sir. Listen
He said
here.
he owned that word. I'm talking about something else.
Listen here. Y'all take stuff the wrong way. Period. But I'm gonna let that slide though.
All right, I don't want no violations around here, man. But no, yeah, that was about to be a messed up situation up there. You just woke up out of nowhere, man.
I didn't fall asleep. I had to take care of something, so
Oh, okay.
but don't kick me out the dang live. I'm a moderator in here, so I'll be back. I'm just gonna take a shower and then come right back.
All right.
Alright.
Hey, hang on.
Yeah.
Antonio. Look at y'all sitting in here. Here we go. Ah.
Hey, Liam,
I'm
you
glad
being
James
in here
dropped.
pointing it out makes it all worth it. it just justifies our narcissistic behavior.
Oh.
You being here.
It's like on the W.
We got to on the empath the word next week. Come on, man. We got to do it.
Empath Deuce. It might have to be the next one I see.
Yeah.
I know that one that hurt the worst because I found out that ain't even real. Like it's more of that other word than the other thing. And the other thing not even proven. The other one is, but it's not how people put it out.
And I told you we need to pick a horoscope for the day. Whatever
Oh my God.
they be calling out them cancers who.
Oh, there go Gene.
All right. Well, you already know what's going to happen when you set this up. So whoever in my box getting dropped. So just come back up.
Oh man.
What the heck, my boy in the dark up there doing his thug thizzle.
Yeah, man.
Hey,
It's
stay
in
out
the
my box.
garage, man. Just left the bowling alley. In this parking garage of this mall, sitting here looking like a narcissist.
Oh my. I'm mad I'm over here joining this stuff. I'm supposed to be.
No, but it's funny though. It's gonna be fun to see how when the empath come up. I mentioned that to somebody on Discord. Like, yeah, it was real fucked up to find out empaths don't even really exist. And like, and she said her rebuttal was verbatim. What? Don't say that because that hurts my feelings. I am one. I said, Casper.
That's about to hurt a lot though, and they gonna stick with it though.
I said, Casper, like, y'all, fam, you can't be an empath. That shit came from a science fiction story in 1956. Like, we done the homework. It
was a wrap when the homework got done.
The homework got done. It was like, oh, you mofos out here.
Y'all been lying whole time.
Still lies like a motherfucker.
D-Dub. But I mean, they can at least get away with us saying the opposite. I ain't gonna say the word, but the opposite.
Right.
It's 0.5% of them, so they might can get it.
1 point fucking globally.
Globally, right.
Don't know that they all live in Michigan.
Of course, right. Everybody wanted to be in that area.
Technically, that would be a good assumption. Like, they all live in Florida. Like, yeah.
All live in Michigan, just in Detroit. They all live in Pontiac. They live right here in Michigan.
They all in Pontiac. People in Pontiac woke up to violence.
I'm so glad I was done with that topic, man. That just gave me a headache that day.
We finna change the name of Michigan. We finna change Michigan the home of the narcissist.
No.
Yo, Kev, I gotta drop, buddy. I gotta do some driving right now. So.
All right, for sure, man. I'm gonna be here for.
Man.
Yep.
Hey, all right, now.
It was a pleasure.
Yep.
Good talking with you, bro.
12
Talk to you later.
Get off this thing, man. I gotta hit.
Hey, the crazy thing though, if they were to change their name to the home of the narcissist, you know how many people be quick to move there?
Oh.
Like I knew it.
But you know how many people will be moving out, and you would definitely see them. They'll be, I ain't that up. See. I told you it was more here in Michigan than I told you. Look at them running. Look at them running, trying to get out of here.
You said you're getting off. No, I got some hours. See, now that I ain't working, I'm at least try to do 12 hours a day. Yeah, I'm gonna get off at 12 though.
Recoup some of this, huh?
But
I can't believe
what's
y'all
up
didn't
about
get
this?
snow.
There's something I'm about to say. I forgot.
About 10:30. I gotta get up, man.
Yeah, I know you be doing like yeah. That'd be the time I usually get up when I be having to work. I'm the one lasting around here.
Whatever. No, you did. You went to sleep on me yesterday.
I did.
Yeah, you did. You took a nap for a minute.
I still shut
But
it
it's all
down though.
good.
I got up and shut down though.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. I had to get off
I
before
be
you
letting
finished. What
y'all
time you
rock.
shut
Sometimes
down?
I just laying in that bed to stretch my head out and neck and stuff. Cause I think
Hey,
that's why I be having a headache. Cause I guess my head be looking at one area for too long.
hey,
Yeah.
hey, conscious, just
Well,
So
let
Kev,
you know it,
thank you.
so
Appreciate you, brother.
what was your takeaway since you've been on this topic for 12 hours? I mean, what's any room for improvement for us people out here, or what was your
Um,
takeaway?
I think everybody was on point for the most part, but some people which I want to still see though. Hopefully, we see by the end of the night. I want to see because my thing is, like I said, I want to get people to know the difference between protection and provoking. And like I said, I think for the most part, just because everybody's so ego driven nowadays and they got to protect their image and not be a punk, they really think that provoking is protection. You know, so that's what that's what's gonna happen though. I'm already gonna know. Well, sometimes you gotta stand up for what's yours and all this.
You gonna
And
quit
I don't know.
provoking me, Kev, man. You gonna quit provoking me, man.
Yeah. Improvement is in humbleness. Yeah. D-Dub, come up, man. We can go ahead and listen to your your background. I already know it be loud and stuff, but
see.
you know you got some words for us.
Oh man.
Yeah, Empath got to be the next week though, but that's gonna be feeling bold right there.
You
I
gonna
hate to break that just was burning me. I ain't gonna even lie. I was seeing them talk about that in the comments. All I gotta say, so I said I gotta break the news to y'all, man.
break TikTok, boy.
She said, I don't believe in horoscopes, but I believe in that. I'm like, well, they got the same proof from scientists. Neither one of them is proven. They gonna hate to hear that's a Casper belief. The thing is, what I guess the thing is, it's just a lot of people. I guess they start realizing what empathy is, and I guess it's just I guess it sounds sweet to be an empath nowadays. I guess so. They just rather take that on, and from the most part, they said most people
I
that
can
use
see
it is just
where they
very
think that
sensitive.
I can see where they think that there's a root word to that situation, but
Yeah.
it ain't.
But you know what? But you know what it is? Because people just gotta associate something with something. They can't just justify what happened to them as that they had a part in it.
Facts.
Somehow they gotta figure out a way to make it work for them. So
Yeah.
the way that narcissist
Ah.
was attracted to me
Too
was
late,
because
Dean.
I
Nope.
was
Too
an
late. Nope. You should have been prepared. Nope. Nope. Nope.
but the way that they was attracted to me was because I was an empath, or
Yeah.
that's why when in actuality, no, that's just who those people are, and you just was somebody who was really really sympathetic to them, so you took it harder than most people.
Exactly.
Some other people
Exactly.
that they ran across, seen who they were, got what they got, and moved on a little quicker, or they realized who that person was and got the heck out of Dodge. Whereas we sat and took the blows, and now
Next
it's
year I'm
everybody
selling
else's fault.
fucking colored crystals. That's what
So
I'm.
so we don't, and then we don't want to admit, and then
I mean, who gonna really want to change what they believe in? That's what's gonna happen though. But I feel like at the end of the day, that's gonna show you how prideful and ego driven a lot of people is. Because you can still just show them the facts that it ain't real, and they still gonna be like, I don't care. I've been living like this all my life, and I told myself I'm this. But
Yeah.
it is what it is, though.
Next year I'm selling colored crystals like a motherfucker.
hey, I'm gonna drop down for a minute,
All right,
or I'm gonna make. I'm gonna go. Well, I'm gonna do like Rage did for a minute. So if I drop, I'll be right back.
no,
I'm,
I'm about
I'm
to be
selling,
funny though.
I'm selling colored crystals and bullshit terms. I'm gonna sit up here. I'm gonna go get me a fucking a wig with some locks and put some fake ass tattoos up under my face and just say all kinds of bullshit just to make it feel good. Watch my TikTok blow up. Watch.
Oh yeah, you already know.
Listen,
What do they
You
call
know,
them?
it'll be the dreadheads too. That's all they gotta do.
I'm gonna get a fog machine,
Lexiographer.
and I'm gonna get a Erica Badu poster. I'm gonna call her God. Niggas,
Butter pecan skin. That's what
I'm
we
gonna
do.
be a billionaire next year.
Facts. And that's crazy. That's a good way to make it show you, man. That just be showing you who the consumers, man. They
Pull a
already
card,
said.
tell y'all exactly what the play is.
What's
D
going on,
Dub,
y'all?
I see you up there.
What up,
I
D
think
Dub?
was Gene
You
up
know
there.
I got the background noise. You know I got the background noise, but
Yep.
y'all bear with me. Hey, man, humbleness, man. Humbleness is the key, man. Humbleness, and that comes with empathy, but people just don't have that. They want it, but they don't have it. People want it to be shown and given to them, but when the opportunity comes around for them to give it and show it to someone else, oftentimes it's not done. So, you know, when you say be the bigger person, ain't nothing wrong with that, man. Like, I was taught at a young age that the goal is to win the war, not every battle. You know what I'm saying? Some battles,
Facts.
you won't win every battle, but the goal is to win the war. And so, you know, a lot of times, even listening on TikTok on this platform, and even in real life, man, a lot of people just don't want to lose nothing. And in this world, if you live long enough, you understand that you're going to win some and you're going to lose some. And when you understand that, and you understand that even when you lose, you win. Now, that's the concept there. Even when you lose, you win.
Yep.
Then at those times when you perceive that, when that really sinks in, man, humbleness will take over you, man. You'll be way humble. Because I'll be the first to tell you, humbleness wasn't something that I always lived by. I lived by,
Facts.
I had to win. You know what I'm saying? I had to win. And oftentimes me winning was by any means necessary. I'm going to leave it there. But when I realized that, I'll tell you a story. And so when I was back in high school, man, I was young, right? I went to a predominantly YT school for a minute. And I was real off balance because I came from, you know, a
Main thing.
predominantly black school to move to Georgia and now be in this predominantly YT school. And, you know, it was like I had a young man, YT guy, leaving the school. We were in our vehicles, in our cars, and he got out, he unrolled a rebel flag, he stuck it in the hole on his bed. He gave me the finger, and I could see his lips moving as if to say, F you, the N-word. And man, I followed that YT boy all the way till he finally pulled over in the Winn-Dixie parking lot. And when he pulled over, I commenced to whipping his tail. Bro, I beat him, but I couldn't knock him out. And when it was said and done and I was too tired to hit him anymore, he looked at me straight face and said, that's all you got? You still an Ian. And I realized that day, bro, that you can't beat a person, humiliate a person, or change anyone, bro. I don't care if it's what they believe in their heart, if it's what they stand on, if it's what they want to choose to live by. All you can do is remove yourself from that situation. No, it's not the place for you. That's the humbleness. The humbleness is me being able to say, hey, that ain't for me. Let me pull myself away from this situation and go on about my business. But a lot of times, man, people can't do that. They're going to stay right there and put that fight up. And it's arrogant. And it oftentimes it don't end well. And when it's said and done, you still ain't got nowhere. You haven't achieved anything. So I would say humbleness and having empathy for others as you would wish for it to be placed on you is the key thing, man.
Nice. We need to give him some of these real quick. Well, I keep going the wrong way. Oops.
Oh man. Well said, my brother. Well said.
With the noise and everything, the little rotating, I don't know what that noise be.
You so much better man than me though, D-Dub. Because even after I went through all that, I would have went through tired and gasping. He still would have looked me in the face with a straight face. I'd be right. I'll be right back with this brick. You still gonna be a YT beat up?
Hey, but here's the rest of it. Here's the rest of it, because I kind of cut it short, right? So because we were leaving school and we never went home, it was considered our own school It was considered that it happened at school. So the next day, when I got the first period, I got suspended for 5 days. So not just was my hands seriously hurting, my hands was toe up, bro, swole up, toe up. But now I'm kicked out of school for 5 days. You see what I'm saying? Like, who really lost here? I didn't change his mindset. He still felt the same way. Yeah, I put a butt cut. And I try to use these words on TikTok. Yeah, I put an ass whooping on him. But now my hands swole up, and I'm suspended from getting my education for 5 days. What did I achieve? Not a damn thing.
That's fact.
I was just being silly, but you're absolutely right,
bro. It did feel good though at the time, but
right, that's that ego right there.
It did feel
that
good.
Ego do feel good at that moment. Afterwards, it ain't. That ego always dig you in a deeper hole for the most part. Codify, what's the deal, my brother? I like how you just come straight in on modern duties. you know, say hi, nothing, instant mod, and come here 40,000. I like him. That's why I say nobody beat him would have come to mod. He the mod king. But
so yeah. It's things like that to think about, man. The situations we put ourselves in, the conversations that we have, the people that we run into. Like, I hate to get spiritual, but I oftentimes do. But it says kindness kills a multitude of things. I've never seen a negative plus a negative equal a positive. But if you take a negative to a positive, you may get a positive out of it. You may not. Depends on how much positivity is there. So which one are you choosing? I mean, your choice, but which one are you choosing?
Rage to be back. He just stepped away a little bit. What's his name? Mary be back a little later. But yeah, gotta pick and choose your battles, man. I do say some stuff you gotta stand up for, but people be trying to stand up for everything. That be the problem. And then most of the time they be just standing up for their ego for the most part. You know, and be just standing up to
that part.
To get a solution. Because I feel like if you standing up with no solution at the end, now that's when it becomes like a problem. You know what I'm saying? With your no intentions of the solution. Some people just want to be like, hey, I guess their solution is I just want to look bigger than you or stronger than you and all that stuff. And that's where the problem come in at. Like that's not worth standing up for. Because if it fails and somebody try to be bigger than you, then that become a problem. Then you'll know how that ends. The grave, the jail cell, or the 6 feet under the yard. Oh, I said that twice. Oops. I'm so fixed on the grave. But yeah. But yeah, you know what I mean, though. Hospital.
You can't escape it, so you know what I'm saying? You can escape jail, but you can't escape that grave.
You're right. You could even get away with the hospital a little bit, but that grave, boy, you gotta emphasize that one here.
Listen, it ain't always the same place either.
Whoa, right.
So let's not act like we didn't see a whole caliber of multi-billionaires or millionaires sitting under the sea with Little Mermaid.
Mm-hmm.
Cause a dude want to take them down in the submarine with a damn PlayStation controller.
And not even that bad, but the times that we live in these days and times, man, and the things that we see and the situations that you see take place, and knowing that people have these triggers that really push them overboard really quick, like, and knowing all that, how can you go out in this world wanting to win at every war, every battle that you come into? Like, you gonna have to realize that at the end of the day, man, I'm trying to make it to the house. You know what I'm saying? And if it take me humbling myself a little bit, hey, I'm that. It ain't no loss. I feel, well, for me, I feel like, shoot, I did enough stupid stuff in the past. I ain't got to prove nothing else. A lot of people still try to prove something, but really they try to prove it to themselves. Not to someone else, but only to themselves. You know, so when you run into people of that nature, man, and you sense that, you gotta know how to handle that. And to me, humbling yourself and having a little empathy and saying, hey, you know what, you got that. You got that, bro. Now, that situation,
I think that's harder than not than just reacting.
it
Not
is. It's not easy. It's not easy.
it's not.
And until you went through some things or dealt with some situations in life that show you that is more beneficial, most people not gonna act any different. That's why I always say the ones that's quick to fly off at the mouth, that's quick to doggone want to do something or say something, you know what I'm saying, in a negative manner, they ain't really about that life, man. They ain't really about that life. Cause when you've been about that life, bro, you'll excuse yourself from that jump. You know what I'm saying? Cause you know the outcome. A lot of people
Mm-hmm.
just still trying to prove something to somebody else and to themselves. I ain't got time to be the one that you want to experiment with. Cause I know me. So for me, it's like, hey, I give you that. I humble myself down. I got a new goal. Is making it home, taking care of my family, doing what I'm supposed to do. I know where you at because I've been there. I'm gonna let you stay right there by yourself. Now we can take it to another degree. We got another situation, but conversation and words, bro. I ain't trying to go there with you over no words. You can call me what you want. I know who I am. You can say what you want. We live in a country of freedom of speech. But at the end of the day, when you want to put them actions up, that's a whole nother ball game. But it don't take nothing, man, to just to humble yourself, to have empathy the way you would want somebody to have it on you in another situation. So practice it, probably get better at it, right?
Nice. So I guess we have two more people to hit this one up. Wait, how did no, did you get on the number? You did all? No, you ain't doing all of them, did you? Oh,
And I just
or did I
noticed
drift off? Huh?
and codified in here. What's up to y'all? Gen Z and Codified. Codified then came in the building. All right, Codified,
Um,
hey, team rolling, bro.
Yeah, yeah. What's up?
you. All right. Well, I guess we got on that first one though. So the who came in first? I'm trying to think who came in first. Oh, I think it was main thing. Then it was codified. So, all right, let's get it then. Man, with the first question, what is the problem with letting things go to keep peace?
Um, I think
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
know.
about
I
to get you
just
to
think
thinking. I ain't even let you get a stretch your legs yet.
I think the hardest problem with letting things go is too much pride. A lot of people be having too
Oh,
much pride
that's what I said, right?
to let things go. It's like you'll sit up here and let things build up, and instead of addressing things when the problem is there at first hand, you will sit up here and probably not talk to your partner or whoever for a few days because you just been mad, you just been upset, you been hurt, and you just want somebody to probably naturally ask what's wrong. But I think even if people do ask what's wrong, honestly, it's not coming from the person that you feel like need to address the situation. Like, if that makes sense. Like,
Mm.
yeah, I just think people just be in a certain mindset where it's like, all right, I can't get past this. That's why they hold on to things. It's like you'll sit up here and it's like it's like you're becoming a ball collector. You got all these little balls in your
Whoa,
hand and you're carrying it, and it's like almost like you're carrying balls of stress, if that makes sense. Like,
and they call blue ball. I couldn't let that slide. I had to.
Oh my god, that's so funny. Yeah, but yeah,
That's
like
right. I
people
better
just
be in my
be,
box.
yeah, people just be sitting up here just be holding on to things that they need to just let go and let God shit because shit. And it's no reason to keep that stuff on your heart. It's no reason to sit up here and always laying your head down and the first thing you thinking about is problems, the problems that come with life or whatever case may be. But yeah, that's my answer to it. Too much pride. What has matching
Okay.
energy done for you?
I
Um
guess to make it interesting, I'm gonna stretch it out. Then I'm gonna let I'm gonna get everybody to do a question apiece. Then I'll do it that way, just to make it
oh, okay,
interesting,
cool.
make it longer. Um, so nice. That was nice though. That's I feel on that one. Mark, I see you down in my brother. Codified on you now. What's the problem with letting things go to keep your peace? I mean to keep peace. Oops. I should have said your peace.
Man, I really can't. I'm trying to see what context I want to put that in, because some people you can let go and really don't care, but then
Mm-hmm.
that you're going to be around on a consistent basis, and you gotta
Hey,
really.
hey, hey, Codified. Don't come in here shaking the room up. Don't come in here shaking the room up.
Yep. Excuse me. I'm getting over a cold, y'all. Yeah, man. It's I don't know, man. Being the bigger person, man. Keeping the peace, man. Sometimes I say the men set the standard for the peace. He
Ooh.
determines, like in a relationship, I would say he determines what the peace is. Men set their house up for the peace. You bring a woman in, show her, hey, this is what the peace is up in here, you know. And either she could adapt and adjust or not. When it comes to people outside of the home, I don't think I could do that, man. Men go out in the community, man, to establish themselves, their name, for the safety of their women and children. And you gotta be solid out here. I mean, outside the home, it's competitive and it's combative a lot of times, and you gotta set a standard for you in your house to let the other houses out here know. Um, you move on this one, or anybody that represent this house, you got to let them know what they're gonna have to deal with. So
Mm.
being a bigger person out here in these streets, man. I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm very strategic with how I handle things. It may not appear to be aggressive, but I'm gonna give you something else to think about besides me and mine. And with that, I yield the floor.
Okay. Okay. Nice. He
You gonna
was
ask
trying to
the pew
shake the
pew
room
question?
for her.
You gonna ask? You gonna ask the pew pew question, or you saving that for last?
What's that? Oh,
I
the
said
pew
you
pew
gonna ask
thing.
them to. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I might come with that.
Appreciate it.
I had to get that out of my system.
Yeah.
But
Hey,
let me see. Who was next? Is it Bam? And then six? Yeah, Bam. Go ahead, Bam. Number one. What's the problem with letting things go to keep peace?
what's good, big man?
Oops,
Got
wrong
some
timing.
6ix9ine.
Tighten up.
Oh, we on six then. Six. What's the problem with letting go to keep peace?
Well, depends. Depend on what you letting go. Depend on what happened. Shit.
Stay on your
The, re-
shoes.
the the reason why I say that is because people will take advantage of you because they know you are the type of person that will take the higher road. But when they know you will take the low road, they tend to, they less likely to bring it to you. So sometimes you can't be the bigger person. You gotta let them know you the better person by sometimes whooping that ass. Now I'm not gonna be the bigger person. I'm gonna let you know I'm the better person. Piecing your ass up, motherfucker. Fucking with me like that. Hell no, fuck that. I ain't being the bigger person. I'm shutting shit down. You come back and be the bigger person. How about that? When you piss me off, you don't get to say how I come back.
Okay, so that's not in his vocab. Okay, we got that then. We got you. All right, so imagine a bunch of 6'4s around here. We'd be burnt up. But let's go ahead. I guess that's everybody. Let's Bam you back. Yeah,
Hey,
took a little.
that's a discussion right there. I don't know about that. Will we? Because they were talking about that, like with prison, it's like you got instant consequences when you do stuff, and it's like
So
so that's why people. Yeah, go ahead.
so no, so the question. So you saying basically, I should say it's matching energy. It's matching energy. If everybody's a matching energy, would it be a better world?
I don't know. It could be though, because it's
Mm,
like if you knew you was gonna get back what you was putting out right back from whoever, you might not be as quick to put it out, or you might be more cautious in what you put out. But I'm gonna let 6'4" go on there because that was his thing. I'm just chiming on it.
mm, mm. Okay.
No, go ahead, man. Do your thing. Do your thing. That's all I want to say. Yeah. When you offend somebody, you don't get to say how they come back on you. So you always expect somebody to be the bigger person. What if they not? What if they not? What if they far worse than you? See, you don't know. That's why you shouldn't be fucking with people.
Right.
It's more of a reason why you should be humble and have some
All
empathy.
right, exactly. I think we the team humble up here. You know what I'm saying? But I think some people just. I think with that though, because everybody can be the. That's the thing I was mentioning earlier. But everybody want to be or feel like they're the toughest until they run to the wrong person that actually don't care, don't have a family, that don't have nothing to live for. I always know that it's always crazier out here. But I'd rather not take that gamble myself. So, but we'll see. Just like you said, I think Mary was saying that he felt like that people, but I don't think me myself. How everybody's so ego driven and prideful and not willing to take a loss. I don't know. I think I highly would disagree with somebody actually knowing because to this day now, nobody if it, it's people that don't take L's that literally get mopped up and will come back and try to
They get
unalive you.
mopped up again.
No.
Yeah, but I got you. Because that's what's happening in the schools, and
Yeah, that's
yeah,
why they don't fight no more. People will not take an L. Hey, that's showing now. They people.
Exactly. That's the part you got to think about. You may win
Right.
it
No, but
today, but you
everybody
may
think they.
lose it
Yeah.
tomorrow.
It depends on how you do it. Now, sometimes you got to set an example. See, you got to see. That's why you can't be a troublemaker. But when it's time to make trouble, you got to make it happen. It was like that when we was coming up, man. We knew that sometimes some dudes can't take an ass whooping, and that's when you got to put them on them. Trust me. If I got hold to
You
you,
let me know when they start fighting.
no, ain't gonna be no fight. Because once I get hold to you, when you wake up, I'm gonna be the last nigga on your mind. Trust me. The last thing you want to do is be knocked unconscious around me and my boys. You really think you're gonna be looking for me when you done, when you recover? if you recover. See, Cam, we think like they think. I already know that's how they cut. So do you think for 1 second that's gonna be a regular fight for me? No, I'ma break him. I'ma break him so bad he may end up in a wheelchair when it's all said and done. Off the first go round. Ain't gonna be no I'm coming back. That's what we was taught. Ain't no such thing as you coming back. Rule number 1 in the streets in the 80s. Don't ever tell a nigga I'll be back with my cousins. Because you ain't.
Hey,
So
six,
the
hey, 6'4", I feel what you're saying, right? But I come from a breed where if you F me over, I'm going to throw a party, man. Have all the baddest chicks there. And I'm going to make sure I know 2 of them that's got that package, and I'm going to sick them on you. And I'm going to make sure you have a good time. Then I'm going to sit back and watch your life decline. See, it's more than one way to skin a cat. And when you done moved in certain ways and did certain things, man, you understand that this world here ain't got no love. That it's more than just fighting guns and knives. I'd rather just humble myself and go on to the house. You see what I'm saying? Cause I'm telling you, and, you know, look, I've been that brother. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times, man, this world ain't set up like it used to be.
Wait, what you mean
I'm
by
40.
fuck you
I'm
over,
40.
bro?
What's that, man?
What you mean by fuck you over? You talking about somebody having a pack? You talking about giving somebody a terminal illness because they did something you ain't like?
What I'm saying, man, is there's a lot of things out here in this world. What make people cry? What make one person cry
Go to
might
bed.
make another person laugh. You see what I'm saying? And you don't know the caliber of person you're dealing with. So you may touch a man's pockets, and one man you touch his pockets, he may want to fight you. Another man you touch his pockets, he may want to do you in. And another man you touch his pockets, and he gonna sit back and watch you decline. Because he might have an alternative method. You see what I'm saying? So knowing that and knowing how this world operate, man, I'd rather keep the peace with a brother and walk away from the situation. Let him feel at that point that he won. Now putting your hands on me, harming my family, stuff like that, trust me, I can come up with some alternative methods to make sure that you have a very blessed day.
Okay, bro.
You know
I
what I'm
ain't know
saying?
what you was talking about. Like that sounded crazy at first because I'm just now. I'm like, wait, what? We talking about giving
Yeah,
people
you had to
benefits?
came back late. We done called your name 100 times.
No, but look
You
though,
came
I
back at the
get what he talking about. My uncle did tell me that too. My uncle grew up Louisiana,
oh.
and he was like, man, doing to others, not as you would have others doing to you, doing to others because you don't know what somebody else is doing. So if you out here maneuvering, especially when you're moving in the streets, brother, if you ain't ready for a times
Somebody
10,
background loud.
don't even do it.
Oh, that's me.
Yeah, if you ain't ready for a times 10, fam, don't even do it, bro. Because ain't nobody playing fair out here.
That's what I'm trying to get in 6 head, man.
That's
People is
my
not
point.
playing fair out here. I mean, we could think we can. I hear he's saying he'll break them down and all this other stuff, but you got to realize people don't. These kids don't play.
No,
That's
I'm
what
talking
humbled
about
me a
back
long time
then. No,
ago.
I'm talking about back when I was coming up. No, I
Oh,
know the day. Oh, I know the day is a whole different game.
oh, I was about to say, if
Oh
you
yeah,
talking
oh
about
yeah. I
these
know
new
the day is a
kids.
whole. Oh no, no, oh no. I'm like y'all. I'm ending them. Flat
Now
out.
back in the day, I do feel that though. That was like back in my dad days. He ain't playing no games just like that either though. But I'm telling him, I'm like, he ain't doing that now.
But I
Yeah,
already
listen, them
know.
dudes back in the day was different, bro. Look, I don't know if y'all, I'm from Charlotte, right? It was this game back in the day called East End. And they were like bodybuilders. All of them were bodybuilders, bro. And what they would do if you did something to them, bro, they would literally flip your car over. But if you came outside and your car was flipped over, you might as well it ain't nowhere to run to. Like if you
Mm-mm-mm.
came outside and your car was flipped over, bro, they popping out the cut on you, ironing your ass up for real, straight up, bro.
Hey, it's
The
brothers
He
out here.
Man, bro. Ask
It's
somebody in the '80s
brothers
that
out
lived in
here.
Charlotte about the He Man. They was not playing no games, dog.
Oh, hey, who
Land
in
of Flipper.
Charlotte? I used to be in Charlotte, man. I know about Lincoln and Double Oaks, Lincoln Heights. I
Oh,
went to
I
that
grew up in
school.
Double Oaks, bro, right downstate. Yeah.
Yeah, I went to Lincoln Heights, bro.
Oh,
Yeah,
you went to Lincoln High? You know about the He Man?
yeah.
Yeah, bro.
You
The
said
Heat
what?
won that game, but they played different, dog.
Yeah, I know. I stayed in Charlotte for 4 years before I came to Atlanta. Like I done stayed in a lot of places, man. I'm telling you, people don't play the games that everybody that you think they playing, man. You know what I'm saying? I know some brothers that would take the time, get up under your car, drill a hole in your gas tank, put a spark plug on it, and hook it up to your brake light. And watch you get in your car and press your brakes. You know what the rest gonna happen. Like
Exactly.
everybody ain't playing fair out here, bro. It's a as they used to say, it's a million ways to skin a cat. And when you know that and you understand that, you done seen that shit, you can't go out here and operate in the world the same way, man. I'm sorry. I
Hey,
can't.
if you know, if you lived
I
in
don't know
Charlotte,
about the rest.
you knew about how they were doing them basketball players back in the day. In Charlotte, when them basketball players they was getting their contracts, they was going to UNCC and shit. They was they was lacing them dudes, man. I know so many people that grew up. They had scholarships and shit, and they'll be going back to the hood and going to these parties and shit, and they'll get laced and they'll never be right after that. And that ain't even nobody done. You ain't even do nothing to them. You was just stunting on them, and they did you dirty. Like, bro, you don't never know who you playing with out here, bro.
Hateful
Bro.
people.
And it ain't always something you can guard either. So people be thinking that an iron make you pew pew proof, and it don't. It's about who draw it first. Like you see them dudes who get that iron courage. Yeah, keep playing like that if you want to. Oh man, if you do this, I do. If you ain't pull it, it don't matter. You could have eight pew pews on you. If he drew first, you gone.
Right.
Bulletproof body.
On God, bro.
Nah, but yeah, you right.
I want how we got here from the topic, bro. Y'all in here get maniacal, bro.
Nah, you know what it is.
We
I
just do
just
that.
think it's men in here. You know, these aren't adult boys. I haven't heard anything that will come out of an adult boy's mouth. I'm pretty sure we all know that somebody could be dog shit by the end of the week or the end of the month. I'm
Right.
pretty sure we can all do that. But what would avoid that, well, as far as me, is if I can make a phone call and maybe calm down some little hothead dudes out here. That may keep that from happening, you know. But like I said, it's all about how men go out in their community and establish themselves.
Mm-hmm.
They just did this when I got off work, bro. It was a couple arguing. And I went down there on some. My girl was like, "Man, don't go over there." I'm like, "Hold on, bro." I went over there. I'm like, "Look, this woman over here, bro. She called the police because like they on the side of they stay on the side of the neighborhood, but they came to the front and she was chasing them, and you know the like the little toxic relationship type shit. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? But I went over there and was like, "Hey, man, just so y'all know." You know what I'm saying? These folks over here, it's an old woman over here. They call the police, bro. You know, so you might want to calm that down or take that somewhere else. You feel me? And then when I did that, they separated. You know what I'm saying? Dude went where he went, and no girl went where she went. So it was like, if you a real stand-up man, bro, it's just certain things you do. You ain't gotta always come out and, oh man, y'all better do, trying to be dominant. You know what I'm saying? Dominant and shit. Sometimes it's just about being a mediator. It's about your tone. You know what I'm saying? How you address people.
Yeah. That's when tone matter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's really playing the bigger. That's playing the bigger person, man. To put yourself in a situation to try to prevent BS rather than being the one that's trying to implement it, man.
Makes
That's part of
sense.
the person, man. And if we could all be bigger persons in our everyday life and our run into us with each other, in all aspects of our life, even in our relationships, it will start to make a change in this world, man. And like I said, no, it's not easy. I can't even sit here and act like I've done it all my life, because I have not. I've chose the way wrong road, you know what I'm saying? Like straight left, like that, you know what I'm saying? So I get it, but I can only tell you what's best for you. You know, the choice is up to every individual. But us men, somebody said it earlier, said that us men, we control kind of the ground. We lay the groundwork for that, and we do. especially if you got a little, kids coming up, especially little boys, seeing how you react to situations, how you handle situations. Trust me, man, that's an influence on their life alone. So, hey, try to do the best you can. That's all I like to say.
It really just hits you what Codified said, bro. Because, like, I'm gonna be honest with you. When you get to a certain age, you realize a lot of the people who the instigators and a lot of the people who portray this tough guy or tough kind of projection, bro, they be the people who never
Right.
really seen that shit. You know what I'm saying? When you seen that shit, like when you know, I was just telling my girl this the other day. When you know, bro, if I make a phone call, the people who gonna pull up for me, they really gonna do that. You gonna try everything in your power for that not to happen because I don't want this person to really go to prison because I know they really will go to prison because they that ignorant. You know what I'm saying? I really done seen somebody laying on the ground unalive before. So I know how that shit look. It be the people who like see it on TV and shit, you know what I'm saying, and hear about stories and want to be the tough guy that they're like instigated to that level, and then when it happen, they know where to be found. Or they the person like, dang, I can't believe he did that. You know what I'm saying? Like, and even with people who be like, oh man, I got the strap, or tell them, hey man, arm yourself. Like you don't really understand that unless you've been in that kind of environment or that kind of situation. It's not that easy, bro. People be thinking it's so easy as just having an iron. Like, bro, once you have that thing, going to a pew pew ring is different than pointing this weapon at a person and you knowing when I pull my finger back, this person's life ain't gonna be here no more. That's different, bro. You will probably freeze
Mm.
in that situation. You can be the best marksman at the damn at the pew pew range, but if you never done that in real life, bro, you might freeze the fuck up.
Hey, hold on a sec, Big Bam. Hey, hold on one sec, everybody. We are at 36K. So let's get that FOMO-K and get up to 40K. So we need you to keep hitting them likes. We got 18 people in the live. If you're in the box, we need you to hit hashtag FYP. If you're enjoying the conversation and you want to take care of the host, you can gift the host. You can also gift the people in the box as well. We just ask that you keep enjoying it and keep chiming in the comments. And you're more than welcome to come on up in the box. Come on and spit your spew. We'll let you cook. Just don't come up here with no mess. I'm gonna have to send Big Bam and the boys to come see you.
Right. Make
All
that
right, Big
phone
Bam,
call.
you got the flow, brother. Hey, but before you go, I want problems always. I want all the smoke. Go ahead, Big Bam.
Nah, but hey, listen, I was really landing, bro. But like, it's like I've been seeing it increase more of people saying that. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh man, just go get it. You know what I'm saying? I got my pew pew license, and you know what I'm saying. Especially when it comes from women, and it's like it's men up here talking. You know what I'm saying? And I can tell some of these men in here really been in those situations, and bruh, taking someone's life is not the same thing as going to a pew pew range, right? It's not
Facts.
just having that thing on you, bro. It's a different story. Your mentality gonna be different. Even if you pull it and you unalive that person, bro. You know how many people I know. Damn, I was about to say a person's name, but okay, it's a story in Charlotte. You know what I'm saying about this young boy. He unalived 2 people, right? He basically was like a pew pew for hire. You know what I'm saying? I knew
Mm.
people actually was inside a prison with this dude, dog. This dude could not sleep for probably a year and a half because he was saying the people he unalive was in the cell with him, bro. Like that shit, you think you just gonna unalive a person, then you gonna be good, bro. That shit'll eat your ass up. Like
Pause.
it ain't just all good. Oh man, this person was talking crazy. I unalived them. Yeah, can you sleep at night though?
Right. Go ahead and say your word. I know you want to say it.
Nah, bro.
Hey man, you
Do it.
absolutely
Go ahead and
right.
do it. It only makes sense.
Hey, if you ever been in a situation where you had to put that hot lead in somebody, after the situation, it's either 1 or 2 things that two things that you're gonna realize. One, you're gonna realize you probably don't want to tote that lead no more. You're really gonna want to put it down, and depending on your lifestyle, you might still have to carry it. And the second thing is, you'll also understand that it may get easier the next time. That's real talk. But to break
Well,
that
they also
barrier
got
and
to
that ice the
understand.
first time, all right, it's
And
it's
then
a
they
whole
gotta
ball
also
game. And you're
understand
right,
too.
man. It's a lot of people out here. Go. It's
But see, they gotta
it's a lot of
understand the
people out here
range.
that. Oh, go ahead, see, go.
Oh no, I was just gonna say they gotta understand the range only prove one thing. That you can hit something that ain't moving and ain't shooting back at you.
He said
Yeah,
Yeah,
that.
that's true. But a lot of people feel like y'all saying, man, especially Bam, they feel like, hey, I'm about to go get this pew pew, and I'm the baddest thing since sliced bread, man. It don't work like that, man. It really don't. It really don't. You know, you never know, especially having that and not understanding the caliber of what you can do that you don't want to do.
Hey, what they say? Pressure bust pipes.
Hey, that's a fact. Listen, I ain't even want to get this deep into it, but I'm gonna say this too, bro, because in a real life situation, people don't be thinking about this either. If you've ever been in a situation where lead was flying, bro, if you don't even know how to move, you might be a victim just off the strength of you don't know how to move around. Like if you don't know, okay, this weapon is the
Sorry, y'all got a call.
it can go through this. What I'm standing behind. You know what I'm saying? Like when it get real, bro. Like when it get real, bro. You don't even know that because you out here just trying to be Iron Chest Charlie. You just got an iron. Now you standing behind the car, but they shooting a 223, or they shooting 5.56s, and it'll go through that car like butter. Now you hit like your stamina. Like if somebody trying to walk you down, bro, if you can't run, that pew pew ain't gonna do nothing for you, G. You don't know how to dive or nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't got none of you don't have no tactical awareness, but you think this iron just gonna save you, bro. You don't know how to get down in a car when lead start flying through the car. Like it's so much stuff that's like real reality that people don't really understand because they playing video games and they watching movies. And in the movies, if you stand behind this wall, nothing gonna go through it. When the person standing behind the car, nothing gonna go through it. But that ain't how it go in real life.
Right.
It's
And then the
actually
other
you
piece.
don't even think about ricochet. I've seen somebody get hit with ricochet, bro. I'm talking about you standing beside a car. The bullet hit the ground and it didn't hit you in your leg.
Me
Or even
too.
if, or even
Hey,
if somebody like
Uncle
Big Brand, like
James.
you say, you know how they like to throw around that they got it, and and they like to pat it and show it off, and it's like, but you don't realize who you dealing with. This person could be trained, or they could just be crazy and decide to move faster than you, and you hitting it or whatever, letting them know you got it there. Now they decide to rush you, and now you got to go hands to hands with them because you can't get it out. Now you ended up getting pew pewed by your own pew pew.
That's a fact. It ain't.
Having
Think.
one is only important when you can actually have some type of heads up or awareness prior to the engagement happening, and you see it accompanied because people die. I mean, people are unalive with they pew pew in they drawers on their side of their seat, in their little stash box, on their little clip, all the time, bro. If you don't see it accompanied, somebody got the up on you. It don't matter. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter because that's just how it works. But it's good to have it on. Just good to know how to use it if you do get to afford the opportunity. But really, I like to train for hand-to-hand combat because 9 times out of 10, that's what you're gonna find yourself in. And just having that stamina. You get what I'm saying? Like now I don't have to, professional, but it's really like you only got 30 seconds to like a minute of fight or flight adrenaline kicking in, right? So you only got like a minute. After that, most people are gonna tire out and burn out and be so stressed out that they can't fight anymore. You know what I mean? Or they realize how tired they are. So if you have enough stamina to go 2 minutes versus 1 minute, it could be the difference in your life. And another thing, once stuff start going, once bullets start flying, then certain people everybody don't act the same way. Like everybody don't get down. People sometimes just such in shock, they just stand there. Just shell shocked. They shell shocked. You know what I'm saying? They shell shocked. They don't know what to do. Everybody else moving, but they can't believe the situation is so unbelievable that it's happening that they lock up.
Hey, that's a fact, bro. And psychologically, you don't know what you're gonna do.
There
You know
you go. I had to hear it.
what
There
I'm
we
saying?
go.
Nah, but for real though, bro, like you could be at the range and practice all you want to, bro. But if you ain't never been in that situation, you don't know what your fight or flight is going to do, bro. Because your fight or flight, it is going to be about survival, like instant survival, self-preservation, bro. So you might run, like bro said, you might pause, like you don't know what you gonna do, bro. So it's like, and then let me say this. If you don't even know, like people don't know when you get in these situations, you gotta be able to know where it's coming from, right? So if you don't know how to tell by the sound of where the person is when they pew pewing, your ass gonna be in a frenzy, bro. Like especially if it's like I've been in situations to where it's a whole crowd of people. It's like 300 people, and then somebody start, you know what I'm saying? Several people just start firing. Like I was there that night. I don't know if y'all seen what happened on Juneteenth in Charlotte, like 3 years ago, bro. It was like 300 people out there. If you can't tell by the direction, you might be standing there and just get hit with something and you don't even know it, or you might be running directly towards the person that's pew pewing and you don't know it. I've seen that happen so many times. Or somebody running directly toward the person with the iron and you got to grab him. Hey, bro, no, he right here. You know what I'm saying? Like, you tweaking. You about to run towards guy. You know what I'm saying? And you know this person ain't trained, so they ain't really got good aim. They just firing. They liable to hit anybody. Bro, it's like, I want people to get out of this video game, movie mindset when it comes to situations like
Hey, leave
that.
my
Because
video games alone.
Nah, but listen
I
though,
know I'm
I'm
talking.
saying like it ain't nothing wrong with playing video games,
I'm
but I'm
talking
saying
to.
like
Just living
you
reality
think
though.
playing
Just
video
living
games is
reality.
gonna be like real life?
Heck no. That GTA stuff I was just talking about that earlier. People got that, and it's little kids that like that. That's why I say you can't be stepping up to any and everybody. They'll play
Yeah,
GTA with your real life.
I can't blame it on. I can't all the way blame it on. It does have player play, but you can't put it all the
Y'all
way on
do it, my
video
boy
games because we
BVO,
had
ball. Why
growing
you over there
times.
by himself, man? What y'all got against him?
Who gets who?
It do look segregated out here, don't it?
Right, real second.
That's okay, boy.
At the
Hey,
end of
but
the day, be humble, man. Humble yourself before you put yourself in a situation. I'm telling you, bro. Because look, one or two things it can happen in situations like that. Rather, how it starts is from a multitude: conversation, arguments, disagreements, pride, ego. We know how it starts, but how it ends is either your ass in that grave, or your ass in that penitentiary. And either one of them, you ain't
For
winning.
the hospital.
And then you ain't winning there neither. You know what I'm saying? If you old enough, you got kids, you got family that's dependent on you. Man, look, that shit right there ain't no option. When I was in my younger years, oh, that was an option. Oh yeah, it was an option. I ain't had nobody dependent on me but myself. You know what I'm saying? But as grown men with responsibility, with children, with wives, whatever that may look like, man. Like, look, it ain't no win. It really ain't no win.
that's the difference between you saying. That's the difference between you saying, "Hey, you got it, big dog. You can go and cut in front of me. You got it. You know what I'm
There you
saying?
go.
Like, cut me off. Hey, all right, man. You know what I'm saying? You good. I'm super humble. I don't be on no road rage stuff. You cut me out. But if it's my fault and I realize my fault, I put my hand out the window like my bad. You know what I'm saying? Because you never know what people going through. You know what I mean? And
Exactly.
one step, that situation may not let them turn into a complete psychopath, but it's a build up a situation in their life, and you was that trigger because you wanted to cut them out or cut them off or say something sideways to them. Boom, that's how it happened. Now your life and his life or her life changed.
Hey, have you ever seen that movie Unhinged? It's like
Mm.
that. It's like Unhinged, bro. You never know. Somebody cut you off in traffic, and then you get the woo 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 woo, because ain't nobody gonna play with you, huh? Next thing you play at your house. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Like,
that one with the serial killer guy, right? That was crazy.
bro, but that's real life, bro. That's real life.
Real life.
It could be that sick. It could like that woman, and I hate to bring this up, you know what I'm saying, because I know they're probably going through it. But that
On
woman
the
who
island.
was in
Oh,
Chicago, where her son had to unalive that dude.
Yep, I
Like,
mentioned
bro,
that earlier.
people be saying this stuff like, "Oh man, ain't nobody going," and they had these attitude, and it's heartbreaking to me. There's a lot more women doing it, bro. It usually used to be only men. Now I'm seeing women. Oh, he ain't finna talk crazy to me. Now your son just took somebody's life, man. That boy probably can't sleep. Cause he know he done
Mm-hmm.
unalive somebody. You don't never know. This is another thing too. You don't know who that dude know. Whether he was a reckless
Mm-hmm.
person or not, whether he was in the wrong or not, bro. People in hood rules, bro. If you took somebody, if you unalive somebody, bro, it might be coming back to you whether that person was in the wrong or not. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yep.
So it's like, bro, you don't know if he gonna grow up and somebody, that boy nephew gonna see him and be like, oh man, you the one who, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, you just put so much on that young boy back. You know what I'm saying? That you didn't have to, all because you wanted to keep arguing with this insane person that you didn't know was unhinged. Now you
Facts.
here. And Dub, I feel you, bro. I used to be the same way, man. It wasn't until my daughter was born that I realized, man, I don't even go certain places no more. Like I used to be that dude, like, man, I don't care about that, man. I'm finna go out here. If anything goes,
Yep.
man, I ain't doing that no more. Imagine me if somebody explaining to my daughter, oh, well, he went to a party. Man, I ain't going nowhere where it's a whole bunch of, and I hate to say it, you know what I'm saying, but it's a whole bunch of us sitting there. Man,
Big Bang.
come
You
Now you
on,
brought us
coon.
back to the
Stop
topic.
coon. Say nah.
come on, Big
Say it
Man.
again.
Hey, right now
You
before
supposed
we
to
get stopped,
uplift
we're at
us.
40K. We at 40K. We at 40K. So let's keep tapping. Let's get up to 45K. Don't stop tapping the screen. Keep tapping the screen. Keep sharing the live. Hashtag FYP if you're in the box. You can gift the host, and you can also gift the people in the box. And you're more than welcome to come up. There are plenty of boxes come open, or you can just keep chiming in the comments. But keep
Mm-hmm.
tapping that screen. But Big Bam, you brought us back to the topic. And I mean, not that we really was off because we was talking about protection, but in certain situations, I was talking about, I've been trying to talk about women realizing that they got to protect their man too, and we were talking about submission, of course, but if certain things that they can do that can help protect us too. Can you speak of you got an opinion on that?
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, it's like you said, like, first of all, understanding his situational awareness. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times it can be as easy as he told you something and you didn't argue. You just went with it. Like I can't count how many times. Like I said, I was at the Juneteenth event. You know what I'm saying? It's as simple as, hey man, we might need to move around. And instead of you being like, wow, we just got here. Just move when I say move. And it's not about control. It's about, I got situational awareness right now because I'm a man, and that's one of the gifts and tactics that we were blessed with. Rather than you arguing with me and me having to stand here and explain to you for another 5 seconds, that could be a 5 seconds that was the difference between us being alive and us being unalived. You know what I'm saying? So it's like little stuff like, hey man, I'm about to sit right here so I can see the door, and you don't know. You know what I'm saying? But I'm about to say, I want to sit on the other side. Like, man, listen, a lot of time when you in public, man, the thing, your man be on a different time than you on, and you don't even know it. It don't look like he on that timer, but he on that timer. He paying attention to a lot of his surroundings, and you not. You out here just be living your life, walking around, damn naive as hell. You know what I'm saying? Trying to figure out, hey, I want flats or drums, and all that goofy ass shit. And your man over here like, I don't know, brother, done pulled his pants up 2 times. You know what I'm saying? Like, we might need to take the spot. Like, I'm telling you, bro. Like a dude who really been in situations like that, man. We can enjoy ourselves, but we ain't really not in no crowd. You know what I'm saying? If I'm in the crowd, bro, I ain't really the dude who trying to get to. Oh, another thing is this though. When you go out in public, and I know you want to have fun, I know it's an event, but getting sloppy drunk, that's a no-no.
Mm-hmm.
That's a no-no in 2024, bro. When we going into 2004, let's leave that shit behind. Because if some shit go down and I gotta try to pick you up and walk with you and you stumbling and shit like that, bro, that might be the difference between us being alive or not either. You know what I'm saying? So knowing how to take instruction, understanding your man has situational awareness, moving when he move, you know what I'm saying, or when he tell you something, just being alert to the fact that he's alert a lot of times can save you. And then with the not jumping up in people face and shit. You know what I'm saying? You in public, the same way your man might be like, he need to humble himself, you need to humble yourself too. Don't go jumping up in the dude face. Now ain't no way you just, cause your man gonna have to be in front, gonna have to step in front of that shit. So now you piss this dude off, you don't know he unhinged. Now that your man is like, hold on, what's going on? And bro just done pulled the iron out and blew his whole top off. And you don't even, just that quick. Cause you ain't know that's how bro move. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, just pay attention, man. You know what I'm saying? Pay attention.
Bam, I ain't have to F1 codified or the gentleman want to say something about that?
Oh, I
Yes.
100. Oh, go ahead, Codify. Go ahead.
All right. Good looking, Dub. When it comes to protection, man, I say the majority of it is prevention. You preventing things from happening.
Mm-hmm.
And don't mean to. Let me see. I'm gonna put it to you like this. In my younger day, when I was part of the street life, it was some dudes that was doing things around me that they wasn't supposed to do, and I told them not to come back around, and they decided to do it anyway. They came back around, and I had to come out with the cut. I'm out of the cut and with my pew pew on them and gave him one last warning and checked their pockets and everything. One of them acted like he had one, found out it was a Nintendo cartridge. And I just told him to get on up out of here and don't come back. I told my folks across the street what happened. And I said, be careful when you out here. He wasn't careful. And he came out and I just happened to be coming out at the same time and two dudes rushed him. And then I went to get into it and one of them caught me with one of them lucky punches, and it dazed me. And when I went down, they focused on him. But when I got my bearing together, I came out and let one off. They took off running. One of them took off running, and one of them tripped and fell. And I wanted to squeeze one on him, but I knew him. You know what I'm saying? I knew the dude. I knew his family, his sisters, and all that. And I let him get up and run. When your folks tell you something, listen to what they say. And the thing about this is when we make decisions out here, we have to take our family members into consideration. Because people will come for your family if they know that you are too wise to get approached like that. All right? They catch your relatives anywhere. And they will make it their life mission, depending on how you rub them the wrong way. You know, some people out here, I've heard of situations where people were left alone in their life. I mean, literally alone. Went to funerals just about every week. So, yeah, just being able to make wise decisions out here and going back to that being a bigger person, some things you just have to let go. You know? So, yeah, that's it. You got it, Doug.
I'm just gonna add on real quick before you jump into codified. But another thing too, you know, something I had to learn to not be, because it said I was, you know, that was part of being Aquarius, was being vindictive. You have to watch out, because there are people who are very vindictive, and you think they didn't let it go, and they'll wait years to come back and get you. All right, Doug.
Very much so. Well, very much. I agree. One thing Codified said that I highly agree with is that protection. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
That protection is being aware. It's prevention. You know, I think a lot of people get that misconstrued. They think that protection is, I gotta stand my ground. I gotta go for what I know. You know, I gotta deal with it. I gotta straighten this shit. I gotta, you know, nah, man. Protection is prevention. The least you can put yourself in, the better off you are. If
Okay.
you understand what it can go to and where you know yourself you willing to take it to, then you understand the degree to stay out of it. I mean, look, the world ain't getting no better. It ain't getting no better, and it can't be identified by a color, a stereotype, or a design. It used to be a time where you knew what a gangster was, you knew what a thug was, you knew what a redneck looked like. Excuse me, I might not need to say that on TikTok, but you gotta identify these things and know what you were dealing with. These days and times, it ain't like that, man. You seeing people come out the woodwork that look like god doggone little Mikey on the donut packaging. If you remember back in the 80s and the 90s, like that's what he looked like, but he ain't made like that. So protection is definitely the ability to prevent things from happening. Big Bam was talking about having that mindset that your woman don't have. I agree. That's why it's so important for us to be together as men and women in our community. And look here, yeah, it might be one or two set it off chicks out here, like, especially if you from the hood or you done been in the hood. Yeah, it's a couple set it off chicks out here. I'm saying that, maybe you can relate to what I'm saying. But on the average, our women ain't built like that. They go out in these streets, they don't see a threat, they don't see a harm. You hear it when they speak, when they say, hey, I can wear what I want to wear. You know, I can do what I want to do. It's because they don't see that threat. We do. I don't know about Bam, but when me and my wife go to the restaurant, she already know my back cannot be to the door or to anybody in that restaurant. I'm trying to be over the corner and then the exit door. And the whole time we sitting there eating, my head is on the swivel. And if I say, babe, let go, she ready to go. Ain't no questions. I know y'all remember that comedian. He said it's funny, but it's true. He said, look, he don't want a woman to control. He want a woman that just don't listen. If he say duck, and she don't duck, now we at the hospital because she done got shot. Don't ask why. Look, just go, just do. If you trust your man enough, if you got a man in your life and you know he got that instinct, go along with that. And it's also important that you don't put yourself or him or the family in a situation that may bring something upon y'all. That means your mouthpiece, how you dress, you know, those things are important because you don't know what you're dealing with when you step out your front door. You just don't. So I agree with y'all, man, 100%, man, 100%. And like Kevin's topic is the things that we speaking on is about being that bigger person, being a bigger person to make the choices and make the decisions that keep us, our families, and our well-being protected and safe, point blank and period. And if that includes me having to bite my tongue, not say what I really want to say, not put any hands on you, not do something else that I might want to do to you, I'm willing to do that. And when the world can be the same way, I think we'll be better. And I land the plane down.
Right. Go ahead, Lala.
Yeah, I was just gonna the bonus question, right? So the one we're talking about protection and prevention. No?
Say it again.
Talking about the bonus question, right? Protection and prevention. I just know.
I guess we just talk about point of views from this point because I think everybody kind of answered all the questions. So, like, just what's your outlook on just the whole entire topic?
Okay, cool. I was just thinking about, like, while y'all were talking, like, me and my partner come from two different, like, worlds. I'm a military brat, and he's from Trinidad and DC. And so he, there's times where, like, he'll go home, and at first I would get mad with him because obviously I don't understand anything. And I'm like, we can just go with you. And he's like, you're not coming to Trinidad. That's not an option. They can come see you out here, but you can't go down there. And I'd be really upset with him. And then, like, maybe, I don't know, a week later, he showed me a video of, like, some pew-pew out, like, down there on the street that we were supposed to be on. To hang out with his family, and he has his wear and carry and everything, but he was saying, like, that's the thing that we don't as women understand, is that when we're living like in la la land, because we feel protected and we don't have to be thinking about that all the time, or we should, but we don't, you know, it leaves not only us vulnerable, but him vulnerable as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
For the whole thing is the bonus question.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Protection, provoking, and prevention. Is one of my examples is it was years ago, maybe about 10 or 15 years now, but with my girl at the time, and when I was her sister and the guy she was dating. So it's like a double date thing. So we walked into the pool hall, and I noticed like 4 or 5 dudes, dreadhead, whatever you want to call them, just posted off to the side looking. So they go sit at like the benches by the pool table, and we finna get ready to set everything up. My back is facing them at this point. So I go up to go shoot, to break the ball.
F1.
Yeah. And I see one of the dudes over there talking to them that I saw in the group of 5, dreadhead dude. So instantly, I guess at the time, her date saw the whole thing, but I didn't see it until I turned around. So I walked up, and at that point, I'm protecting. And at the same time, I'm preventing. You get what I'm saying? I'm preventing a further escalation, because if I would have just sat back and just let him talk to him, not said nothing, then his friends, his buddies won't think it was okay. You know what I mean? But I was like, hey man, what you got going on? It's my girl, bro. What you got? Well, I'm just going over here and I'm just trying to ask their name. I'm like, you don't need to know their name. What you mean? You saw us clearly walk in with them. They're right here by our pool table. Why would you think that would be a good idea? Oh, but I can't even get the nod, bro. Move along. Oh, but I can't nod, bro. Check them. He walked back over there, went to his group of 4 or 5, and then, if it would have escalated, I had some pool sticks and I was ready to engage. We probably was gonna get jumped and whooped. But at the same time, I was ready. So I was protected. So they was provoking. Okay. Now I would have provoked that situation if I couldn't just step to him in a calm voice, manly voice, right up in his face, look him in his eyes.
Right.
As a man. And I would have been like, hey man, what you got going on? Then his homeboy waiting. Nah, man, ain't gonna be none of that. I ain't get loud. I ain't, come at him aggressively. I came up to him as a man, and he didn't further provoke the situation when he was like, bro, I can't do nothing but respect what this man just did. We saw them walk in with them. You get what I'm saying? Y'all thought we was soft, or you thought I was soft, and you thought I was gonna allow that. Cause some dudes allow that. They'll see it's some guys, and that'll make you look weak to your woman, by the way. I don't care if y'all just started dating, or that's your girlfriend, that's your wife. Like, if you sit there and let another man approach them, they'd have been probably watching y'all the whole time, but they sizing you up. And usually if a guy just go walk up and talk to your girl like that, then he got 2 or 3 of his homies with him at least. But you supposed to already peep that when you walked into the scene. It's some dudes just sit out there, go off, and then they'll come back and they'll just sit off to the side, and then they'll leave it up to the woman to deflect the man instead of them stepping to them as a man. But it's dudes that allow that, but that make you look weak to your woman.
Yeah, they got it all twisted nowadays, though. I guess I could try to. What happened?
No, I was saying I don't know if I 100% agree with that, because I'm gonna keep it gangster. If you were the right woman, she'll respect the fact that you chose to preserve her life and your life. It's these women, and that's what I was talking about earlier, man. It's so many women to this day, and I never thought I would see this day, that project the toxic, like the toxic ideologies of like hood mentality and like toxic masculinity, to the point to where it's like, if it's a woman who's smart enough, if she in tune enough, you saying, all right, this probably ain't the best time for me to be macho. she gonna respect that and say, okay, yeah, we need to go ahead and get on out of here. Versus these women who be like, I know you ain't gonna let him talk to you like that, or they're gonna look at
Exactly.
it because you walked away that you was a punk. Like, if you got a woman like that, go ahead and exit stage left, gang. I ain't
Got
gonna
to.
lie to you. If you are facing 3 dudes and you don't know what they got on them, and she looks at you a different kind of way or looked at you like a punk because you chose not to engage, leave her, bro. Cause she
Well,
gonna put you in another situation.
That's facts.
let me ask you this. I agree with you. But I'm talking from the stance of, okay, you out with your chick, and then a dude happen. Let's say you go to the bathroom, you come back, you see a dude talking. It should only be, you got to leave it up to your woman as well to do some deflect. I'm not saying that she don't say nothing and just wait on you to engage, but I'm just saying she's saying, hey, I'm here with somebody already. No, thank you. No, thank you. It shouldn't be no him constantly in her face. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's like, okay, so you don't know what the conversation going on at that point. She should say, hey, I'm here with someone. I'm here with my man. I'm here with a date, whatever the situation, the case may be. And then after that, it should be him walking off and him respecting that. So if he's still there, you know what I mean? You just sitting off to the side and watching and letting her deal with that situation. If it's longer than 15, 20 seconds, I'm stepping in. But I get what you're saying, though. But I just, to me, I'm not going to let no dude hound my woman. You know what I'm saying? Longer than, you got like 20 seconds. You don't need, the conversation need to be short. The conversation need to be short. I ain't no macho. I ain't trying to be macho. I just think that just like, if he's still in your face after like a minute or so, nah, bro. That's what's going on. Hey, what's going on? Hey, how you doing? What's up? And like I said, it's about how you approach it. But I mean, I don't know. It's just every man handling it different. That's the decision we got to make in that moment.
Right, yeah, no, I feel you on that. And I'm not saying in a situation like that, yeah, I agree with you on that. What I'm saying is I know dudes who ain't got shit to lose, right? They really don't even have a care for themselves, they life or their freedom, that will put dudes, men, in those kind of situations intentionally, right? I know dudes, if they see the girl, they think she attractive because they know they got it on them, or they know they on the other side of the club or the bar from their homies, so they gonna walk up and make it look like it's they self, and then you engage them and they ain't got no mind. You know what I'm saying? They ready to take it wherever because they ain't got nothing to lose. Next thing you know, it's 2 more dudes that walk up. Now you in the situation to where it's you, your
Yep.
girl versus 3 dudes,
Yep.
and they ignorant. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, at this point in time, bro, in 2023, it's like, if you don't have, first of all, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say it like this: you either got to be ready to allow yourself to be tricked off the streets. That's what we call it, getting tricked off the streets, right? You got to allow yourself to be tricked off the streets, or you got to have the ability to diffuse certain situations, and if not, move around without even engagement. Cause I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. The way the way my woman is, bro, we ain't even finna engage with you. We just, if I walk up, we walking off. She ain't finna talk to bro. You can't make nobody talk to you.
Exactly.
He gonna be standing there looking
Right.
stupid as hell,
Right.
talking
Exactly.
to himself. Man, ain't
So
nobody
before
got time
y'all
for that
go,
shit.
I want to see what y'all view on this. Y'all call this protection or prevention or provoking?
I call that provoking. It's a well-deserved punch in the face, if you ask me.
That's
No, I'm talking
provoking.
about, okay, what about his end? Is it protection, provoking, or prevent?
I mean, on his end, it's protection of himself.
You provoke. I
What
mean,
I
why
will
would
say
you
is,
stand
in
up
this
to the
Hold up, this
situation,
a good test too. I'm glad this video came up. Hold up, let's see. So you said, go ahead, Bam. You said
yeah, I'm gonna say
protection.
if she provoking him, you know what I'm saying? And in this situation, she could also be causing harm to somebody else. Because if she got a dude that's anywhere around her, like, a lot of dudes won't even be paying attention to the situation until his girl get hit. Now he running over that Macho Man Randy Savage. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
That part
Now
right
you
there.
about to
Okay.
get hit too. You be so it's
That
like,
part right there.
All
you
right.
be
D-Dub, BVO, Lala.
Hey,
On his end, then we talking about his end. Is he protecting himself, or he provoking, or he
I
preventing?
mean, at some point in time, like, to me, hold on, Lala. To me, behind him, I don't see nothing, right? So I'm not gonna stand there and let her hit me in the face. Number one, she must gonna be hitting me in my back because I'm getting the heck on. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I'm not gonna be standing there. Once she bring that first hit, well, look, I'm on my way. I'm getting away from the situation because I do know this a woman. Knowing that
Right.
women are made like that and understanding this too, man, these days and times, like Bam saying, men ain't the only one that's reacting to situations. They ain't the only ones toting pew pews, and women are very emotional. So where you got a woman hitting you one moment, and women sometimes now, even in public, they go out with their girlfriends. They not by themselves. It may be one, two, three of them. So we deal with a different time, man. My thing is always to just get away from the situation. And being that she a woman, yeah, I ain't really about to stay there and be taking them hits like that. I'm on my way up out of there.
So
But
what would you
So
call
look
it?
at
He
his reaction
protecting
to the
himself or he
first hit, though.
preventing?
You gotta look at his
I don't.
reaction to the first hit. He was shocked, bro.
Yeah, the first hit, he was shocked, and I think that's what kept him standing there.
Yeah.
Reaction probably made him swing and hit her back. Reaction, honestly. But I would say that he's a man that really, probably like a lot of us, like if you never really dealt with a woman like that, that's ready to put hands on a man, you wouldn't know as a man what to do in a time like that, and you may react before you know it. That's why for me it was always a standard. I told women off the rip, I don't put my hands on you, and you don't put your hands on me. If I gotta beat you, I don't need you. You know what I'm saying? But running into a situation with a woman like that, and you never been in a dealing with a woman like that, yeah, very well. He shot that first before he know it. Reaction, bow. He done bust upside the head, and the world would say that he completely wrong. I'm not gonna judge and say the brother right nor wrong. I'm just gonna tell you, for me, I'm trying to get the hell on away from him. Period.
Okay. So you say he protecting? Oh, Bam said protecting. I think you said protecting, right?
I think he provoking because
Okay, I like that. Wait, before.
like
Okay,
Yeah,
this
because
I
we
ain't gonna
can't
do the
see what
details
he's
yet. I'm
saying.
gonna wait
We
first though,
can't.
because I
Yeah,
don't want everybody to.
we can't see what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? Because we know
Yeah,
women are
no,
yeah.
provoked
it's
with
not about what
I'm
words.
he's
talking.
saying. It's like
I'm just looking at everybody's point of view. I just want to see what y'all gonna say. It's either
Yeah.
provoke, protection, or prevention. So you and Pam said protection, right? You said BVO said provoking, right? All right. So Faith, Lala, Mirror, and Codified. I'll show the video again. Is he
Provoking.
on his end? You said provoking. Okay, provoking. So we got two for provoking. Faith,
Hey, what's up?
what's
How
up? Welcome to the live.
how is everybody?
Blessed. I'm blessed.
Blessed. Blessed. Okay, so my mother always told my brother, right, we're 9 years apart.
Wait. Before you go too far, I just want to do this little project real quick. With him, would you call that provoking, preventing, or protecting?
What the video?
Yeah, this video right here. With him on his end.
Listen, if somebody hits you, you have every right to defend yourself.
So protection?
Protection.
You go to protect. Okay, all right. Okay, I'm gonna get back to you though, Faith, in a minute. Lala, Mary, like you, whoever first.
All right, go
Huh?
ahead. You know, ladies first. I'm always a gentleman.
I'm on the fence. I think he is. Well, he might be doing all three. I think he's preventing her from continuing to punch him by knocking her ass out, and I think it's possible that he's provoking her only because I'm not seeing evidence of him trying to leave the situation.
So you gotta have one answer. One answer. What you would say? What you leaning more towards?
I still feel like it's provoke.
Okay. So we got 3 for provoke. Okay, Mirror.
So is it provoking, preventing, or protection?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's popping her upside the head. I don't. I can't. I honestly can't give an honest answer without all the details. I have to. I
Just from
don't.
your point of view. That's all.
But just from that point of view, he's protecting himself.
Okay. Okay, so we got 4. I think it's 4 for protection, 3 for provoking, and then we got people in the comments. I seen so author said provoking. Um, Jen, what you say? I don't even know what she said. He protecting her too. He protecting her too, slapping her. That's funny.
Yeah, 'cause, hey, if she could get a whole lot worse. It's just that one slap, like, okay, I'm done. Like, now, yeah.
Jen, what you got? He isn't even trying to get away. Provoke on both. Ah, right. That's what I'm
You know
paying
he not
attention
trying to
to,
get
though.
away.
So
This is my
I think I'm
thing.
on that side. So it's kind of even now. So y'all
Yeah,
say
But this is my
protection.
thing because
that's what I'm doing. He ain't trying to
I
get
do
away.
agree with the men to some extent, depending on the situation. But at the same time, if that was a man,
Yeah,
You
but
said
I'm
what?
say you can't really say that. I get where you coming from. You can't really say that because, like, this is why I pay attention to detail. When she first hit him, he had his mouth open. So it's like a situation that he knew he should have been walking away from. If I'm being honest, this looked like this is a woman who he was having probably his woman who he was having a conversation with, and she just popped him mid sentence.
See, okay, but
That you ain't thinking, oh, I need to
yeah,
walk away
when
from
it
her. It's
comes
yeah.
to
probably an
that,
Let me
argument
see it
that
one
has
more
been
time.
had
Yeah,
several times,
Say it
and
again.
she just popped him this time, and that's why he looked so
it comes down to
like.
that.
I'm
If
glad
it
this
comes
came
down
up
to
though. Now I'm an
physical
exclusive
violence like
project
that,
because we about to learn what
he
this
That's
was
is tonight.
obviously
that's a good reason of why men should not
Dang,
argue with no woman. Point blank.
I missed the
Period.
video. Oops.
I do not. Hey man, it ain't no use in arguing with a woman. You're not gonna win the argument. Number one, and number two, with their emotions, it can get escalated, and if you ain't careful, you'll be done reacted on the way to her react. You'll be done reacted to her actions. So you get that
having
gone,
emotions is
come
not
back,
a bad
visit
thing.
that conversation later. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just in this world these days and times, everybody has emotions and everybody has logic. Just for any
move to the right.
particular person, one leads over the
Scoot it to
other.
the right.
A person will think logic before they think with their emotions, or a person
A
may
little to the
think with
left,
their
just a little bit.
emotions
Pinch
before
Okay,
they think with
let me
their
tell you
logic.
something.
So
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you
right there.
something. So the back of your brain, when you are getting emotional, it grows and it causes the logical part of your brain in the front to get smaller. So it's impossible for anyone to be logical and emotional at the same time.
I
This is
don't
something
agree.
I
Yeah, I don't think
learned.
feelings is the problem. I think the
No,
lack of
that's
control
false.
of it is the
That's
problem.
false.
I
Emotional
can't agree with
impulse
that.
is totally different than having emotional discipline. Right. What you're talking about is actually a word for it called stoicism. Right. So it's the ability for you to process emotion and not act impulsively on it. That's literally what stoicism is. So for you to say that that's impossible and it actually exists, it's a word for it. Is insane, and that's also what you would be asking a dude to do, when he's getting cussed out and he's getting hit, and you telling him to walk away. So if it didn't exist, women wouldn't say that all the time.
Right.
So having emotion isn't the issue. It's being emotionally impulsive, not having
Yes.
discipline over your emotions. Right. So in that situation, you can't ask him to be emotionally disciplined when she's being emotionally impulsive. Because again, if you talking to somebody and you having a disagreement with somebody and they just pop you mid sentence, it ain't no telling how you're going to react. That's also why I said he's protecting her as well, because he could have dog walked her, and a lot of men would have. Right? We know some people might have just pulled the iron out, or some people might have just kept whooping her ass. So everybody in here, if you've ever had that phase in your life where you was a hothead or you ran your mouth, you remember that first person who popped you in your shit and humbled your ass.
Mhm.
And that person was protecting you, because if you would have not gotten that, you might have ended up unalived.
Yeah.
So she got swatted that time so that she didn't get dog walked the next.
We're like,
So I'm a
touching him at all. I just can't see. I'm as a woman, like as a person, I don't feel like it's ever okay to put your hands on somebody. But just like
No.
as a woman, my mom literally used to say,
Facts.
if you're big enough to hit, you're big enough to get hit back.
Facts.
Hey,
So
that big bang. You consider that a case of matching energy.
Nah, it ain't. I ain't gonna say it's matching energy. It is projecting energy, 100%. It ain't matching energy because
But I'm
she
saying, could that situation
fine
cause
fine.
you to get caught up in a situation that would cause matching energy?
I mean, what I'm saying is, okay, matching energy. She hit him like 9 times and he didn't even move. He hit her one time and she fell to the ground. So it wasn't even matching energy. It was projecting the energy that this entire
well, his
time.
one hit was worth them many
That's
hits,
what I'm
so
saying. This
it's
entire time,
matched.
I really could have been
I
dog
was
walking
saying,
your ass
but
right now.
I got you though.
It's matched. It's just different
You see
amounts.
what I'm saying? It ain't even matching energy. It's letting you know, bro, you can't even match my energy. So you
I
should have
feel
never
you. I
even
get
put me
you.
here.
Taught a
Because if
lesson.
I get on that type of time and your ass ain't even gonna be here no more. And a
Word.
lot of
I
people
feel you.
don't know that shit. It's the same thing if we take it away from a woman and a man. We all know that little dude, right? The dude with the little man complex, right? He used to want to run his mouth and get out into that one dude because he knew bigger dudes would take pity on him. And to that one bigger dude didn't give a damn, and he put his ass in the ground. You know what I'm saying? And so now he getting up, and then when he get up from there, he'll never do that shit again. Some people need them kind of lessons, and I think she is one of those people.
Mm. Hey, so here we go. I'm about to get it, and I'm glad that this project went this way. I don't know where it came from out of nowhere. I just was scrolling through my phone and made me think about it. This went perfect with the topic. Now I'm glad the people that said the protection versus the provoking. So and that's what I'm meaning right there though. So with me, even with the little bit of detail I got, I'm with the provoking thing. I feel like he still added to the provoking that situation than protection. And that's the reason why I be saying a lot of people think that protection is provoking. So the thing is, it had to start it up somewhere. Like it was a built up. When it's a built up behind it, because it ain't just pop out of nowhere. So I don't know if the dude was drunk or not, whatever. I don't know what the dish, but I'm just saying it had to build up before he even started getting beat in his face, because it ain't come from nowhere. So that's what I be meaning when a person is in them type of area, or they know that something might go down and stuff, and they just sitting willing to see what's gonna happen. And even that, when him just taking it to the face or whatever, he still had a chance, just like D Dub was saying, to walk away rather than swing back on her. Cause like he didn't have to hit her back. He didn't. So that's what I'm saying. Like protection is like if he ain't have to, and that's what I mean. Like protection is something where that should be like last minute where you had no choice, and people be mixing that up. They think that responding off your emotions is protection, and it's not. That's not it.
Okay,
If you
so
responded because you got hurt or something, huh?
I was just gonna say we all know that men inherently are stronger than women, but this is what I was gonna say earlier. My mom always told my brother, if a girl hits you, you can hit her back. Like that's just what you do. But at the same time, I feel like you can't fight fire with fire. So if you want to actually like diffuse the situation, you walk away.
Right.
Yeah, you don't hit women, but you shake the shit out of a bitch.
Yeah, I'm just saying my whole point is that even that it's just being realistic though. You can't call that protection when you had a chance to prevent it. That's what I'm getting to about that.
Yeah,
You
that I
can't if
agree
you
with
can
you,
walk
Jeff.
away that if you okay the basically the whole center of the thing is if you didn't have an option to walk away, that is protection. That's just what it is. But if you do have an option, that's provoking, because it's like you just sitting here, you wait for something to go down, or you just want to match energy that day, or you want to let off your emotions or whatever. That's still provoking. You know what I'm saying? So that we gotta, as I was saying, a lot of us, we keep mixing protection and provoking together, and them that's a whole different thing. And then we already know prevention is a whole nother type of that's a whole nother thing. It's just not even getting in that area at all. Not being with her will be prevention, because he know what type of girl he got, if that's his girl, right? I already said go to bed earlier. You can't get me. But yeah, that's that, and I'm glad that project just happened because I need to do some more of those too, though. That just came out of nowhere, though. But that's the whole point. I'm just trying to let everybody know from my observation, because I've been going through this stuff too. Like all of us, I've been seeing this stuff, I've been doing this stuff, and I realized that when I'm responding off ego and pride, that's not really protection. That's just not what that is. And protection, that's not how it's supposed to be.
But again,
Which
hold on.
please,
This is what you gotta
build.
understand.
So when it
Before you
comes
get to tapping,
to,
hold on, Faith.
sorry,
We're at 42.9K. We supposed to be been past 45 and on our way to 50. Let's keep it rolling now. Let's get the tapping that screen. Okay, we done hit 43. Let's get the tapping that screen, hit 45K. You can keep chiming in on the comments. You're more than welcome to come on up in the panel. If you're liking the live, please tip the guest, tip the host. Hit hashtag FYP if you're up in the box, and share the live. Please share the live. But please keep tapping that screen. We don't want Kev to have to call you out now. All right. Faith or Big Bam?
well, I was just gonna say, like, when it comes to physical violence, when it comes domestic violence, all that stuff, you know the person that you are with, right?
Right.
It builds. It builds. So if you think that that person is gonna build up to that, leave. Leave.
Right. Right. All I'm saying. You can't call it that I'm defending myself and all that. You are what? That's what I'm saying. People be funny to me.
Who is
That's
telling y'all
funny.
this shit, bro? Okay, look. I don't know who telling y'all that, but look, this is a conversation that you could have had with a person, a perfectly emotionally stable person, and it never would have led to that. Okay, you never know what the circumstances are. This woman could have been inebriated. This could have been a circumstance that she truly felt in her heart that she was hurt. Like, you don't know how people are going to react to certain things if this is the first conversation we had about this, right? This could have been a regular conversation that a regular couple is having, and he never suspected she would do anything like that, right? Or never expected she would react that way. And because women, it's normalized for women to be emotionally impulsive. You don't, every time a woman is emotionally irrational or emotionally impulsive, it doesn't mean she was provoked. I don't know why we thinking this way.
Wait. Don't say just a woman, because this is true for everybody.
No,
This
it's
is
not.
true for
No, it's
everyone.
not.
I said
It
one more.
is.
It is not normalized for men to be emotionally impulsive. So much so to the point to where I'm gonna say 90% of the emotionally impulsive reactions of a man are 100% going to be penalized and demonized. 100%. Yeah, it's going to jail or you might go on the ground. That's just how it works for us.
I
Men
just
cannot
feel like
operate in
I feel
society
like
the same way
okay,
women
look,
do.
men hit women, women hit men. That's a thing, but it's not completely like I think it's just a personal thing. Like it's
Yeah.
an individual thing.
Listen, we are right now. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. We are right now discussing whether this man was protecting him or not, and we just watched the video where this woman hit him 8 times. If this was a video with 2 men and a dude had slapped the dude 8 times and he got punched in his face, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Because it's not normalized for men to be that emotionally impulsive and it not be met with a consequence.
I'm not
That's
saying that men don't hit women, like domestic violence, like that doesn't exist.
yes, and what happens, man? Listen, I'm gonna give you this, all right? A woman could 100% right now punch a dude 8 times, right? And if he punches her and he leaves a mark, guess what? When the police show up, they're gonna feel like the dude was the aggressor.
Right.
Not
That's how much
not
society.
true.
I was just
Not
finna
true.
say that. Why
And
you
I'm gonna
stealing
tell
my
you why,
thunder?
because I
I was
have
just finna
had
ask if the police rolled up who was gonna go to jail.
Yeah, we already know who's gonna go to jail though.
that's
But
not true.
that
That's
wasn't
not
the whole
true.
point of this
That's
whole
not true.
situation though.
That's what
I've
I'm saying, but
seen
it's normalized,
and
bro.
I've heard the opposite. I'm not
Yeah, but
saying
it's not, we not
it
talking
depends
about
on
you
where
hearing
you
it. We talking
live.
about on a general basis. We can't take
Minority
anecdotal experiences like
Yeah, we already know for the masses. Yeah,
outlier
it's gonna be on the man.
experiences and say, "Oh, I've seen it happen this way." Okay, but that's not the majority.
It's not. It's
Generally,
not.
when the police show up, if there's a mark on this woman, that dude is going to jail.
Yeah, yeah.
Men, again, I'm gonna say again, that's because men are stronger than women.
Of
That's
course.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say
we know
like
the answer. We already know the answer to that, though.
Because I was gonna say, if that wasn't the case, why would women hurt themselves? To falsify in situations where they hurt themselves on purpose to have marks and bruises on them, so that and then call the police because they
because
know
they're
that.
crazy. Because they're crazy.
Of course that, but if they know
Because
if they
they
have a
know
mark
the
or bruise
advantage
on
they
them,
got.
right, he going to jail, whether he did anything or not.
hmm
there
That's
is
why
a
they got so many false grape situations out here. Dudes ain't did nothing to them and they still get sent to jail. So we already know how sad it is to be a man nowadays and the power that women have. So we already know.
I don't think it
You
just
know what? You are right. It's ridiculous, but I have to go. So I just want to say good night to everybody.
All right.
Thank you for having me up.
Yep. Appreciate you.
I was just gonna say the minority
Have a
doesn't
man today.
the minority doesn't discount the majority. So even if it is possible that you know what I mean, even if it is possible and it does happen, and I know people who have been in DV situations where the woman is the one who is the abuser, it's not seen the same way as it is when a woman, like, it's even hard for a man to be seen as the victim of what's going on because they're even challenged with the idea like, aren't you bigger, aren't you stronger, like, okay, so she beat you up, really? Like, that's kind of the mood about that.
hmm Oh, you soft or something like that, you know.
Like, especially if a abuse that don't leave a mark.
363 PROs to me. 63 Ross.
Man, we got infiltrated by the police.
The police are listening.
Oh shit.
No. We heard it already. Somebody about to get sent to jail today. Say no. But
Let me say this, Kev, if you don't mind.
It's an anime.
but
Yeah, the reason why I said provoke is because from what I saw, he could have stepped away.
facts.
And I
Right. That's what I'm saying.
could see if she stepped back up to him, it wouldn't stop. But he could have stepped away. And considering his size compared to hers, not saying that she's any less lethal because of her size, it looked like they might have been domestic, like they might have been in some kind of relationship with each other. I would have restrained my woman. I would have restrained her or whatever. And
Yeah.
worst case, well, not worst case scenario, but if it wasn't, I mean, I carry a taser also. You know, I spent $1,000 for it, and I will use it in a heartbeat. So if she wouldn't back off, I would have tased her. You know,
Right.
or whatever. But yeah, that's provoking to me. I mean, really, and in a way, it's like him standing there and her
Right.
doing that. He was provoking her.
That's what I was saying. Right.
He was doing the provoking. Protection, that's gone because
Y'all
he
did
wouldn't have
too.
been there. He wouldn't have been close enough to get hit if it was protection.
They
And
codified.
prevention is him stopping her, not knocking her
Oh,
upside down, damn near. They look like, man.
That looked like anger from that point. Like, okay,
Bro,
you
Yeah,
did enough
we're
and I
not
ain't
talking
done.
about her. We're talking about preventing him, protecting
you know
himself.
what?
Like, bro,
I
why
would have.
are we? This blowing my mind, bro. Y'all
But
really
hold
believe?
on, Big Bear. But Big Bear, because it's because it's a woman, man. Just let's be honest. Let's keep it 100. But I will give him what like everybody's saying. Because if it would have been a man, he probably would have had enough sense to step back. But because it was a woman, he kept standing there boldly. But my thing is this: I will give him what Codified said, but I'll give him the first smack. When she hit me the first time, I'm not gonna stand there and let you keep swinging. I would have stepped back and grabbed her hand, or I would have stepped back. He stood there and kept taking them smacks, and then he hit her. So it's like I kind of have to agree with I have to change
I'm about to
my
find
view
another
now.
project for y'all. Give me a second.
Nobody ever got hit and blacked out. Like I'm telling you, from his facial expression, first of all, he was mid-sentence. So this is something that snapped him back.
Yeah,
Like, whoa, what?
but
And he's getting hit, and he's like, ain't no fucking way. She just hit me. Bow. He was blacking out. So it's like we gotta assess the psyche of this man. This ain't somebody who, I'm just gonna
You gotta
stand here and give
assess
her
and
8
share some of that
times, and
stuff
then
you
I'm just
got.
gonna slap her. But there was no cognitive thought that was going through his mind while he was getting slapped. He was in shock, and when he came out of shock, he defended himself. And then
Uh oh,
you
my
talking about if this
twin
was
in
a
thinking
man,
mode. You
bro?
in
If this
for
was
it
a
now? I
man, he
see it.
never would have been that close to that dude. No man. Listen. If a man was that close to another man, bro, we're already engaged in fighting. So what y'all saying about that don't even make sense. I'm never gonna be that close to a man and not understanding that we about to get into a physical altercation. He
Exactly.
was
And you
not
made it
close
worse.
enough
You
to
just
get
made it
hit.
worse. You just said if it was a man, you wouldn't even got that close. Right. You
Yeah,
make
but
it
this is
even
his
worse
woman, bro.
now.
This is his woman. So he didn't expect that to happen because this is not a man. So this is somebody I should be able to approach with having a conversation, maybe an argument, a dispute, whatever. I don't expect my woman to react to me like a dude off the street would.
I'm not gonna wait for 8 slaps
Come
though.
on, man.
8
So y'all
So
slaps.
telling
you
me every
saying you
time
don't know
y'all
that
do
type of
something,
energy that when you dating and get in an argument, 9 times out of 10, it could be ended up with a fight. That's like almost with all situations. It just be like that. When y'all got that high energy, that's just how it is. It's 9 times out of 10, somebody might swing on you. I'm not putting nothing past nobody.
man, what kind of relationships y'all in, bro?
I'm
Man,
just
listen.
I've never been in a
Me and my
relationship.
woman have had disputes 100% of the time, and neither one of us has ever been like, "Oh man, let me step back and give him or her 6 feet because somebody might swing." Like if you dealing with a person that emotionally unhinged and that emotionally irrational,
it's
bro,
possible. I
you
don't
don't
trust
need to be
humans.
with that person, bro.
My
You
mama can
don't
sock
need to
me in
be
my
with that.
jaw. I mean, who knows? Anybody can do it though. I'm not.
Man, listen, I'm not being with a woman who I feel like I have to use street tactics when I'm in an argument with her. That shit sounds crazy as hell. This is a woman who I would lay my life down for. We sleep in the same bed. If that's the case, I can't even get in an argument with you and sleep at the house. Cause what's to say you might not unalive me in my sleep if you that kind of person. Like, come on, dude, let's stop the
Bam, for
bullshit.
real though.
got to that
Would you
big. So you would
be?
have never even got to that point, huh, Big Bang?
Bruh, if
You would
that's
have
the
never
case,
even
I
got.
can't even argue with you and peacefully sleep in my home. If you're that spiteful, if us arguing means you're going to assault me, I cannot get in an argument with you and then lay down comfortably in the bed because I don't know if I'm going to wake up. Who's in a
I feel
relationship?
you.
Wait, what point
I
are y'all?
feel you.
Come on, man.
What point exactly y'all arguing in that point?
Same thing.
The
Same
video.
thing.
I'm saying like, okay, I'm just confused because we're arguing that why he hit us. Though, are we arguing like, okay, why are you with someone who would hit you? That's not
No,
confused.
we arguing. They talking about him walking away, and I'm saying they were saying he was close to her, and I'm saying this is his woman, so he felt like we could be in having a dispute, and I could be this close to you because I don't think you're gonna react like a street thug. You know what I'm saying? Some random dude
Okay.
that's just gonna start hitting me mid sentence. Like most dudes don't typically have disputes with their woman and think that she just gonna haul off and start hitting them. That's not what you think.
But the video looked like he's dealt with that with her before though. So
Man,
the way he
video looked like what video y'all see? That shit was like 2 seconds. His mouth was wide open. He was mid sentence. She hit him like 8 times. He didn't even process it fully the first time she hit him. When he finally did process it, he immediately blacked out. You can tell, and he just hit her. Look at his face after the video. I mean, after he hit her, it
I
ain't
think
look like, oh my god.
he was
It,
taking the first two like, all right now. Like I feel he had to me his face gave that kind of like I don't know over it face like okay she's doing too much, and then after
That,
she didn't stop hitting him is when I felt like he just was like look all right and punch her in her face.
she
To me,
never stopped hitting him.
Well,
that's what I'm saying. The first one.
happened. That's not the first time that's happened.
That's what I'm saying. The way that they were talking, you could tell he either has walked away several times before,
He also probably, pushed her aside a couple of times. This time he said, "Oh, so you really want to go there? So yeah, I'm finna show you what this really is.
Bro, hold on.
If you
Play the
don't believe
video again. They wasn't talking. It was
I'm gonna
no
see if I can
talking. What are
find
y'all
it.
talking about, bro? It was no talking. It was
There was no
literally a
arguing.
video
There was
that
no talking.
started.
I'm just saying he knows the energy that she's given before. This is not the first time that she's given that type of energy. Probably not the first time that she's hit him. He probably has never just went welled on her before. This time he said, "Yeah, f this shit. You finna feel this." That's just what it looked like.
That
All
type
right.
of behavior
Like I
from
said, I've actually been in abusive relationships, so I might be looking at this from a different angle than y'all looking at it from. But
Oh, I'm
nah,
about to bring the classic video back up too after
that
I
was
found
Thing
the other one.
is
Hold
that
up.
two
it's
days
even the
apiece.
arguing, Bam. It's like I don't argue with women. You know, like if we can't have a discussion or if it sounds like it's turned into an argument, I'm like, hey, look, let's just take a few minutes. Let's take some deep breaths, calm down. You go have a cigarette or whatever you do to relax, and then we could come back and discuss this. Okay. When you come back, it's not slap, 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 slap. It's not that. See, that's been happening. There's been arguments before. There's been back and forths. That's not the first time that she's probably slapped him. So he stood there and took that because he's taken them before.
before.
And that's probably not his first time smacking her like that because he just stood there. He didn't bend down like, you okay or nothing. He just stood there while her body was flying sideways and to a complete 360. And he stood there. I'm like, yeah, that's wild. That's wild right there.
Y'all can
Some
tell in the
things
video.
led up to that. Like we can't say when women are in these abusive relationships with dudes like she didn't see it coming. Clearly he shows signs of being emotionally immature, sensitive, and not being able to regulate it. Maybe it was a glass thrown, a hole put in the wall before he actually put hands on her. You get
Man,
what I'm
listen.
saying? So when you see that situation, bro, for real, that just happened that day, the very first time they had an argument, man. We can't. I mean,
Yes, yes,
can
bro.
we say
That
that?
happens, man. That
Hey,
happens in
but I
real life
got one for
again.
you. I got
Let's
one
play
for
this
you. Y'all
because
remember the
What?
one?
And look at the
Had
camera
y'all
though.
seen the
It had
one?
to been happening for a good minute though. Like how they had
But
time
did y'all see
to
the one with
record
the
it.
Karen? Did y'all see the one with the Karen with the white the
I'm gonna
Karen
find it
like the
though.
white T woman who smacked the man on the plane with he was standing next to his wife?
I saw that. I saw that. Was that real though?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. She
There's
was
Meg Thee
calm.
Stallion with this man.
that's
I'm
what
looking
I'm
at the
saying.
wrong videos.
Real life, that kind of shit happens. Bro. Like people be inebriated. You don't know how long they've been together. This could have been a month in. Something happened in public. And she just took it there. She never presented that kind of energy because that circumstance or situation never happened. And she never been inebriated like that in public. And now we having our first dispute or our couple disputes, and you just haul off and start slapping the shit out of me.
I'm sorry, a person with that
Bruh.
level of aggression that we saw has displayed that level of aggression before, in my opinion. Just that
But
level, it
based
wasn't
off of
one
what?
hit. It
Based off
wasn't
of what?
based off of the amount of times that she drew back to hit him.
Bro,
She didn't
that
hit
don't.
him one time. He
Bro, that
stopped
don't make no
fighting
sense.
her.
Didn't
He
try to
stopped
buy
fighting her.
any of them.
That really don't make sense what you're saying. Because okay,
He
listen.
wasn't shocked that she was doing that.
No, he
How
wasn't.
many times do you get hit before you come out of shock?
That's what I'm saying. The first two times, maybe he was like, "Oh, here she go with this again," and she didn't stop, and he hit her back. In my
Man,
opinion,
I can't find that video. I'm mad.
Man, he wasn't registering that shit, bro. I'm telling you, look at his face again. It wasn't like, oh, I'm just gonna stand here and get hit.
I was
It was
also
like
gonna
he
say,
got
like,
hit two times and he wasn't even looking at her. That's how you can tell. He wasn't even looking at her. He was looking off in the distance because he's registering to himself, like, wait, is she hitting me right now? Like, there's no way she just slapped me 4 times right now. Like, every one of us has seen a video where the person get hit and the dude like, did this nigga just hit me? That's really what that moment was. Like
I
he
even think
couldn't
that. I
register.
even think evidence
And
of
he
that.
couldn't grab her hand. He just went and socked her back. That was
Bruh,
his.
Not
That's when he
like that.
finally snapped
He
out of
didn't.
it.
He didn't throw up a guard or anything. He
Anything,
just
just
stood there and took them, and it was about 6 to 8 of them. Like
Yeah,
back to
look, I
back,
can't
back,
find
back,
that
back,
video. I'm
back,
trying to
back, back,
find it.
just
Exactly.
back.
That's how you
Like,
know.
come
That's
on,
how you
man. You
know when a
don't
person
block or
hasn't
nothing. He
registered
was
pain.
used to that. And that's
Man,
probably not the first time he smacked her like that for her doing it like that.
dude, I've seen a dude get pew pewed twice and still be running and didn't know that he got pew pewed.
Dude, but we
Like, stop
talking
with
about
this
a
bullshit
domestic
that y'all on. Y'all
situation
really
with
about to piss me
somebody
off.
that you're
When your
aware
adrenaline
of.
is running, you might not register some shit. I've literally seen a person get pew pewed 2 times and didn't register that they got pew pewed. It wasn't until they looked down and seen the blood.
All right, I get what you're saying, man.
Like, come on, man. We talking about real life. We ain't talking about TV.
I mean, I comprehend. I just don't agree. No, I get what you're saying. I just don't agree with it. That right there, he could at least step. I would say, man, step back. If it's a woman, somebody I'm aware of, maybe some domestic situation, I step back and give her one chance. Like, look, stop. You're doing too
Keep tapping that
much.
screen. Keep tapping that
You
screen.
know,
Tap, tap, tap that
it's
screen.
not just immediately smack, and now I'm going to jail over a chick I only knew for 30 days. I'm not doing that.
I also don't think when somebody's
That's
upset,
just me, though.
and with in a couple, like in a relationship where I've never been in a relationship where things have gotten physically violent, nor am I somebody who would do that. I just think if somebody's at a heightened state of emotion, even being that close to them could pose a threat to them, and then make them feel threatened and make them be in fight, flight, or freeze. And so I just think either way, they were both provoking one another.
Man, if you ever been in a real domestic situation or abusive relationship, you know that a lot of times when you go to leave, it makes them more aggressive. So again, bro, like if we're not talking about real life, if we ain't talking from an experience, and we never been in these situations, we gotta stop speculating on shit like that, bro.
I got punched in my face before, and I still
You know what I'm saying? Like
grabbed
I've
her
never
hand.
been, and the first time it happened, that was my exact response. Was shock, and I didn't register. Like, wait, what? Because I'm knowing who I am, and I'm knowing how I move with men, and I know you know how I move with men.
Well,
So it didn't even make sense that you would even try that shit.
when I registered, I grabbed her arms and told her, "Not don't ever in your life do that again." But I still took it out on the car though. I put a whole dent in the car. I ain't gonna lie, cause I was so mad. But that's how I let go of my anger, you know.
You might have been
Right,
more
you didn't put
confident.
a
You
dent
might
in
have been
her
more
though.
confident
Like
when you did register.
that's what I'm saying. It's like it's things that you do to a total stranger. But if it's somebody you know, you slightly make an exemption for them. You know, you don't do them like you would do a total stranger who's really trying to harm you. You know that what she was doing, him just standing there took no effect on him or nothing like, and just his reaction to that. I mean, like, man, that's happened over a period of time, and I was built up, and he was like, you know what, this time instead of grabbing you, I'ma just fold you.
And then you did say protect her. He could have protected her by walking away. He act like he had to sock her whole head over there, saying he was protecting her. He had
He
all
could
that
have
space and
just
opportunity
mushed
to
her.
go.
He could have just mushed her in the face, like, get out of here, bitch. If he
Anything
was,
slammed her through to the side. Like, we know that was out of anger. We can clear as day see that was out of anger. He snapped. All the things that was in his face, he still snapped.
You
that
wouldn't
was
be
built
angry if you
up.
just got hit 8 times in the face.
I would
What
too
are
though,
we
but I
saying?
told you how I handled
I
my
wouldn't have got
situation
You
though.
know
hit 8
what? I
Bro,
times.
know
y'all
what was
sound crazy.
happening. I got it. He was trying to finna warn her. And what he was saying, and he was finna say, on Jesus. And before he got the Jesus out, she started smacking him. And when he came back to, he finished with the Jesus, and the hand came up and just popped her. That's what happened.
I wouldn't have got hit
That's what
8 times.
Man, I'm trying to find this video. I cannot
I
find. I'm trying to
wouldn't have
look on
got hit
YouTube to
8
find a full
times,
version.
man. Before I would have made some kind of move to lessen the number of strikes. He still standing there taking them like, look, you better stop, or you're not gonna like what I'm gonna do. Come on now, I'm trying to give you a chance. Smack, and he sent her upside down.
Man, I want
Maybe
y'all to
2 of
understand.
those, I would have pivoted. I would have. All of them wouldn't have landed, bro.
Man, you saying I woulda. People be
All
saying
of
that
them
shit when they
wouldn't have
watch
landed,
boxing
man.
matches too. People be saying that man, he should have ducked to the right. But in
Yeah,
real
but
life,
he not in a boxing match with her, man.
but I'm not
It's
making
slap
a correlation.
slap. Oh shit! What the
Bro, I'm not
hell?
making a
You do
correlation if it was
something.
a boxing
You
match.
just
Like,
don't
you know it wasn't
stand
that,
there,
bro.
bro.
I'm making a correlation of like when you watch some shit, you can say, "Oh, I woulda," but in real life, that's not how the fuck that shit go. And so I
But
made a
look, just like you
correlation
said,
with
if it was a
boxing because
man,
these
right?
dudes are actually trained people that's boxing, and you are not a trained person, and you talking about, "Oh, I would have ducked and I would have did." People do that shit, but that's not really what you would have did. Because if a
But
trained
look,
person who
you
does this
you
every
just
day,
said.
Let me
No, I
tell
was
you
saying
probably
you
would have.
said if it was a man, right? You not about to take that many hits in the face by a man before it register, right?
You
Because you
don't
be
know that.
sleep by that
Again, have
time
you ever
before.
seen a boxing match? Yeah, that shit happens sometimes. But with a
I'm talking
man,
about how
you
that
probably
girl
would
just
have
hit
hit
him in his
register
face. You
because you
think a
probably
man was
might have
gonna
been
get away with that
unconscious.
many hits?
You probably would have been unconscious though. From a man, probably hit two.
But
So you would have
but
been
dudes put
dazed.
their guards up though. That's crazy. That's the crazy part. I ain't nobody about to hit me in my face that many times before I start blocking. Especially how my reaction is. So most of the time, people be flinching.
Again,
He
bruh.
must have been drunk. I'm gonna put it that way.
Watch it, man. Watch a boxing match though. 100%. As a matter of fact, I done been in enough street fights. I've seen a dude get hit and he didn't register it.
That wasn't a boxing match.
But
That was,
I'm talking about in real life. I ain't even talking about a
bro.
boxing match because I knew somebody was gonna say that. In real life, I've seen a dude get hit and he didn't register it before. He had got hit about 2 or 3 times
Would you
before he
let a
registered. He got
total
hit.
stranger female do that to you? Let's say you
I
even
don't think
just
that
knew
was
her
a stranger,
30
bro.
days.
I
Like
doubt that was a
we
stranger.
read people, man. We could read some. If you know the chick for 30 days, maybe this is your second or third time going out, you still reading her. You still want to know what's going. You not maybe you're not completely safe, so you gonna read her, and she get to slapping. No, wait a minute. You don't get to do that. If anything, that'll be the last time I ever see her. But she don't get to hit me 6 to 8 times, and then me just knock her upside down, and I'll just stand there looking at her. Nah,
But how long was the
nah.
video y'all watched? Because
The
y'all talking about
moment
he standing there
the
looking at
moment
him.
she
Soon
could
as he
probably
hit
get
it, the
one
video was
in,
over.
but after that,
Soon as he hit it, the
no.
video was over, and the
I'm
video
shoving
started
her,
with her hitting
smushing
him.
her in the face. Something's gonna happen.
Cool. Like I
Something's
said,
gonna happen. I'm
maybe
not gonna
nobody in
just
here has ever been taken off guard. Literally a
head
word for it,
butter. He
getting
was
caught off
actually
guard.
close enough to throw an elbow and even head butter.
Or slammer. But but I'm saying if you saying like he was protecting himself, right? Like it's just even that, even the after, like you said, he was standing over her as he did it. Like he ain't look like he was like, no, I ain't mean to do that or nothing. That straight look like anger. It was just a straight up anger response.
It really looked like he was grabbing his shit and he was about to walk off for real.
Yeah,
I
that
don't even
was.
know what video
Let me see. Hold up. I gotta see. I gotta see if I can find it. I'm mad at what's so, and I lost it too.
What you mean?
I'm gonna find it. Because I was looking at
The
it on
video
my
you
like a.
just played, you ain't.
It was on my feed, but it was just I didn't save it or I didn't click on the page, so everything. It was on Twitter, and then it just reset it.
Oh, you green for that, bro. You would
I
never find
know.
that again.
I'm mad. Right. Let
You
me
would
see.
never
I'm
find
looking
that
through
again.
every
That's what I'm
last thing.
saying.
Like,
I
which
be
one of these
really paying
pages?
attention to stuff, bro. Like I don't know what video y'all watched. The video literally started in 1 second. She was hitting him. So all of this conversation that y'all projecting into the video,
I seen the
and then
video before though.
soon as he slapped her, he literally did one motion, and then the video was restarting. So it's like all of this, he's standing over her and shit. Like y'all projecting shit in y'all mind that did not happen in that video, bro. That video was literally like 10 seconds long, if that. She hit him. He hit her. It looked like he
You didn't
grabbed
see the
something
part where he
between
climbed
the
on top of the car and he was shaking
Right.
the car
he
like he was
grabbed.
going
Exactly. He grabbed something out the
Right.
hood
You
of the
ain't see the
car,
part
bro.
he
Like,
was over there teabagging her right after. That was so crazy. Like how you didn't. I don't get how you didn't see that. That's
just
crazy.
making up shit at this point.
slamming her head in the door. You didn't see her slamming her head in the door.
Pointing his
Right.
finger
Like
right in her
y'all
face.
making
Like,
up this
don't you ever do that again.
I
It
thought he
really looked
stumped her
like he
about
grabbed
10
something out the hood
times.
of the car for real.
Yep.
He grabbed something out the hood of the car, turned around, showed his
Yep.
belt, the championship belt.
Throw a people's elbow up. I'm
Right.
gonna
He had
find it on
theme music.
YouTube. I'm trying to see if I
Stone
can find
Cold
it.
was in the background.
Picked her up and rock bottomed her.
Right, bro. Like, That man ain't do none of that shit y'all talking about.
Like Superfly Snooker.
Like I said, I know because I know the look. If it was aggression, he'd have been looking dead at her while she was hitting him. Because I've actually seen the video like that. With a dude, you know, like a dude get hit and he start hitting himself. Come on! That's not what the fuck that was. He was getting hit and he wasn't even registering where he was. What? Nigga, wait, what's going on? I'm finna. You know what I'm saying? Straight up, ain't no way this woman just hit me like that. Bow! You done got linked. You shouldn't have been hitting that man. Point blank.
It's making me mad.
You don't drink no more. If there was some liquor involved, so hey, hey,
That's what I
things
think it was.
happen.
Yeah, it look
Things
like she just
happen.
been drinking though. That's one thing I can say.
Right. I think she got drunk and he probably has never been around her drunk. Or they never been in an argument with her drunk.
Blame it on the alcohol.
Man, forget all that. You giving her too much. Forget all that, man. They got that type of relationship. There's no way this anger just explode out of her out of nowhere. That's one thing I can't give. Like they that's been like that for a minute.
But that's
He
cap,
must have.
bro. That's cap.
That's not new though. That can't be
And you
new.
disrespect
And then it got caught on camera.
disrespect
Come
the
on,
men.
man.
You disrespect the men who actually been through that type shit. I'm just gonna keep it 100. You really disrespect the men who actually done that and it happened for the first time. Like I said, I'm not going to speak too much about my situation, but trust me, bro. It ain't all that shit that you think it is, bro.
And they
Any
got caught
motherfuckers,
on candid camera, huh?
out here, literally, until you get into that situation, y'all could be having a regular, peaceful relationship. And then that one thing happened that's their trigger because they done been in triggering relationships before, right? So the dude that she was dealing with, he was that kind of guy. And then something that you did triggered her to that moment and she turned into a whole nother person on your ass. And that's the look that I seen in him. He ain't even registered, like, ain't what?
So you think that was their first argument?
I don't think it was their first argument. I feel like that was probably the first time they argued about that specifically. And whatever they were arguing about that specifically was something she's probably had an argument with somebody else in the past about. And that she probably was in an abusive relationship before. Or she did that with that dude before. For instance, he might have got a DM or liked the girl picture and they never had that discussion before, but her ex used to do it all the time. And they would get into an argument where they would get physical. So her first thing was to get physical with him. And so now this dude who you've never got physical with is standing here like, what? Oh yeah, I'm finna lean your shit. You got me fucked up. That's what I think happened.
Oh, I'm looking it up on. I'm gonna find it on YouTube.
You seeking.
Feel like we got cheese. Man, I'm mad. It's doing every video but every video but that video, old video too. I've seen it before. Should show another. We gonna find it though.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna say this. I've been on this app with people. And I've been on this app with these people for years, right? Like 2+ years. Peaceful people. We have regular conversations. And I being alive with them, and they being alive about some shit that trigger their ass, and a person say some shit that trigger them, and they turn into a whole different person. They get to cussing and woo wop, and you like, damn, I ain't never seen you act like that. That's how people operate.
Yeah.
That's what triggering is. That's why it's called trigger. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what the fuck we think about right now. It's literally a word for this shit that we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's called a trigger, because you don't know until you're triggered. That's happened with multiple people on this live, and it be when it's women, it be like more shocking, because I'm like, damn, this woman was sweet as hell. Every time I've never seen her argue with a person, but she in there cussing the hell out of somebody.
I believe that for the most part, people miss signs too though. That, like I don't even get that leeway to a lot of chicks with it. He just changed on me and all that stuff. Like I think we get blinded by so many things that we don't see certain things. Cause like some people tell on themselves for the most part. That'd be like some weird type. I don't know. I don't know what to call that though. But
It can be that. I won't take away from that. Yes, that can be true. But other times it be conversations we didn't have. Right? We didn't have conversations about childhood trauma. Right? So you was having a regular conversation with this person and you mentioned something about SA. You made an SA joke. Now that person told it to a whole nother person because they actually been SA before. But y'all never had that conversation before. So before the day, it wasn't no red flags. It wasn't like, oh man, this person is an aggressive person. Because as long as it's not about SA or nobody's making jokes about SA, they fine. They can joke back with you. You can tell your mama jokes and all that shit. We done got in arguments, ain't that? But that one trigger, now they on your ass. That's what I'm talking about. They don't even know themselves sometimes. It's subconscious triggers. You know what I'm saying? So you make that joke and they, wait, what the fuck you mean by that? They whole response is crazy. And you're like, hold on, wait, I was just joking. Nah, I don't even joke about shit like that. Cause da 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 da. And then that's usually when you find out about the trauma.
no warning and nothing. No, are you sure?
No warning or nothing. Cause that's how triggers work.
Are you talking about like a
That's a lack
relationship
of
kind of
emotional
thing, or just somebody
Man,
you chopping it up
relationship,
with?
even people you chopping it with, even people in relationship. Like, because a lot of times people suppress that shit. Like a lot of times when childhood traumas happen, you suppress it. Now we talking about psychology. Now we can talk that shit, Kev.
There you go.
Psychologically, you know what I'm saying? When you go through adverse childhood traumas, a lot of times you suppress it. And it's not going away. You're suppressing it into your subconscious. So as long as this thing, the trigger that has been set doesn't happen, you can be perfectly normal. Right? So we can have arguments about everything else, the color blue, the sky, all that shit. But that one thing will revert me back to the place of the trauma.
That's a mental issue, then.
Yeah, now I'm immediately defensive.
That's a pure mental issue. That's scary. That means that's if somebody can just snap like that with it, that's like super dangerous. That means a person can just unalive you and just out of nowhere, like you never said nothing about it.
Yeah, that's why understanding yourself and identifying your childhood traumas is very, very important. And people don't take that shit serious. And that's why we got people sitting in prison right now. It's definitely people sitting in prison for that exact same thing right there. Because because you got to understand, when you're a child, a lot of times you were helpless. So not only do you go back to a place of defense, you go back to a place of defense, and also you were 100% vulnerable, right? So when you back then, you wish you could have defended this shit. You wish you could have just slapped the person who did that shit to you. You wish you could have fought the person who did that shit to you, but you were helpless. So now when you jolt your brain back to that moment, you don't know how it's going to react. You may say something to a person. It's people that done lost their jobs for that shit. Not just physical violence. They boss done said some shit and it triggered them. Made a racist joke.
See, like one of the first things that I ask people, especially somebody I'm gonna have in my area, I ask them like, what kind of self-care regimen do you have? What do you do to maintain your mental and physical health? See, because somebody who maintains some kind of self-care regimen, especially for mental health, they unpack stuff and they do the work. People who just pack it up and leave it back there and move through life as safe as they can, these are the people you're talking about that can hear something, see something, or something like that, and it trigger them. No, I'm talking about people who have unpacked their stuff, and those triggers are not dangerous for anyone, including them.
Right. And I agree with that, brother. And I think it's dope that you do that, but a lot of people don't. We got to admit that too. See, that was some mature shit, and I don't know your life, but I'd almost suspect that you might have had a run-in with somebody who had some kind of trauma that you saw the manifestation of their trigger responses, or you saw the manifestation of the defense mechanisms. And so from you seeing that shit and from you actually analyzing that shit, you like, hey man, you know what, I'm gonna start asking this. But a lot of people don't. A lot of people are judging people or gauging people based off of their physicality, based off of their finances, and they never ask them questions about a person's mental health. So you in a relationship with a person 6 months down the road, like I said, 6 months, a year down the road, you never even ask them if they have assessed their own mental health. And that you say some shit and then boom, powder keg. I say that's 80% of people.
I say it's
That's
more.
definitely.
I say it's more, man. I'm telling you, 12 years I was a paramedic, bro, in Los Angeles County. Man, bruh, you talking about the city of anger.
Mm.
There's a lot of angry people out here, man. This is why I lead with courtesy and consideration. Because I don't necessarily gonna assume that somebody think the same way I do about something. So respect is not really at the top. I lead with courtesy and consideration, man. Because people, they've adapted and adjusted, man, to where it's like a functioning alcoholic. Somebody who got a drink, they drink a couple of beers and you will never know they drunk. People are moving through life like they don't have no traumas. And they do. This is why I asked the question specifically about their mental and their physical health. Because when you, and if they unable to answer them questions, bro, you have to tell yourself, according to the inability for them to answer them questions, to tell yourself that this person may not be safe to be around and they could go sideways at any time. See, because I've done the work and you wouldn't know if somebody else has. There's no faking it. There's no faking it. Because you know what faking it, 'cause I faked it for a while, thinking that I did some work and it wasn't nearly enough and I had to get back in my isolation and unpack some shit, bro. So you know when you've done the work when somebody else has. Now they could bring up stuff like SA and alcoholism, and that person, even though it happened to them in their future, I mean in their past, they currently can handle that kind of conversation. That's why I tell people on TikTok, don't tell your story if you have not completely dealt with it. Not see, because they get to be crying in the box, or somebody ask them questions, or they'll give their opinion about it, and that person will start arguing. That's how you know that person has not unpacked their stuff. Now there are people on here that could tell their story, be completely fine with all the questions and the comments and all of that, and not be moved. They'll be unshakable.
You don't know my life.
Right, right.
Yeah, them kind of people too are dangerous too, bro. Because it ain't just the people who like turn into the powder keg. Some people, they trigger, when they get triggered, they turn into the victim, right? So that can be dangerous as hell too, especially if you're a black man, right? You say that thing and then they turn into, oh
Suspect.
my God, get away from me. He's trying, and you like, what the fuck going on? Nah, it's people calling the police and they think you trying to do something to this person. Now your ass done got arrested. Man, listen, people's psyche will fucking blow your mind, bro. I'm
And
telling you,
you
bro.
will be their their victimizer. And you don't even know these people.
Exactly, bro. That's what I think be happening a lot of times with these Karens. You know what I'm saying? We be like, oh, we don't understand that shit. That's what be going on with them Karens. They be the victims, right? It was a black family in their neighborhood or some black hoodlum dudes in their neighborhood who did this shit, and they saw you, and it triggered them back to that victim mentality, and now they the victim. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's like those kind of people are just as, well, I ain't gonna say just as dangerous, but they are equally as dangerous as the people who turn into that powder keg shit. And you got to be able to identify that shit as well, bro. Like, well, like you said, once you start doing the work and you start being able to see the red flags, then you see exactly how many people are really not assessing their own mental health, bro. And that shit's scary as fuck.
Yeah, I was one of the people that thought that I was. I'm telling you, bruh. I thought I was cool, bruh, until I would get triggered by some things, and then man, bro, I had to go into isolation with my journal, some oil burners, and bro, I cut myself off because I was like, I'm not safe to be around people. I
Mm,
recognize. I was like, I'm not safe to be around any and everybody. So I had to do some work, man.
yeah,
You do the work. You will know when somebody else is who say they did the work and they faking it. This is
exactly.
what I do on a weekly basis, bro. And I'm gonna be doing this for the rest of my life. It's not
True.
like you just do it for a little while and you think everything is fine. No, not at all. This would be a lifetime thing that you're gonna be doing. See, that's why I say you some people. That's why I don't like to use the word healed. I use the word manage. You create tools to manage it because you never know. Even with physical ailments, like when the weather get cold, it bring back some people neck pain. I mean, knee pain or shoulder pain or something, just because the weather is colder. You have tools to manage it because sometimes you never completely heal from things.
That's
You know,
fact.
so you catch people when they like, oh yeah, I went to therapy for it, and I don't go to therapy. Well, then what have you done since therapy? What kind of tools, or what kind of realities did you come to, and what kind of tools do you have to manage it outside of therapy? Oh, nothing. I just smoke me a little of this, or
Wow. That's
no.
Colton. That's Colton.
Mm, yeah, that's cold. Nah, you what do you take deep breath? You do yoga, Pilates, you go to the gym. What do you do outside of therapy? Do you journal that stuff down? When you feel a trigger, when you feel that feeling in your chest, what do you do? What do you do? What have you trained your mind to do to control yourself outside of what you feel? Because your brain will release, your mind will tell your brain to release stress hormones in you, and you'll get that feeling. But what have you trained your conscious to do when you feel that to control your decision making? See, this is not simple work, bro.
One question: Did
This is
did Cat fall asleep?
Nah, I'm talking.
Not there. All right, I was just making sure. Why you killing Santa Claus?
But
yes,
yeah,
indeed.
you right about that, my brother. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
forever thing. That healing stuff. Yeah.
unpacking is serious stuff, man. Because some people try to unpack stuff, and it it drives them crazy. Some stuff some people should have kept packed. Some people need their hand held through the unpacking.
Mm,
Some people can't do it alone. I'm real talk, bro. They can't do it alone because it was that bad for them when it happened to them, and they can't unpack some stuff alone.
mm. That's true. That makes sense though.
They need people
That
to,
kind of opened my mind a little bit. That some people do is that might need
I mean,
extra
some of
support.
this stuff, bro. As young people have told me when they were younger, they wanted to unalive themselves because that stuff happened to them. So when they become an adult and they unpack, that thought is not gone. So as an adult, they may need somebody like, hey, to ask somebody, hey, I'm about to unpack some stuff. Can you call me every couple of days, check on me? You get what I'm saying? That's the,
Mm.
I'm telling you, bro. Some of this stuff that happened out here, man, this world is full of creepiness from birth, even just learning how to deal with life from somebody who was, see, somebody can have a two-parent home, but
Mm.
one or both of those parents have not unpacked their traumas, and they teach those traumas to their children. So even though that child did not specifically first-handedly go through that trauma, they live their life like they have because it was taught from their parents. Just like I don't know why I
That's generation
tear
curse.
off the burnt edges of bread. My grandmama did it, but nobody know that her grandmother taught her because of some specific reason that they don't know. Same thing with these traumas. It's like a midget having a normal sized child, but they raising that child to live life like a midget or a little person, whichever is politically correct. But yeah, it could get pretty heavy, man. abandonment issues is real. Look, bro, our biggest issues are abandonment issues, and it's
Mm.
least about. It is the least talked about, man. And it's the most prevalent issue that we have. Nobody wants to talk about not having that other parent. The fear of not having that parent around to protect them when they wanted to do certain things. Or, man, it's all kind, bro. People stay in unhealthy relationships because they scared of it. They do unhealthy things to people. Matter of fact, some people have just avoid people with a passion because they don't want to get connected with someone due to abandonment issues. It's a broad spectrum, and it stems from not having that solid family structure. And now they out here making babies with people. And I'm telling you, man, I thought I had two children, and I didn't. Girl swore they was mine till that DNA came back, bro. And even with the DNA, she still, these your kids. Don't leave me. No, 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 no. That child need their real father. Their personality match that person. You need to go find that person. Their physiology match. You know, one day they might need some bone marrow or organ or something like. Nah, you gotta go. And man, I had to basically damn near move out of town. Abandonment issues. Man, it's yeah, you gotta have the conversations with people, man. We gotta stop hiding behind these things and have intentional conversations. We gotta stop ignoring all this stuff that we going through out here. We really do. Because ignoring it is making it worse.
Facts.
Yeah, man, it's a child out there with my name, man, and it tripped me out, bro.
Mm.
It trips me out.
You ain't been playing around in these streets, huh?
Man, bro. And you know what, bro? I wish they were my child. Boy, when I got that thing, it was a happy, sad kind of thing for me, man. Because for one, it wasn't a healthy relationship, so I was kind of happy that was going to be over. But I was sad, man, that I got kind of like, you know, when you think you had children, you kind of like, I'm a father, and I was sad that I wasn't going to be a father.
Yeah.
I
It's
was,
like a
I was
mixed mood
forgetting
type
where
situation.
right, bro. Crazy, crazy, man. I hope she found their parents, man.
I
Their
forgot.
father. Yeah, we got serious work to do as a community, man.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
That's why I don't be letting people say that land is that BS, man. Body counts, man. Y'all gotta know why a person body count is what it is.
Exactly.
Because they can have a low body count, man, and that could be some severe essay that they haven't unpacked.
Mm.
And I had a young lady tell me, I had to look, crazy example, not some more anecdotal stuff. She was from Haiti. Well, she wasn't. Her family was from Haiti, whatever. But her mother had a boyfriend. He essayed her. She told her mother, and her mother denied it. And matter of fact, kicked her out. Right. So while I'm talking to her, or whatever, she opened up and tell me the story or whatever, and she made the comment like, "I'll never leave my child with a man." And I was like, "Wow, really, y'all?" I was like, even And I was like, even I know. I said, you wouldn't like. What? I said, not even the father. She said, not if it's a girl. And I was just like blown back by that because I'm thinking like, wow, what kind of relationship is that gonna be? Where if they make a daughter, she's never gonna want to leave that daughter with her own father because of what her mother boyfriend did to her. That's a lot. That's a lot, you know. But she didn't unpack, and when I heard that, I just started distancing myself from her. And I was like, man, I can't. Sweet girl too, man. It's just that one thing, that one thing, man. And I was just like, I can't do it. I just start thinking of the different scenarios and situations and that type of stuff, man. And I was just like, worst case scenario, man, she might have a dream and I'll be in prison. Yeah, man, we got a lot of work to do.
What the heck?
Yeah, I guess nobody else wants to talk.
I
It is. Look, when I was younger, I
was
thought
over
like,
there getting sucked into the story, so I was liking it.
yeah, look, man, when I was younger, man, I thought SA wasn't as bad as it was. I thought like when it happened, it was punished severely. Like people went to prison for life, and they never got out to harm anyone else. Bro, when I became a paramedic, I'm telling you, man, I found out real fast that SA happened a lot, and
Oh,
people were not severely punished for it. I'm talking about I transported people, man. I had psych pay, bro. SA was. It got to the point to where I was like, man, who hasn't been SA'd? That's how many cases I came. And man, and being a paramedic, man, I was inside of people's lives. I was finding out things, man, that the average person wouldn't. You get what I'm saying?
hmm.
I responded to the 911 call. Schools, uh, foster homes, group homes, where a lot of this stuff was happening, bruh. A lot of schools, man. A lot of children go to schools and they open up to like their counselors or their teachers, and they call the police, and then they call us out because the nature of it all. Because we got to take them, they got to go to the hospital, so they call paramedics out, and we get briefed on the call or whatever, man. And bro, a lot of school calls, man, and it from elementaries, junior highs, high schools, man. It happens a lot, bro. This is why I ask people that question: what kind of self-care regimen do you have? I don't need to read your journal, but do you journal? How often do you journal? See, because when people journal, they open up on those journals just for
Oh,
themselves. You get what I'm saying? They open up in them journals. So I need to know, like,
Can
is
I
it
just
something you're doing?
said, can I speak on what you just said?
Go for it.
And, I found out to be very true because, like, at first, um, when I was in high school, right, and there's a lot of stuff that I was going through, you feel me? And I was like, I always held it in. I didn't talk to nobody about it. I didn't try to make people try to understand where I was coming from. I just held it in, and people saw it as, oh, nah, he's just doing this just to get attention or whatever. And so, like, the time that I was in a hospital, it opened up, and I started to, like, I had a journal in my book bag and I had a pen, and I got that journal out and I started writing. became happier. I became like when you looked at me, you would see like pure happiness. You didn't see no anger, you didn't see no pain, you didn't see none of that. Even though I was going through it, it was still like I wrote it in my journal, and it was like they can't tell me that I'm not happy anymore because they can't tell me I need attention. Yo, hello, I'm live. Thank you. Like I was saying, they couldn't tell me I wasn't in pain, or they couldn't tell me what I was going through. Bro, no, only tryhards play right. Shut up. Right, and so like we doing trios. Yup. We're not tryhards. Yo, hello. What? If I gotta tell you to lower your voice one more time, bro, you're getting out. Thank you. Like I was saying, they couldn't tell me what I was going through wasn't real. They couldn't tell me it was fake because I knew what I was going through, and a lot of people, they don't understand what I go through, so it's like they tend to judge it, and they tend to turn to, you know, like they use negative language against me because I don't go along with how they feel about certain things. You feel me? And I had a different type of mindset. My mindset was always completely open. I never like doubted anybody. I never looked at somebody wrong or anything. So it's like 800. So it's like I got my journal and I started writing, and I became better. And that's where it was like, okay, cool. Now I like writing for some reason. And then I began to write more and write more. And after I got over that and I dealt with it, I told myself, okay, so you're a journalist now. So you can take that, you can either take that and then you end it there, or you can take that and make something of it and become something better. Hold on, right? And so that's what I did. I made it something better. I didn't take it just to end it. I took it and then I began to write more. I began to open my ideas to a lot of things, watch a lot of movies, take notes, and watch the behind the scenes to get all of the things that I needed to do it on my own. And now I'm working on things, and somewhere in the near future, I'm going to be working on my own. I'm going to develop my own app where everything that I write is going to be in shows and movies and, you know, cartoons or whatever, and it's going to be on an app for everybody else, free of charge. I'm not doing what I'm doing for people to get attention from me, or I'm getting attention from everybody else. I know there's a lot of people who want a lot of things, and some things that people go through, it's hard for them to even express. So it's like I took my journaling further than what I thought it could go, and now like I'm working on my storytelling and everything in journals, in my notes on my phones and everything. Anytime I have an idea, I work on it. And there's a lot of people who's gonna be mad that I do work on it because they want to see me fail, but like I'm not giving them the opportunity to see me fail. Yeah, they may see me fall, but I'm gonna always get back up and continue to go because when I started this, I didn't start it to end it and fail. You know, like I want my words to mean something to somebody, and I wanna like give them hope that no matter what they're going through, no matter what somebody else saying you're going through, and you know it's not true, I want to put that in words and shows and movies and show them there's a lot of people who get motivation from movies and shows and everything, and they don't give those people credit. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about the credit. You could take my credit all you want to, but you're not stealing my art. You're not. That's one thing you're not gonna steal away from me. But everything else, you can take the credit and say, hey, I got my motivation through a movie or a show or a cartoon. It is what it is. But journaling does help you open up a lot more. It's going to set you more free than what you think. That's why when I first met Kev, right, I met him through a live, Alter Eagles live, right? And that day we were speaking about like ways to set yourself free from a lot of troubles and traumas and everything that you go through. And so I told him, I was like, if you write it on a piece of paper and then you take it outside and you burn it, You don't have those worries no more. It's a way of healing, you know. And it's like, why not open your mind to something different than what you always do? Hold it in and explode when you get angry. That's not the way to go, because when you get angry, you tend to say things and do things that you don't mean, and you can ruin your life like that. So why not sit to yourself, write everything you're feeling, and then take it outside and burn it, and you feel better on the inside than you ever have, right? And so that's why I feel like what he was saying is like so true and so pure, because not a lot of people will do that. Not a lot of people will see the
I'm not
true
gonna lie,
value in it.
I thought I would grass.
As long as there's people who
Cause you
actually
and
do
Alex like
journal,
both double team
like
grass.
myself
I'm
and
like,
him,
what the heck?
then we all know that we can come from something far greater than what people tend to project on us, you know? And it will literally make you feel better than anything in the world, and I can attest to that.
Emmanuel's
So
in
that's where I'm
heaven.
gonna leave my plane there. Thank y'all
Emmanuel's
for
in
like
heaven, but
hearing
I'm
my
still here.
views out and listening.
Yes, sir. I was thinking about doing that, man. Pulling out some of my old journals, writing a couple of short stories, maybe make little YouTube stories or whatever, put them on YouTube. But I got to thinking, like, nah, I'm gonna have to get somebody young to play these roles. about the, I'm not about to get him this to
This,
read. I think that would be traumatizing, to have somebody read these in the script and all of that
Hey,
type of stuff, and then
hey, y'all, I gotta call it a night.
nah.
Y'all have a good one
Oh,
now. I'll catch y'all
all
tomorrow.
right, check.
partner,
Yep.
you
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I was like, I'm not about that. I
That
can't. No
battery.
child or
look,
no young person reading this stuff and acting it out. I was like, that's crazy.
hear me out, right? I mean, here's the better way to do that, right? If you want to like create YouTube shorts or whatever, trust me, I don't watch all of that stuff. Everything you basically seen on YouTube, I don't seen it and took notes on it. Like if you want to do
Where
that,
he think he going?
if you want to do that, right? Right, just write short stories and then you narrate them in the background. If you feel like you don't wanna traumatize like younger people. You feel me? Like narrate it yourself. Like tell those, make it like a scary story or a regular story that you know what I'm saying. Just go take them onto a fairy tale world. Don't forget about what you're where you are right now. Like go to a fairy tale world that you create on your own. Give it a name. Make characters, and you go all out on it, and you once you put your energy towards that and you see it start to like progress, you know you did something good. And then if you want to make YouTube videos regularly, get a camera. I suggest get a Sony camera. Those are the best cameras, the ones with the little flip thing, but it looks like a regular like picture camera. Get one of those. I promise you, you're gonna feel so much better. You gotta learn to edit, get the editing programs, watch the little tutorials and everything. Make sure you following the guidelines and everything of it, and then you gonna be straight. Like editing is not hard, but in longer videos, yes, it can be. But as long as you have that motivation to continue to go, you're gonna be on top. You're gonna be on top, and that's something that I need to do too. I need to get back into making my YouTube videos. Like I completely stopped that solely because there's things that I gotta take care of before I go back to that, so that in a better I'm in a better mindset, in a healthier I'm in a healthier like environment that I can do that. You feel me? Because the neighborhood that I'm in now, I can't do that. Like there's gonna be music in the background. There's gonna be my siblings coming in and out. You feel me? Like I gotta handle certain things, right? And that I have to continue to stop, go again, stop, go again. And it's not like right now is not the best choice to do that right now. Even though I could do that, get all these things, but that's me spending more money. If you want to do it on the budget, buy everything you can right now. Anything new that you need, try to like, try to like put other stuff, like try to do that, but like put other stuff like.
You know what? Really, if I had the time to do it, I would probably do it, but not right now.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying though, but yeah, maybe later.
Yeah, and that's completely fine. You feel me? Like, there's multiple opportunities to do things like that. Everybody want money. Everybody want fame. Everybody want somebody to hear them out. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we have so many opportunities, and some people not even taking it. Some people not even taking it serious. Not knowing that they could be the next Mr. Beast. Not even Mr. Beast, just like anybody, a director or actor or anything like that. Like they can be that as long as they put that work in. For me, it's like all about the motivation purposes and everything. Like they don't have nobody to motivate them, they're not gonna do it. If you have somebody to motivate you every single day to get up in your face and tell you, yo, stop sitting on your ass, stop laying on your fucking back, get the fuck up, go work, right? And it's like if you don't have that, you're not gonna do it. People tend to listen to more like they rather you cuss and everything so that they understand. Like when you say it nicely, they're not gonna get it. They're not gonna listen to it at all. Listen to they don't listen to niceness. That's what I come to realize about this world. They like all aggressiveness. You feel me? And that's where people will get they motivation from. Just aggressive people who actually know what they're talking about. So
Yeah,
yeah, so now.
yeah. I mean, it's a reoccurring thought. It's just not my thing right now. I'll be thinking about it though. I was even thinking about just doing some animation. You know, maybe some kind of animation or something.
Oh,
Just
that's gonna take you
getting people
a
to
minute.
do it. But, you know, that takes time also. And people that
Animation.
know I'm not an animation kind of person, and people that do, they like to get paid good money to do animation. So, you know, I'll just wait until I could put enough thought and energy into it to make it decent, you know.
Yeah, animation. That's gonna take like you gonna damn near have to get all. You need sketchbooks on top of sketchbooks. You need the software. You need the time. The you have to have the idea in your head about what you want to draw out, and you have to draw out many multiple like you have to draw multiple things of that, like the facial expressions, the movements. You know what I'm saying? You don't want no like any type of animation. Of course, like when you first start, it's gonna be like, okay, cool, I get it, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Your first one, you're gonna be proud of it, of course, because you did it. You know what I'm saying? You didn't count on nobody else. You did it yourself. But once you start to do it a lot more and more and more and more, and you progressing and you getting better, oh, you gonna love it. You gonna love it, whether it takes.
Thanks, Monty.
That's what I noticed about it. Like I done watched the Lion King, the behind the scenes, the Mickey Mouse behind the scenes, the all the anim all the animation, SpongeBob, Danny Phantom, everything that you can think of. I watched the behind the scenes and watched how they did it, and I took my time to actually indulge in it so I can learn how to do it myself and how to become better. You know, some people catch on faster than others, and then some it just really takes time because it's an art. It's not something you can just do and get it over with. It's an art. You gotta really, you know what I'm saying? You gotta really take your time to perfect it. It's like anything you do, it's a perfection thing. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think Kev, big chilling. What time is it? Probably not that late. Kev, you still there?
Yeah, I am.
All right.
Thinking about raiding somebody's room for the last couple minutes. It's kind of slow today, so I'll be able to pick back up
Yeah.
tomorrow anyway. So
Yeah, well, like when it comes to that matching energy, man, mm-mm. I have to maintain my energy. I got this
exactly.
thing right now about being unshakable. Like people that try to move you out of your moods and all that type of stuff, like
Yep.
doing good stuff or bad stuff to you. You know, I don't let them. I don't let them draw me out of it. I mean, I got yeah. I got this real big thing about being unshakable. You know, yeah, I'm cool.
No misery, love company. That's what it is.
That's another thing that they helped me with. And I'm so glad that they helped me with because like just like yesterday, like I was on live and whatever, and this female joined, and me thinking that she's like the rest of the mods and the women here, we're asking her questions and whatever, and she goes different paths, and I was getting aggravated, and then after she left, Kev was like, oh, "Why did you let her get you to that point? Why did you let her get you out of your character?" And asked me what's the reason why, like, am I acting on feelings or emotions? And it just came from emotion because she really truly wasn't paying attention, and then we just clowned on her because what she was doing was just completely unnecessary and unacceptable. So they helped me with that. They always question my reality. But yeah.
Yeah, yeah. People. I mean, I've told people while I was in the box, they had try to like nitpick and stuff. I'd be like, look, I'm gonna suggest you don't waste your time trying to do that with me. It ain't gonna work. And they'd keep trying. I'll be like, all right, it's up to you. I just won't respond to their madness or anything like that, and just listen to them act a fool. And I'll be like, look at you, poor baby, poor baby. Go and cuss me out, get it all out. I'm that person you should do it to. Go and get it out. That's why I said, man, I didn't have people have gone off on me in some of these lives and called me all kind of stuff, and I was like, wow. They really went through it in life, I just be listening like, what? Oh,
Can't be shaking the room up like that, man.
I be like, ooh, I'm an alcoholic. All right, okay, I'm a rapist. Oh snap, what happened? I'll be like, wow. I'm like, go and get it all out. Get it all out. What else you want to call me? Get it out,
Right.
because I'm not gonna be the person that bark back at them. You know, like I'm good. Go on and get it out. Call me whatever you want. All kind of MFs and son of a bees. Go on and get it out. Go on and get it out. And then they calm down. I'm like, you all right? Yeah, bring it on in. Come on, get this hug. You need this right now. Then they calm down. Like, I like him. I'm like, all right.
Back
It's
to
cool. They
life.
get the DMing me. I don't respond to them. Like, I'm just helping you out then. You're not about to bring that into my private life. I let you get it out on here. It's interesting, man. I tell you, boy. Once you do the work, man, you get it. You get it, man. We been through some stuff as a people, bruh. We been through some stuff as a people, man. I just learned to have patience with us.
I don't think I answered all of these questions. I just responded to people who responded to them to try to get a better understanding. So
Yeah, man. One thing, man, we have patience with each other, man. We do. Dudes too. I done had dudes go off on me. I'm like, all right, bro, go on, get it out, man. This guy right here, this motherfucker. Go on, bro, get it out.
God bless tomorrow.
Get it out, man.
Can you bring me my
You like Elsa.
huh?
Let it go. You're right, man. You know how many times I got unalived in the box? Man, I don't care, nigga. I'll beat your ass. All
Right. They
right,
done
all
did all.
right, all right, yeah. I don't report them either. I was like, go get it out, man. Get it out, man. Sometimes we need that, get it out on me so you won't have to do it in the street and
Right.
really have to go through some stuff. Like, you right here where it's virtual and safe. Get it out
All the way out. Not just that
as
nipple.
much as you can, man.
That's why I'm so glad you mentioned journaling. I mean, boy oh boy.
Tell you, that was hard, bro. I got a lot of journals, man, with tears in them, bro. With
Hey,
ink messed up, man, bro. Cause sometimes I go back and read them and be like, whew, at a time. Flip through them pages, man. I see where I got emotional. Yeah.
that's a fantastic way to let everything out too. Like crazy, crazy. Vibrating.
And it's private, man, because sometimes you just can't tell, like, people that's close to you. You would think that they will be a support system, and then you find out real fast that they going through stuff they not willing to talk about. And then you talk about your stuff, it get them to tripping.
Mm.
I can't talk to y'all. Or they'll bring it up, or they'll tell somebody what you told them, and I'll be like, nah, I can't. I can't. Journaling is safe. I could lock them away. I gotta see that. Cause they'll try to use, man, people, man, and it be people close to you. They will use stuff against you.
Ooh, boy oh boy. Especially not even as
Yeah.
men, but like women when boy oh boy.
Sometimes you can't give, they already got a gun, but you can't give them bullets for it.
And
Don't give them no bullets.
the amount of gullible people out here just believing anything. I just seen a TikTok today where a woman from Texas, she didn't want to be married no more, right? And then she goes to these M heads, right? And she told them that her husband was beating on her, and so they, smoked what they smoked.
Mm-hmm.
They popped up at her house, and they beat that man to the point of like you can't even recognize him. And then
Yeah.
they tried to
Yeah.
rob him, and he didn't have no money, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they took him out into the woods, and then they, unalived him. And she had her phone like playing like where to go and how to, what I'm saying, get rid of the you know, and she got the police got her, and the ones who did it, um, they found out that she told a complete lie. Like none of it was true at all whatsoever. The police wasn't called. No, none of that. Like she just made it up because she didn't want to be married no more, off of a lie. Now one of them got 99 years, She got 145 years, and the other ones I forgot how long they got.
Yeah, they got like 50 years. One got 90 years.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it's
yeah.
crazy, bro. And it's like now that kid don't got no parent at all, whatsoever.
Five. It was. I think it was five kids. Yeah.
Uh, yeah, I believe it was 5 kids, and one was a baby.
Yeah, man.
And I'm like, dog, over a freaking like the fact that people are so gullible and believe anything with no evidence at all whatsoever kills me, bro. I'm like, bro, ain't no way I allow this to happen, and then y'all just believe everything. Off
I,
the,
we believe that Will Smith and Chris Rock stuff was real.
but it was only real to Will Smith. Like everybody think that it was set up. It was a like a scheme or whatever. But like
Bro,
also
I seen that movie clip and I was like, what are the chances of this happening exactly like that
that's
movie?
that's why
That
they said
clip from that movie, bro. I was like, boy.
that's why they said it was staged. The fact that Jada apologized to Chris Rock.
And they stayed, I was like, man, they staged this whole thing.
And
So
I'm like,
this mean the production crew had to be aware. Cause I was still like, why security didn't come out, man? And I thought they was kind of lax because everybody was pre-screened and nothing. Then I got to thinking, when it come to a protection detail, they never take their eyes off of their protectee. Never. Somebody is always standing where they have an eye on the person that they supposed to be protecting. And there's a lot of security. I know it was a lot of security at their Grammys, or Oscars or whichever one it was, man. And I'm like, for that to happen like that and nobody stepped out,
you know what's even crazier?
I was like, wow,
The,
they had us on here talking crazy about Will Smith.
the craziest was Will is trying to do like we all see it. Like Will is trying to do everything in his power to protect the woman that don't even love him, right? And then Jada goes to write a book demolishing Will Smith, like from top to bottom, and then was like, "Oh yeah, I've been separated for this much. That's why I was allowed to sleep with another man while I'm married."
Entanglement.
And I'm like,
Do y'all see how unmoved the people that surround them? Do y'all kind of see how they are unmoved by that?
I'm like,
Right.
y'all
I'm
congrat.
starting to ask, is this even real? Because all of that could be a complete production.
Yep. Entertainment.
A
Fuck.
fact is like, bro, is it like I got to thinking too to myself? I'm like, in the background, are they doing this just to get their name spread it across? You know what I'm saying? Get spread it globally and everything. Like, is that just a scheme? Because they said that they taking him out of all movies. He's not gonna be able to make movies no more. Yet he's still making movies. How? They literally said he.
True. That's what I'm saying, man. Hold on, let me go to. Hold on a second.
And I'm like, hold up, wait. So y'all supposedly taking him out of all movies, but he's still making movies to this day.
To this day.
Y'all said no, he's not gonna be at no more Grammys. He's not gonna make no movies. All the movies that he created they're throwing it away, but they're still Will Smith movies. So y'all using him as a item instead of him being like a complete person, because what he was explaining was like when he was younger was he always saw his mom get beat on by his dad, right? And that's the reason he went up there and slapped Chris Rock because he wanted to protect the woman of his kids, and he didn't want his, you know what I'm saying, his kids to see a man that don't stand up for their woman, their lady, right? Because that's how they want they want them to act the same way. But yet Jada is completely tarnishing Will. Like you see it. Like I'm talking about saying this behind his back, saying that behind his back, and all of a sudden they come to this thing where they break up, they want a divorce all of a sudden, right? And he finally come out and he speak on it, and he loses his mind and whatever on speaking on the situation and everything, and it's like, so what now? Then it died down again. Nobody heard nothing, and then out of nowhere, I don't this rumor came out that Will is actually taken, from behind or whatever, and Jada is going on interviews and saying she don't know, she don't know if it was real or not. That don't sound right. That don't sound right at all. None of that situation sound completely right to me at all whatsoever. So it's like, what do we believe from them? People who are said to be idols of television and everything like that. What do we believe? Are we supposed to just sit back and allow it to happen? Like what? What can we do? I'm not doing nothing. And that's not my life. They're not affecting me. I just see this stuff and I speak about it. So that's how I'm seeing it. I'm not taking nobody's word for nothing. I don't care whatever they do behind closed doors. That's on them. I'm not judging their life. No, none of that. Like that's solely up to them.
Okay, because this Bad Boys 4 is coming out next year.
You see?
Yeah, 1, 2, I Am Legend 2. And this dude got like 5 movies in the making, 6 movies in. Like, what productions did they take him off of? Like, all this shit a lie. Like, really? Is this stopping any of his money from coming in?
That's they not. They I think they. Okay, so the thing is, what I think actually happened, and I don't have to believe what my views are, right? I think they came up with this plan like a while back, like back when Tupac was still here or whatever. After he, what I'm saying, got or whatever, um, Jada went back to Will or whatever, and they had an argument or whatever, and then they got over it. They spoke again, and then they decided to build this little plan as a backup plan, right? For them to not like go down and like to fall off, right? So I felt like they had these little contracts that they had with each other, and was like, um, for backup plan purposes, I go and I do some shady stuff to you that you already know about because we're speaking about it, and we do those things up until it's time for us to, actually put that into effect. And so that's where I feel like Jada went to, August Alstina, and they slept with each other or whatever, and all of that, and then after that, Jada goes to talk smack on Will, no matter what it is he did, no matter how hard he tried, he still, it all they all came together and had these conversations, um, even with what's his name, Jaden Smith. Jaden Smith was in on the same thing too before he switched teams. You feel me? Like I feel like it all was why you think Will not in it? Willow said, I don't want to be a part of that. Uh-uh. Why you think you hear nothing about Willow? Why you think you hear stuff with Jaden, uh, Jada, and Will? Those are the only three you hear about in that family. You don't hear nothing about no Willow. Where did Willow go? That's y'all kid, but where's Willow? Nobody knows, right? They came together, put this plan together. He switched where Jaden, when all of this is said and done, right? Willow, no, Jaden gonna switch back, and he gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm done with being, this and that and whatever. I'ma just I'ma just like females again, right? And then boom, everybody's just gonna be confused, like, wait, what? Huh?
You know
What?
what, man?
How
Like Cam
did it come
said,
down?
that's entertainment, bruh.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's why, like when I do stuff, like I don't want to go on nobody else's like interviews. I don't like this right here. This is well enough for me. Like any other interviews with all of these people who claim to be big celebrities and all of that. I don't want to cross paths with you. I don't even want to have a dinner. I don't even want to be in the same area as you because I feel like everywhere you go, like with all this madness that's going on, anytime a fan is near somebody who they look up to, something happens. And then everybody is left dumbfounded and oh, he didn't do this, so that's why that happened. Oh, they didn't do this, that's why this happened. You could be the you could be one of my favorite artists and actors or actresses and everything, and I still don't want to cross paths with you because you are involved in something that y'all are hiding from the real world, from everybody else.
But
There's
do
something that
we
y'all doing.
really know though?
Do we really? It, bro. Look at it. All the people who fell off, they said no, they don't want to be a part of it. The ones that stayed, look at
Yeah.
it. You got Travis Scott. What happened at his concert? Them people
I
died.
don't know,
Every
bruh. I mean,
show.
you know what, Rage? I hear them. I hear the stories, bruh, but I don't know. To be
We
honest with you, I don't know. I don't go. I'm not in that. You get what I'm saying? It's like you can hear
don't.
about something, but it's different if you haven't experienced it. It's like we hoping they not lying.
That's a you know what I'm saying. We don't know. That's the thing. That's why my whole point of saying like I don't want to be around no artists or anything. I'll go to like a little concert, but I don't surround myself around people because God forbid something happened and all of a sudden now my soul belongs to a whole different entity that I don't know about. Right? It's a lot of stuff that's happened. I don't know. We really don't know, and that's the whole point of me saying like I don't trust artists or anybody who is in the Hollywood entertainment era. You feel me? I don't trust it.
Yeah, man, propaganda, man. We gotta be real careful of that propaganda, man. That stuff have you turning on yourself. If you ain't careful,
It's not gonna have me turning my because I see my visions and I see what I what I'm saying what I want to indulge in and it
that shit.
consists of me like being on a different spectrum than everybody else. Like everybody else, they want to be big time artists. Oh yeah, Hollywood this, Hollywood that. F you in that. F1 in the chat because I should have said the entire word, but fuck what y'all got going on. I don't give a fuck about none of that.
Yeah, it's wild.
People to see like be entertained and still feel good about everything and not have to worry about oh if you're in the same place as me something bad gonna happen. I don't. No, it's not none of that. Like I'm just doing it purely to see smiles and laughs on people's faces and stop all of the hurt and the pain. That's all I'm trying to do. You know what I'm saying? Like give them something that they can actually look at and be like, dang, one day I might want to meet him. Let's see how that works. You know? Like that. That's all I'm working for. I'm working to help people fix their lives in ways that I can't even imagine. Ways
Yeah.
that God helped me do.
And stay away from everybody.
Hey, you gotta sometimes you gotta separate yourself, you know what I'm saying? From
Give
the
me a rant to stay from everybody, man. Y'all run around here and do what y'all want to do. Just don't bring
mm-hmm,
it to my property line.
mm-hmm. And any
Live
rumors that
off the
about me,
grid.
I'm
That
a,
may
I'm
even be fake. Living off the grid, that may be fake. I don't know
I'm gonna
till I
say
do it.
I'm
So,
gonna say
I got a question.
What's up, AJ?
First off, where Kev, did you not get a haircut? Is that why you ain't even in a box, dog? Like, what's going on?
LMAO.
Boy, I'm
You ain't
looking
got a
like
line.
cousin it right now. It's like nah.
Like wow.
I just
Hey,
want to make sure
Kev
you
just
was
been
good,
letting us
dog.
chop it up, AJ. He just letting us run our mouth right now.
Oh no, you good, you good. I just want to make sure he was here. Like I didn't see him.
Right,
But
it is
yeah,
funny. No face at all. That's like this when you know that.
Bro said no face, no case.
Well, Sweetest. My
Sweetest, come on up in the box. I see you down there. Go ahead and talk to us, you know?
but I'll go
Get some
ahead and
stuff. It be like this too. When at the time I'm about to go to bed, and then that's when probably the whole room jumped to 500 out of nowhere. I'll just be hating TikTok sometimes.
Right. Who else live ended where y'all are getting to running around now?
nah, I literally just
Look,
got home.
Well, when Kev in his live, I ain't
But
going.
I'll answer the questions real quick, real quack,
we're quack. Okay, go and have a
real
quack
quack.
at him.
There we go. What's the problem with letting things go to keep the peace? Um, I think coming from a healed perspective or a healing perspective now, I guess, I don't see a problem with that. Um, I think it's very necessary to let things go, to definitely keep the peace. When I was younger, I was very much not that person. Um, I definitely held on to a lot of stuff. Um, but I think it's just probably just because I wasn't ready to let that go at that time. What has matching energy done for you? Nothing other than cause a lot of bullshit, to be honest. All right, I don't know if I can say that on here now. Cause a lot of BS. Uh, put me in a lot of situations that I didn't necessarily care to be in, or maybe I did and I just didn't expect it to go for as long as it was. You know, just it doesn't really do anything. It's a waste of energy. What's the third one?
Third one, how much of the world do you think will change by simply being the bigger person?
I think if people in general just started coming and approaching things, in a mature way, we wouldn't have half the issues that we have, to be honest. Um, Instead of trying to find something to blame things on, right? I see a lot of that. And I know that because at one point I was very guilty of that. I blamed a lot of things on other people or situations and stuff, and I didn't really take full accountability and be the bigger person in that sense of just being like, it's not worth it. You know what I mean? Kind of goes back with like the matching energy portion of it. Um, so yeah, I mean, do I think that the world would change if people were being the bigger person and hitting things with maturity? Absolutely. Likelihood of that happening, like with a lot of people, not very high. A lot of people still want to be that petty person or whatever else. And then what's the bonus?
What is an example of each protection, provoking, and preventing?
Like an example of like
I wish I would have showed
protecting.
you this video that we was talking about earlier. That showed a lot. That's all. I need to start doing that. But yeah, one example each of example of protection, an example of provoking, and an example of prevention. The reason why I ask that is because some people be mixing protection and provoking together, and they really think. But yeah, what's the
Yeah.
example?
Yeah, no, they're definitely different. Protection, like I'm definitely gonna protect my peace for sure.
Hey,
Um, I'm not gonna, engage in certain things or, I may how you just gonna make it disappear, sir? There he is. There he is. Okay.
I'm trying to get the
Um,
background going though.
but yeah, no, like I'll definitely protect my peace. I think is very important to me. Um, and again, I do that by using discernment in the spaces that I occupy and what I feed my mind. So in a way, that's definitely a lot of protection. I forgot what the other one was because you keep changing the screen. So protection, provoking. Um,
Oh, that other
example of
one ain't coming back.
provoking. Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
an example of provoking would just be like if I know, basically, like if I know how to get under somebody's skin, right? Or say something that I know that is going to hurt them, and I say that particular thing because I'm being petty or matching energy or whatever. At that point, I'm just provoking a situation, right? Like I'm either
Mm.
trying to get it to pop off or I'm trying to get it to move in the direction that I want it to. And then the third one was what?
Prevention. Give me a second. I'm about to swipe up.
Prevention. Oh, you good. Prevention again is I feel like it's kind of the same thing as the first one. It's using discernment, right? Staying away from certain types of people, staying away from certain conversations, staying away from certain, yeah, basically certain situations, certain things, is a way that you can prevent a lot of things. You can prevent getting into fights, you can prevent getting into stupid tiffs with people, you can prevent, headaches, prevent a lot of different things, just by using that discernment. So to me, I mean, protection and prevention are usually, they kind of go hand in hand, because if I want to protect my peace and protect everything that I'm standing for, then I'm going to try to prevent as many things, you know what I mean, or lower the risks of things happening in order to protect, whatever it is that I'm protecting. So that's just my 2 cents on it. What's up, sweet?
Hey, so I was
Sweet is in the
listening to y'all
building.
earlier. Oh my goodness.
Huh?
Y'all was going in deep. I couldn't
Oh,
even get to the phone to like tap the screen or nothing. I was just listening. But who
yeah.
there was a lot said in that earlier conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So,
What part you
what's the
come in at? 'Cause it
problem?
was so much.
What's the problem with letting things go to keep the peace? Well, there's nothing wrong with it when it comes to peace, because peace is the bigger issue. But if you're not at the place, I gotta be the one off. If you're not at that place where you can compromise, letting go can be a bigger problem if you don't understand you're being the bigger person. What has matching energy done for you? Well, AJ, Kev, Codified, y'all know what happened when I got arrested. Matching energy got me in trouble.
Yeah, Miss Not.
I don't get it. What happened?
Yeah. You don't remember that conversation when I was telling when you and AJ both were telling me that I had to be I was supposed to be accountable for my actions at the hotel when the police got called on me. You
I
be
was
you
here?
you be running too many lives. You be running too many lives. You don't
Bro,
remember
must
it.
do. I don't remember that at
That
all.
part,
What the
because I
fuck?
remember.
You do?
Yeah, it was one of your Yeah, it was one of the accountability lives. It's what it was. It was not too long ago, but yeah, you have a lot of topics and stuff,
Me?
so I get things get jumbled. Yes,
Yeah, it
you.
was your
Yes, you was
platform.
there. It was in here, fool. Isn't
That's
that good,
crazy.
bro?
That's
See how
wild.
you be helping people and don't even know.
Dang.
Okay. Now what I do if I even feel like I need to match energy, I just walk away. I just leave. I just exit. And how much of the world do you think would change by simply being the bigger person? Oh man, I think it would change greatly.
Fact.
Bonus. What's an example of protection? An example of protection would be of walking away,
Prevention.
or
Mm.
out, or avoiding. Avoiding could be a form of protection. Um, Provoking, staying in the situation and running your mouth, keep talking, just staying around can be provoking. And prevention goes back to avoiding,
Mm.
using discernment. Because sometimes you could be trying to prevent something from happening and actually provoke the person. Like if somebody's frantic and you're like, calm down, those words don't help. It makes it worse. Um, so I think for prevention, avoidance, protection, avoidance, and provoking is just more talking.
Facts. I think it also has to do with like your self-respect too. Like as you start to heal and you start to have value or find the value within yourself, you just stop doing certain shit, right? Like when I was younger, I thought I had self-love, I thought I had some self-value, but I spent a lot of time matching energies with people, and in turn a lot of the time ended up just losing a lot of my self-respect and dignity in doing those things. So I mean, to me at the end of the day, it all chalks down back down to that. As you get older, you kind of become more secure in who you are. The less you need to do that. You know what I mean? Because at that point, it's like nothing to prove to nobody. You know.
I think self-respect plays a big role, a huge role in a lot of today's problems.
Actually.
Codified had you posted a video. I think it was the lady that was speaking. It was like two different videos with the lady, but one of them was speaking on justice and self-respect. And I was just like, if we actually walked around exercising more self-respect, we wouldn't land in the justice system because we would be
Mm-hmm.
self regulating. Once you get control of your own self in a self-respecting way and operate with a self-respecting energy, when you go outside, you don't involve there's things that just doesn't happen in your world or in that type of world. And it's
Mm-hmm.
different. You live a different lifestyle. So it's just like AJ, like there was a point in time where I just didn't understand what self-respect really looked like because I had poor examples because they were self-respecting in this area,
Same.
but then in another area they acted like everybody else.
I mean, I'll call it for what it is. What I used to think self-respect was really just ego, right? So I would sit there and somebody would bruise my ego and I'd say, oh, they disrespected me. They didn't disrespect me, right? At the end of the day, the way I acted disrespected me way worse than they ever did, right? I didn't need to get
Mm.
into that fight. I didn't need to say those things, right? I didn't need to do all this the crazy shit that I did. Like none of that needed to happen, right? Over somebody saying something of like, I didn't like your shoes, or I don't like AJ. Well, why is that disrespectful? Not everybody has to like me, right? And as I've gotten older and I've become more confident in who I am, I can care less about any of that, right? Like I have no problems hitting the X on TikTok if the conversation is going in a way I don't typically care for, or if it's something that is threatening my peace or whatever. I ain't got no problem doing that. In real life, I got no problem walking away. I got no problem just giving you a look and making you look stupid, like just giving you that dumb look and walking away from you. I don't have a problem doing any of those things, right? Because again, I don't have anything to prove. So for me, self-respect, at least when I was younger, was very much oh, it's an ego thing. It's an ego and pride. I didn't want to let that go. And that's why I wouldn't let things go. I would hold on to it for long periods of time because I didn't want to let that go. You know what I mean?
I do, because I think mine was the same thing.
Yeah,
An ego problem.
it was ego.
That's
Like
everybody's problem nowadays.
it's a lot of ego. There's a lot of arrogance. There's a lot of problems today, right? That people, it's a lot of justification. Let me justify. When it gets to a point where you have to justify your actions
Yeah.
or why you're staying in a situation, like at that point, you got to ask yourself the real question: is this ego or is this anything that's going to bring you growth, right? Because there's a difference between justification and pushing through and perseverance. Those are two different things, right? They look similar, but they're different, right? If I'm pushing to persevere because I want to get stronger physically and I'm going to the gym every day, I don't have to, yeah, at some point I may have to justify why I'm going to the gym. Yeah, I want to go to the gym. I want to get healthy. I want to do this, so on and so forth. But it all has to do with the outcome that you're getting out of it. If the outcome that you're getting out of it is, I don't want people to disrespect me, you're disrespecting yourself at the end of the day. Thank y'all for the gifts.
Not walk.
Not welcome? Oh, okay. Thanks, big head.
Dang, I tried to provoke her.
Thank you for the gifts as well.
That's my way of prevention right now, bro. Like if you need to argue with me and 6 + 6 needs to equal 23, you right, dog. It's fine. I'm not gonna fucking argue with you. Like I don't have time.
Right.
Life's too short
Oh.
for that. There's beautiful life happening out here. I want to go be a part of it. I don't got time to argue with people. I think that's the other problem. I think a lot of the time, a lot of people like to have conversations and they're trying to win. It's all making points and winning something. It's not so much communication.
Right. People don't like that feeling of loss.
Does being
Loss.
a bigger person make you appear or make you weaker than the smaller person?
Can you say it again?
Being the bigger person, does that make you weaker than the smaller person? Because you yielded to them?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, if it depends on what the outcome is, right? Again, what is being the bigger person? Because I could talk to a toxic person and I'd be like, I am being the bigger person. I'm being more dominant and I'm screaming more in the conversation. I mean, you're necessarily strong in that sense, right? Not necessarily mean that you're stronger being the bigger person. If we're talking about being the bigger person and letting things go, then yeah. Because at the end of the day, what is the actual message that's being sent there? What's really being said?
I noticed that everybody, they switched it up. They made it seem like being a bigger person is the one that take up for themselves rather than walk away. Just like when nowadays, and I guess I shake the room up, why women be like, a dude is insecure for making sure his woman is um dressed right or so, stuff like that, right? But really, it's like the opposite. I mean, he's secure in the situation because he's not scared to not to lose that woman because if she don't cooperate or try to follow suit or something like that. But they twist everything around. They say, man,
I mean, I
you
think
weak
if I
because
would
you
have,
ain't take up for yourself.
and I think if I would have heard that maybe a couple years ago, I would have been like, yeah, men are insecure for saying that. But at the same time, is he necessarily being insecure? Is he pointing out or trying to protect you from the nature of other men? It has nothing to do with him losing you, right? But you know what I mean? You can't, it's just, again, changing the mindset. And again, if we're listening to understand from another point of view, then you can get that, right? And it took me to have to do that in order to get that. Because again, I'm aware what I want to wear, but I have to also expect and accept the shit that may come with that,
Put them
right? So
cheeks
if I
up.
walk around, that's what I'm saying. If I walk around and my ass is hanging out, my titties are out, like I have to expect that yes, I'm gonna get attention that I may not necessarily fucking want,
Right.
right? From that. Is that their fault or is that my fault for putting that on? Unfortunately, we live in a world where yeah, I kind of need to dress better at that point. That's not necessary. You know what I mean? Is again, it's a different thing. I'm not gonna argue with people like no. So to answer Cod's question, Codify's question, yeah, I would say the bigger person is definitely stronger than the smaller person in that sense because again, the thing that's being said is that that person's going to protect their peace. They have enough self-respect not to engage in a stupid interaction, for lack of a better term.
According to how the world is now, they look at that as the weaker person now. You
Well,
True.
walked
that's
away.
because the world today is like really thin-skinned.
Yep.
Everyone is super, super sensitive.
Oh yeah.
And I have a male friend and we were having a conversation and he's a bigger guy. And we have mutual friends and a lot of my mutual friends feel like his energy, like, like, oh, he's a beast. Like you don't want to mess with him. And I'm looking at him like he's like this teddy bear, like type of personality, but it's because he's a beast. And he
Mm-hmm.
explained this to me. He was like, all of my friends, like when I'm with my male friends, what we do is disrespect each other all day. If like none of my male friends could call me crying about some girl without me like poking at him or making fun of him in some kind of way. And I'm like, that's what's wrong with y'all men. Like you guys are like insensitive to one another for the most part. But what he said was the fact that I know the minute you step out of line with me, how far I'm going to take it, it makes me stay in a charming aspect because I know that any second where I feel like you disrespected me, you wouldn't think that you were being disrespectful. And my natural response without having this charm, without having this skill, I would have been in jail. And
Yeah.
that's when I realized like the man's world is so different from the woman's world based on how we perceive what's happening and then how we project ourselves. Women are a lot more like rah rah rah, you need to defend yourself, you're taking in all this disrespect, and you see that men have a higher threshold but they have a more severe way of correcting disrespect, so then they start moving that goalpost just so they can get through the world. But women don't have that. Like not even the games that we play growing up. You know what I mean? Like we don't want to be challenged. We don't want to see a loser. We don't want anyone's feelings hurt. So we be like in the just oh no, like you're being disrespectful, like you're gonna cut this now.
So would
Versus
you
like, you know what?
so would you say
Let me
that
get an understanding.
yeah. So would you say as women like women are more supportive of each other when it comes to certain things where men are very quick to call out the bullshit. We'll just say it that way.
Yeah,
Mm.
absolutely.
Oh, do you want me to make it even worse? Sorry, that was
Hey, I'm trying to shake up your room a little bit. That's the reason why I'm asking that question.
I like how you put it
Because
in
like
that
No,
way though.
yeah,
yeah,
because
she
like
had
I'm
me
But
not
I
sit
gonna
there
would say
really
women
thinking.
enable each other more than men do.
Yeah,
well
with the
exactly.
women will coddle and be like, "Oh, this
Yeah.
is why you get the it's okay, girl, your lights is off, my lights is
Right.
off too."
Oh
You
hell
see what I'm
nah.
saying?
I'm clowning your
Versus
ass.
Well, we already know you would, AJ, but you see this. This
But
is where this is where it's like it's okay if you broke, I'm broke. Like we have this thing in the female room where it's like you're not in it alone, so it's okay when dudes are like, "Yo, fix that. You still here? Don't come back until you got me a list or something. Like, what are you doing? Like, get it together." So to us, it's like,
and
oh, you
all
guys are mean to each other. And it's like, no, they're literally not letting you stay in a victim
they're real.
mentality.
Well, they're real, but I am gonna say this before they start running in here and you start seeing not all women. Um,
I'm gonna
we ain't
spit my
talking
coffee out.
about we ain't talking we ain't talking about us 1% because I'm one of those women who will easily call out the BS. But again, it's because majority of my friends have been guys, right? I have a lot of male
Mm,
friends and they have no problem with
that says a lot.
that's the kind of energy that I like to be around. I like to be if I'm not on my shit, call me out on it, right? I don't like that whole, oh, it's okay. Your lights are off. Like, nah, my guy friends are gonna be the first one to be like, dog, why are your lights off? And then it's gonna be 15 million candle jokes and so on and so forth. Like, I expect to get fucking roasted for that, right? Like, I expect that. But again, we ain't talking about women like me, okay? We talking about just greater population is not usually like that. So before we hit the all, not all women in the comments, shut the hell up. If it don't fucking apply, let it fly.
Let it
Okay?
fly.
Now, if you come in here, you post that now, just understand you revealing yourself at this point, and that I may clown you for. Just so you know.
I feel like shaking a room tomorrow. I know what topic I'm doing tomorrow now. Yeah, it got too quiet today, so I'm about to. Oh, now I gotta stir some pots. It's gonna be about stepfathers. I feel like stepfathers are the prize.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Watch how this
I'd
go.
have to see what you talking about. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you
Now
know what I'm
No,
remember
about to
about
tell.
like
triggering. Remember how triggering being triggered works. I was listening. I told you I was in here.
See, Moni, you already know what I'm getting to, but you already, you know what I'm saying, you know. But I just know that TikTok ain't gonna fill it out.
oh my god. Hey, you know what? I may show up because I know plenty of people gonna say that N word. So I'm gonna be in here screaming
The
for
new
that.
word next week is gonna be empath, because I done crushed so many. There are a lot of dreams about to get crushed about that word though. Now that I did a live about it and figured it out and did some research, that stuff is about as real as the horoscopes. They
Well,
literally said
the
that
thing
empath
is it's
and horoscopes have
so
no scientific proof.
well. Well, and that's the thing, right? So again, it's kind of like when I answered that question. Are we talking about empaths in the actual word or the way the internet uses it? The way the internet uses it, you think these people got like a psychic power. That's not what it is. At the end of
No,
the day,
they
I'll call
actually
y'all
said it
out
ain't
if
no such thing as an empath.
if you think that. There
It's just
isn't
a
a thing
belief.
called an
It's a
empath.
belief.
No. All an empath, all again, what's the root word of empath? Empathy.
Empathy.
It's somebody who can
Yeah, it's
empathize with another
empathy. That's
person.
what they trying to do.
That
Yeah.
does not mean, right? Well, because Kev is crying, that means I'm gonna cry. Like that's not what the fuck that means, right? I think the biggest issue, but fuck it, I'm gonna call it out. People who say that shit, okay, I'm calling your ass out right now. You
It's
are the type of person who doesn't want to deal with your own shit.
mm-hmm.
Just fucking say that. You want the distraction of everybody else and everybody else's issue. It's always been said the person who has the entire world's problems figured out ain't got their shit figured out. So go focus on your shit. So you over here talking about fucking I'm an empath. Shut up. You're
It's
annoying.
a
They
lack
want
of
to feel
boundaries.
special, man.
You
That
have
part.
no boundaries. You're all up in somebody else's business. You end up folding on your own. This is where they go wrong. And she's
That
right. Like
like
they can tell you everything that's going on with the person next to them, but can't tell you when was the last time they actually paid that bill collector that's calling their phone all day.
Hey, I don't want to start
but
no stuff though. Well, not no stuff, but I want to drop no names though. But do you still kick it with Yeah. Oh, girl, I think I met you
I don't
from.
know if he,
I'm talking to
No,
Sweetest. You
she
don't?
blocked. Okay, no, she blocked
What
me.
you got into a work?
She blocked me because I was sick of it. I was sick of the pandering and the low key like secretive, like I want all the attention, and then like I'm gonna boost my own ego on here because all you men need to support me, and then you're not supporting me. I'm not having
Oh,
that.
you peeped
She
it.
I called her out. Like I was on one of her lives and I had to send
That's
her a
why I
text
got blocked.
message. You got blocked too? Yo,
I got blocked probably before
yo.
you, yeah.
I heard she had a breakdown. Like I
no.
heard something
Yeah, she
happened,
was
and
tripping. That's what I'm saying, and that's why she blocked me. Because my last words to her was like, I said, you need to heal. You need to heal because you can't take no opposition. And every time I have, because you already know how I am. You know how I am, and I was glad your first time when you met me, when my first time we have an opposition, like you ain't take it bad or something like that. But that's just always been my character. I do that with everybody. You know what I'm saying? It's just to basically bring different point of views. Even when what's her name? Dang, my sister. Dang, what the frick is her name? Boston, right? So even with her, she even like she started learning about me and stuff. She realized that it's just I'm just always about trying to show different point of views and stuff, so she can handle it. But her, it wasn't happening, man. Every time she just always got super defensive, and then I guess just one day when I was holding her accountable, how she treat this other girl. And I'm like, man, that junk ain't right. I said, dog, you judge her off her picture and then gonna tell her this. And then from that point, it was a wrap. Then she just eventually blocked me. So, yeah.
Kev,
There's a
as
lot
a
of
matter of
stuff.
fact, do you remember when we were on her live and she was like, all you get when we were talking about where to go to find good women? And I
Yeah.
was like, okay,
Oh,
well, we my suggestion was, hey, if you really want to find a good quality woman, you might want to go to a place or a neighborhood that has a higher income bracket because they move differently. She kept saying, well, you guys never approach me. You guys never approach me. And it's like, yo, I know a few dudes that has approached you, slid into your DMs, and you literally rejected them. But you get on live and say, why aren't you good men approaching me? The question is, why can't you pick out and actually attach yourself to a good man? You just want to keep saying that these men aren't approaching you, because even on that live, she was like, well, so and so, he had approached me, and so had did this. It's like, but you rejected them. So you're contradicting yourself. So my issue
Well,
with not just her, but a lot of the community is the cognitive dissonance. It's just mind boggling.
mhm.
well, what it is everybody's being told right now you want to be in a healthy relationship. You want to be in a
Mhm.
healthy relationship. The problem is that if you do not unlearn and heal from your own toxicity, that's going to be mundane and boring for you,
Mhm.
right? Those are the people who get into relationships with good people, and then they end up damaging those people because they have to keep with the bullshit constantly. Every other day, it's a fight about something. Oh, why you like that girl's picture? Who's that? Where were you? So on and so forth. What's the code to your phone? What the fuck? Y'all doing too much. And that's on all sides. Like, that's not just strictly just, that's all sides, right? If you do not heal from your toxicity, learn your own toxicity, you are doomed to bring toxicity into everything you touch. Whether that be a
Mhm.
friendship, a relationship, it does not matter. You're gonna keep bringing that shit in. So, yeah, miss me. Like, people can miss me with the I want to find a good man or a good woman, or I
Mhm.
want to be in a healthy relationship. Shut the fuck up unless you're doing the work. Like, I don't
Right.
even want to hear that conversation because I'm tired of hearing that shit. That's the other one I'm tired of hearing. But again, those also be the same people who think they empaths. So what the fuck do I know?
Right.
These are the ones that think they're empaths. These are the ones that are looking for safe spaces on the internet, because that makes sense. But
Safe space. Right.
I need a safe space. No, you want to trauma bond with people. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
You want to know why your relationships aren't working and your friendships are all falling apart and it seems that everybody's abandoning you. It's because you trauma bonded to people. Don't trauma bond to people. That's fucking weird. You're a goddamn weirdo for that.
Mhm. That's why That's why I say I'm very. That's why I say I'll be very observant and stuff, and I could tell like it was different little stuff. And I think if she keep losing so many friends, maybe one day she might end up looking in the mirror because I'm shocked that I'm shocked that y'all stopped talking. I didn't even know that. I didn't even know you got blocked. And all it gonna take is probably maybe Boston after that. She probably if she maybe she look in the mirror after if they get into it. I don't know, but she didn't got into it. Like I was on live and we got a video out now. I was on Wolf page and she got into it with somebody over there. But it's like you can, and that's why I had noticed that it's like, and I could tell like the genuineness, like if stuff is really genuine or she's doing it for a certain reason. So like the more I keep seeing her express her hurt, and I mean, it's all she telling on herself for real. The more she keep expressing herself, and it's like even it seemed like the name. And the only reason why I got attracted to her room because the name that she got. You know what I'm saying? And it's rare that I hear women, you know, taking up for men, and talk about accountability and stuff. That junk was rare. You know, I just be loving. That's actually a turn on to me when I hear that stuff or whatever. But that's how she got me. But like I said, you got the more you take time in trying to understand people, hear how they talk, even just challenging them and how they handle them certain situations that tell you a lot about what they healed from and what they overcame, or if they hide something or they got a certain agenda. And it was like I was getting little different signs. Like even when I was hearing her talk, she, man, my stuff ain't coming quick enough, or all this work I done put. I'm like, man, and I was like, it's like I was like, man, I mean, you got to be patient. Like, let this stuff go. If you flowing and doing what your passion is, you shouldn't be worrying about if you're gonna get money at the end or all this other stuff. Like you going in on it on the for the wrong, reason. Is like you should be wanting to do this to, really help people. Not saying that you about to get a check out of it or something like that or whatever. You going in the wrong way. So it make it seem like that what she did, and just from my observation, and I'm not be right, but I'm just saying that my observation after whatever her situation is she went through. So it's like her coding thing is like what she did to cope is like instead of coming out her situation in a negative way, now she's coding it by saying, you know what, I could go this route, so now I'm gonna come up with this and call this. Damn, trying my best not to say her name, but basically she just came with that clever name to basically saying that she's on the man's side, even though I went through my hurt. But I want to still let y'all know that I'm trying to say her name without saying, trying to say her because her name's so obvious how to. Well,
Don't
basically, it's
even
just
say it.
how she
Don't
did
even
it,
say
though,
it.
huh?
Yeah. That's why.
Yeah,
That's why I was like, she flipped the whole thing and basically just became a panderer so she can get attention and say that she has the attention and then complain. Then
yeah.
it's like what got me was she kept bringing up MySpace. I've been doing this since MySpace day. Yo.
Wow. Yeah, yeah, yep.
So I
I
can
get you.
see why you're frustrated, but why are you bringing up something that is not even relevant in the present day? And then you're on different platforms. So it's like either you need to stop and readdress what you have going on, or figure out what your core reason is for doing it.
Hmm.
Because you didn't already went on the TV show. Your story isn't changing. So I believe that there's a part of you that is genuine, but
Yeah.
you think that you should be praised and put on a pedestal for doing regular people things. We should all,
Hey,
you see what I'm saying?
hey,
Regular, like
hey,
we should be able to have
hey,
respect for
hey,
each
I
other.
deserve, look, I
Not the
deserve
dessert.
$500. Okay. I deserve $500 just for making my bed this morning. Okay. And number two, I've been doing this a long time. I've been doing
You
this since
go,
AIM.
Queen.
I've been doing this since AOL, son. What you talking about?
AOL, not the AOL.
Since the
Oh
dial-up
my.
days, you don't even
All of us
know
that
about
old too.
dial-up.
When we was the first part of when internet came out, at least we could say that. We was around since internet started.
That's why I had to make that joke. That's why.
Because we've been doing this for so long, and we have our certification from the Texas University, so we can make the proper proper diagnosis.
Just remember,
Yeah,
y'all,
you just
it's
shocked me with that.
33.
I ain't gonna even lie. I'm still trying to register it in my head. I didn't think y'all got it. I was just trying to be funny. But wow.
The
That's
real reason
shocking.
why she blocked
But I
me,
met
the
y'all. At
real
least I
reason
met
why
y'all
she
through there.
blocked
Y'all
me,
cool people. So
she blocked me because I was going on a date. And I told her I was going on a date, and she wished me like success on my date. and
Hmm.
then all of a sudden account not found, and then when I try to call her, it was going straight to voicemail. So I'm like, oh, you really like blocked me, like, because I'm
Well,
going on a
you supposed
date,
to be
like you
single with her.
this
I mean,
this yes, is what that's why I said, hey girl, your lights is off, my lights is off too. Now
See, but
imagine
that's
if like your homegirl that was like her lights was off, everything was all good, but as soon as you pay your bill and your lights is on, now all of a sudden you're not her friend no more. You'll understand her struggle. You are now the op.
see, but this is the
right.
thing that I have, and this is the reason why I don't have a lot of women friends, right? I don't care for the false support, right? Don't act like you happy I'm winning when you're secretly planning my demise. Like that, you know
Mm.
what I mean? You're secretly praying that I'm falling on my face and that I lose everything while you're in my face playing like, oh, I support women, I support you. Shut the hell up. No, you don't,
Mm.
right? Like, at least with my guy friends, at least I already know. Like, I already know what they're going to clown me for. I know what they're not going to clown me for, right? At the end of the day, don't care. A lot of women, I don't get that same thing. It's very rare that I see women that are actually out there legitimately cheering on other women. And I'm going to call that shit out till the cows come home. Don't hit me with that false support. I'm good. I don't need it. It's just that's what she sounded like she did. She did to you. Sounded like she was just false supporting.
Yeah, I mean, I think she. I mean, the more I think about it, I think that she mean it, but it's like I think I could tell you can't really preach a message when you still got some deep down hurt with inside yourself and stuff. Because, like I said, I can read straight through that, and that junk is true. The more you heal yourself, the more you can see unhealed people. And it's kind of like what Codify was saying down there too. That junk is kind of true though. Well, it is true. Hell, I mean, because I'll be saying it a lot too myself. Because I just notice it. I notice it a lot, and I could tell like based off talking points. That's why I be getting on people of their certain talking points, so I can tell what certain people are struggling at, even if they don't want to admit it and stuff. Because it's like I used to talk the same exact way, so that's why I'm like, man, this just seems familiar. You know, humans is not that much different from one another, no matter what the sex, gender is or not. Like a lot of that stuff is just it's a repetitive thing. Like we really all do the same exact thing. We just come at it from different angles and probably come with a different tone about it. But it's really the same exact thing. An attitude problem is an attitude problem. Ego is ego. Freaking pride is pride. Whatever. Jealousy is jealousy. All that stuff is the same. You know what I'm saying? It's coming from a different tone out the mouth or
Hey,
a different delivery.
hey,
That's all it is.
hey, I'm the most healed person in this room. Okay?
You right.
Y'all gonna pander to me.
I got you. You know,
Say that
AJ, I
with a
got your
straight
back.
face.
I'm pandering.
I'm gonna need y'all to pander to me. I'm always right. Okay? I got 6 degrees from TikTok, right?
University.
TikTok University. I'm a master in empath. Okay? I'm a master at horoscopes. I'm a master at the N word. I'm a master at all those things. I got a master's degree in all those things. None of y'all can say nothing. Nope.
Oh, my.
Something.
We got to get rid of that face. He said something. I ain't going to say nothing. Something.
Something.
You know what, Kev? One thing that I really appreciate that you just touched on the fact that it's not hard to see the pattern and the different personality types. It's not many. And
Yeah.
if people would get out of their own individual bubble, they would realize this is how we're market. This is how we're able to be consumers. This is how the buyer and this is how the consumer and seller market even started. There's only a certain number of personality types.
Mhm.
Once you get that, and once you get yourself, you know when you run into you at what phase you were there. I
Right.
remember my son was dealing with this girl, and when I met her, I immediately pulled my son to the side, and I was like, "Ain't no way." And I literally was. I told him everything how I felt. Which I learned to not do that, because I was imposing and projecting. But after when they were done with the relationship, I told him, I said, the reason why I said what I said was because I see me. I know me when I see me. And I was
Thanks.
her at one point in time in my life. She didn't have to say a word. It was her energy, it was the look in her eyes. The eyes are the window to the soul. And at different phases in your life, depending on what you've done, you have a particular look in your eye. Me and Codify talked about this too on one of his lives. Certain people have done certain things and you can see it. You can just almost smell it on them. And a lot of people don't realize when you meet people, the way this works, this is why like you randomly bump into people. You are meeting people on your journey that are either where you are exactly, where you want to be, or where you've been. And when you start entertaining that, that lets you know where you are. So when people get to complaining, and I've seen AJ call a lot of people out on this. When they get to saying about, oh, well, he did this and he, what does that say about you?
Right.
What you're regurgitating with all that word salad about the other person and their accusations says more about you than it does them. Because it's about what you tolerate and what you entertain and the discernment and the being able to either protect your own peace or provoke a situation. But the main prevention would be to avoid things. And once you start sitting in it where you don't even realize it, you cooked. And your hurt is pouring out all over this app. And you don't even have to say nothing. And people will just tell you, you don't know what you're talking about because you're a man. I don't know what I'm talking about because I'm a woman.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? They're just looking at these pictures and then they'll dismiss real information that can help them grow. That's why I appreciate you, Kev. I appreciate you, Codified. AJ, nothing but respect for sure, for sure.
Ain't nothing but respect to you
Appreciate you
too.
too.
I mean,
Same here.
you be calling people out too. You know, I respect everybody that calls people out on their BS because we need more of that. The problem is that everybody wants to pander to everybody,
Hmm.
and we want to call it accountability while we're allowing people to blame other people for it. That's not accountability, right? What sense does that make for me to take accountability and blame somebody else for something that's not going wrong in my life or something that I did wrong? It don't make sense. So yeah, if you have, the quote unquote balls to call somebody out, mad fucking respect to you. Mad respect, right? Because that's what the world needs right now. We need people calling people out and calling out the BS. Any
Facts.
otherwise, people think that it's acceptable, right? Women will think it's acceptable to continuously talk about, well, men need to respect women, but you're going to emasculate him all at the same time. The fuck sense does that make? And then you wonder
They
why
be
his
one
next
sided with
interaction.
that though.
But that's what I'm saying. But then you wonder why his next interaction with with another female is fucking aggressive. You
Mm.
emasculated that guy. You can have a conversation and point out things and have a teachable moment without emasculating a guy. You could do that. And if you don't know how to do that, just say that. Right? I don't know if there's a word for defeminizing somebody.
Mm.
Right? I don't even know if that's a fucking word, to be honest. I've never heard one. It's not everything that's ever being talked about. But still, you could do so without degrading somebody to the point that now you've destroyed them. That's the thing. You can call people out, that's fine. You don't gotta, there's a lot of people who misconstrue that by emasculating or putting people in boxes. Oh, well, all men are pigs and men are the devil and this, that, and the third. No, they're not actually, right? Maybe your interactions with them have been that. But again, look at the guys that you're talking to. If you're trying to find love and Romeo in the fucking club, then this is probably why you're where you're at, right? That dude in the club doesn't give two shits, okay? That
Right.
woman in the club doesn't care. Like, stop trying to find true love in there. Romeo and Juliet ain't in the club, dog. They're not there. That's
Yeah.
what I don't understand.
What I notice is that that's why I was about to say the one sided thing. People call out people they don't like instead of calling out people they do like. You gotta do both of them. That's just how it works, though. But if they had that same energy they did it with the people they don't like, it'd be a big old change in this world.
Well,
But
my whole thing to
people
that is
scared.
that if you're
They
gonna have
stirred.
that much, you're gonna have that much energy for the matching energy shit, then have that same amount of energy when it comes to healing your shit. That's what I
Right.
want to see.
Exactly.
I don't want to see you drop the ball on that and then you sit over here. I gotta match energy. with somebody. The fuck?
Have energy with yourself.
That part. Like at the end of the
Hey,
day, you're the one that it's your life. You're the one at the reins. You're the one at the helm. You don't like the way your life's going? Change it. It's that simple. I like the way I don't like the way my life's going. I don't like the people I'm dating. I don't like the experiences I'm having. You're the common denominator to all of those things. Change it. Fix it. Learn from it. Let it go. It's not hard. Life's too short for this shit. There's too many good people out here than there are bad ones.
You never
Believe it or not.
I am savage. Oh, you laugh? Like Elsa said, let it go. And she repeated it over and over again. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Don't hold back no more. Let it go.
somebody about to fart?
I mean, I hope not. Better put yourself on mute. Ain't nobody trying to hear no
Right.
trumpets or horns.
Me and
He said, don't hold back.
Ain't
my
trying
brother.
to hear your down south marching band. You better
Right.
put yourself on mute.
Boom, 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 boom. Bum, bum. I got the Christmas.
Stupid,
Like,
bruh.
what the heck going on?
But
Somebody in
like
the
on some
Christmas spirit.
real, like I have a friend every day they say the same thing. Trying to get myself together, trying to pick up the pieces. And I'm like, yo, like you gotta get like Nike and just do it because I can't keep repeating myself. Like it's not
Girl.
hard. Like I'm like, do you understand how the law of replacement works, the law of frequency? Like there's so many laws you can be looking up on how like you actually could shift your paradigm. I said, but one of the main things is stop focusing on what you don't want. Stop focusing on what
Right.
you where you don't want to be. And once that happens, this is where the journaling and stuff like really helps. Like I don't think a lot of people have enough knowledge on how to properly journal. Like write down, because most people when you ask them about what they want, they don't know what they want because they know what they don't want. And I'm
Don't
a
hurt him.
seller. I'm a seller. So
Mm-hmm.
I already know when you coming in here, you don't know what you want. This is how I sell you. You see
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
just
you
what
not
I'm gonna
allowed to
give you
leave my lives no more, man.
I'm gonna give you an example of what this look like on real time. I'm in DC. I'm in a place I don't know. I'm staying with my sister. My sister is like, Sissy, I'm gonna take you to this place and then I'm gonna go to dinner. I said, okay, fine. We go to the place. I go home. I'm like, once I get to the house, I'm like, who you going to dinner with? She tells me who she's going to dinner with. I have known this girl that she's going to dinner with for years. Her and my sister don't necessarily get along. They have opposing views. So whenever they get alcohol in their system, they always go back and forth. And the other girl, she is a little bit more quicker with how she responds to things. My sister is more sensitive. So I get a text message from my sister. I'm not, like I said, I'm not thinking too much of it. They going to dinner, but I already know how this is gonna go, so I definitely don't want to go. She texts me the whole time. I don't know why. I don't like how she talks to me. I feel like she thinks she's better than her. Like I don't know why it came. I literally looked at the phone and I was like, "Well, just let me know when you're on your way." I picked up my journal and I said, "When I go out with my friends, I want to be treated like this. I want this type of treatment. I want to be spoken to like this." I made it very clear what I want because
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't going to waste my time wondering why she went with that girl. See, most people would have sat there and been like, why the first thought would have been like, why did she even go? I didn't even have no thought about that girl and her business and her stupidity. I picked up the journal and started focusing on me and what I do want because I know I don't want to be spoken to with disrespect. I know what I don't want already. But when you take the time to sit down and direct your energy on what you do want, you open up the door for these things to happen. But if you're steadily worried about what you don't want, the universe actually keeps bringing that to you.
Right.
Well, there's that, but then there's also the aspect of don't indulge in negative thoughts, right? So if you're constantly one of those people, oh, I'm just getting it together, I'm just in survival mode. Like understand that You put yourself in cages based on your own vocabulary. So if you're constantly using the exact same words over and over and over again to describe things, you're going to limit yourself into a box, right? My brother's a prime example of that. Every time I talk to him, sis, I'm just stressing. I'm just stressing. I'm just stressing. What the fuck are you stressing about? What are you stressing about? What are you not doing to get yourself out of the stressful? He doesn't know. That's just his word. And that's what he's limited to. And now his life has been limited to, I'm just stressing. And now he's always stressed. There's a direct correlation to that, right? Yeah, we all deal with stress in life. I deal with stress in life. We all do. Do I sit around just saying I'm just stressing all the fucking time? No. I do something about the stress, right? That's the thing. So again, when it comes to people, you're right. A lot of people, we could sit here, we could have conversations about things we don't want. What are red flags? What are these things? How many people are talking about green flags? I have yet to see a live on here on green
There's
flags.
nobody, and I mean not one person speaking about green flags. And I'm like, bro, every single time I open this app and I see people with these lies, bro, it's always, what are some red flags? Red flags this. This is a red flag. Oh my god, he got a red flag. He give me the ick. It's like, bro, y'all must want negativity in your life all the time because y'all not focusing on nothing positive. Y'all only focusing on the negative. You
Well,
always
you're
say,
focused on what you
this
don't
is
want.
flag. Okay, you gonna have all those red flags that you don't want in your life over and over again. You not There's nothing positive that you can say about a person, then why say it at all? Like, you need to keep that to yourself. Like, keep all of that negativeness to yourself because
It's a
don't
defense mechanism.
have that, right?
It
Oh,
is a defense
I got one.
mechanism, but we can't stay stuck in that, right? Because if it's not people talking about red flags, it's people talking about disorders. We talking about mental health. We talking about trauma. It's all over the place. At what
So my
point do you
friend,
you
right?
change your algorithm? Change your algorithm and put it to something more positive, to where you are seeing things that are, and it is easy to do. You just go into TikTok and you go into that search bar and interact with that content, right? You want to see more motivational, more positive things, you interact with that content. You hit the I'm not interested in the bullshit. It's not that hard. Block people, right? It's not an issue. I block people constantly, right? That doesn't mean that
I'm
I'm
trying to,
unhealed. It's
man,
just I ain't trying to deal with it. I do not have
and that's
time to deal with it. No.
and that's also I noticed that too. Like on my first beginning stages of my healing journey, I noticed other people who were already on their journey, and they were just. I felt like they were very insensitive to other people who haven't even found their way to the journey. And it's like, wait a minute. Okay, you're protecting your peace, but then there's other people around you that are like legitimately suffering, and then like you'll turn around and just be like, "Bro, I don't got time for that." And it's like,
Mhm.
it's one of those crazy things like where two things really are happening at once, and
Well, I
most people
mean,
don't even realize that they're in victim mind state. I got a friend that literally FaceTime me on this FaceTime, and this person never really FaceTimes me. This is how the universe is so crazy. FaceTimes me and they're eating watermelon. Later on that evening, they hit me up and I'm like, oh, I'm letting them know like I was finna start cooking. They were telling me that they were gonna go out and get something to eat because they haven't eaten in days. I was like, yo, weren't you just eating watermelon earlier?
hmm
That was like, yeah. And then they got mad at me because they said I'm too literal. Like I take everything so literal, and I'm like, no, that's how the mind works, yo.
no, that's
Like
how language works.
once you know better, you do better. So once you know and you start acting like you don't know, it's not gonna work. Like you have you have bad results.
Look, at the
You know
end
what
of the
I'm
day,
saying?
that's how language works, right? When you learn to articulate yourself, it's based in communication. You can't just be making up words and using words willy nilly and expect to be understood.
I
What
can't.
the fuck?
What's the opposite of illiteral? Ah, damn it! I gave y'all the answer. I was
Right, what
Yeah.
trying to put a
Lord, that's
literal.
very right. Oh,
the
codified. So
just caught me
why
off guard. I was like, what? That
I
was
codified?
was like
funny.
literal.
So
Right.
why did Coach? Did you
He
see
just gonna
Coach's
spoil. It's like
video?
spoiling a joke already. He's like, dang.
It's. Did you see
That
Coach's
was
video?
funny.
What's up?
He about to
Uh,
put me on tears with that one. He wanted to get the answer so fast. He wanted to get to
so
the answer so fast. No, he about to make me cry. That was funny. Uh,
codified.
What's
So
up?
Coach made a video about the atheists who still move, or like the people who say that they don't believe in Godhead, and they say the universe and all this other stuff, right? Like she's like, so why would you still follow if you don't believe? And I was like they trolling you, girl, because I was like the light. What is the root word of believe? It's like
Lie.
so. So most people who know will not tell you they believe. They will tell you no, they're not believers. So you're most likely talking to a knower. Like, don't even waste your time because now it's word game. They can literally play
Mhm.
you and have like you done literally made a whole video. Like now, like you just like they got you so good. You made a video about it. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Like
Mm.
once you know words, you can't play with people. This is why it's easy for the discernment. Discernment kicks in real quick. If you done said 3 words, it's like, oh, I already know I can't say nothing to you. I know my limits.
Well, there's that, and there's
Yeah.
also, again, like the way people present themselves and talk, right? Like, obviously, it's a lot easier when you're in person. And fucking, I can't look at Kev right now. Kev, turn around. Talk. Try not to fucking laugh. Uh, but what was I talking about? God damn it. What were we
We
just
all
talking
having
about?
goddamn it moments.
Right? Oh yeah, language. Yeah, you gotta. I'm again. It's going into 2024, right? 2023 is coming, right? My best practice is I start clearing house. I start clearing things that I don't want to bring into the new
Wait,
year,
wait.
right? The thing I ain't bringing into next year, I'm gonna tell y'all right now. If you misuse fucking words, I'm calling your ass out for that shit. Stop doing that shit. You sound stupid. And I don't have the
Why was
brain
I finna
cells
make
no
a post
more.
about that?
I no longer have the fucking brain cell, right? My poor brain cells are tired of turning into kamikaze pilots as I'm trying to figure out what the hell you're talking about, right? And I don't need you to take 30 minutes where you misuse a bunch of other fucking words trying to tell me what the hell you're talking about. Like, I cannot fucking do it no more. Like, I'm calling people out. Reading is fundamental. Go read a book. Go read a book, please. Write. Journal. Do something. The fuck?
She said my
Out here
poor
using
brain
misuse
cell
of
can't
words.
anymore.
I can't,
That's
bro. If I have to hear the word performative by people who are being performative,
Yeah.
like,
my
what? You're just being performative. Like, do you even know what that means? Stupid ass. Right?
yo. I'm done.
What's the other one? The N word. I ain't gonna say in here because I need somebody else to say it.
Nigga.
No, 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 no.
Oh no, not that one.
That narcissist word. Um, I said
Narcissist.
narcissist.
That's
Hey,
yeah, right.
yelling,
Now they done did it like 4 times
yelling.
earlier. I'm like, dog.
Yeah,
oh yeah,
that
they
that that fucking word. I'm
bro.
tired of fucking hearing. What's the other word I'm tired of hearing? I've got a degree. Oh, in stupid sayings. Okay, the next person to walk up to me, I got a degree in psychology.
So what they gotta
Shut the
do?
hell up. No,
What
because the thing is that if you actually studied in it, okay, you could study psychology. That's one thing. You could do that on the internet. That's not a problem. Psychology is a specified thing. What did you specify in? If you can't answer you can't answer that question, shut the fuck up. I don't care what you have to say. I
Right.
don't care. I don't care.
And
Okay?
oh yeah, to what I was talking about earlier, because Reason why I said that you look like one of the girls. One of the one woman I used to talk to. I ain't never clicked on your page before. You. I wish I could show you a picture of her. You
Who, me?
straight favor her. It was this girl I used to date too.
You
That's
talk
kind of crazy.
you
Huh?
talk
Who, me?
you talking
Not
about
talking about Sweetest. I ain't never clicked on her page
Oh.
before. She literally looked like this woman I used to date before. That's
you
kind
know,
of
I
crazy.
got a question for you, Kev.
What?
And don't like this is like a preference thing. Like I'm not trying to like, whatever. Do you like women with glasses? Like
I mean, I like women,
n-
but
n-
I mean, it don't matter to me.
sir, answer the
I want to. I like any woman that gonna respect me.
I know that, but I'm saying like as preference wise, like do
Preference. Hmm. You got me thinking now. I ain't really picky when it comes to that. I don't like chunky women. That's one thing.
chunky women could be multiple different things because like
I'm being clean with it. I mean, I'm being nice with it. I mean, chunky.
okay, never mind. I got
I
you.
just never been interested.
I got
It's
you.
even worse now. I done lost weight and stuff now. So really not trying. I
Oh, the
like try
other
to stay
word.
in fitness and stuff, man. I try to stay fit.
The other word, and yes, I'm gonna shake up the room is when I fucking say this next year. The word victim, shut the hell up.
Yep.
Y'all keep misusing that shit too. That
Victim
accountability,
blaming.
victim blaming. I want to
Oh, I
shut up.
hate that one.
Shut up. Narcissist. Tired of hearing it.
I'm so glad I got rid of them friends that used to say that junk too. I'm tired of hearing that. That was annoying as mess
Oh,
out of them.
like I in a conversation. This was like black and white text message. I was saying that this person was being manipulative
Oh,
based on
that's the other
how,
word too.
but people like okay. This is the thing. We were going back and forth, and normally I get multiple messages, but this particular day
Mhm.
I just got a what's up. But I was like, hey, well, I was like, I've been waiting for you to hit me back. You never hit me back.
Mhm.
And then I get a what's up, and I was like, okay, well, never mind. I don't want to bother you or anything like that because clearly, like that's not even the same energy that I get.
Mhm.
I get the response back like, you're always trying to pick a fight with me, and you're mad at the fact that I didn't greet you the way you wanted me to greet you. I was like, well, you never say what's up, and I asked how you were doing. And then I also said, I haven't heard back from you. And I politely said, greetings. And you hit me with, what's up? Maybe you're busy, but you can't assume what I was meaning when I said, never mind, have a great day. And then he said, you're trying to pick a fight.
Yeah,
And I'm like, okay, bro, this is totally like a manipulated conversation. And you're trying to imply what I
that sounds like they
mean.
having a personal problem.
Right. And so when I said, I feel like, the way that you're formulating this, it's a little bit manipulative. He sends me gaslighting. But in the description of gaslighting, it says that this word was basically became a thing after a movie in the 1940s. Like,
Gaslighting.
yo,
I heard that.
yes.
I
So
heard
I'm
that too.
like, bro, like you're sending me a made up thing, and then you clarified what you were doing, which was gaslighting me. So thank you for correcting the whole thing, because you try to just make this seem like I picked a fight with you for
Well,
no
Well, I
look,
mean
reason.
that's how languages evolve. Is like we adapt things from other things. But yeah. When it
I
comes to
don't want to
like
hear
gas,
gaslighting. I just don't.
yeah, that's another word that people misuse along with the word projection.
Thank you.
Projection. What else?
disingenuous.
Oh, the disingenuous. What's the other fucking term that I'm tired of hearing too? Um, oh, you're moving the goalpost. What?
Listen to respond. Be the main ones that be listening to respond. That's the funny part.
They don't even
Or
listen
like,
to respond. They hear it to respond, not listen to respond. Because if they listen, they would have took a step
True.
back,
I like that. That was nice.
deep breath, and then actually understood what the
I'm gonna
question
start using that. You're right. They do. A
was.
lot of people be hearing to respond.
And that's
But
what
they react
was happening
because there's
yesterday.
so much emotion behind it.
What's
It's
the
a reaction. It's not even a proper
and
response.
All of that was
came in
happening.
there with the brewskis.
or I was just like, I can't do it no more with some people. I'm just like, I can't continue going into another year feeling like we're de-evolving in every aspect, right? Like, it's one thing to call out behavior. I'm gonna get nitpicky, call it that. I'm gonna start calling people out on the way that they say things, right? And again, it's not me sitting there saying, oh, well, you have to say things exactly the way I would say it. No, use the correct terminology so we have a general understanding of what the fuck you're talking about, right? I'm also tired of people wanting to have general conversations that end up just actually just be them wanting to talk about personal shit.
Mm.
Don't understand.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
You'll never find.
Sometimes when I hear people speak ignorantly, I look at them and I just be like, yeah, see, this is why I don't think I belong on this earth, bro. Cause like y'all get around people and y'all say things and y'all don't even understand what y'all saying before y'all say them. Y'all just say it just because you have it on your mind. You don't take the time to find the right definition for it. You don't say, oh, maybe I said this wrong. Let me fix it. You don't say none of that. You stand on what you say, and then you just look complete foolish. And then we have to try to help you understand what you were saying, and then you get mad at us for trying to help you understand. That's and then you get even upset. Like we're trying to help you because you look crazy, not us.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, that happened not too long ago. I forgot what the topic was, Kev, that you had, where somebody had confused the word sympathy and empathy. And it took away from the entire conversation because now we're
Oh, you're right.
arguing about empathy and sympathy in which word that you should be using.
My man's
No,
yeah, he
if
messed up
you,
bad. And then he would have correct me too and got mad. And then everybody was on his head after that.
Who
but
was
that's
it?
like the whole thing.
What
Oh, I
happened?
don't
Oh my
remember his
goodness.
name. I
Cause he
remember his
said
name,
he
but we,
empathized. He ended up saying he empathized with basically like what he said?
Empathize.
A rapist? Not a rapist. Empathize
no,
with a
it was a pedo.
the child one
Yeah.
person. Yeah,
Hmm.
Is empathize even
Hmm?
a fucking word?
right. But I understood. I understood what he was getting
Empathize.
to.
Yes.
I understood him,
We
but
understood
he
where he
was
was coming from, but he was using the wrong word. And
wrong
again, as
word.
you can
Right.
see in that context, right, this is the reason why knowing what words are and knowing what actual words, knowing the actual definition, you can really get yourself into some shit,
Right.
right? And that's a prime example. You used the wrong word, people tried to correct you, you argued against it because you can't be
Right.
wrong. And now
I know
you
what it
came
is.
out
He
here
tried to
looking
talk
like a
all
whole
smart to
idiot.
me, and I'm like, no, you digging your own hole.
Like
And
that's the whole thing.
I bet it kept getting deeper and deeper and deeper the more he
No,
continued.
later down the line, he said he
He
might correct it
eventually
though.
admitted it. Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
eventually. You know what I mean? But again, it's yes, it may sound negative when I'm sitting here talking about, yeah, I'm going to start calling out these words. There's a reason why I'm calling out these words because these are the situations that happen that can become dangerous for us when we're on the internet. If you misuse a word, you may misconstrue what the hell somebody's going to misconstrue what you're trying to say,
Yep.
and that could have ended up 5 times worse than
Right.
what it was. Right? Even just that conversation, if the wrong people came in here during that time and just heard that, holy shit.
Boy.
Oh boy.
See, and that happened. I was on a live, and the reason why I had even said something when I was like, hey, can we be just a little bit more clear with whom we're talking about? Because there was some pasties that had came in, you know what I mean?
Oh.
And YT people.
Mm-hmm.
And they were getting up on the platform. They got up in the boxes A couple of things had slipped. Like, I mean, obviously it was intentional, but the way that they were talking and what the subject was, it literally
Put my red lights on too.
made it very easy for these people to like even say these things. So when I was saying it, I was like, hey, maybe we should be a little bit more, tight with how we're speaking because
Hmm.
of the people that are coming in here after what just happened. Because some people don't see, some people think it's just the internet, and that's the problem.
Mm-mm. But they think it's just TikTok.
Some think it's just TikTok. But when you've been
No,
in places and you know how people really feel, and you know if you've seen what people do, it's not just TikTok. And
but
if
it's
we're
a
really going to try
general
to make
practice.
effect, see, is that was what I was that was the whole thing. Like, if at least if we're going to be in here like right now for this time, can we have some order?
That part.
You know what I mean? And it's like, oh, I'm the one that's tripping, I'm the one that's triggered. I'm like, yo, you don't even understand the bigger picture.
That part.
And I already know once I drop down and exit out, I'm gonna look like the one that couldn't handle it. I did not care.
Oh yeah, at
Because
that
I'm
point
not
I
gonna
don't
be
be
a
caring.
part, because at any given point somebody could have walked into that room and felt like I was supporting of that situation, or I'm in alignment or some type of agreement with what they're promoting or what they're talking about, because some of these people they're judged. It's crazy, the judgment, but at the same time, like, you don't care about the judgment. But when we're talking about like
So,
trying to have a better look for yourself and not be associated with idiots,
well, there's
when it
only
started as a productive conversation, which is why I was there,
yeah,
and now I see you
yeah.
want to entertain idiots. I don't want to be in a room with the idiots. Like, I'm just not. Like, now I see what's going on.
Well, and there's like a difference between, you know, we can sit here, in panels, in lives, and sit there and say, okay, live etiquette, please listen and read the room before you speak. That doesn't happen a lot of the time. And matter of fact, a lot of the people who say that tend to not do that, right? A lot of the time they'll hear the tail end of something and jump in. We understand that, and this is where we have to use our own discernment when it comes to being in live spaces and things like that. That you need to use the correct words and verbiage because people are coming in at the tail end of whatever the fuck you say, right? These are people that are going to be hashtag triggered and they only heard the last part of what you said. You don't know who's coming in. It's the reason why I shatter the whole safe space on the internet. There's no such thing as a safe space. You're on the internet. Anybody can come in and mess with you at any given point in time. You can't do anything about that, right? Yeah, you can boot them and you can kick them. That's not going to stop the thousands of people who are on the internet at any given time just running around trolling. You can't control that, right? What we can control is the language that we use, the verbiage that we use. Make sure we're using the correct words and the correct terminology. That would work. But yeah, no, I ain't doing that, right? Behaviors I will also be correcting. I don't want to hear your fucking thought process. I don't. I don't understand why you took 30 minutes of airtime in a conversation to not only derail the conversation, but so everybody can hear your thought process. We don't need to hear that. Gather your thoughts and then speak.
Having problems over there, Kev?
He's trying to figure out his lights.
You want it to have bright? I'm not gonna lie, that's crazy. Okay, but AJ, I agree with what you're saying. Like, some people, like, especially like lives like these, like, I'll join and I'll immediately get up on the box and then I'll just listen to people talking and see what they saying. You feel me? And then get a feel of what's actually going on and try to like figure out what we doing and how we gonna do it and where we gonna end up on that note. And that's why I come up here and I just mute myself and I'll just listen. You won't hear me say nothing. I'll just come in and I'll just listen. And
Mm-hmm.
you're right. A lot of people don't do that. They'll just see something or hear something and then automatically have an answer for it right after you say what was said. And I feel like that shouldn't be that way. You feel me? I feel like it should be completely different. And if they can't handle that, then they're just not going to be around me at all. Period. Because you can't even you can even ask a question like, "Hey, what are we talking about today? Or what's going on?" Like, you can't even ask that. No, you don't need to be around me, because if you're not understanding we could be talking about anything whatsoever, anything. It doesn't even have to be a specific topic. It could be, let's just say, um, what? Let's just say the paranormal, right? We're in here talking about the paranormal, and then somebody, it could be a Christian or somebody of religion who don't even believe in it, and they just jump in the box and just say anything instead of like asking what we're talking about and how can we have a great conversation without everybody being triggered about something, right? They just say, "Oh,
Hmm.
you don't need to believe in that." For one, don't tell me what I need to believe in. Don't use those words in my live. You're disrespecting me, and then you're disrespecting everybody else that's in here. And I'm going to give you that one warning. And if you continue to do it, then you're going out my life. You don't need to be in here. Yes, I understand there's going to be more like you, but I'm prepared. I'm very well prepared. I have me, I have my mods, and I have other people who is actually watching my account that is willing to protect my account from goofy people like you. So it's like, try to ask questions. Like, ask questions more. And I'm not just saying ask questions about
Hmm.
what's going on. Ask questions about your own life too. Don't just
Sometimes to understand, we gotta ask questions, right? Because
exactly.
again, we come from different parts. I think for the most part, all of us are in the U.S. We come from different parts, right?
Hmm.
Things are worded differently. We all speak differently, right? That doesn't mean that I'm smarter because I'm from Denver or somebody's from somewhere else. We also have that language barrier in and within itself that's already pre-built in, right? How many times do I gotta come up and be like, "Hey, Kev, what you mean by that?" Kev, how many times have I asked you that in life?
Hmm.
Many
Every
times.
time.
And it's
Yeah.
because,
Like,
yeah,
dog,
it's not
look
every
at
time.
my stuff. Like, dog.
Well, but
We
sometimes I may just need it, and I don't do that because, again, I'm not sitting there being like, "Oh, well, it's because, I know how to read and know how to properly." It has
I
nothing
know
to.
you want to answer accurate as
It
you
has
can. You know.
everything to. Yeah, I want to be accurate, right? I don't want to sit there and have to read his stuff, and now I'm over here hashtag triggered trying to have a conversation, and everybody's like, "Whoa, whoa, hey, hold on, what's the holdup?"
what's going on?
You see what I'm
Like
saying? Ask
it's
the
it's
question. Ask for clarification. It's okay to ask for clarifying conversations. It's not weird. We
even
come from different places.
even with yourself is a good thing, because people always say, "Oh, you should never question God." So how you gonna understand what the heck is going on in your life? You just abide by everything you hear. You abide by the Bible that was translated and taken out. Like, there's so many books taken out of the Bible, but you say you read the Bible, and then you act on what you read in the Bible. You don't question it. You don't have a thought
Well,
process
maybe it made sense to them.
in it. Like, yeah, and it makes sense to you, but you don't question. They say, "Oh, never question God." I question God every day. I do.
Well,
Who
we,
said that? People
it,
be reading stuff wrong.
yeah, but that's the thing. Like in human nature, right? It's very easy for us. I wouldn't even just say in human nature, just amongst all humans.
Now,
Right? It's easy for us to see things as we are. So, say for example, I was one of those people that was like, "You should never question God. You should never do anything else." And I come in your room, Rage, and you're questioning God. Well, you shouldn't question God because why would you? Because I'm somebody who never did. You're gonna run across those people, right? And again, it's the discernment, right? I
hmm
just exit, right? And maybe it's because I'm at a point in my life where I'm firm in just saying no, and I don't feel like I owe anybody an explanation to my no, right? Like, AJ, you want to have this conversation? No, I ain't gonna tell you fucking why. Just bye, right? I've kicked people out of this live, right? Did I
I
necessarily have to explain why I kicked them? No, there's a reason why they were kicked. They were kicked because either they were derailing the conversation or the threat of them taking down the entire live, because again, I know Kev puts this on YouTube. Do I want to sit there and compromise him losing his entire life to that? No. So you just got kicked. You either got kicked or you got dropped and you got told to chill out for a second to listen. When you're ready to listen and fully understand and process what the hell is being said, then you can bring your ass back up here. That's just what it is. You know. But yeah, sometimes you don't have to explain to people. You know what I mean? You don't gotta explain to people
I
why it's a no or why you're not gonna engage in certain things. Hell
yep.
no. I wouldn't
That
do that. Fuck no.
that is a major fact that a lot of people can't grasp or understand, and it's, to be honest, it is sad. Like I be looking at it like, dang, bro, like sometimes your way of thinking, and I'm trying to help you, and you're still continuing to be wrong, and I'm just trying to get you to see a different path, but you don't want to see it. Okay, cool. That's sad that you don't have an open mind to a lot of things.
Sergi.
Hey,
Hey, Dr.
Sergi.
Sergi. Hey, Sergi. But I think, when it comes to, like I said, certain conversations, right? I typically stay away from, especially if it's like a religious conversation or a spiritual conversation about what's right or wrong, because I'm not, I'm not God. I'm not the creator. I can't tell you if that's right or not, right? All I can do is respect your relationship with God or your creator or whatever the hell, and go from there, right? I can't really tell you that that's wrong. I can't tell you that the way you're practicing that is wrong. Like, as long as you're not hurting anybody else, to be honest with you, I just don't care, right? I don't care what you believe in. You want to believe in the flying spaghetti monster? Believe in that. I don't give a shit. Don't hurt nobody,
Yay.
Spaghetti
right?
monsters. Crazy.
You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck. Do that. You know what I mean? Just don't hurt anybody in the process and don't hurt yourself, right? Other than that, I don't care. Because again, everybody has their reasons into why they believe that they want to what they want to believe when it regards that. So me personally, just my best practice is I just don't. I'm not going to tell you it's wrong, right? I think I spent a lot of time in my youth trying to prove to people that was wrong because I was angry and I wasn't healed from my own religious trauma. Where yeah, I spent time, debunking the Bible and debunking things and tearing holes and stuff before I realized I didn't even need to do that, right? They're gonna believe what they're gonna believe. I'm gonna believe what I'm gonna believe, and that's perfectly fine. And we can come to a middle ground because at the end of the day, all religions and even spiritual teachings are pretty much kind of based around the same things. Be kind to each other, move in a good way, be a good, decent human being. What's wrong with that? I can't sit there and preach that on one end and then sit there and destroy it in the other. Doesn't make sense. So I'm gonna support whatever. And I'm not a religious person. I'm a spiritual one. Very spiritual. I'll be the first person to tell you. I haven't read much of the Bible. I could not quote scripture to you. I cannot tell you if you're wrong if you're quoting scripture to me. I could not tell you. I couldn't. But those who can, I applaud you. Go get it. But again, it's moving in healing. When you move in healing, the things that used to piss you off don't piss you off anymore. You just kind of, okay, it's kind of a personal thing. I kind of got to work on that.
That's a
And
fact.
that's what we try to move for.
I got 17 minutes, but y'all, I'm tired.
You good.
I can't make an excuse about work now, but
Yeah, you
No,
really.
your sleep schedule, I think, has probably just been off. Holiday weekend.
so what?
So it's a holiday weekend, so I think everybody's sleep schedule is a little off.
Mm,
Like, I can go to sleep
yeah, I
till
be
4
getting
and
up
then I get
early
up.
now, 'cause I be going to bed early.
I usually do, but I stayed up for whatever reason till like 4, and then I had to get up again at 6. I'm only running on like a couple hours of sleep, but that's all good. I'm gonna use it.
Oh yeah, I did want to mention earlier. I forgot about it when you was talking about when you asked the question and stuff. I think even with when you do it, just because I know you, I'll be letting. I guess I just let it slide when I see the like when you see the topic and stuff. But for the most part, why what I notice is like so other people just because I don't know or whatever. For the most part, most people that do that and they read the topic. Like, okay, say if I had something, and I've seen people do this plenty of times, it may be like kind of disingenuous. Now I'm glad I learned that word on TikTok, right?
Oh
They
my
would look
God.
at the topic and then it say something about simps, and they be like, well, what is a simp? What do you mean by simp? And I be like, bro. I'm like,
Yeah,
dog.
no,
So
see
it just tell me
that's
over if they
simple.
don't like the topic already, or they just wanted to see something. Because they most of the time I always get into it with the people that start off with like that because they already don't like the topic, so they ask a funny question like that. Well, what do you mean by the topic or something like that? So I'm like, I'll be reading
Yes.
straight through that because it'd be a repetitive thing too. Be so funny to
Yeah,
me.
that part. But I think we can all collectively understand the person who's just trying to understand what is being said. Like, hey, what
Mm.
is this? Oh, okay, cool. You know what I mean? And that's the reason why, like, when I had to ask that question, like, when we were talking about empaths, I was like, well, are we talking about the actual definition of what that word is? The context of what that was before it was popular on the internet, or the internet version of it. That's not me being like, so what's an empath?
Mm.
I'm not playing devil's advocate. I just need to know
What do
which
you
version
mean?
of it
Like
we're
them
talking
people?
about.
What
Yeah,
do you
like,
mean
what
by
do you
slavery?
mean?
Remember that? We had two of them that
Yeah,
day. You had to
yeah,
block
that
both of them.
whole thing, bruh.
Oh no, I think I caught one
I was
too
like,
though. I had
bruh,
to
did
get
you
one.
read it?
And it would have to be white
I was
tea
like, bro,
people
did
though.
you
I had
read
a
that?
problem with it. That caught me off guard. I'm like, why is it the white tea people that's getting mad at it? I would have thought it'd been a black person.
Well, well, no, but remember I had to call that out in that live. I was like, let me guess, you saw the word slavery and saw a bunch of brown people up here, and you thought we were talking about that. Go work on your own racism, bro. Like, there's not even a question.
I'm trying to think, who is Shadow again? Oh, that's Rage. Right. Yeah, I'm about
Like
to say I remember y'all names. Y'all got them little stuff. And you gonna put a little thing on.
Emo.
somebody had put up stats, and I asked a question in the comments just about, clarity. And one person tried to like make it seem like I was being funny, like, or make it seem like I was stupid. And the content creator understood the question and had added more information and was like, well, just to be fair, I don't know if this group, and this group was included. You see what I'm saying? Because when you're trying to say that you're educating people and you're just, you know,
What the
kind of
heck you
putting out
block King TP?
half of the information, you know what I mean? Or for somebody who may just got on to
Why you
understanding what
block
you're talking
King?
about, some questions should be asked. You know what I'm
Oh, was
saying?
that one of your homies or what?
Yeah, that's one of
Because,
my
like,
peoples.
oh, my bad. No, bro, I just translated
Hey,
it, and I don't know if the
you,
translator was wrong, but I was like, what the fuck is that?
Oh, what is that? Right. Why he speaking a whole nother? That just threw me off. Right.
That's the reason
Wait,
why I
is that the
blocked it.
Skin Pink? That's the one I know. How the heck?
no, I think he
Why is he
That's what I'm
speaking? That
saying.
was
I'm
him
like,
that had that weird language on there?
honest.
yes.
Going.
But when
Hey,
I
you,
translated
you,
it, it was weird.
on this account,
What was it? What did it mean?
can you mod this
Did I
account?
mute your second? Huh?
I was asking Kev if he could give me can you mod this account? So like, okay,
Oh,
I ain't
yeah.
got that much
No,
room.
because,
my phone.
so well, no, because the thing, when I hit the translate, it was a bit racist. So I'm
Who?
not gonna, yeah, that's why I blocked it. Because I translated it and I was like, what the fuck? I just kicked it.
Yeah, that's
Like,
that
kicked it
young. That's
mute.
young dog. He been in the box a few times though. But yeah, what the heck was that he put down? I want to ask him that. What the heck he
Yeah,
put down? I didn't even know he's
yeah.
speaking another language.
Which is
Well,
like
somebody
fine either
hacked his
way, but
profile.
that's what I'm saying. That's why I was like, that's really weird. So I would probably wait to get to the bottom of that. My bad. I didn't know that was your homie. I was just like, I don't know who this person is.
Well, no,
Goodbye.
you already know that's gonna happen every now and then.
But
Yeah,
yeah, no, I've been asking more questions on TikTok, especially because
you have to.
they put some of this information up there as like informative or educational, and then it's not quite clear because it seems like it's really subjective sometimes, like the intent behind it, isn't so open. It's very
Yeah.
much so like, yeah, this is what, proves my point. So it's
Mm,
like, okay, wait, just for clarity. And then you got somebody else that's like, well, duh, aren't like, don't you know? And it's like, no. What I do know is that this is on the internet, and in the comments,
Yeah.
people like to read. So for somebody who is trying to learn, which was the purpose of the video, and that's what I put.
Mhm.
Like when you're seeking knowledge, clarity, and asking questions is kind of the point, right? And then they're like, yeah,
Well,
you're
yeah, if
right.
we're gonna communicate.
And it's like, yo, like, why did you have to all this back and forth, yo? Like trying to call
Yeah.
somebody stupid. It's like it be high key, like, what are you, like, weird? Like, it's that weirdo stuff.
Hmm. Well, and that's like the thing. Like everybody on here always wants to talk about how they a master communicator. I think I called that shit out yesterday, right? Where I was like, everybody always says they a master communicator. And majority of the time, they full of shit. I'm not saying everybody who's like that is those people. Some people are definitely full of shit, right? If you have a problem with somebody asking questions, fact checking you, doing those types of things, I don't. Are people not supposed to have clarity? They're supposed to listen to you wholeheartedly. Like, no, people are gonna ask questions. Like, that's to be expected when you're on the internet. I get questioned all the time. I get corrected sometimes. It's not the end of the fucking world,
mm,
right? You gotta ask questions in order for us to understand, right? I can't sit there and just be like, yeah, I know everything everybody's talking about. No, right? There's different slang, there's different things. I feel old every day. I learned what bussin' was not too long ago. I didn't understand what that word meant, right? Like, I had to learn what bussin' was. I just learned what slap meant. Like, my little sister said that shit to me and I thought she wanted to fight. Like, bruh, different generations as well. Like, when we look at
Yeah.
the internet as a whole, we got to understand, like, we're not only talking to people from different places, we're also talking to different groups of people. You're talking to older people, younger people. Slang is going to be different. Terminology is going to be different. Sayings are going to be different. What's wrong with asking for clarification? What the hell are you talking about? What's wrong with that?
mm.
And this is why I really think when unspoken expectations are met on a large scale,
Yes,
people think it's a
maturity.
common sense. Like,
Mm-mm.
I think this is why people think common sense is like a real thing, because their unspoken expectations are met in most areas. So it's like, oh, well, if you know this, then you must know that. And it's like,
Mm-mm.
no, it's
No,
levels.
and there's no such thing as common sense. It's common consensus. We can go on the consensus of everybody else, but common sense in and within itself is still also a cultural illusion, right? At the end of the day, it's all an illusion. That's the thing. Depending on where you're at, where you're from, the common sense is going to be different, right? Common sense to me ain't going to be the same common sense as it is to Rage or Kev or Codified down there or you. It's going to be different. So we need to get away from assuming that everybody is on the same fucking page to a
True.
degree, but to a degree. Okay. The reason why I say to a degree, don't go on a fucking tangent. I don't need you to ask me if the question on Kev's live is simps, what do we do about them? And you have to come up here and ask what a fucking simp is. Bro. Well, what do you mean by simp? Bro, don't run wild with it. Right? There has to be a balance in it. Right? If you're asking a question like, okay, not 100% sure what a simp means, again, it's not up to the host and the people in the live to educate you on what a word means. You have a phone sitting right there. It ain't
Right.
nothing to just click out of the live and Google it real quick so you know what it means and then come right fucking back. It ain't hard.
The
What
the
she
It ain't
said.
thing,
hard.
you know, you know what I think? I think those people know exactly what it is, but they just want to like ask those questions anyways. Like
Yeah,
They know
that's what I
exactly
said.
what a simp is. Like, if you know that woman is not with you at all whatsoever, and you spoiling her to the max, like giving her everything, all your hard earned money, and you hoping that she is gonna, you know what I'm saying, be with you, and she don't be with you, that is a simp. You know that. You know dang well that that's a simp, and you're gonna
Mm-hmm.
come up here, and then not only it's not only for men, it's for women too, because some women do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what a simp is, and y'all take it, and then y'all act like y'all don't know it, so y'all can play dumb for a few minutes and challenge somebody else. No, we're not gonna go through that. If you don't know
Hmm.
what it is, then that's on you. You're gonna get left in that spot, and you're gonna be grouped as one of those, because we up here, we have intelligent conversations. We know exactly what we're talking about and what direction we're taking it in, and you're trying to take it in and bend it to where you want us to go. No, we're not letting that happen, because for one, you come up here playing dumb, you gonna get left like you're stupid, and then we're gonna kick you out of the lobby, and you won't be able to come back in here. That's what that is. Nobody's giving all these people the chance, because when you do ask smart questions, then yeah, you'll sit up here in the box. But when you play dumb and you act like you're just completely clueless to the world, then you're just gonna be left like you're not a part of the world at all.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And we
It's
won't
a
No,
accept
pattern
that
too. It's a pattern.
and that's
Like,
the thing.
always.
And I'll go ahead, Kev. My bad.
oh no, I was just saying that. Even like that's the reason why I be saying that because it'd be the same exact pattern. Like once they do that little disingenuous question or whatever you want to call it, right? Right after you would notice they will get an attitude, and then they will tell on themselves that they knew what it was in the beginning because they get mad. So how did that make that that? You know what I'm saying? It be always like that. You know what I'm saying? They automatically get angry with this so-called thing that they didn't know what it was that they didn't know what it was at the beginning. So that's why I said I don't be. Sometimes I just don't be falling for these people. Some of these people's stuff, man, it be so funny to me.
No, but you can't though. You know what I mean? The other thing I'm leaving in 2023 for sure though, going to 2024, I ain't doing this not all men, not all women bullshit. Okay?
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
Fuck that. Fuck y'all. We ain't doing that shit. Okay? And I mean that whole fucking hardly. I'm not doing it because it doesn't make sense and it doesn't help the conversation. I'm not talking about the 1% of men or women or the percent. Clearly, if I'm having a conversation, I'm like, yes, men tend to do this, and you're not one of those dudes, then let it fucking fly. If we're talking
Facts.
about women and the conversation is, okay, well, I wish women didn't do this, that, and the third. Well, not all women. You don't need to point that shit out if that's not you.
And oh, great thing that you said that too, right? Because
Hey, hey, before y'all start it up, because I'm about to probably hit end it and stuff. But you trying to start it up?
yeah, I'll do it.
All right. Yeah, because I just want to
I'm looking
relax.
over
That's
to
all.
Rage.
Nah, you good,
I
you
might
good.
I'm
stay
about
up
to say
for a
like,
little bit more because I just gotta. Cause I ain't gotta do nothing tomorrow. I'm just saying I'm about to just relax though.
Go ahead.
if y'all ain't following Rage, follow Rage because I think we gonna continue to combo over there.
No.
And also follow Rage because Rage like my little brother. He a little badass. Go follow him.
Right.
A little badass is crazy. I don't see
Like
myself
he a
doing
little
that.
badass on this app. Like let him go get it.
And with that being said, um, like she said, if and you're not following me, follow me, because I am the one who is going to be going live after all of these lives right here, and we're gonna continue the conversation. It's not over yet. We can get everything off
Yeah,
our.
the after hours.
Really,
Yeah,
actually, follow everybody on the panel because everybody on the panel cool except
Nah,
me
don't say
though.
good night, Moni.
I'm.
You going over there with us? Don't say good night.
I was about to say. I was about to say.
Say no.
Follow
She
everybody
been
on the
in my
panel.
live all this time.
And what I mean
you
by everybody on the panel, I mean everybody but me. I'm not also inclined. I mean, you can follow me. I probably ain't gonna follow you back. I won't be 100% honest with you. Um,
Mm-mm.
I'm just gonna keep it a buck. But
did
yeah,
you buy
follow everybody.
did you buy PS5 and money? I'm gonna tell you this right now. I
Oh,
think
you at the best spot, Moni.
you spoil me too much. on lives, I swear. And I appreciate
I
it.
love Money.
I appreciate it.
I love
So,
Money. Money's a sweetheart.
Mm-hmm.
All
Been
right.
on this live with you since you
well,
started. Right, exactly. That's why I said you've been in here, so I said yeah.
well, now it's my
Literally since I started, right? She's the first person in here, still in here.
now it's my
I'll
turn.
let you rest.
It's my turn. It's my turn. I'm not letting you rest. You know damn well I'm not letting you rest.
Why you say my name? Kevin.
Even it's
Ooh,
Oops.
what the hell?
Oops. Think it was too close to my
Oh,
ear set.
oh,
and
that's what that was. What the hell?
my smoke alarm. Don't want to hear it. Okay. It wasn't my smoke alarm this time.
Yeah, I tried to sound like you real quick. Act like we was in your room already.
But yeah, Kev, do what you gotta do, and right after, I'm gonna
I'm all right now. I'm shutting down now. That's why you supposed to been that started it up.
no,
But
Yeah, we
you know
supposed to
dang well
start.
I put up when you end it completely.
uh, you said what games I've left like MK, Call of Duty. That's it for now at the moment. I haven't played Call of Duty in a while though, so I'm really on Mortal Kombat. Hurry up and start it up, Rage. All right, y'all. I'm gonna make it quick. All right,
No,
appreciate y'all. But we gonna see each other though. I'm gonna be in there for a little bit before I go
all
to
right,
bed all the way.
later.
All right, peace, y'all.
All right, Codified.
You slide to the live too. You feel me?